I woke up to chaos. Everything around me felt overwhelming, loud noises, strange faces, and the constant feeling of being out of place. One moment I was unconscious, dangling from a sword, and the next, I found myself in the arms of a man named Yenci. He seemed kind, though stern, and I couldn't understand why he cared so much about me. It wasn't long before I learned that another man, Mo Yen, had rescued me, though it felt more like I'd been taken. I didn't understand why anyone would bother. My life had always been a mess, losing my grandmother, being abandoned, and then suffering under the hands of the evil doctor. Those memories haunted me like nightmares, even when I was awake. Yenci brought me to someone named Song Anmu, a healer, who started removing needles from my body. I could feel his surprise at how damaged I was. My body was weak, my veins broken, and yet I was alive. They talked about how unusual it was, but I barely understood. All I knew was that they kept mentioning my blood. Why was it always about my blood? Even though Yenci's voice was comforting, I couldn't shake off the fear I felt when I overheard Song Anmu mentioning taking my blood. It reminded me of the nightmares, dreams where I was imprisoned and bled like an animal. When I finally spoke, thanking Yenci for helping me, I could tell he was trying to make me feel safe. I wanted to believe him, but trust wasn't something that came easily to me anymore. Later, Yenci took me away on his sword. Flying through the air was new and scary, but also exciting. When I asked where we were going, he told me, back to the sect. My heart sank. My dreams had shown me terrible things about sects, about places where people like me were nothing but tools. I asked, trembling, not Qingyao's sect? He quickly denied it, saying we were going to Tsangyen's sect, his home. He didn't seem like a bad person, so I tried to believe him. I clung to his robe, staring at the sky, hoping this time would be different. But deep down, the fear remained. I didn't want to fall into another nightmare. Not Qingyao's sect, I repeated to myself, like a mantra. Never again. I looked up at the man holding me and decided to introduce myself. Beiwan, I said softly. Grandma always told me to share my name when I met someone kind. Yenci, as he later told me his name, smiled gently and introduced himself too. When I asked if we could be friends, he agreed. His kindness made me feel safe, even though everything around me was still strange. Later, we returned to his sect. The journey was quiet, and I tried my best to stay awake, but ended up dozing off. When we arrived, Yenci's little brother, Mo Yen, rushed over, wild and full of energy. He seemed more like a troublemaker than anything else, talking about how he had taken me from another sect just to upset them. His boldness was scary, and I didn't like how he kept talking about me like I was some kind of tool. Yenci tried to calm him down, but Mo Yen only left after Yenci threatened him. Even then, he told Yenci to take good care of me, as if I were his responsibility. Yenci seemed frustrated, but didn't say much. I thought that would be the end of it, but things only got harder. When Yenci tried to give me medicine, I couldn't drink it. The smell made me feel sick, reminding me of all the terrible things that happened before. No matter how kind he was, I just couldn't bring myself to take it. I curled up in a corner, trembling, wishing it would all go away. Mo Yen came back, jumping in through the window like it was a game. He scared me even more with his sharp words and easy smile that didn't feel safe at all. When he grabbed the medicine and tried to force me to drink it, I panicked. His strength was overwhelming, and I couldn't move. I begged silently, hoping he would stop, but he didn't. Then Yenci stepped in, his sword pointed at Mo Yen's neck. His usually gentle face was cold and sharp, like he was truly angry. For the first time, I felt like someone was protecting me, not just out of duty, but because they cared. When Mo Yen forced me to drink the medicine, it was like falling back into a nightmare. The bitter taste, the helplessness, it all came rushing back. My body trembled, but I couldn't fight him off. I didn't cry, didn't scream. I couldn't. I had learned long ago that making noise only made things worse. Beiwan, drink the medicine, Yenci had said gently before looking away. Even he wouldn't help me now. My last hope faded, leaving only that deep, suffocating fear. As the medicine poured into my mouth, I froze. My mind twisted the present into the past, and I was back in the hands of the evil doctor. I could feel the sharp needles, the burning toxins, the unbearable pain. The fear turned me into a hollow shell. I took the bowl from Mo Yen and drank more, desperate to prove I could be obedient, that I wouldn't need to be punished.
Stop.
Mo Yen snatched the bowl away, his voice startled. But I clung to it, trembling, muttering, "I'm sorry. I'll drink it. I'll be good." I saw the confusion and fear in their eyes, but I couldn't stop. My hands shook, my chest ached, and the memories drowned me. Yen Xi finally stepped in, pulling the bowl away and pressing a sweet candy into my mouth. His hands were cold but comforting as he held me close, softly calling my name, trying to bring me back. But I couldn't stop shaking. I bit my wrist to silence myself, terrified of making any sound. I didn't want to be hurt again. Yen Xi's voice was kind, but it couldn't erase the horrors I'd lived through. Mo Yen stood frozen, guilt flickering in his eyes. I didn't know. He muttered, but his words felt distant. All I knew was the pain and fear I carried. Yen Xi sighed, deciding to knock me unconscious for my own sake. Before I blacked out, I caught his steady voice telling Mo Yen to investigate my past. As my world faded, I felt a tiny bit of safety in his arms. Even in my dreams, the fear lingered. But for the first time in a long while, someone seemed to care, not as a tool or an experiment, but as a person. I don't remember much about being brought to Song Amyu's place. My body felt heavy, and my mind was foggy. I vaguely heard Yen Xi's voice, calm but strained, explaining what had happened. He sounded worried. I think Song Amyu was frustrated. He checked my pulse and said I couldn't drink medicine anymore because of my reaction. They talked about making special meals and pills for me, something that would take time and effort. Yen Xi thanked him earnestly, but I could hear the weight in his voice. He was tired, maybe even more than me. I drifted in and out of consciousness, and in those moments, I could feel Yen Xi's hand holding mine. His grip was steady, like he was trying to tell me I wasn't alone. But even in sleep, I couldn't escape the fear. My dreams were full of dark places, sharp pain, and endless terror. My body shook, drenched in cold sweat, and I couldn't stop. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Mo Yen was unraveling the truth. I don't know how he found the evil doctor, the one who had tortured me, but I could feel the anger in the air. Mo Yen didn't show his emotions often, but this time, he was furious. He used his strength to force answers, burning the doctor's essence and demanding to know everything. Through it all, I stayed in my nightmares. I couldn't tell if I was safe or still trapped in the past. The scars hidden under my clothes burned, as if they remembered the pain too. Even when Yen Xi whispered my name, trying to comfort me, the darkness didn't let go. I don't know how much time passed, but when I finally opened my eyes, I saw Yen Xi beside me. His expression was calm, but his eyes told me he was worried. I didn't understand why he cared so much. Maybe he saw something in me that reminded him of someone he lost. I don't know, but for the first time, I wondered if I could be more than a broken doll. When Beiwan woke up, Yen Xi was preparing to wipe her sweat. She shrank back slightly, avoiding Yen Xi's approaching hand. The eyes that had once depended on him now held only wariness. Yen Xi felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly, causing him a dull ache. Clearly, during her previous awakenings, the little one still trusted him, instinctively relying on him. No more medicine, we won't drink medicine anymore, okay? Yen Xi suppressed the bitterness in his heart, softening his tone to be as gentle as moonlight, trying to communicate with the little one. Beiwan only curled up at the innermost corner of the bed, hugging her knees tightly, forming a small ball. She remained silent, merely watching Yen Xi with her big eyes.
Beiwan, I'm sorry.
We really didn't know you were so scared of taking medicine. From now on, we won't make you take medicine anymore.
You.
Yen Xi cautiously extended his tightly clenched right hand towards the little one and then opened it. Inside lay a piece of malt candy wrapped in oiled paper. Can you forgive me? Yen Si and the little one locked eyes. The candle on the desk burned shorter little by little, just as Yen Si was preparing to pull back his hand in disappointment. No more medicine. A tender, pure voice came from the corner. Yen Si's hand holding the malt candy tightened slightly. Did this mean she forgave him? Seeing Yen Si's reaction, Baewon hesitated for a moment before slowly uttering 4 words. Yen Si, not bad. She was almost 5 years old now, a child from a poor family who had been taken by an evil physician. Though young, she clearly understood who treated her well. Yen Si had rescued her from the evil physician, treated her illness, thrown fruits at the bad guys who wanted to draw her blood, bought her delicious food, pretty clothes, and made sure she had enough to eat. He was the best person she had ever met. Before the big bad guy who forced her to drink medicine appeared, Yen Si had explained that the medicine was to help her body recover. Precisely because Yen Si meant so much to her, Baewon felt sad when her plea for help was rejected. But now, seeing Yen Si unhappy, Baewon also felt unhappy. Be good, eat the candy. Yen Si wrapped the candy in spiritual energy and sent it to Baewon across the room. Even though he had gained the little one's forgiveness, he didn't rashly attempt to touch her again, showing the utmost gentleness. Baewon took the malt candy, looked at Yen Si, and said, "Thank you." She carefully unwrapped the candy and was about to put it in her mouth when the door to the room was violently pushed open. Yen Si, I found out. A young man's loud and slightly angry voice interrupted. Baewon was startled, her hand trembling. The malt candy rolled away. Under Baewon's gaze, it fell onto the bed, rolled to the floor, gathered dust, and finally disappeared under the bed. For the first time, Baewon's usually expressionless face showed grievance.
Yanchi.
The little one looked up at Yen Si with pitiful eyes. But when she saw Imo Yen standing at the door, her body suddenly tensed. After Yen Si had spent half the day comforting her and had finally eased her tension slightly, the little one instantly became defensive again, like a frightened kitten.
Yanchi.
The man turned to look at Imo Yen at the door, his gentle smile completely gone, replaced by a murderous expression. His left hand clenched tightly, as if he was ready to pick up his wolf-tooth club and start swinging. Imo Yen immediately realized something was wrong. His past experience of being beaten made him take 2 quick steps back. He closed the door and disappeared from sight. Yen Si took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm, to stay calm. His face regained its gentle smile. He took out several pieces of malt candy from his storage bracelet, all of which he floated over to Baewon. Baewon, eat the candy. I'll step out for a bit. Everything's fine. Yen Si's soft tone was like a breeze that gradually smoothed out the little one's nerves. Baewon didn't speak, only nodded slightly. She didn't immediately take the candy. Instead, she tightly hugged herself, watching Yen Si as he turned to leave. Baewon wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but it seemed. After Yen Si turned around, the aura around him became somewhat chilling, sending a faint coldness through the air. Inside the room, with only Baewon remaining, the little one quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the malt candies beside her. She didn't pick up the candies. Instead, she reached out with her small hand and gently patted them. Then, she slowly moved her weak little body to crawl out of bed. She crouched down, picked up the dust-covered malt candy, rewrapped it in the paper, and placed it in her pocket. It was the first piece of malt candy she had ever received. She couldn't bear to eat it, nor could she bear to leave it alone under the bed. Climbing back onto the bed, Baewon carefully unwrapped one of the other pieces of malt candy and took a small bite. The little one's eyes lit up. It was sweet, really sweet, just as she had imagined. Yen Si is a good person. Outside, Yen Si held his wolf-tooth club as expected. Beating up his junior brother had become second nature to him. But seeing Imo Yan's hesitant, pale face, he restrained himself and asked, Baewon's background.
Speak.
She was taken by that evil physician, locked up for half a year, forced to drink medicine, have her blood drawn, and take medicinal baths. They were turning her into a living medicine vessel. That's why. That's why she's so terrified of drinking medicine. Mo Yen spoke truthfully, his gaze falling on his senior brother. He saw the man, who was usually gentle and elegant, now looking solemn. A cold air seemed to radiate from him, colder than the moon above. His left hand. Mo Yen felt that in the next moment, the wolf-tooth club would land on him, so he quickly offered the evil physician's soul. Would senior brother like this? The soul of that scoundrel is yours to deal with as you wish. Subtext: dispose of this thing, and please don't hit me with the club.
Good.
Under the moonlight, the man's expression seemed to be coated with frost, icy and murderous. Even from his single word, it was clear he was not in a good mood. Taking the ball of black energy, Yen Ci turned to find Song Anmu. Song Anmu's alchemy furnace would be a useful tool. It would serve well for burning a soul. Mo Yen raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling that the black energy was about to meet a dire fate. Sure enough, the next moment, faintly, the black energy's blood-curdling screams could be heard. The young man clicked his tongue lightly, swung his whip once, and crossed his arms. His handsome, delicate face showed a hint of regret, but on closer inspection, it was mostly schadenfreude. No one in their sect was normal. No matter who you ended up with, it would be a miserable fate. Mo Yen turned back to look at Biwan's room. It seemed the little one really had latched onto Yen Ci. Should he go apologize and try to win her over? Not to curry favor with Yen Ci, but because the young man's eyes danced with excitement. He wanted to properly win over this little one and lead her astray. Then take her to Qingya sect and disgust those old fogies thoroughly. Didn't they treasure this little one? He would deliberately claim her as his own and drive them mad. Just as he prepared to approach Beiwan, his jade token lit up. Another disciple from Qingya sect had arrived. Mo Yen cracked his knuckles, instantly abandoning his thoughts of Beiwan to rush off to fight and ambush them. With the recipe for the pills and medicinal dishes in hand, Yen Ci brought Beiwan back to the Tsongyen sect. He was already a nascent soul cultivator. Long past the need for food, the first peak didn't even have a small kitchen. In fact, there wasn't a single kitchen across the entire Tsongyen sect. As a result, Yen Ci had to build one himself. Children needed proper meals. Beiwan, if you want to play, feel free to do so. You're safe anywhere on the mountain. Yen Ci crouched down to meet the little one's gaze. His light green robe embroidered with bamboo patterns brushed against the ground, and his expression was nothing but gentle. The little one nodded, but didn't run far. Instead, she quietly sat nearby, watching Yen Ci build the kitchen. When it came to constructing buildings, Yen Ci had some experience. When their master took them in and assigned each disciple a peak, they had to build their own homes. Of course, there were those who didn't know how to build. Like the second peak's disciple, who still lived in a cave he blasted open himself. When the kitchen was more than halfway done, Yen Ci's movements paused. His brows furrowed, and he pulled out a jade token from his storage ring. The simple jade token, engraved with intricate patterns, flashed continuously. Master. Why would he contact him? Their master had always been hands-off with his disciples, responsible only for picking them up, but not teaching them.
Yanchi?
The little one sat on a rock, wearing a clean, milky yellow dress and 2 small pigtails. Though she rarely smiled, her serious, adult-like demeanor made her especially adorable, thanks to her naturally soft and doll-like face. She tilted her head in confusion, looking at him as if worried he was tired. Yen Ci gripped the jade token and smiled gently. It's nothing, just master contacting me.
Oh.
Beiwan responded softly and fell silent again, sitting on the rock and swinging her little feet. She didn't run around, didn't talk too much, and even thoughtfully brought him water, afraid he might be tired. Compared to other children her age, who even dogs would dislike, Beiwan was heartbreakingly well-behaved. Beiwan watched as Yen Ci seemed to speak, but she couldn't hear anything. Yen Ci had set up a barrier. She only saw his expression gradually worsen, showing some anxiety. For the first time, Yan Xi defied his master's orders. Master, regarding the Tianlon secret realm, could second brother go instead? If he went to the Tianlon secret realm, it would take at least a month before he could return. He really couldn't trust anyone else to take care of Beiwan. The other end of the jade token was silent for a moment. A man's voice, cold and as pristine as snow falling on pine branches, finally spoke. Reason. I have to take care of a child. There was a trace of embarrassment in his tone. At the mountain summit, a man in a crimson robe embroidered with golden maple leaves sat up abruptly. Yan Fengmian suddenly felt a headache, accidentally toppling the wine jars scattered around him. He began to reflect on himself. Had he been too negligent with his disciples? He hadn't even known that his eldest disciple had a child. Yan Fengmian tried to calm himself as he inquired about the child from his eldest disciple. When did this happen? Yesterday. How old?
For almost 5.
Very well. We'll discuss the matter of the secret realm when I return. By the end of the conversation, Yan Fengmian's voice carried a trace of weariness. He felt the need to return, partly to settle who would enter the secret realm, and partly because his eldest disciple's child was already 4 years old. As for how Yan Xi suddenly had a 4-year-old child, Yan Fengmian didn't know and wasn't curious. After all, his disciples were mostly left to their own devices, and he didn't meddle in their private matters. Still, since the child was brought back to the Tsongyan sect, he felt obligated to at least take a look. After all, he was the sect master. Yan Xi found his master's unusual concern for Beiwan odd. Something was amiss, and Yan Xi felt uneasy. The two had completely different thought processes. Yan Xi never considered that his master might think the 4-year-old child was his biological daughter. After ending the conversation with his master, Yan Xi felt a gentle tug on the sleeve of his left hand.
Yanqi.
The little one always called him by his name in a serious, deliberate manner. Her soft, sweet voice brought him joy every time. Beiwan stretched out her small hand toward Yan Xi, then opened it to reveal a piece of malt candy. Happy. She could vaguely sense that Yan Xi seemed unhappy. A child's thoughts were simple. She cherished malt candy the most and wanted to give it to Yan Xi. Yan Xi didn't refuse. He took the candy, placed it in his mouth under the little one's watchful gaze, and gently poked her pale, sickly cheeks with his hand. He felt a little worried about what would happen when his master returned. After all, declining to enter the secret realm over a child was rather absurd. Standing on the falling spring sword, Yan Xi's robes fluttered fiercely in the wind. He had traveled the path from the first peak to the main peak many times. But this was the first time he felt a little nervous. The little one, nestled in his arms, seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere and tightened her grip on his robes.
Yanqi.
She called his name softly, like a kitten. Beiwan liked calling his name. It seemed to ease her fears. I'm here. Yan Xi responded softly as the sword slowly came to a halt before the main peak hall. Gazing at the cold, imposing hall, Yan Xi took a deep breath. It's fine. He patted the little one's head, not knowing whether he was comforting her or himself. The little one responded, curiously glancing at the grand yet desolate hall before her. Was this where Yan Xi's master lived? Master must mean something like teacher, right? She remembered the old doctor in her village had a young apprentice, but when that apprentice made a mistake, the doctor drove him away, leaving him without a home. What if? Beiwan lowered her head, anxiously biting her lip. What if Yan Xi's master didn't want Yan Xi anymore because of her and drove him away? As the two hesitated outside the hall, Yan Fengmian inside grew impatient.
Yanqi.
His voice, cold and lingering, resembled red maple leaves falling in the snow, beautiful yet tinged with a shattered chill. Yan Xi didn't respond, only gently squeezed the little one's hand, signaling her not to worry. Seeing Yan Xi's hesitant behavior, Yan Fengmian became more certain that the child was Yan Xi's biological daughter. In the past, he had never seen Yan Xi dawdle when entering the hall. 2 figures, one tall and one small, walked into the hall as the morning light broke. Yan Fengmian didn't look at Yan Xi, but instead focused his gaze on the little girl trailing behind him. She was indeed adorable, with her soft, doll-like features. However, she looked frail, almost unnaturally pale. Her sickly appearance almost rivaled that of his third disciple, who spent all day in seclusion on the third peak. Seeing the unhealthy child, Yan Fengmian sighed internally. His belief that this was Yan Xi's child solidified further. Weren't such stories common in novels? A genius sword cultivator shares a fleeting night with a woman who silently raises their child while living a hard life. Eventually, she passes away, and the child, bullied and on the brink of death, reunites with the genius cultivator, revealing their father-daughter bond.
See?
He had even crafted a backstory for his eldest disciple. Disciple greets master, Yan Xi said respectfully, cupping his hands as he saluted his master seated above. Bei Wan, standing beside him, hesitated for a moment. Then, imitating Yan Xi's movements, she bowed to Yan Fengmian. Her movements, though earnest, carried an amusing clumsiness that was endearing. The little one hid slightly behind Yan Xi, her round, clear eyes cautiously observing Yan Fengmian on his high seat, like a timid kitten. All she could think was that Yan Xi's master was very handsome. Yes, very handsome. Though Yan Fengmian had cultivated for many years, his formidable strength kept his youthful appearance intact. His orange-red robe, resembling maple leaves, made him appear even more carefree and dashing. Unlike the stern and rigid masters Bei Wan had seen before, Yan Fengmian exuded a sense of unrestrained freedom, like the wind or falling maple leaves, his brows and demeanor radiating recklessness and ease. Such a man could easily accept a group of disciples with complex backgrounds, deemed troublesome by the world. He did things only as his heart and fate dictated. Naturally, he noticed the little one's secret glances. Lazily seated on the high chair, supporting his chin with one hand, Yan Fengmian raised his other hand and gestured for the little one to come closer. Come here. Bei Wan glanced up at Yan Xi, unsure whether she should approach. Go ahead, Yan Xi said softly. Only then did the little one let go of Yan Xi's robe, taking small, hesitant steps to stand before Yan Fengmian. What's your name? Bei Wan, the little one answered obediently. When the old granny found her years ago, it was at twilight on the northern mountain. Uneducated, the old woman simply named her Bei Wan North Twilight. Yan Fengmian examined the little girl closely and felt something was peculiar. Let me see your hand, he said indifferently. Bei Wan obediently extended her hand. Her wrist was thin, almost fleshless, her skin unnaturally pale. Blue and purple veins were visible under her translucent skin. Yan Fengmian's cool hand rested on her wrist. In an instant, his brows furrowed. The child's condition was dire. Her meridians were shattered, her vital energy and blood were deficient, and her body was a mess. If not for bringing her back, she likely wouldn't survive past 15 in the mortal world. Forget it. Let Liao Jin go to the secret realm this time. You've just brought this child back after missing 4 years of her life. Take some time to bond with her and accompany her properly. Yan Fengmian felt he was being quite considerate, not as uncaring of his disciples as some might think. Thank you, master. Yan Xi breathed a sigh of relief, but felt something was amiss. What did he mean by missing 4 years of her life? Before he could think further, Yan Fengmian waved his hand, and the little girl standing before him floated weightlessly into the air. Yan Xi quickly reached out to catch her, noticing the red silk pouch she clutched in her hands. This is my gift for the child, the man on the high seat said lazily, waving them off as if to say, go do what you need to do. Thank you, master, Yan Xi said again, though his heart was puzzled. Why would his master give Bei Wan a gift? Could it be? Did he intend to take the little one as a disciple? But upon realizing that Bei Wan's shattered meridians meant she couldn't cultivate, he dismissed the idea. Perhaps it was merely a gesture to compensate the child? Master, a stern and commanding voice, heavy with authority, rang out from behind them. The little one peeked over Yan Xi's shoulder and immediately locked eyes with a pair of fierce, bloodthirsty eyes. She instinctively shrank back, frightened. Yen Xi quickly patted her back gently, his voice warm and soothing. "Don't be afraid. Master, this disciple takes his leave," Yen Xi said, carrying Beiwan out. On their way, they crossed paths with Liao Jin. "Junior brother," Yen Xi greeted. Liao Jin gave a low grunt in response, his gaze falling on the little girl in Yen Xi's arms. She was very quiet, reminiscent of a small white kitten he had once kept, so fragile that a single palm could crush her. Weak and delicate. Watching Yen Xi carry the little one away, Liao Jin pressed his lips together and strode into the hall. "Your senior brother wants to care for a child, so you'll be going to the Tianlan secret realm this time. Do you have any objections?" Yen Fengmian's tone was relaxed, like falling maple leaves swaying in the breeze. Liao Jin shook his head. "This disciple accepts. You accept quickly enough, but do you know what you're going in there for?" Yen Fengmian pulled out a small jar of wine from somewhere, took a swig, and curved his lips into an ambiguous smile. Liao Jin shook his head. Maybe it was because he had arrived late, or maybe it was because Yen Xi was the only normal person in the sect. After all, whenever their master found a secret realm, Yen Xi was the one sent in. This was the first time someone else was tasked with it. "Go in there and find an egg, Liao Jin." Yen Fengmian sighed, his gaze distant as he stared beyond the hall. "A phoenix egg." "Understood," Liao Jin replied without asking further. Watching Liao Jin leave, Yen Fengmian shook his head. He couldn't shake the feeling of foreboding. After all, among his 4 disciples, only the eldest was somewhat normal. Since Yen Xi wasn't going, he had to choose from the remaining 3. The third was reclusive and never left his peak. Cross him off the list. The 4th was a lunatic who would likely forget about the egg if he encountered someone from the Qingya sect in the secret realm, also out. Thus, even though Liao Jin was a bit dull, he was the only viable option. "That was my junior brother earlier. He looks fierce but isn't as scary as he seems," Yen Xi explained to Beiwan as they walked. The little one nodded obediently and held out the small red pouch, her childish voice saying, "This." Afraid Yen Xi might not understand, she added, "I want to see." Lacking spiritual energy, she couldn't open even a simple storage pouch. Growing more accustomed to her safe environment, her natural curiosity began to emerge. She wanted to see what was inside the pouch. "All right, let's see what Master gave our Beiwan." When Yen Xi opened the pouch, he was momentarily stunned. Inside were a 1,000-year-old bitterblood Bodhi and 900-year-old dragon tendon grass. Either one of these would send alchemists into a frenzy. More importantly, both were key ingredients for repairing meridians. His master had given Beiwan a chance to mend her meridians and cultivate anew. Though additional rare materials would be needed, having these 2 already made the task significantly easier. Yen Xi, the little one, tugged on his sleeve, calling his name as he stood in thought. Yen Xi smiled and explained to the unaware child, "Beiwan, you'll have to thank Master in the future. You might have a chance to repair your meridians and start cultivating." He clearly saw the hope light up on the little one's face. Really? Beiwan wanted to cultivate. She longed for it. While other children still basked in their elders' care, she, unprotected, desperately wanted to grow strong. She didn't want to suffer anymore, didn't want to be thrown into the mountains or endure the cruelty of the evil physician. She wanted to be as strong as Yen Xi, to ride swords, fight injustice, and defeat villains. "Yes, really," Yen Xi confirmed, relieved to see the spark of hope. At last, the little one resembled a true child. Yen Xi had long noticed Beiwan's unusual demeanor, obedient to a fault, but rarely smiling, unlike other lively children. She was like a tiny abandoned kitten, curling into herself, sealing herself away. But now, she was finally taking a step out of her shell. That was a good sign. "But first, Beiwan needs to recover and get moving, all right?" Yen Xi gently guided her, hoping to encourage her growth. The little one nodded, her delicate face no longer as doll-like and expressionless as before. In the next half-month, the usually aloof Song Yen sect now has a bit more human touch. To be precise, the first peak has a more down-to-earth feel. The small kitchen has been built. Yen Si is not only cultivating his talent to the fullest, but his cooking skills have also improved. From practicing all day long in the past, now it has become taking care of children, practicing, cooking, and coaxing children. His practice did not fall behind. On the contrary, because it broke the previous silent atmosphere of practice, Yen Si felt that his practice speed had increased instead of slowed down. Under the stern and patient guidance, Baewan is no longer as reserved as he was at the beginning. He is now as serious as a little emotionless ragdoll. The little girl is already pretty, and now and then she would have a clean and refreshing smile on her face, which is simply a foul. Whenever the smoke rises from the cooking stove, a smile appears on the little guy's face. To be honest, Baewan likes to eat. Maybe it was because he didn't have any good food to eat when he was a child with his grandmother, or maybe he was starving at the evil doctors, or maybe Yen Si's cooking talent was maxed out. Anyway, the happiest time of the day for Baewan is mealtime. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Yen Si put down the bowl of soup he had prepared, took out a handkerchief and wiped the rice grains off the little guy's cheek. If an outsider saw this scene, he would definitely doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Is this still a harsh statement that will crush a large number of people with a mace? Anyway, Yen Fengmian just felt that the ancients were not deceiving him. It turns out that being a father can make one more gentle. Master. Yen Fengmian did not deliberately conceal his breath, so Yen Si noticed it at the first moment. The little guy who was eating happily seemed to be frightened and immediately moved towards Yen Si. The premise is to ignore the fact that even if she is afraid, she is not willing to give up her job. He even ate a few mouthfuls of rice to calm himself down. Yen Fengmian, the child of the eldest disciple, is very good. It's a bit like a little rabbit and is easily scared. How could a child of a sword cultivator be so easily frightened? Although he was complaining in his heart, Yen Fengmian did not forget the important matter. He wanted to say it directly, but after thinking it over, he decided not to let the child hear it. Transmit the secret message directly to Yen Si. Liao Jin's fate card is a little strange. You may still have to go to Tianlan's secret realm. There are strength restrictions to enter the secret realm. The Tianlan secret realm is only accessible to cultivators in the middle nascent soul stage or below. Therefore, Yen Fengmian could not go in directly, and Yen Si happened to have just entered the nascent soul stage and was the most suitable person. After all, apart from him, there is no one else like him in the entire Songyan sect. Yen Si was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, disciple understands, compared to the following junior brothers who have no conscience." Yen Si still has some brotherly affection for his fellow students. After all, if the Xianling sect had not forced him back then, Yen Si would still be a legitimate successor to the sect. Although he killed people from the same clan, he still did not turn completely evil and was still the upright eldest brother. "I'll pack up and go right away." Yen Si naturally understood the importance of the matter. What's more, Liao Jin went there on his behalf. Baewan was not used to it at first. Now, even if he leaves for a few days, Baewan's condition won't be too bad. Stern words. The little girl seemed to be very sensitive to people's emotional changes. She held the bowl of rice, looked up, and called Yen Si with a little anxiety. Yen Si, regardless of the presence of his master, squatted down, looked at Baewan with gentle eyes, raised a reassuring smile at the corner of his lips, and raised his hand to touch her forehead. "Wan, good boy. Do you still remember the second junior brother I told you about last time?" The little guy tilted his head and thought about it. He was stunned for a few seconds and then nodded to indicate that he remembered. Violent. In order to show that he really remembered it, the little guy holding the bowl of rice seriously stated a characteristic. Yen Si lowered his head and chuckled, then told the little fellow seriously, "That fierce guy is in danger. I have to go save him, so I may have to be away for a while." The little guy lowered his head slightly, and the rice in his hand didn't seem so delicious anymore. The childish voice was muffled. "Yeah." Yen Si finally sighed silently, raised his hand and rubbed her forehead. "I will be back soon." "Yeah." The little guy responded softly again. Not far away, Yen Fengmian was watching the changes in the first peak. "I vaguely remember that the last time I came here, this mountain was still desolate and cold. Now it has a bit of the air of everyday life. The flowers are in good shape, there is a small kitchen, the cabin is more refined, and there is a small swing. It can be seen that Yen Ci cares very much about his children. Master, a stern voice sounded. Yen Fengmian hummed, and then he heard Yen Ci say earnestly, "Disciple asks Master to help look after Bei Wan." Yen Fengmian, who was distracted, hummed subconsciously, but then he realized that he had hummed too early. He looked at the child who was holding the bowl, standing there obediently, but seemed like he was abandoned by the whole world. With the kids? Yen Fengmian recalled that many years ago, he helped take care of a 3-year-old child in his elder's home.
It was so heartbreaking.
He subconsciously wanted to refuse out loud. But in a second, he saw the pitiful little kid holding the bowl raised his head and looked at him. Fragility, timidity, uneasiness, all mixed together in the little guy's clear eyes. The word, rejection, in Yen Fengmian's mouth was choked. Forget it. When I find the phoenix egg, I will still have to take care of the child, so just consider this as practice in advance. Master, Wanwan is very well behaved, even better than the other junior brothers. As long as she has 3 meals a day, you don't need to worry too much. Yen Ci was also afraid of causing trouble to his master, but if he left, his master would be the only reliable person in the sect. Nothing else works, let alone those 2 junior brothers. Maybe even Da Huang at the foot of the mountain is better at taking care of children than those 2. Yen Ci. Master is the most reliable. Yen Fengmian, the eldest disciple, is the most reliable. At this moment, the thought processes of the master and the disciple overlapped perfectly. It's perfect. Before Yen Ci left, he hurriedly prepared a few days' worth of meals for Bei Wan and placed them in Yen Fengmian's storage ring. Just kidding. He felt a little embarrassed to ask his master to take care of the child. How could he dare to ask his master to cook? Although Yen Fengmian lived in the main peak, he was always thinking about the little things on the first peak. Even though his spiritual consciousness has already covered the first peak. As long as you want, you can know what Xiao Beiwan is doing at any time. But he still felt uneasy. The little guy is really well behaved, just as Yen Ci said. I took a nap, and when I woke up, I jumped to the back mountain to feed the fish in the river. Then she took the peachwood sword that Yen Ci had carved for her and started playing with it. Yen Fengmian felt somewhat relieved when he saw this. As expected of a sword cultivator, he has loved practicing sword since he was young. It's time for dinner. The little guy carried the bowl by himself, moved to the stone table outside the house, put the bowl on it on tiptoe, and then climbed onto the stone bench. He sat very upright, looking at the empty bowl reverently, waiting for his meal to be served. Yen Fengmian. Okay, that's pretty good. As expected, his daughter is like her father. He can rest assured that she is reliable. It only took Yen Fengmian a day and a half to go from being worried and nervous at first to being relaxed and calm later on. There was not much communication between the big and the small. Yen Fengmian just came on time every day to prepare meals, and then clean the child using cleaning techniques. On the 3rd day of peaceful coexistence, Yen Fengmian prepared meals for the children as usual.
But he was stopped by the little guy.
She didn't know why she was addressing Yen Fengmian, so she followed Yen Ci's address and asked him in a soft and expectant tone, "Master, Yen Ci." Yen Fengmian had also been called master before, but those were all bad boys that even dogs despised. It was the first time that such a young child called me master, in a soft and sweet way. My first feeling was that it was indeed different. No, we have to wait a few more days. It takes 6 days to get from here to Tianmon's secret realm, at least 2 days to find Liao Jin, and another 6 days to come back. The round trip will take at least half a month. Oh, the little guy got a response and quietly lowered his head to eat his meal. Yen Fengmian was prepared for the little one to cry and make a fuss. That's it. He was ready for a storm, but a sunny day came. As if sensing Yen Fengmian's strange and resentful gaze, the little fellow shrank back, raised his head to glance at Yen Fengmian, and then he moved his bowl closer to his arms. She was afraid that Yen Fengmian would come up and snatch her food. Yen Fengmian. Forget it, let's go and not bother with the kid. Just as he used the cleaning technique to clean the bowl for the little guy and was preparing to return to the main peak, his eyes dimmed. It looks like a guest has arrived. Yan Fengmian took out 2 pieces of maltose and some fruits from his storage ring and placed them on the stone table. Remember to eat. The eldest disciple instructed that children must have adequate nutrition. After saying that, he flew away on his sword and went to the main peak. Seeing Yan Fengmian leaving, Beiwan knelt on the stone bench, stretched out his little hand to take the malt sugar first, put the malt sugar in his pocket, and then went to take the fruit. He bit the fruit with his little milk teeth and slowly moved into the house. Put the maltose in a box under the bed. Then, looking at the candy in the box, the little guy hesitated for a moment. He took out one, peeled it, and put it in his mouth. There was already quite a bit of maltose in it, but she was reluctant to eat it, just like a little squirrel. She will keep the things she likes and eat one when she is unhappy. Now, she is a little unhappy. Yan Xi hasn't come back yet. But before she finished eating the candy, she saw a sword flying towards her, and it looked vaguely familiar. It seems to be Yan Fengmian's sword. Yan Fengmian's sword was suspended above the ground, looking wider than usual, enough for Beiwan to sit cross-legged on it. It buzzed twice and circled Beiwan twice. The little guy then asked tentatively, "Beiwan wants to go up? The sword has gained intelligence and has long had a sword spirit." It understood what the little guy said and hummed, as if confirming his thoughts. "Jian, yes, smart, come up quickly." Beiwan had short arms and legs, so he could only use his hands and feet to climb up to Yan Fengmian's sword. "Jian, to be honest, this is the first time it has been climbed on by someone in such an embarrassing way." This was Beiwan's first time to fly a sword alone. The speed of a sword is not that fast. After all, the little guy is very weak. What should he do if he gets hit? The scenery of each mountain peak of Song Yan Sect is in full view. Looking down from high above, the cool breeze blowing your hair can't help but make you feel a sense of grandeur and freedom. The little fellow quietly clenched the corner of his clothes, and his determination to practice became stronger and stronger. Yan Fengmian walked out of the hall, picked her up from his sword, looked a little cold, and turned around and walked into the hall without saying a word. It was the first time that Beiwan was hugged by Yan Fengmian, and the little guy's whole body tensed up. The little body was stiff, looking very uncomfortable. Yan Fengmian naturally felt it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is it that so? Is he that scary? As soon as she walked into the hall, Beiwan felt a burning gaze falling on her and subconsciously followed it. After seeing clearly the owner of that gaze, Beiwan's breathing stagnated and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It's him. It was the person she had seen in her dream. In the dream, she was not taken back to Tsong Yan's sect by Yan Xi, but was taken back to a place called Qingya sect. There, she was noticed by an elder and was locked up and had her blood drawn all day. That dream was so real that when Beiwan thinks back on it now, he can still clearly remember every scene that happened in it. Unfortunately, the Qin pin in front of him was the elder in his dream. The person who had never been seen in real life but only in dreams suddenly appeared in front of the children, making them even more scared. Yan Fengmian, who noticed this change, raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that what the old man from Qingya sect said is true? Beiwan knew this old man from Qingya sect, and it was his disciple who snatched the little girl back from him? Yan Fengmian was confused and didn't like dealing with people from Qingya sect. If he hadn't had a good relationship with the leader of Qingya sect in the past, he wouldn't have brought Beiwan here. "Little guy, do you know this guy?" "He said you are," who was snatched back from their sect by Mo Yen. Before Yan Fengmian could finish his words, he saw the little kid who had been trying to keep a distance from him just now trembling like a frightened kitten, burying his head in his shoulder, with his little hands tightly clutching his collar. "No, I don't know him." The little guy couldn't help but tremble in his voice and stammered, "No, I won't go." Yan Fengmian got a positive answer, raised his hand and patted the little guy on the back somewhat stiffly, then his eyes fell on Qin Pin. "She doesn't know you, please." The voice was cold, and the intention of expulsion was not concealed at all. Even though the little kid was shaking like a sieve, Yan Fengmian didn't believe that he didn't know her. But if she said she didn't know him, then that means she didn't know him. He has already agreed to help his eldest disciple take care of the child. In fact, no matter what Qin Pin says, He will not hand over Bei Wan. Especially when Yan Ci was not around, there was no way Bei Wan would be sent away from him. Qin Pin was not ready to leave, as he felt that Bei Wan was a little strange. It didn't feel like a rebirth. After all, in his previous life, Bei Wan was no longer afraid of him by the end. Even when I die in the end, I can drag him down with me. But Bei Wan's reaction at this time seemed to be that of a child of 4 or 5 years old, and fear seemed to be just an instinctive reaction. Considering how much the Tsongyen sect values Bei Wan, if he fails to take Bei Wan away this time, it will be difficult in the future. After all, Yan Fengmian is already a powerful person in the Tribulation Crossing stage, and there are still a few powerful people in the Tribulation Crossing stage nowadays. Bei Wan, I'm your uncle. As soon as Qin Pin opened his mouth, he completely shocked Yan Fengmian and the little guy in his arms. Bei Wan. Yan Fengmian. Are you her uncle? Yan Fengmian was skeptical. He lowered his head to look at Bei Wan, then at Qin Pin. Although people who practice cultivation obtain spiritual power from heaven and earth, no one of them looks too ugly. But considering Bei Wan's fairy-like appearance, there's no way Qin Pin could be her uncle. Qin Pin was suddenly enveloped by a deep sadness. He looked at the child who was curled up in Yan Fengmian's arms like a little ostrich, and his tone was sad. Your mother died when she gave birth to you. It was your uncle who failed to take good care of you and your mother. If your uncle remembers correctly, you have a red oval birthmark the size of a fingernail below your left collarbone. In his previous life, he imprisoned Bei Wan for such a long time, so naturally he knew whether she had a birthmark. Seeing the little guy's hands tightening around his clothes, Yan Fengmian probably knew that what Qin Pin said was true. But so what? Yan Fengmian ignored what Qin Pin said and just looked at the little guy and asked again, "Stay or go with him?" Bei Wan answered decisively, "Stay." Even if Qin Pin was her father, she would not follow him. She was picked up by her grandmother, who was her only relative. Now that she had friends, she would not leave with Qin Pin. She's staying. Yan Fengmian glanced at the door indifferently and motioned Qin Pin to leave. So what if this guy is Bei Wan's uncle? Yan Ci is still the child's father. He was just helping to look after the child. Could he really send the child away without going through Yan Ci's rules? I'm afraid the child's father will go crazy when he comes back. How could Qin Pin give up so easily? If Bei Wan's blood was of little use, why would he risk coming to Tsongyen sect and lock Bei Wan alone in a dark cell for 6 years in his previous life? Qin Pin began to talk a lot, his mouth full of profound truths. This made Yan Fengmian a little annoyed. He was not the kind of person who was good at arguing. Yan Fengmian finally couldn't bear it anymore. So annoying. This person. The sword in his hand was already humming, ready to rush forward at any time at the command of his master and cut Qin Pin out of the Tsongyen sect with one sword. You are her uncle, but that's nothing. I am her father, master. Before he could utter the last 3 words, he heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground behind him. Yan Fengmian had a bad feeling in his heart. Master, you are her father. After Mo Yen knew that the old man Qin Pin came to Tsongyen sect, he stopped hanging around outside and went straight back to the sect. He had managed to abduct the child back with great difficulty, and he couldn't let that old villain Qin Pin take him away. As a result, when he came back in a hurry, he saw his cool and free-spirited master hugging the little girl affectionately and saying angrily, I am her father. Listen, listen. Listen to this, how scary it is. Father? Just at this moment, Xiao Beiwan was frightened by Mo Yan's appearance. My mind suddenly twitched, and I repeated it with doubt. The person she feared most now was Qin Pin, who drew her blood in her dream, and Mo Yan, who pinched her face and forced her to drink medicine. But these 2 people, one in front of her and the other behind her, were completely confused. Yan Fengmian, What the heck? Mo Yan's eyes lit up, and he walked forward and used his mouth cannon and taunting skills to the fullest. You are still the uncle. The child's father is here. Who do you think you are? You are his uncle, pretending to be young. How can you have such a pretty niece? Look at yourself in the mirror. The little girl is so delicate and pretty, and you can tell at a glance that only someone like my master could have given birth to her. And you. Haha. Also, how come I don't know if you have any younger sister? I don't think you have any biological sister. Since you have no chance to date me, you wouldn't. Could it be that he is attracted by Bae Wan's invulnerable physique and wants to take him back for research? Why are you looking at me with such evasive eyes? You didn't really let me guess what you meant.
Ugh.
You shameless old man. So disgusting. You still call yourself noble, but I think you are just a jerk. The boy spoke very quickly. Chin Pin was interrupted just when he wanted to interject. In the end, he covered his chest and felt like he was going to die of anger. Yen Fingmian, who was standing beside him, said, "It's hard to describe how he feels now. The young apprentice is good at speaking." Bae Wan's eyes widened, and one could see admiration in them. Compared to her preference of spitting out 2 or 3 words, Mo Yan's ability to spout out a lot of words at once is really amazing. Chin Pin finally saw Mo Yan stop for a moment, and his mind was still a little confused. Could it be that Yen Fingmian is really the father of this little girl? That would be a difficult situation. He can't beat or rob, and he can't play the emotional card. And how could this little lunatic guess that he wanted to take Bae Wan back for research? Chin Pin Gang was about to speak hesitantly. Yen Fingmian spoke first. His voice was cold, his sleeves swung outwards, and he ordered Mo Yen. Mo Yen, send the guest away. The young man smiled and replied, okay. Immediately, the scarlet flame whip was swung out, and with the help of Yen Fingmian's pressure, Chin Pin was restrained mercilessly, and then he stood up and threw him out of the sect. Get out of here. Mo Yen cracked the whip, looked at Chin Pin as if he was looking at garbage, then turned around and quickly returned to the sect. The only one left was Chin Pin, whose body was covered with burns from the flames of the flame-cutting whip. Chin Pin scratched his head, ignoring the scars on his body. He had only one thought. What should he do now to get Bae Wan? Master, this little thing is really your baby. After throwing the person away, the boy came back jumping and asked excitedly, "How is that possible? Your senior brother is the father of this child." Yen Fingmian refuted the rumor on the spot, but he didn't know that this sentence stunned the 2 people present. Xiao Beiwan tilted his head and asked doubtfully and seriously, "Yen Ci? My father?" Yen Fingmian nodded naturally. Then, he saw the look in the little guy's arms that was like he was looking at a fool. "Beiwan, are you okay? Is this person okay? How could Yen Ci be her father? She doesn't like to talk much, but luckily there is someone who does." Mo Yen laughed out loud, probably realizing that something strange must have happened. How could my senior brother be the father of this child? I snatched this child back from Qingya sect. Since he is not yours, master, then he has nothing to do with our Tsang Yen sect. Having said this, Mo Yen suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes fell on Xiao Beiwan. No, how can we let this little guy have nothing to do with their sect? He even kept it and let it go astray, which made those people in Qingya sect angry to death. The young man immediately clasped his fists and became more respectful. "Master, since Chin Pin already knows that you are the child's father, why don't you accept Bae Wan as your disciple? Once a master, always a father." Mo Yan's brain worked very quickly, and then he shouted to Xiao Beiwan, "Call me master." Beiwan was still a little afraid of Mo Yan. When he called out to him, he did as he was told while being stunned. "Master." The little guy was still nestled in his arms, his voice soft and tender, like a hungry baby bird in the woods. After he finished speaking, Beiwan finally realized what Mo Yan asked him to do. The little guy waved his hands quickly, with a rare look of anxiety in his eyes.
No, no.
She was afraid of offending Yen Fingmian, which would then implicate Yen Ci. "Master, please accept it. If you don't accept a disciple in the sect competition 3 months later, we won't even be eligible to participate." Mo Yen was adding fuel to the fire. The rules of the sect competition were adjusted not long ago. It is said that each sect must have at least 5 people participating in the competition, and they must be direct disciples. Otherwise, they will not be eligible to register. This is aimed at their Tsang Yen sect. After all, in the entire world of cultivating immortals, there is no sect with fewer people than them. Some secret realms can only be entered after participating in the sect competition. Master wants to find something in the secret realm, so he must participate in this sect competition. I saw Yan Fengmian had already started thinking. Xiao Beiwan, who was held in his arms, was a little anxious. No, you can't practice. The little guy grabbed Yan Fengmian's hand, looked at him with a pair of clear eyes and said, Beiwan, you can't practice. Therefore, Beiwan cannot become a disciple, and the little guy feels that he is a waste and a burden. It's Yan Fengmian. I am rebellious, go with the flow, and can't stand people belittling themselves. Yan Fengmian put Beiwan on the ground with swift movements. Kneel down. Beiwan didn't know what this was for. He just thought that he had done something wrong, and that calling the other party master was offensive, which made the other party angry, so he knelt down obediently. The little head was lowered, and the little hands were tightly clutching their clothes. Yan Fengmian didn't look at her, but turned around and sat on the high seat. Mo Yen, who was behind, brightened his eyes when he saw this and gave a quiet reminder. Beiwan kowtow. He was familiar with this apprenticeship ceremony, the Song Yen sex apprenticeship ceremony, which was simple and crude, and especially easy to remember. Just kowtow, pass tea, and call him master, that's all. Beiwan quietly looked up at Yan Fengmian, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. He wouldn't punish Yan Ci because of himself. Will he kick me out for not listening? She didn't want to go to Qingya sect. After all, she is still a 4-year-old child, and a child who just escaped from a devil's cave. Any movement can scare her. With a bang. Because of his own imagination, Beiwan kowtowed. Mo Yen. It doesn't hurt? Yan Fengmian raised his eyelids slightly. This child is a little too honest. He is almost as strong as that burly man Liao Jin was back then. The two people who had never taken care of a child could not understand the fear in the child's heart at all. Send this to master. Mo Yen shook his head, handed the teacup that he had prepared at some point to Beiwan, and continued with the next step. Thanks. When the little guy walked over with the tea, he did not forget to say thank you to Mo Yen.
Montag Yan?
Why say thank you? Beiwan. He seemed to be a nice guy and helped her find solutions. Walking in front of Yan Fengmian, Beiwan glanced at him quietly. It was impossible to tell from his expression whether he was happy or unhappy. I could only lower my head and pass the tea in my hand over. The tea in his hand was taken away by Yan Fengmian, and then Beiwan heard it. Well, good. From now on you'll be the 5th disciple of Song Yen sect. Beiwan. So she was just becoming a disciple? Yan Feng had finished drinking his sleeping tea, but he hadn't heard the little guy call him master. Instead, he was looking at him as if he had 1,000 words to say. He thought about it and said he understood. Don't worry, you have what your brother has too. You also have a mountain. After a while, I will go outside to find one, split it up and bring it back. Beiwan? Is it what she thought? Mountain. Such a huge mountain. Master can split it and bring it back? Jiang Beiwan didn't say anything. Yan Fengmian coughed and said, Master will find a way to deal with your meridians. There are many ways to become stronger through cultivation in this world. Even if you can't connect them well, as long as you want to become stronger, there will always be a way. The Song Yen sect once recorded some strange stories. Some people relied on physical training to become powerful physical practitioners, and some people also had abnormal meridians, but they were able to mobilize the spiritual power between heaven and earth for their use. So, Yan Fengmian played with the teacup in his hand. His eyes fell on the little guy. Would you like to call me master? Returning to the first peak from the main peak. Beiwan was still feeling dizzy. She couldn't understand why How did he become the direct disciple of the venerable master of the Song Yen sect? If she can't practice, she will be a drag on the Song Yen sect. Because he thought that he might bring trouble to the Song Yen sect. For the first time, Beiwan was not so enthusiastic even about eating. Master, master. Beiwan put down his bowl and chopsticks, lowered his little head, and a timid voice rang out. You say, little apprentice. Yan Fengmian was in a good mood. Look, this is a kid who is always very active in eating. Because she became his disciple, she was so happy that she was not even active in eating, and she also took the initiative to talk to him, which was rare. I can't practice because I'm afraid it will bring shame to the Song Yen sect. The little guy was tugging at the corner of his clothes, his brows were wrinkled, and he looked extremely worried. Yan Fingmian hasn't spoken yet. Mo Yen, who just strolled over, smiled. Slander? The Song Yen sect is already slanderous enough. Little junior sister, you still don't call it smearing. Your appearance is like the blooming of a small lotus in the Song Yen sect, and you are in vain. What a joke. He had no idea what kind of people in the Song Yen sect were. Anyway, in the eyes of outsiders, the Song Yen sect is just a mob. They are all generally black. When this little girl arrived, she looked innocent and cute, but she couldn't practice yet. This is not a delicate flower that grows out of the mud. What is it? Later, after watching his junior sister kill a little kid with one sword, Mo Yen really wanted to beat himself to death. Sure enough, normal flowers cannot bloom in this strange mud. They, the Song Yen sect, are destined to be weird. But Yen Si and Master are both very nice. The little girl spoke the best compliments in her crisp, clean voice. Looking at the cute little girl with pigtails who loves to tell the truth, Yan Fingmian was in a good mood. I threw 2 maltos to her. Our Beiwan is really good at talking. If you can speak, speak more. Beiwan frowned, feeling that her master didn't seem to believe her. He explained seriously again, but Yan Si and Master are really good, not bad. Yan Fingmian nodded to show his satisfaction. No, what about me? Mo Yen finally reacted. He is still here. Why does this little guy only praise his senior brother and master, but not him? Although the boy was good-looking, there was a bit of hostility between his brows. He frowned subconsciously at this moment, which was a bit scary for the child. Plus, he also forced Beiwan to take the medicine, even if it wasn't intentional. But Beiwan shrank subconsciously and hid his body towards Yan Fingmian, leaving only his soft little face sticking out. I said weakly, bad. Mo Yen? How can you say such harsh words with such a soft mouth? Say it again. Mo Yen felt that he must have heard it wrong.
Baivan Shodat.
The 4th brother seemed to be threatening her. But Grandma said that children should not lie. When facing bad guys, you must not retreat. You must be brave. Beiwan's little hands tightly grasped her master's clothes, and she actually said again, bad. Afraid that Mo Yen wouldn't understand, he quickly added, you're bad. After saying that, he completely hid behind Yan Fingmian like a little rabbit. Yan Fingmian subconsciously protected the little guy and rubbed his head. It feels like a dog relying on the power of others. Mo Yen, you ducking say I'm bad and act like I bullied you. What are you doing? Yan Fingmian picked up the wine jug at his waist and took a sip in a good mood. The little guy was really not lying to him. Not everyone has a good guy card. Yan Fingmian picked up the little kid hiding behind him with one hand and asked curiously, Beiwan, why do you say he's bad? He generally does not get involved in fights between disciples. Children's affairs should be resolved by the children themselves. At most, he was injured in a fight and was sent to Punglai for rescue. But this time, Yan Fingmian felt that he could try to adjust. Avoid the petty-minded Mo Yen from bullying his little disciple. Well, it's definitely not because I want to know how the 4th brother made such a cute little rabbit angry. He is not a gossiper. Mo Yen also gritted his teeth and looked at the brat. Why are the senior brother and the master both good guys, and he is the bad guy? And it was he who rescued this little kid. He still wants to please her. Why was I thrown into the bad guy card? He's fierce, and gave Beiwan medicine. The little guy was carried out, and he looked at Mo Yen with some fear, and he seemed to lack confidence. But in Yan Fingmian's ears, it sounded even more aggrieved. That's because I'm afraid you'll die if you don't take the medicine. Mo Yen felt that he was a little aggrieved, but when he thought of the scenes he had seen in the evil doctor's memory, he lowered his voice. How would I know that you were abused by an evil doctor? If he had known how miserable she was, he wouldn't have forced her to drink the medicine. Mo Yen felt the little guy staring at him, and felt a little embarrassed when he thought of his submissive tone just now. He became angry and glared at Beiwan again. I'm sorry. That's enough. The corner of Yan Fingmian's mouth twitched. Looking at the 4th disciple who was sticking his neck out, getting angry for no reason, apologizing nonsensically, and finally getting very angry himself. I always feel that it is a bit like a kind of dog-like monster that I have seen in the far north before. It seems to be called Hazamiki. Good-looking but not very smart. You're not bad then, Bei Wan, who was huddled beside Yan Fingmian, slowly uttered 4 words. She also felt that Mo Yan seemed to feel a little guilty, although he was still very fierce. Mo Yan's eyes lit up. Then can I please her myself? Then you can slowly train this little delicate flower to become crooked and make the people of Qingya sect angry to death. The beautiful scenes of the future have not yet been imagined. The little guy's voice, which sounded a little bit sincerely disgusted, came again. She said, "But I'm still afraid of you, and I don't like you. You're nice, but I don't like it." Bad girls quotes. Mo Yan's expression changed several times in an instant. Yan Fingmian tightened his lips, afraid that he would not be able to hold back his laughter. It was the first time he saw Mo Yan so embarrassed. Mo Yan took a deep breath, turned, and left. Not to mention trying to please her. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would be so angry that he would die. Angry? Beiwan poked out his little head and looked at the young man flying into the sky while moving around frantically, and asked in a low voice. Yan Fingmian took a sip of wine and smiled without saying anything. More than angry, I'm furious.
But he didn't say it.
Instead, he looked at the little girl who, after being stimulated by Mo Yan, no longer felt that distant from him. Little guy, can you tell Master about your past? Yan Fingmian put away the wine and took out a few oil paper bags from somewhere. When you open it, you will find exquisite and sweet pastries inside. He knew something about his previous disciples. Only this little disciple was accepted a little hastily, and he even over-imagined things and made some mistakes. It's better not to imagine it. It's best to ask the person himself. About being thrown into the mountains by his uncle and aunt, and then being caught by an evil doctor to be used as a medicine man. Little guy, and not much description. That was the thing Bei Wan least wanted to recall. Yan Fingmian could naturally see that the little guy was not interested, so he handed the pastry in his hand over. Don't worry, Master will find a way to allow us, Xiao Bei Wan, to practice. The little fellow who was eating the cake immediately raised his head, his eyes bright as stars, and said thank you softly. Thank you, Master. She really wanted to practice. Yan Fingmian could see the desire to become stronger in the child's eyes. He lowered his eyelids slightly and tapped the stone table intermittently with his slender and powerful fingers. Since we want to practice, even if our meridians are broken, we still have to lay a solid foundation. Starting tomorrow, get up at 3 p.m. and practice swordplay in the back hills. Are you willing? Disciple is willing. The little guy's eyes are sparkling, like the sun in the early morning, and he is full of vitality. Seeing this, Yan Fingmian couldn't help but smile with relief. To be honest, his first 4 disciples were all picked up and brought back to the sect when they were in their teens. They already have their own skills and ways of cultivation, and their tempers are extremely twisted. Therefore, even though he had accepted 4 disciples, Yan Fingmian had never experienced the feeling of training a disciple from scratch. Yan Fingmian thought that he must teach this little disciple well. Yan Fingmian returned to the main peak in a good mood and immediately got some wine and drank it. The next day it was still dark. Bei Wan, who was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes, put on his clothes and came to the back mountain in the moonlight in a daze. The little guy waited and waited. By the time the moonlight disappeared, the sun rose, and the morning dew evaporated. Master still hadn't shown up. It was not until breakfast time that Bei Wan saw his master, who had arrived late. Master, you are testing Bei Wan, right? Bei Wan looked at her master and felt that he was testing her to see if she could do it. Master must have his own reasons for doing this. Yan Fingmian's hand that was holding Bei Wan's collar trembled. Yes, I do. He appears to be as calm as an old dog, but he is actually very panicked inside. He couldn't say that he drank a little yesterday and was in a good mood, so he slept for a while, which was rare, and then forgot about teaching the little guy to practice sword. Master, you can get up early every night. So, Master, can you teach Bei Wan tomorrow? The little fellow looked up, looking at the master's tightly pursed lips, his hands entangled together a little uneasily. Is she overdoing it? What if Master is unhappy? Yeah, okay. Yan Fengmian responded in a low voice. Judging from the surface, he seems to be very steady and reliable, like an immortal. In fact, the inner activities are extremely rich. He will stay in the back mountain of the first peak tonight. He can't help but believe it. So, when Beiwan went to the back mountain for the second time, as expected, she met her master who seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. I got it. Yan Fengmian casually threw out a small wooden sword. Beiwan ran forward 2 steps and barely caught the small wooden sword. Watch carefully. The way of the sword, no matter how it changes, it never deviates from its essence. Yan Fengmian summoned his sword and stabbed forward under Beiwan's gaze. It was clearly the simplest stab, but it gave off a feeling of a fight between swords and was full of killing. It's a thorn. Yan Fengmian turned around, his clothes fluttering. The leaves on the trees were swept away by the sword energy, and the long sword picked up the fallen leaves. The fallen leaves fell to the ground and turned into powder. This is a pick. Under the moonlight, Yan Fengmian pointed his sword to the sky. The seemingly gentle strike made the wind around him cooler. This is chopping. Yan Fengmian turned around and saw the little guy, who seemed to be stunned. He put away his sword and walked back to sit on the big rock. Let's get started. Just practice these 3 moves. Beiwan nodded, turned around, and started practicing. Push harder. Stab it, yes. The picking needs to be flexible, it's too rigid. Yan Fengmian was half lying on the stone, supporting his head with one hand, watching the little guy practicing swords seriously and giving him a reminder from time to time. Beiwan practiced for an hour. My arms were sore by the end, and my hands were shaking when I was holding the chopsticks while eating. But the expression on that soft little face became more and more vivid. It's like a fruit that is about to go bad, but slowly becomes fresh again. Yan Fengmian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the child was not so lifeless. Mo Yan had already told Beiwan all the things that he was unwilling to say. That's why he took the child to practice sword. The best way to move on from the past is to get busy and welcome the new life. Yan Fengmian looked down at the jade token which had been motionless, and he didn't know what had happened to the 2 disciples in the secret realm. Can he successfully find the phoenix eggs left behind by his 2 old friends? According to the time, the seal should be lifted. If it can't be found, the little phoenix will probably die. Beiwan now loves his small peachwood sword very much and carries it with him wherever he goes. Even when feeding the fish in the creek behind the mountain, I have to bring it with me.
Yo-yo.
A cute fox meowing sound came from behind, and Beiwan turned around and looked back. It is a little fox with a red body, shiny fur, and looks so cute. The little fox seemed to like Beiwan's scent very much. It chirped and circled around Beiwan. Beiwan also likes such fluffy little things. I spent the whole afternoon having fun with the little fox in the mountains. Little fox, will you come tomorrow? Beiwan, carrying a wooden sword on his back and with his little hands on his knees, squatted in front of the little fox and asked pitifully. The little fox called out twice and swept her wrist with its fluffy tail, as if to say, of course. Then see you tomorrow. After Beiwan watched the little fox leave, he turned around and left. Unknown to them, the little fox left the first peak directly and returned very quickly. The 3rd peak. It was clearly the end of spring, but the man was still wearing a cloak. He had a tall and slender figure, and he exuded a cool and refreshing aura like bamboo, intoxicating without anyone realizing it. His face was like the bright moon, cool and delicate, his lips were pale, and his expression was listless. He had the appearance of a frail beauty. His eyes were covered with black silk with a fine shimmer and tied behind his head, so that no one could see his face. Where did you go? The slender pale hands picked up the little red firefox, and the voice was uniquely cold and gentle at first, but in fact it contained murderous intent. Be good. Next time you run around, you don't have to use your legs anymore. The little fox's body stiffened, and it felt a chill passing from the man into its body, making it shiver in fear. This man is a pervert. It missed the sweet and chewy little milk ball. Beiwan didn't wait for the little fox after all, and he didn't wait for several days. It was as if the little fox suddenly appeared and then disappeared out of thin air. They are all lies to Wanwan. Beiwan put away the wooden sword, glanced at the direction where the little fox first came out, and complained softly. She hates people who don't keep their promises the most. Grandma said that she would accompany Wanwan as she grew up, but she abandoned Beiwan early. Uncle and Aunt said they would take care of Wanwan, but then turned around and threw her into the mountains. Yan Xi said he would be back soon, but Beiwan counted on his 10 fingers and still hadn't come back. Just as Beiwan turned to leave, he heard the familiar howl of a fox that he had not heard for a long time behind him. Little fox. Before Beiwan had the chance to ask it where it had been going for so many days, the little fox grabbed her blue-gray Taoist robe and ran forward with her. Beiwan followed the little fox and ran forward 2 steps, then stopped. Carrying a wooden sword and wearing a blue-gray Taoist robe, the soft and cute little guy said seriously, Beiwan can't run far. If she ran too far, she would get lost. Although the master would come to find her. But it's somewhat embarrassing for the child. When the little fox saw Beiwan stop, he turned around anxiously and even shed tears. Then, that I'll only go with you once. Beiwan was soft-hearted after all. She could feel the impatience and worry in the little fox, as if all hopes were placed on her. This was the first time Beiwan had gained such trust, and she simply followed the little fox. The little fox leading the way looked at the little girl who was following it on her short legs, and called out anxiously twice. No, this little guy runs too slowly. It would take her a whole day and a night to run from the first peak to the 3rd peak at her speed. Thinking of the man whose life or death was uncertain on the 3rd peak, the little fox made up his mind. Little fox. Beiwan was so scared that he fell to the ground. He looked up at the firefox that was as big as an adult wolf and instantly felt a sense of oppression. The firefox didn't have time to explain. He lowered his head and gently picked up the little girl by the back of her collar, threw her onto his back, and turned into a red afterimage, disappearing on the 1st peak. Outside the Tianlan secret realm, Yan Fengmian saw 2 disciples coming out. Liao Jin suffered serious injuries, but it was a blessing in disguise as his cultivation improved. Master, we found the phoenix egg, but Yan Xi said this and took out the phoenix egg from the storage bracelet. The dark red egg with golden lines looked beautiful and gorgeous, but there was a big hole in the bottom. The little phoenix inside was not found. What the master wanted was the little phoenix inside, but they only found the egg. Master, I am incompetent. Please punish me, master. Yan Xi and Liao Jin both knelt down. The master rescued them from danger, braved the wrath of the world, accepted them as disciples, and protected them. They were only asked to find the phoenix eggs, but they couldn't even do that. Yan Fengmian looked at the 2 disciples kneeling on the ground and sighed, although he was always free and easy. He saved these children and never thought about asking them to repay him. I just can't bear to see so many talented young people die. Yan Fengmian took the phoenix eggshell and said to the guilty Yan Xi, it doesn't necessarily mean there is no hope. The little phoenix may still be alive. Prepare well, win the 1st place in this sect competition, and then go to the Xuanji secret realm to look for it. Yes, Yan Xi breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at his master and asked, Master, Beiwan's child. After being reminded by Yan Xi, Yan Fengmian remembered that he had not yet told them about Beiwan's apprenticeship. I forgot to tell you that Beiwan has become a disciple of my Tsong sect and has become your junior sister. Liao Jin paused while treating the wound. In my mind, I recalled the little baby that I had seen, that little thing, the one that could be killed with a slap. Is she his junior sister? Yan Xi smiled and clasped his fists. Thank you, master. He was happy for Beiwan and never thought that his master would accept her as a disciple. Seeing his eldest disciple's happy look, Yan Fengmian said calmly, no need to thank me, it's not for you. It was as if that little thing was someone related to him. He took the little guy in as his disciple and he wanted to thank him on behalf of the little guy. I don't know how the little guy is doing in this sect. In order to give the little one a surprise, he didn't tell her that Yan Xi had already come out of the secret realm. He even came in person to pick up Yan Xi and others, in order to speed up the process and reduce the time Yan Xi and others wasted on the road. Yan Fengmian was thinking this when he suddenly felt that his spiritual sense on the 1st peak could no longer detect Beiwan's breath. She reached the 1st peak. Yan Fengmian's expression suddenly changed. Master will go ahead. You guys can do whatever you want. The little guy has always been obedient and well-behaved, and he would never run around outside. Although we have only left the first peak and are still in the Tsongyen sect's territory, the outside world is really not as safe as the first peak. Baewon was still a child who had never practiced cultivation, and even falling off the mountain would cost her life. Yen Fingmian hurried back and did not forget to use the jade token to contact Mo Yen, who was in the sect at the time. Go find your junior sister. She left from the first peak. The boy sat on the tree on the fourth peak, controlling the puppet to help him peel the grapes, and then ate the peeled grapes. Looking at the firefox that passed by the top of his mountain, it seemed that the one it was carrying was the little junior sister that his master had mentioned. Yes, I saw it. The junior sister looked so happy that she was laughing to tears. Sitting on the firefox, Baewon was almost scared to tears. Yen Fingmian breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine for him to be with his fourth disciple. He was afraid that the little guy would walk unsteadily and fall off the cliff. Hearing his master heave a sigh of relief, Mo Yen blinked. He casually picked a fruit from the tree, took 2 bites, and said in a vague and doubtful tone, "It seems she went to the third peak. I don't know why this little guy went to the third peak to seek death."
To know the third peak.
At most, Mo Yen could discuss the people of Qingya sect, but the one from the third peak would attack everyone indiscriminately. No one dared to mess with this little lunatic. Even Master rarely goes there on weekdays. The next second, Mo Yen heard his master say, "Mo Yen, if you go to the third peak, you will be half disabled at most, but you must not let Baewon get into trouble. This little disciple who has only been accepted for 2 days must not be allowed to do that." Mo Yen? Master? Did anyone say that? Yen Fingmian, go quickly. I'll take you back to deal with the people from Qingya sect. Mo Yen, okay. I'll go right away. However, just because of him, he still wanted to use the little guy to anger Qingya sect. He won't let the little guy fall off. The firefox has returned to its original small size. It bites the corner of Baewon's clothes, trying to take her to the house in front. Baewon wants to go back. Shall we go back? Baewon begged the little fox in a childish voice. She had no idea where this was. Even though the house in front of her looked extremely luxurious, it made her feel eerie. The little fox cried weakly, looking even more pitiful than Baewon, and begged Baewon to go in. It could sense that the person in the room was really about to die. Seeing that he couldn't drag Baewon away, the little fox pushed the door open and entered the house. It chirped sadly, rubbing its small body against the man lying on the ground, trying to give him some warmth with its fire-attributed fur. The door was wide open, and Baewon could clearly see the man lying on the ground. It was a little dark in the room, so I couldn't see his appearance clearly, but I could see that he was curled up pitifully in pain. "You want me to come to save people?" The little fox hummed twice and nodded its little head. Baewon now understood why the little fox had brought her here in such a hurry. "But I have no skills, I don't know anything, and I can't save anyone." The little girl has a clear understanding of her own position. She is just an ordinary little waste. So the little fox really found the wrong person. The little fox grunted twice, jumped out again, bit the corner of Baewon's clothes and dragged her inside. It can be saved, it can be saved. It could sense a very pure fire attribute from this human cub. It is already a 9-tailed red fox with a strong fire attribute. The fire attribute on the little guy makes it a little afraid. This little guy must be even stronger. Can save this unfortunate guy. The moment Baewon was dragged into the room by the little fox, he wanted to run out. It's too cold. It's really too cold in the house. The coldness was like a pervasive wind, carrying terrifying frost and corroding her body. But there seemed to be some kind of restriction in the house. She had already reached the door, but she couldn't get out. Baewon huddled together, his small body shaking constantly. In a short period of time, the breath she exhaled turned into mist and condensed on her long and thick eyelashes. The limbs had been numbed by the cold and had long lost any feeling. The little fellow's face was pale, and he looked even more miserable than the man lying on the ground.
Yo-yo.
Seeing this, the little fox called out twice in confusion. Then he became panicked. The little fox looked at Baewon at the door and then at Qi Yuqing beside him. She arched her little body and pushed Bei Wan to Qi Yuqing's side. It tried hard to activate the fire element in its body, squeezed into the arms of the two people, and tried its best to save two people at once. However, he didn't know that as the distance between him and Qi Yuqing shortened, the coldness around Bei Wan became even more intense. Even a cultivator like Qi Yuqing, who was already in the Jindan stage, couldn't withstand the cold. The little fellow, who had no cultivation and had just escaped from the evil doctor, and whose body was weak and dying, could not bear it. Bei Wan just felt that he was really going to die. He did not die at the hands of the evil doctor, but died in his own sect. The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. The little guy's consciousness gradually dissipated, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian, as if being burned by fire. A tiny flame started burning gently, slowly, and unstoppably from Bei Wan's dantian. The little fox pressed against the little guy's belly and felt the weak, but not to be underestimated fire attribute for the first time. It barked twice excitedly. Sure enough, the little guy can save this unfortunate guy. The little fox was happy, but Bei Wan felt like he was going to die. She thought she was very able to endure pain. She had suffered so much torture at the hands of the evil doctor that she was used to it. But now, she felt that she might as well die. There is an oppressive cold outside the body and a burning flame inside the body, as if the two are fighting inside the body. The most terrifying thing was that the already broken meridians, which had been eroded by the cold before, were now burned by the flames. They could not bear it at all, and were completely shattered. It could be connected and repaired before, but now it has been broken into pieces. If you take a pill, it will probably turn into a paste. Bei Wan's arms were so stiff that he couldn't move. In a daze, the little guy vented all the pain on his lower lip with his teeth. In an instant, blood flowed out, and the blue-gray robe was covered with red spots. The little guy's body gradually warmed up, and the coldness dissipated. Qi Yuqing felt the heat source and was able to suppress the heat from the cold poison in his body. Even though he was still in a deep coma, he took the initiative to move forward and hugged that small source of heat. Bei Wan's little body, which had just warmed up, was once again enveloped in endless coldness. The little guy's face was pale, like a lifeless porcelain doll, curled up quietly in Qi Yuqing's arms. If her pulse wasn't still beating slightly, I would really doubt whether she was dead.
Duck.
Are you crazy? Mo Yen quickly rushed to the third peak. I wanted to take advantage of the time when the third senior brother was teaching the little guy a lesson so that I could act as the senior brother and save the cub. Win the favor of the little girl so that it will be easier for you to lead her astray in the future. Who would have thought that I would see such a shocking scene as soon as I came in? The third brother looked like he was about to die, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. The little junior sister, who was held in the arms of the third senior brother, was in an even worse condition. She had almost no breath left and was almost dead. Mo Yen felt the chill in the room, frowned, and did not touch the two people. Instead, he used the flame whip to separate the two and rolled the little guy to his side. As soon as he touched Bei Wan, Mo Yen felt a bone-chilling chill, like a piece of ice. The little guy still maintained the same posture in Qi Yuqing's arms, his whole body stiff. It's almost like being dead. Mo Yen was silent for a second, then collapsed on the spot, took out the jade token and shouted directly, "Master, my little sister is dying, please come back soon." Yen Fingmian frowned and increased the speed of flying the sword. "Go to my mansion and get whatever you need. Even if you only have one breath left, you must hold on to me. Master, it's the third brother. He's holding the little sister, and the little sister has turned into a piece of icy dregs." Yen Fingmian understood instantly that Qi Yuqing was suffering from the cold poison. Ordinary cold poison is naturally not so powerful. But Qi Yuqing himself is a rare top-grade ice spiritual root, and also has the cold poison of a 1,000-year-old ice dragon. The cold poison attached itself to his ice spiritual roots. When it got out of control, it would make him uncontrollable and hurt himself. The fact that it could even hurt himself shows how tricky this cold poison is. Bei Wan is still a young child with no cultivation, I'm afraid. Yan Fengnian only felt that his heart was entangled by dense silk threads, slowly tightening, making it difficult for him to breathe. Knowing clearly that she was a fragile child, why did they leave her alone in Song Yan's sect? Just because she is obedient, should I completely trust her? The silence from the master was a heavy blow to Mo Yan. It can't be that it can't be saved. The young man turned his head with a gloomy expression and looked at his third senior brother lying on the ground. Why did he pick the child up, take so much trouble to let the senior brother raise him well, and even let the senior brother become his disciple? It's just one step away from being a bad thing, which will make the Qingya sect's people die of rage. Let this guy kill me. Mo Yan did not use the flame-cutting whip. His black eyes were tinged with a layer of red, which was enchanting but demonic. He turned his wrist, and a huge machete appeared in his hand. The young man held Bei Wan in one hand, and raised the big knife with the other hand and chopped it down heavily from the air. Die me! The machete chopped down with the force of breaking space, but there was no bloody scene. A golden light flashed across Qi Yuqing's body, as if there was a barrier blocking the blow that could kill a Jindan stage master. Mo Yan gritted his teeth when he saw this. Third senior brother is really rich, and he has quite a few Xian-grade magical weapons. Let me see, is this magic weapon of yours really indestructible? Just when Mo Yan was about to chop again. Ahem. Qi Yuqing, who was lying on the ground, slowly sat up. His black hair was scattered, his skin was fair, his posture was weak, and his eyes were covered by the inky silk embroidered with bamboo, making it impossible to see his emotions clearly. She looked like a beautiful lady, but Mo Yan knew that this person was a vicious snake. What grudge do you have against junior sister? Why did you attack a child who can't practice? It's still such torture. Qi Yuqing, why don't you follow the Qi family and die? Faced with Mo Yan's angry questioning, Qi Yuqing remained silent.
So,
the person who helped control and relieve the cold poison in his body just now was his junior sister? However, when did Master take in another child? Now that junior sister is dead, just wait for senior brother and Master to come back and beat you to death. Mo Yan was too lazy to talk to this vile person and was about to walk out while holding Bei Wan in his arms. Come back. A voice as cold as frost came, stopping Mo Yan's steps. I can save her. Now that the cold poison has been suppressed, he can naturally eliminate the negative effects on Bei Wan. Qi Yuqing took the little guy over and slowly released the ultimate ice-attributed spiritual power, taking back the coldness in Bei Wan's body inch by inch. The cold air disappeared, and Bei Wan's body returned to its former softness and elasticity. He held the small ball in his arms. The softness of her fingertips made him a little confused. This little guy, how did he suppress the cold poison in his body? She was so weak that he could crush her to death if he just moved his fingers a little. After being enveloped by such extreme cold for such a long time, he was still able to wait for him to take back the cold, and his heart meridians were still intact. Are you done? Mo Yan squatted aside and asked. Yes. Qi Yuqing nodded and wanted to give a few more instructions. The cold air is. Bring it here. Mo Yan interrupted him directly, stood up, strode to Qi Yuqing, and snatched the little guy who was breathing weakly. He was scared when he saw Qi Yuqing holding the little guy, fearing that the man would strangle the little guy's neck if he was unhappy. As he stepped out of the threshold, Mo Yan paused, with a hint of gloating in his tone. Third brother, you should think carefully about how to explain this to Master and Big Brother. Especially the eldest brother, he cares about this little thing the most. That's great. We can prepare the fruits, and then watch the eldest brother beat people up. Silence returned to the room again. Qi Yuqing sat on the ground with his head slightly lowered. His face looked pale against the ink-black cloak. Come out, he called softly, and the little fire fox crawled out from under the table tremblingly. Explain everything to me clearly. Qi Yuqing's eyes, which were covered with silk, seemed to be able to see, staring directly in the direction of the fire fox, and his voice was like frost. Explain it completely, and without missing a single detail. His contracted beast gave him a big surprise. Master, can this little thing still survive? Mo Yan was holding a green fruit in his hand, squatting outside the hall, looking inside, without any manner at all. He can survive, but his meridians are completely shattered, and even his dantian is damaged. Cultivation. Yan Fengmian shook his head regretfully. It's hopeless. It's okay, just stay alive. Mo Yan's requirements are not high, just don't die. The boy jumped away happily, looking like he was in a good mood. Only Yan Fengmian was left standing there, looking at the unconscious little guy in the room, with endless worry in his heart. Because of his ability to practice cultivation, the child has hope in life and his temperament has become more open. Now, if I knew that there was no possibility of practicing anymore, I would probably be more painful than killing her. The little guy that Yan Fengmian was worried about. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, he was pulling the grass with one hand and poking the small flame with the other. Where on earth is this? How did Beiwan get out? Master will be worried. What if he gets angry and doesn't want Beiwan anymore? She had no idea that this was her sea of consciousness, let alone that the little grass and flame were her spiritual roots. Being in an unknown area, Beiwan was already scared. 2 spiritual roots. It is rare to see someone being frightened like this by his own sea of consciousness and spiritual roots. They couldn't speak, so they could only rub the little one gently, trying to comfort her.
Beiwan ist anxious.
The child is not careful. The grass was pulled up by the roots. Xiao Chao. Beiwan.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The little guy quickly apologized and dug the ground with his little hands, trying to put the grass back in. But the next second, she felt a force pushing her out. The little guy who wanted to leave just now was a little reluctant to leave now. The grass hasn't been stuffed back yet, Xiao Chao. When Beiwan woke up, the first thing he looked at was his right hand. There was no grass there as I remembered. Master, where's Xiao Chao? The little girl's voice was still a little hoarse, and she asked Yan Fengmian, who was standing beside her, in a weak voice. What little grass? Yan Fengmian fed the little fellow a few sips of water and guided him gently. Tell me slowly, don't be in a hurry. After listening to what the little guy said, Yan Fengmian hesitated for a moment, but still took out the spirit stone for testing his spiritual roots. Wanwan, put your hands up. Oh, the little guy obediently placed his hand on the stone. So, Yan Ci and Liao Jin came in. Then a dazzling green light suddenly exploded in the hall, and then suddenly disappeared. Beiwan withdrew his hand and rubbed his eyes. It was a bit dazzled just now. Yan Fengmian looked at the little guy in front of him with complicated eyes. Top grade with spiritual root, but the meridians have been shattered into powder. Without the meridians to circulate spiritual energy, even a top grade with spiritual root is useless. Master, isn't this amazing? But the little guy was still looking at him expectantly. Although she was a child, she knew that spiritual roots were a reflection of a cultivator's talent. Top grade with spiritual roots. Doesn't that sound cool? Yeah, it's amazing. R11 is amazing. A familiar, gentle voice came from the entrance of the palace. Harsh words. The little guy turned around and saw the man walking in under the moonlight, and immediately stopped caring about whether he had spiritual roots or not. She only knew that Yan Ci was back. Nothing could make her happier than this. The happiness on her face seemed to overflow, but Yan Ci felt uncomfortable watching it. How to tell the little girl that she can't practice anymore? The adults in the hall didn't tell Beiwan that she couldn't practice anymore. After the little guy fell asleep, Yan Ci stood up, clasped his fists, and asked Yan Fengmian, Master, may I ask where the 3rd junior brother is? The person who used to have a gentle smile on his lips now exudes a coldness all over his body. Yan Fengmian sighed, knowing that Yan Ci must be holding a grudge in his heart. A cliff of 100 feet, facing the wall and thinking about one's mistakes. Disciple, I'm leaving. Yan Ci turned and walked away, looking like he was going to fight. Although the eldest disciple had some sense of propriety, Yan Fengmian still warned him. Yan Ci, when you take action, if you want to fight, then fight. He has many magical weapons and connections in Penglai, so he can be rescued quickly. Liao Jin, who was standing by and acting as aloof, said, No, what do you mean, rescue quickly? He thought that the master wanted to persuade the eldest senior brother to be gentler. He was wrong. Yan Ci paused for a moment, said, Yes, in a low voice, and disappeared. Liao Jin, who was suddenly called by the master? Even though he was confused, he still came out immediately. Disciple is here. Yan Fengmian looked at the little girl lying on the bed and said to his second disciple, "Take care of her first. I'm going to go out and see if there is any way to get her to practice again. You don't have to worry about it. Just be a guard and make sure she doesn't get into danger. When your senior brother comes back, he will take care of the child." Liao Jin, disciple, the words of refusal eventually turned into "yes, sir," under the master's watchful eye. After Yan Fengmian left, Liao Jin slowly moved to the bedside step by step. He stood straight, but his eyes kept glancing at the little girl, and then he finally couldn't help but stretched out his hand. The rough, calloused hand gently poked the little guy's cheek. It was soft and cool, and the feeling was even better than the freshly baked buns he had eaten as a child. Liao Jin pursed his lips, raised his hand, and poked again. Beiwan felt so annoyed that he couldn't even let his child sleep well. The little guy, who rarely turned over when sleeping, turned over, trying to avoid the harassment of that thing. As soon as the little guy turned over, Liao Jin immediately held his breath, and his half-extended hand froze in the air. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't wake up. By Jean Cliff. The waterfall splashed, and the terrifying mace stained with water vapor mercilessly attacked Qi Yuqing, who was meditating on the wall under the waterfall. The harsh words showed no mercy at all. The magic weapon that can withstand 3 attacks from the late nascent soul stage actually shows signs of breaking, which shows how heavy this stick is. Qi Yuqing looked in the direction of Yan Ci. His eyes were covered by a layer of silk, so he couldn't see the man clearly. But I could feel his resentment and anger. She could have practiced cultivation. She had such a good aptitude as a top-grade wood spirit root. But because of you, she completely lost her future in cultivation. You're basically killing her. Cultivation is extremely important for everyone in this world. How many top-grade wood spiritual roots can there be? Anyone whose spiritual roots can be described as top-grade will be a genius that all major sects will scramble for. The elixir to repair the meridians is only missing a few medicinal ingredients, and they can be found soon. Beiwan would be able to practice soon, but at this moment, everything was broken. Top-grade wood spiritual root. Qi Yuqing murmured softly. Yes, the top-grade wood spiritual root, but it is no longer possible to cultivate. Seeing that he could still bring it up calmly, Yan Ci became even angrier. Qi Yuqing lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Shouldn't she have a top-grade fire spirit root? How could it be a top-grade wood spiritual root? The only thing that can control the cold poison in his body is the fire spirit root, or at least the best grade fire spirit root. That little guy even has a companion strange fire in his body. There is no way it can be a top-grade wood spiritual root. The cold poison in my body has been suppressed. It was she who suppressed it. She definitely has a fire spirit root." The mace that was about to fly out was held tightly in his hand. A surprising idea emerged in Yan Ci's mind. Dual spiritual roots. This is the only explanation, but why Master's Spirit Stone has not been measured. Being able to suppress the cold poison of third junior brother, this is definitely not an ordinary spiritual root. So, the little guy has 2 spiritual roots, and they are top-grade twin spiritual roots that complement each other. But it was all ruined. Qi Yuqing also thought of this. He was always cold-hearted, but for some reason he felt a little guilty. "I'll make it up to her." Yan Ci sneered without saying anything, but sharp sword energy like a rainbow surged out from his body, and the Luoquan sword, which was rarely unsheathed, appeared. A compensation. What compensation? With one sword, he cut off the moon frost, broke the waterfall, and pointed directly at Qi Yuqing. Luoquan sword, one of the top 8 famous swords in the world, can cut through the underworld with one sword. Qi Yuqing's expression changed slightly, and the magic weapon on his body changed, blocking Yan Ci's sword that was powerful enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator. However, Yan Ci did not simply stop. On a tree not far away, Mo Yen was half lying on a branch, crunching fruit in his hands. He sighed as he watched his 2 senior brothers fighting. Big brother is indeed the strongest. Third senior brother is indeed the richest. Only Mo Yen casually threw the fruit core under the tree and let out a low sigh. He didn't expect that his little junior sister was so powerful. What a pity. Wan, it's still dark. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Beiwan got up from the bed, yawned, and picked up the small wooden sword on the bedside, shaking his head. I'm going to practice sword fighting. She is not smart, so she needs to be more hardworking. Just a few days ago, she was injured by her third senior brother and had not practiced sword in order to recuperate, so she felt much more rusty. Beiwan climbed out of bed, put on his shoes, carried a small peachwood sword on his back, and walked towards the back mountain in the slightly cool air. Master didn't know what to do either. But it doesn't matter. She can practice by herself. The little girl has a calm temperament and can endure loneliness. She didn't get annoyed while practicing those 3 simple moves. I don't know if it's because I haven't practiced for a long time. Beiwan felt that when she practiced sword today, she became more familiar with a small wooden sword in her hand. That feeling was like the little wooden sword was no longer a little wooden sword, but her hand. She even felt a very gentle aura surrounding her. Yen Ci followed, hiding in a corner, watching the little guy practicing sword skills seriously, move by move. I just felt very uncomfortable in my heart. But when the little girl's movements were not standard, he still stepped forward and gave her gentle guidance. Let's keep it secret for a while. Maybe Master can find a way to save us. What Yen Ci didn't expect was that before he received any news from his master, he received information about the new rules of the sect competition. Yen Ci, what's wrong? Beiwan stood on tiptoe and looked at the scroll filled with words in Yen Ci's hand. However, she couldn't understand the words on it at all. Upon learning that Qingya sect had sent a scroll, Mo Yen hurried over. The young man took the scroll from Yen Ci's hand, glanced at it briefly, and then threw the scroll on the stone table. This group of people is targeting our Tsang Yen sect. The sudden anger frightened Beiwan. This time, the sect competition is actually divided into groups based on age. For the group of children under 15, doesn't Beiwan qualify? According to the points he wrote above, even if the 4 of us are in the top 3, Beiwan must win 30 games by himself to keep our Tsang Yen sect. The little kid who is called stood on tiptoe and dropped down with a click, staring blankly at Yen Ci with his little face. 30 games? Win. Is it her? To win 30 games? Yes, but what if I can't win? The little guy clutched the corner of his clothes, looked at Mo Yen, and mustered up the courage to ask him. She didn't ask Yen Ci, who had always been on best terms with her, because she thought Yen Ci would not tell her. Mo Yen sneered, ignoring Yen Ci's threats, and said frankly, "You will naturally be removed from the top 6 sections. Not only will you not be qualified to go to the secret realm, you'll even have to give up our place. Those people have long disliked our sect, and this time they are clearly targeting us. There is nothing to hide. As long as Beiwan is the master's disciple, she will know it eventually. Against us." In Beiwan's impression, the people in the sect are like immortals, so why would they target the Tsang Yen sect? But as soon as he said this, the little guy remembered the scene in his dream where he was imprisoned by the Qingya sect. In addition, the scroll just now was also sent by Qingya sect. The little guy frowned and complained softly, "Qingya sect is bad." Mo Yen next to him seemed to have found a like-minded friend. His eyes changed when he looked at Beiwan. He took out a fruit from the storage bracelet and handed it to the little guy. "Isn't it? The people of Qingya sect are all evil to the core. Our Tsang Yen sect is vast and sparsely populated. Our master doesn't like dealing with those people, and even accepted your 4 brothers who are regarded as outcasts by the righteous. You have long become a thorn in their eyes. In short, they don't like us and want to occupy our territory." Beiwan clenched his fists and said fiercely, "That's too bad." The next second, the little guy who was so fierce just now softened. She looked at Yen Ci in embarrassment and asked, "Can Beiwan win? Fight?" Except for a fight with their Guzi from the next village when she was a child, she had never fought with anyone else. 30 games. She can't even count them with both hands. Can she win? Yen Ci looked at her and slowly uttered a word. Difficult. It's not just difficult, it's simply unrealistic. It was simply impossible. Although it was a competition for the junior group, as far as he knew, there were several children in their teens who had already reached the foundation building stage. In fact, let alone a child in the foundation establishment stage. Even a child in the chi refining stage can completely defeat the little guy in front of him. It's not difficult to win. A cold voice came from behind him. Everyone turned around and saw Chi Yuqing, who rarely left the third peak.
Baiwan subconsciously hit behind Yan Si.
She did not forget that it was this person who almost froze her to death. Yo, Mo Yen opened his mouth and made a yin-yang sound, taking a bite of the fruit. Third senior brother, you won't want to use that mouth to curse the person who wants to compete with Bei Wan to death, right? You know, third senior brother is quite good at talking. Chi Yuqing's voice came lightly. Eat your fruit. Be careful not to choke to death. The next second, Bei Wan saw his fourth senior brother holding a fruit in his hand and eating it while lying down without choking, eating it while chatting without choking, and eating it while flying a sword without choking. After the third senior brother finished speaking, he was choked by the fruit. Although he did not choke to death, it was rare. Mo Yen coughed twice, rolled his eyes, and stopped talking. Bei Wan shuddered again upon seeing this and glanced cautiously at the seemingly weak third brother. I just feel that the third senior brother is even more terrifying. Why do you say that, third junior brother? Yan Si still remembers what Chi Yuqing said about being able to win. Chi Yuqing placed a storage ring on the stone table in front of them. There are more than a dozen magical weapons in here. Even the weakest one can withstand a full-strength attack from a mid-stage Jindan. Bei Wan didn't understand. What does this have to do with her being able to win a fight? Mo Yen snapped his fingers at this time and suddenly realized. That's right. Although the little thing can't practice, it's not that it can't use magic tools. With these magical weapons, as long as the little thing holds on when the opponent's spiritual power is exhausted, we can shoot it down, just like. Mo Yen looked a little excited and couldn't help rubbing his hands back and forth. His eyes fell on Bei Wan, trying to find the most appropriate metaphor. Just like an indestructible 1,000-year-old turtle. Bei Wan, who just leaned out to look at Mo Yen seriously, said, Fourth senior brother is saying that she is a cuckold? Look, it's hiding like this, but it's also sticking its little head out. It looks quite similar. After Mo Yen finished speaking, he nodded to himself. Bei Wan. Which little girl likes being pointed at and told she looks like a turtle? Bei Wan was angry, but she didn't hide. Instead, she waved at Mo Yen. Mo Yen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. But I still walked over. After all, this was the little guy who always avoided him, and it was the first time he called him so actively. Fourth brother, hand. The little guy motioned for him to stretch out his hand. Mo Yen was curious about what the little cub was going to do, so he immediately stretched out his hand without any hesitation.
Then, duck.
You are born in the year of the dog. Mo Yen quickly withdrew his hand, leaving 2 red teeth marks on his poor fingers. Bei Wan hid behind Yan Si, staring at him with a pair of round eyes, and said timidly but with reason, Fourth senior brother said that I look like a little jerk. Well, that turtle's bite is really painful. Mo Yen was so angry that he laughed, but he didn't make any move yet. Then he heard the little guy who had just bitten him tug at the eldest brother's sleeve, as if he had found a backer, and called, Young eldest brother, in a childish voice. The next second, Mo Yen was warned by his senior brother.
Montak-yan.
Don't bother with a child, we'll talk about it later. Yan Si did not blame Bei Wan, but instead a faint smile appeared on his face. It's a good thing for the child to be more lively. Besides, Mo Yen deserves it. He asked for it. It seems that he is not afraid of Mo Yen anymore. In fact, the little guy behind Yan Si's heart was about to jump out of his chest. I just said that on impulse. I hope fourth senior brother won't beat her up in the future. But as God can testify, Mo Yen really never thought of beating Bei Wan. He wanted to get closer to the junior sister and then lead her astray. Why would he beat up his junior sister? The sect competition is approaching, and except for Bei Wan, who has just become a disciple of the sect, the other 4 people from Song Yen's sect who are going to participate have no sense of urgency at all. I never saw them spend any time on cultivation. On the contrary, Bei Wan spent almost all his time practicing sword. Hey, little guy, you're not making any progress at all. The young man jumped down from the tree, his dark red robe embroidered with gold standing out among the emerald green mountains. He had been watching the little guy practicing sword for several days in a row, and he really couldn't stand it anymore. There are problems with practicing sword like this, but it is a little bit lacking for participating in sect competitions. The eldest senior brother has been staying in the sutra library all day these days. The second senior brother has gone out for some unknown reason, and the third senior brother is autistic, so he is the only one who can take care of the little guy. Baewon was startled by the sudden appearance of the young man and subconsciously stabbed with the small peachwood sword in his hand. Mo Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the kid to have such a reaction. But the young man didn't even try to dodge and blocked the little guy's sword with his bare hands. Fourth brother. At this time, Baewon also saw clearly who the person was. He was about to put away his small wooden sword and apologize to his fourth senior brother. Then she saw the young man casually broke off a branch, weighed it in his hand, made a free and easy sword flower, then grinned at her and stabbed at her without any warning. Baewon's whole body tensed up. The danger came too fast and too suddenly. He was so fast that Baewon didn't have any time to react. Baewon dodged and did not block the peachwood sword in her hand. Instead, when the branch was about to stab her, she faced the branch and thrust it upward with force. In just a moment, Baewon's back was covered with a thin layer of sweat. Come again. Unfortunately, Mo Yan didn't give her time to breathe and attacked her again. After 2 moves, the sharp branch pointed at Baewon's fragile throat. Baewon only felt an endless chill rising from the soles of her feet. She looked in horror at the young man who was looking down at her with a tree branch. No, didn't I just bite fourth senior brother a few days ago? Fourth senior brother was actually going to kill her. Fourth brother. Baewon raised his hand aggrievedly and tried to negotiate with the boy. Bite it back and don't kill Baewon, okay? Mo Yan? What biting back? What wanted to kill her? His brain froze for a moment, then started working again quickly, and Mo Yan's mouth twitched. He casually threw away the branch in his hand, yawned, stretched, and turned over to lie on the tree trunk again. Is it fun? Is it stimulating? He asked Baewon. Didn't you find that this is the fastest way to progress? After being reminded by him, Baewon seemed to wake up. She glanced at her hands, which were shaking as she held the sword, and her rapidly beating heart. Just now, it was really great. She had never experienced such a feeling before. It was as if at that moment, the only thing left in her was the instinctive desire to survive. You can't always practice basic skills. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve. Even if you have a magic weapon, if your awareness can't keep up and you haven't fought against others, it will still be useless. My brothers and sisters feel sorry for you, but I don't, so. Mo Yan leaned against the tree trunk, sat up straight, raised an eyebrow, and asked the little kid who was thinking with his head down, Do you want me to practice with you? Baewon raised his head, looked up at the boy sitting on the tree trunk, and said slowly, Okay. She really liked the feeling just now, as if the door to a new world had opened. Then, the boy shouted and threw a green object at her. Baewon subconsciously reached out to take it, and it was a fruit. She looked at Mo Yan in confusion. Didn't they say they were going to fight? Why give her the fruit? Mo Yan fixed his eyes on her hands and raised his chin slightly. Can your hands still hold a sword? Baewon lowered his head and followed his gaze, only to find that his hand holding the sword was shaking. Thank you, brother. The little fellow held a sword in one hand and a fruit in the other, and looked up and thanked the young man on the tree. Mo Yan waved his hand, lay on the tree trunk, crossed his legs, put his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to rest. Baewon took small bites of the fruit with trembling hands. Before he had finished eating the fruit, the boy on the tree moved again. Baewon was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Mo Yan in a mess. The little guy was lying on the ground, staring at him with a pair of clear eyes, as if accusing him of a sneak attack. Mo Yan lowered his eyes and looked at her. Not everyone will tell you in advance when they attack you. Of course he knew that the little guy couldn't possibly beat him, but the little guy had already entered the sect and was going to participate in the sect competition, so he should be aware of the dangers of the world. For the entire afternoon, Baewon was basically beaten unilaterally by Mo Yan. Although Mo Yan suppressed his strength, he was still a young man who had experienced many battles and made the Qingya sect run around in circles. How could Baewon compare to that? The little guy just felt very tired, both physically and mentally. When I was having dinner, I fell asleep right away while eating. It's really weak. Seeing this, Mo Yen just sighed and kindly performed a cleaning spell on the dirty little guy. Then he grabbed her by the back of the collar and threw her back onto the bed. The little one sleeps very quietly, perhaps because the bed she slept in before was small, so she could sleep in one position until she woke up. "You're the one who bit me." Mo Yen remembered the scene when he was bitten and poked her cheek with his finger viciously. He did use a lot of force, just 2 pokes, and the little guy's cheeks turned visibly red. "So weak," Mo Yen complained again. But when I think about this afternoon, the little guy was knocked down by me countless times, but he was still able to stand up. Mo Yen felt that this little thing was not that weak. I don't know if Master has found a way to repair the little guy's meridians. Forget it. Why don't he also look through the ancient books left by his mother? Maybe the demons have a solution. Mo Yen turned and left, completely unaware that after he left, a tiny green grass sprouted from the head of the little guy lying quietly on the bed. The grass swayed in the night wind and looked so soft and fragile, just like a replica of Baewon. The breeze blew, and the grass swayed twice. It quietly used its 2 leaves, which were only the size of a fingernail, to draw the surrounding spiritual power into its body bit by bit. Because the little guy's meridians are damaged, he can't let his spiritual power flow into his dantian like ordinary people. The spiritual power that was drawn in by the grass had to penetrate Baewon's body little by little from the outside to the inside. But flesh and blood are not the place for spiritual power to enter. In a short time, a layer of blood appeared on Baewon's skin. The little guy frowned in his sleep, as if he was enduring severe pain. When it was almost dawn, the little grass that was secretly absorbing spiritual power burped as if it was full, and quietly crawled back into Baewon's body. Soon, the sound of extremely light footsteps was heard outside the door. Yen Ci, who had been in the sutra repository for 4 or 5 days, came back. Although Mo Yen patted his chest and guaranteed that he could take good care of the kid. But Yen Ci was still worried. As soon as Yen Ci entered the door, he smelled a smell of blood before he even walked into the inner room. He frowned slightly, quickened his pace, and walked into the inner room. As soon as he entered, Yen Ci's breathing stagnated and the hands hanging by his sides suddenly tightened. He really wanted to know how Mo Yen took care of the child. Before Yen Ci made any move, the little guy lying on the bed had already woken up under the influence of his biological clock. Looking at Yen Ci standing in front of the window, the little guy greeted him before he could fully realize his mind. "Yen Ci, you're back." Baewon hadn't noticed anything unusual about his body. He just felt some sore muscles at most. "I thought it was just the aftereffect of the fight with my 4th senior brother yesterday, and didn't take it seriously at all." So when Yen Ci asked her seriously how she got the wounds on her body, the little guy said indifferently, "It's okay. It happened yesterday when I was fighting with 4th brother. He hit you." Yen Ci felt a fire rising from the bottom of his heart. No, it's not a fight. It's just that 4th senior brother is sparring with me." With me, Baewon put on a super obedient smile, trying to prove that there was really nothing between her and 4th brother. "By the way, I also praised myself in my heart. She was awesome and could even think of the word, learn from each other." Yen Ci looked at the little girl who was not doing her best and wanted to protect Mo Yen, not knowing how to complain. He sighed and asked her, "Did we fight so hard that you were covered in blood? What happened that left her covered in blood? Where is she?" The little guy lowered his head and looked at his arm, which was covered with a large blood scab, and was stunned for a moment. "No. Why is she covered in blood? I was clearly fine when I went to bed last night." For some unknown reason, Baewon thought of the dream he had last night. In the dream, she was beaten by her 4th senior brother so hard that she felt pain all over her body. It seemed that this was how miserable it was. But that was just a dream. 4th brother really didn't use such harsh tactics. Seeing Baewon remain silent, Yen Ci confirmed what he was thinking. Fearing that there were wounds under the blood of the little guy, Yen Ci did not use any cleaning techniques. Instead, he used warm water to gently wipe the blood off the little guy's body bit by bit. After wiping it twice, Yensiai did not see any wound under the bloodstain, but more bruises. Although it looks serious, it's actually not a big deal. Baewon also reacted at this time and thought that Yensiai might have misunderstood and that the blood on his body was caused by his fourth senior brother, so he immediately explained. Yensiai, Baewon doesn't know where the blood on his body came from. Fourth senior brother and Baewon had a sparring match, but there was no blood. Before going to bed, there was no blood on Baewon's body either. After hearing this, Yensiai did not speak immediately, but fell into deep thought. Baewon has already seen clearly what condition he is in. Even she herself couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Especially since there is a small section of the arm that has been wiped clean, the comparison makes people feel even more uncomfortable. The little guy raised his head and looked at Yensiai, who was still thinking silently. After hesitating for a moment, he still called him. Yensiai came back to his senses. Well, what's wrong? Strict words and cleaning skills. Baewon put forward his own small request. Good. This time Yensiai agreed promptly. Sure enough, after the cleansing technique was performed, there were no wounds on the little guy's body that could bleed. After his body was clean, Baewon thought about how he was covered in blood just now and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The little guy asked Yensiai, "Will I die?" Yensi's hands trembled as he thought of his sister, who had died in his arms. He hugged the little girl gently and patted her back as if to comfort her. No, how could he die? But I had a lot of blood on me just now. Yensiai recalled the blood on the little guy's body just now, and for some reason his mind connected the 4 words, cleansing the meridians and removing the marrow. But no one has ever been able to cleanse the meridians and marrow like this little guy. His whole body is covered in blood. Moreover, the little guy's tendons and veins are damaged, so it is impossible for him to cleanse the meridians and marrow. He let go of the little one in his arms, looked at her with firm and gentle eyes and said, "It's just a little bleeding, it's okay." But he forgot that the little guy used to be a medicine man for the evil doctor. She had witnessed all kinds of bizarre causes of death. Baewon nodded. Although she was still a little scared, it was not as obvious as she let on. Seeing this, Yensiai remembered something. Baewon, can you tell me about your sparring with the fourth brother? Of course you can. Children's attention span is limited, and when Yensiai changed the subject, she temporarily forgot about the blood all over her body. After telling Yensiai the whole story, Baewon did not forget to quietly pull his sleeve and praise Mo Yen. Yensiai, I think fourth brother is pretty good. The young man who had just walked to the door stopped and raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this.
Woohoo!
The junior sister praised him and said that he was very good, so his plan was already half successful, okay? Baewon didn't know that Mo Yen had already walked to the door, but Yensiai knew. He smiled and ruffled the little guy's hair. Wanwan, clean yourself up first. I'll go make you some food. Yensiai turned around and walked out of the inner room, and before Mo Yen entered the inner room, he took the young man out.
Montag Yan?
What is this, big brother? Yensiai looked at the person in front of him and asked seriously, after Baewon fell asleep last night, did you do anything to her? Faced with Yensi's serious questioning, Mo Yen somehow remembered in his mind that after the little girl fell asleep, he lay beside the little girl's bed like a pervert, poking her cheeks, pinching her face, and rubbing her hands.
No.
Mo Yen would never admit that he had done these things. There was no expression on Yensi's face, but his hand was placed on the Luoquan sword. Thinking back to the last time at Baizhong Cliff, Yensiai beat up his third senior brother with the Luoquan sword. Mo Yen rolled his eyes and told the story of what he had done at that time in a disgusting tone.
Yanchi.
I understand. Mo Yen didn't do anything to Baewon. Before you left, did you notice anything unusual about her? Mo Yen thought for a moment and looked at Yensiai very seriously and asked, does being extra soft count? That little face is really soft. Yensiai looked at the young man in front of him, sighed, and waved his hand, signaling him to move aside. He finally understood that it would be better not to ask this guy. Big brother, what happened? Mo Yen asked curiously. Yensiai told him what he had seen early in the morning. Mo Yen raised his eyebrows. It sounds like a cleansing of the meridians and marrow. I have the same feeling, but I just tried it, and the meridians in the little sister's body are still broken. Her meridians are not even complete, and her spiritual power is simply, wait. Mo Yen suddenly spoke. He thought back to what Yen Ci had just said, which gave him a bold and seemingly reasonable guess. Brother, tell me, could it be that her meridians are broken, so she is different from ordinary people? Other people cleanse their meridians and marrow because their meridians are intact, and what is discharged after the treatment are impurities and dirt. But my junior sister's meridians are broken, so this red blood, it is most likely the result of meridian and marrow cleansing. Mo Yen had his own guess, and immediately slipped into the inner room. The little guy in the house is already packed up, carrying his small peachwood sword, putting on his shoes and socks, and is ready to go out. Fourth brother, looking at the young man who came in hurriedly, Bei Wan subconsciously clenched his small peachwood sword. It's because I was scared by the beating from my senior brother yesterday. Now seeing her senior brother rushing in, she was really afraid that he would continue to beat her. Mo Yen grabbed the little girl's clothes on the back, held her with one hand, and walked out. Bei Wan was picked up again, his feet dangling in the air. She finally discovered that fourth senior brother liked to carry her like a kitten. Came to the back mountain. Mo Yen let go of the little guy, and then broke off a branch. Without saying a word, he attacked Bei Wan directly. If the meridians and marrow are cleansed, the little guy will definitely undergo some changes. Rather than guessing for a long time, it is more accurate to try it yourself. Looking at the fourth senior brother who was attacking her, Bei Wan felt that she should take back what she said. The fourth senior brother is a pretty good person. It's not too late. His body was still a little sore, but Bei Wan didn't have time to think about it. He barely avoided the branch that Mo Yen stabbed at him, but it still left a bloody mark on his arm. Bei Wan felt that he was worse than yesterday. But only Mo Yen knew that Bei Wan seemed to react faster than yesterday. When he was fighting against Bei Wan, he naturally had to suppress his strength again and again. Otherwise Bei Wan, a 5-year-old child who couldn't practice, wouldn't be able to block even half of his attack. And the attack he just launched was more powerful than yesterday. Based on Bei Wan's level yesterday, he would definitely not dodge it. He was already prepared to stop at any time. But the little guy still managed to escape safely. Mo Yen immediately became interested. Could it really be a marrow cleansing? So, just when Bei Wan dodged his senior brother's attack and hadn't even caught his breath, he saw his senior brother coming again. The little guy dodged quickly and embarrassedly, but there was another bloodstain on his body, and it was not shallow. Bei Wan suddenly realized that his senior brother was serious this time. You know, yesterday her senior brother practiced with her for the whole afternoon and didn't let her bleed. But at this moment, every move scared her. Senior brother. The weak cub tried to awaken his elder brother's conscience by calling his elder brother's name. He had no idea that his fourth senior brother didn't have this thing at all. Mo Yan's attacks became more and more ruthless, and at one point a branch even scratched Bei Wan's throat. The burning feeling in her throat made Bei Wan realize instantly that fourth senior brother might not just be accompanying her in practice. In an instant, Bei Wan's entire body tensed up completely. It was as if I was back to the state I was in with the evil doctor. All my nerves were tense, and I didn't dare to relax at all. After Bei Wan gasped for breath and dodged Mo Yan's attack in the early stage of chi refining. Mo Yan finally stopped. He looked at the miserable child in front of him and said loudly to Yen Ci, who was hiding beside him, "Big brother, she really got much stronger overnight. Whether in terms of reaction speed or the strength of defense and attack, it is indeed a little stronger." Bei Wan could no longer hear Mo Yan's voice clearly at this time. Mo Yan's attack just now was extremely fast, not giving her any time to breathe. Now that she suddenly stopped, she felt her whole body trembling and her hands and feet had no strength. Bei Wan's small body fell weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes had been torn, the 2 small buns on his head were disheveled, and there were many bloodstains on his body. Everything in front of my eyes was black. I couldn't see anything clearly, and I felt a little dizzy. But in a trance, she seemed to see many green dots around her, and those green dots were approaching her cautiously. Bei Wan didn't know what these were, but her body instinctively wanted these green dots to be closer to her. A tiny green bud popped out from Bei Wan's little head, hiding in the messy hair to avoid being discovered by others.
Then,
The little green grass happily called over the green spiritual power with wood attribute. The two small leaves slapped each other one by one, like hitting a ball, and pushed the green spiritual power into Bae Wan's body. Little green grass, go in, all in. Fortunately, the little guy pulled it out of his sea of consciousness when he left last time. Otherwise, how could it play football here?
ugh.
Shoot spiritual power. Bae Wan just felt her head was a little itchy. She wanted to raise her hand to scratch it, but her hands were too sore that she couldn't lift them at all. I don't know if it's because my head is too itchy, but Bae Wan feels like his body is slowly regaining strength. When she opened her eyes and wanted to reach out to scratch the two little tufts of hair on her head, she saw the two brothers in front of her looking at her with strange expressions. The top of her head. The little hand that wanted to scratch the top of his head was not raised after all. Being stared at by the two senior brothers, he felt a little panicked. Why are you looking at her with such strange eyes? Is it possible that she has something strange growing on her head? Mo Yen held a piece of grass in his mouth, which he got from somewhere, and leaned against the tree with his arms clasped together, his brows almost wrinkled together. He sent a secret message to Yen Ci, who was standing beside the little guy. Big brother, have you ever seen someone absorb spiritual energy with their skull? Anyway, he had never seen it before. He thought he had seen too many weird things, but he didn't expect that the junior sister could still shock him. Yen Ci was silent. To be honest, he had never seen it before and had never even heard of it. When other people absorb spiritual energy, they sink the energy into their dantian, and the energy flows to their dantian from all directions. But the little junior sister in front of him, she didn't absorb any spiritual energy around her body, and all the spiritual energy was concentrated on her head. The spiritual power entered her body from the top of her head, but after entering her body, it seemed that it did not enter her dantian. The little fellow asked the two brothers in front of him in a hoarse and confused voice, What happened? She was a little panicked by being stared at. Yen Ci. Wan, you are just absorbing spiritual energy. Bae Wan was puzzled. She raised her hand and touched the top of her head. Could it be that the itchy feeling just now was the absorption of spiritual energy? Being able to absorb spiritual energy means that you have drawn energy into your body and entered the qi refining stage, but you... Yen Ci felt it and finally said, there is no spiritual power fluctuation on your body. After some research, Yen Ci and Mo Yen finally confirmed that although the little guy had no fluctuations in spiritual power, his reaction and physical fitness had really reached the level of the qi refining stage. Bae Wan didn't care about the wounds on his body. He held a small wooden sword tightly and asked with a pair of clear round eyes full of expectation, Is Bae Wan ready to practice now? It should be. Yen Ci thought about the green dots that the little guy had just mentioned, which should be the spiritual power of wood attribute. What made him curious was where the absorbed spiritual power went. Ever since she knew she could practice, the little girl has been pestering Mo Yen, asking Mo Yen to fight with her. Because she found that she couldn't feel any spiritual energy at all when she tried to sense and absorb it according to the method taught by her senior brother. Only after fighting and sparring, when you are physically and mentally exhausted, will you feel the spiritual power contained in the air. Since he had been practicing with the fourth senior brother for so long, Bae Wan didn't look for anyone else and just caught Mo Yen and fought against him alone. Bae Wan, are you a little lunatic? Why are you practicing so recklessly? After finally beating Bae Wan until he was covered in blood again, Mo Yen couldn't bear it anymore. The young man gritted his teeth and threw away the branch in his hand. He looked at the miserable child, rolled his eyes and said, You shouldn't look for me. You should look for second senior brother. I think there is no difference between you and him. They're all the same and will fight to the death. He used to beat the little girl and use her as a sparring partner, just like raising a pet and teasing her whenever he remembered. When he couldn't remember, he could sleep in on the third peak, eat some fruit, and look for trouble with the Qingya sect.
Now Nima is fine.
Every day, he would be woken up by the little girl before dawn and made to practice with her, rain or shine.
It was simply his nightmare.
Bae Wan calmed down his surging blood and said the most realistic words in a very childish voice. But this way, Baewon is making rapid progress. Besides, the sect competition will be held in less than a month. She didn't know how much more powerful the people from other sects were than her, and the child was unsure. Now that she can practice, she must work hard to win so many competitions and not let the Tsang Yen sect lose. And the little guy looked at Mo Yen in confusion. Yen Ci said that fourth senior brother has also made rapid progress recently. Doesn't fourth senior brother like to become stronger? Mo Yen was stifled by the little guy's honest words and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Although the little guy has made rapid progress in the past half-month, his strength is already comparable to that of a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. But he still felt guilty, most importantly. He also has to endure the occasional sparring with his senior brother. Being chased and beaten with a mace every day is really miserable. To sum it up simply, he beats his junior sister during the day and his senior brother beats him at night. However, thanks to the beating, he is about to reach the threshold of golden elixir perfection. Thinking of this, Mo Yen glanced at the little brat whose strength was also improved by being beaten. Suddenly, I felt that they deserved to be senior and junior brothers and sisters. The strength of any junior brothers and sisters increases because they are chased and beaten by their own senior brothers. The little guy took one look at his moody and crazy fourth brother and shrank back. Then, when he realized that he could feel small green dots, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Senior brother? It's not as important as cultivation. What followed was a familiar process. The top of his head felt itchy, and the little green grass had obviously grown a little bit, hiding in the little guy's thick black hair. In the past, one leaf could capture a small dot, but now one leaf can capture 3 dots. The amount of spiritual energy entering the body suddenly increased, causing the body to begin to ache severely. Mo Yen turned around and was about to leave when he heard the little guy's groan mixed with pain behind him. "It hurts, I'll let you," he complained subconsciously and wanted to turn around and mock the little guy. But after seeing the little guy's condition clearly, he swallowed the rest of his words. He saw with his own eyes that dark blood beads began to appear on the little girl's clean skin and then condensed on her skin surface. It was exactly like what the senior brother had told him. Before Mo Yen had time to contact Yen Ci in the sutra library, he sensed a familiar breath. Master. Mo Yen breathed a sigh of relief. His master had returned, so why was he still looking for a senior brother? Yen Fingmian looked at the little guy covered in blood and felt a little shocked. No, when he left, his little disciple was still a well-behaved little girl. How come he came back? Then he found that the young disciple seemed to be practicing body training. He might be a little obsessed with looks. He really couldn't imagine that a soft, cute, and well-behaved little apprentice could knock out a big man with one punch. How did you get her to start body training? Yen Fingmian questioned Mo Yen, who was standing beside him. She has to handle things like body training on her own. No one can help her.
Montak Yan?
Body training? What body training? Master, junior sister is not practicing her body. She can absorb spiritual energy. He knew about body training. Those who did not have spiritual roots and wanted to become stronger could use medicine or other means to train their bodies. In order to strengthen the body, one can even fight against monks. It's just that because the body training is too painful, very few people can practice to the later stages, and even fewer people can achieve success. He and his senior brother had thought so at the time, but after seeing that the little guy could absorb spiritual power, they gave up this speculation. Can it absorb spiritual energy? Yen Fingmian's gaze fell on Baewon again. How come he didn't see it? The grass hidden in Baewon's hair didn't move at all, pretending to be dead. It was totally impossible to tell that it was this little thing that was slapping the spiritual power into Baewon's body. Mo Yen was stunned, and then he realized that the little guy was no longer absorbing spiritual energy. After Yen Fingmian was sure that Mo Yen was not lying, he immediately squatted in front of Baewon. He placed his fingers on Baewon's wrist. The little guy's meridians were damaged, so he didn't dare to rush in with his spiritual power. He carefully controlled the spiritual power to test the entry. But I found that the little guy's physique seemed to be much better than before. Even his spiritual power doesn't need to follow the meridians. It only needs to follow her flesh and blood to enter her body. It was as if her flesh and blood were her meridians. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Yan Fengmian was frightened by his own bold idea. The reason why those who practice Taoism have meridians that can accommodate spiritual energy is because human flesh and blood are fragile and cannot withstand the spiritual energy at all, which is why they have meridians that can accommodate spiritual energy. If people did not need meridians and could use their flesh and blood to contain spiritual power and put it into circulation, that would be simply against the will of heaven. He remembered that this person had proposed this theory before. It is said that the meridians of each person are actually different. Even if they have the same spiritual roots and the same talent, if the thickness of the meridians and the speed at which the spiritual power circulates are different, then the speed of cultivation will also be different. If the little guy in front of me could circulate spiritual energy all over his body. Yan Fengmian felt like he had found a treasure. When Beiwan opened her eyes, she saw her master whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The little girl subconsciously wanted to go over and ask her master if he had found a way for her to practice. Stop! Yan Fengmian looked at the little bloody man rushing towards him and mercilessly made a hand gesture to freeze the little guy in place. Beiwan. Wait a minute. Master will give you a hand gesture first. Yan Fengmian performed several cleaning spells in succession before nodding with satisfaction. Beiwan was untied and timidly approached his master and asked, Master, can Beiwan practice now? Under the little guy's gaze, Yan Fengmian shook his head. The condition of the meridians cannot be repaired. Sure enough, it still doesn't work? Beiwan slowly lowered his head, feeling that he might really not be able to practice anymore. Hey, little one, have you forgotten that you are making rapid progress now? Mo Yan, lying on the tree, bit the fruit and tried to persuade the little guy incoherently. He had seen the little guy making a lot of noise recently, always trying to pick fights with him, and he really couldn't stand seeing his depressed look. Yan Fengmian nodded gently in agreement. Beiwan looked at his senior brother, who was lying on the tree in a daze, and his master, who was not saying anything but just nodding in front of him with some suspicion. Besides, maybe you are a rare genius, Mo Yan continued. Yan Fengmian nodded with a smile again. Mo Yan casually threw the fruit core under the tree and casually touched his hands on his clothes. Anyway, we in the Tsongyan sect are all perverts, and the big perverts specialize in recruiting small perverts. Yan Fengmian still smiled and nodded. Nod your head. Who is the pervert? When Mo Yan saw his master looking at him, he pursed his lips and pretended to know nothing. Besides, if that doesn't work, Master said we can practice body training. Beiwan seemed to be immediately interested. Body training? Is it awesome? Mo Yan nodded. That's amazing. One punch can knock a kid away. Oh, he's the one who can beat Fei Beiwan. That's not too bad. Beiwan consciously brought the child into his own circle. It wasn't that great that he could knock her away with one punch. Mo Yan. The child is not easy to fool. He has grown up smart. Yan Fengmian stopped the conversation between his senior brother and sister in time, and he told Beiwan his previous guess. Master just saw that the flesh and blood in your body can already accommodate spiritual energy. The reason why you are covered in blood is probably because the spiritual energy is tempering your flesh and blood. Others can only use their meridians to absorb and contain spiritual energy. If Master's guess is true, then Beiwan, you can use your flesh and blood to absorb and contain spiritual energy. A small meridian and the flesh and blood all over the body can absorb spiritual energy at a speed that is naturally incomparable. As long as this guess is feasible, then Beiwan, you can practice even 100 times faster than others. Mo Yan fell down from the tree, his dark red sleeves fluttering. The young man clapped his hands. Look, the pie that Master drew for you is big and round. A pie in the sky. Beiwan tilted his head, looked at Mo Yan and said, Master, you didn't make any promises. Mo Yan rolled his eyes. As expected, no one could understand his advanced thinking. Do you know how to appease hunger by drawing cakes? He tried to explain. The little guy shook his head, not quite understanding. Mo Yan sighed, looked at the little cub who was looking up at him, and uttered a low word. Fool. This time Beiwan understood that her senior brother was scolding her. She knew that her senior brother was scolding her, but she couldn't beat him. Beiwan bit her lip and gave Mo Yan a fierce look. Then she noticed that her senior brother suddenly groaned. reached out to hold onto the tree next to him, and looked very uncomfortable. Beiwan. I feel like my senior brother is trying to scam me. Yan Fingnian calmly controlled the pressure and placed it on Mo Yen to get back the face for the little guy. I'm leaving. Before the little guy noticed anything, Yan Fingnian decisively picked him up. Return to the main peak hall. Beiwan, your fourth brother, just said that you can absorb spiritual energy. Try it again. Oh. Beiwan sat cross-legged and, under the guidance of Yan Fingnian, began to try to absorb spiritual power. The little green sprout on her head popped out again, but this time the little green leaf did not arrogantly inject spiritual power into her body. Instead, it acted as a medium, helping the little guy feel the spiritual power in the air, like a weak magnet, helping Beiwan absorb the surrounding spiritual power. Looking at the little fellow who is weak, but actually absorbing spiritual energy, Yan Fengmian felt that he had really found a treasure. But there is still a difference between running after food and feeding food into your mouth by the grass. After a while, Beiwan was exhausted and limp. Yan Fengmian reached out and picked up the little girl who was sitting on the ground and said to her, Beiwan, not only can you practice, you will also be a genius. It was at this moment that Yan Fengmian felt his shoulders sink slightly. When he turned around, he realized that the little guy he had picked up had fallen asleep. Ever since Beiwan knew that he could practice cultivation, he has devoted himself to it. This put some pressure on the four senior brothers above. All of a sudden, everyone in the Tsangyen sect, who had always been lazy and unemployed, started to work hard. The day before leaving Tsangyen sect to participate in the sect competition, Missouri Yen finally couldn't help it. Little guy, stop practicing. Go, 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 pack your things. We have to leave tomorrow. Mo Yen mercilessly knocked the sword out of the little girl's hand, grabbed her by the back of the collar, and forcibly stopped her from sparring. Beiwan then remembered that there was a sect competition. But it seems like she doesn't have anything to pack? Half an hour later, Mo Yen looked at the little kid who sat cross-legged again and entered a state of cultivation and fell into deep thought. No. Why are the junior sisters and other sects all cute and lovely, chasing after their senior brothers every day like a delicate flower?
He is.
With such a small stature, he practiced all day long. He is even worse than those old-fashioned and boring old men in Qingya sect. Sometimes he wondered if he could teach this little guy the wrong way. After all, this little thing. Compared to the more or less perverted people in the Tsangyen sect, the little guy is more or less upright. But soon, Mo Yen felt sorry for his thoughts. That was the first day that the 6 masters and apprentices set out for Qingya sect. Because Xiao Beiwan was there, the 6 of them traveled during the day and found an inn to rest at night. Yen Si and Mo Yen took Beiwan to the first floor for dinner. As they passed the yard, they heard a miserable pig squeal. The little guy heard the sound and went over to take a look. She watched it very seriously, leaning on the eldest brother, and said in a childish voice, Can you please not kill the pig? Mo Yen sneered. Junior sister is really kind. Even when she was eating meat, she didn't look like this. She was eating quite happily. Yen Si glared at Mo Yen and was just about to patiently explain things to the little guy. Then the little fellow said with pity, Why do you have to kill the pig? You can just cut off a piece of meat when you eat it so you can keep eating it. Yen Si, don't you think this is more cruel?
Montag-Jan.OH.
Junior sister is so cruel. This is the living devil. The person who could come up with such a cruel way to torture pigs is worthy of being a member of the Tsangyen sect. How can a little kid like you come up with such a vicious idea? A clean and holy female voice came from behind them. The 3 brothers and sisters, each with their own thoughts, turned their heads and looked behind them as they watched the pig being slaughtered. Standing behind them were a man and a woman, who looked to be in their teens and were wearing the same sect uniform. The person who just spoke was the girl, who looked gentle and lovely.
But
it's none of your business. Mo Yen raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his chin, and looked at them with disdain. His junior sister finally became a little bit abnormal. How great. The girl seemed to have never been treated like this before. She stamped her feet and pointed at Mo Yen. You Mo Yen was about to say something when he heard the eldest brother say, "Let's go." Yen Xiai held the little guy in his arms, seemingly ignoring the two men, and prepared to walk back. "When you go out, you should listen to your senior brother." So Mo Yen had no choice but to turn around and leave. But before they took 2 steps, they saw the girl quickly run 2 steps and stand in front of them. "Stop! How can you be so rude?" Mo Yen made a low, impatient sound and silently calmed his urge to take action. Beiwan leaned over to glance at the young man and knew that fourth senior brother must be annoyed. The little guy felt the atmosphere around him was a little stagnant. He couldn't understand why just one sentence he said led to the current situation. He fell into deep thought. Yen Xiai didn't want to talk to the people from his previous sect, as he felt annoyed just by looking at them. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Tsang Yen sect remained silent for a while. This made the girl's eyes red, and her voice sounded aggrieved. "You are really bullying me, Mo Yen? Are you okay in the head?"
Yanchi. Beiwan what?
Let's go, let's go." Mo Yen rolled his eyes and strode forward. When passing by the girl, he waved his hand ruthlessly. The strength of the Jindan stage is naturally not something a young girl at the foundation building stage can withstand. "Junior sister, stop." It was at this time that the 3 or 5 young men didn't know where to come from. One person supported the girl who was about to fall to the ground, and the others surrounded Beiwan and the other 2. Seeing the sudden increase in the number of people, Beiwan raised his head and subconsciously glanced at Yen Xiai, only to find that the man's brows were slightly frowned. "Yen Xiai is not happy. Is it because I caused them trouble?" "It's you. How dare you cause trouble for our Xianling sect?" When the leading man saw Yen Xiai, he drew his sword as if facing a formidable enemy. As soon as he moved, several fellow apprentices following him also moved. Seeing those people drawing their swords, the little guy was a little panicked. She turned her head and glanced at Yen Xiai. "Very good." The eldest brother looked gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then he turned and looked at Mo Yen. "That's good too." Fourth brother is no longer angry now, but rather relaxed. The senior brothers are no longer reliable, so Beiwan has to rely on himself.
No.
"We don't," the little guy said in a childish voice. "This sister came up here on her own. We didn't bully our sister. It was our sister who kept pestering us and wouldn't let us leave." The soft and tender voice of a little baby seemed to disrupt the tense atmosphere around them. As expected of a person who was taught by a despicable sect like the Tsang Yen sect. He can tell lies at such a young age. The leading man sneered. "My junior sister is the best junior sister in the world. She is pestering you, so you must have done something unforgivable." "No, I won't lie, that is." Beiwan frowned. She wanted to say something, but she was not good at expressing herself. Seeing that the little guy was about to turn his face red with anxiety, Mo Yen was just about to start to scold him. Then the eldest senior brother, who had been silent all this time, sneered. Mo Yen immediately withdrew his hand, folded his arms, and prepared to find a comfortable position to start watching the show. "Are you done?" The gentleness in Yen Xi's eyes and brows completely disappeared, revealing a cruelty that Beiwan had never seen before. These 4 simple words made the little guy in his arms feel a chill. Beiwan looked up and saw the ice-cold face of the senior brother. She looked up and her neck felt a little sore. When she lowered her head, she saw that the eldest brother was holding her with one hand, and in the other hand, there was an extremely huge mace. "Beiwan, doesn't the eldest brother use a sword? How come there is another mace?" Moreover, the mace was following the owner, emitting a terrifying murderous aura from head to toe. "Get lost when you're done talking." As soon as Yen Xiai finished speaking, he threw the mace out. The strength of the man headed by Xianling sect is only at the great perfection of Golden Core. Faced with a mace that is 1 level higher than him, he can only dodge it in a panic. Beiwan was stunned when he saw his senior brother beating people with a mace. Oh, and there was a pig being slaughtered nearby, and the chef was also stunned when he witnessed such a brutal scene. He just killed a pig and almost saw a fight between immortals. He didn't even dare to move even when the pig ran away. "Yen Xiai, just wait. You betrayed your master, you jerk." The man pointed at Yen Xiai and shouted angrily. Baewon took the fruit given by his fourth senior brother and threw it away angrily. Bang! The fruit hit the man. You are the jerk. When Baewon saw the man looking at him, he subconsciously raised his little head, trying to appear more aggressive. The man who was hit was about to get angry, but he saw Yen Si raising the mace in his hand again. Oh, I won't fight with you. Go. The leading man turned around and left with his fellow apprentice sisters. After that group of people left, the world became a lot quieter. TSK, let's go eat. Mo Yen walked over slowly, held Baewon in his arms, and rubbed the little guy's confused head. He whispered in the little guy's ear. Curious, right? Baewon nodded subconsciously. Then the little guy said angrily, Yen Si is not a bad person, they bully Yen Si. They bullied Yen Si, which was more painful than bullying her. Mo Yenji complained in a low voice. You love your senior brother deeply. The next second, he saw the little guy in his arms raised his head proudly. Of course, that's a harsh statement. Mo Yen. He must be sick. He must be shown off again. Then do you want to know about your senior brother's past? The little guy hesitated at this time. Is this okay? Very good. Mo Yen threw the little girl onto a wooden chair, and while waiting for the innkeeper to serve the food, he began to tell her about Yen Si's past. She had no idea that this would push junior sister towards Yen Si again. Yen Si had never expected to meet someone from Xianling sect here. As soon as I saw those people, I couldn't help but recall the days when I hadn't yet practiced cultivation and was still in the mortal world. A strict father, a gentle mother, and a younger sister who was not yet grown up. But now those vibrant lives were completely gone and only existed in his mind. Stern words, there was a knock on the door, and a soft, baby voice came from outside. She called out to Yen Si again and again, but after calling out several times, there was still no sound. The soft voice was tinged with a hint of frustration, and the limp little body was almost lying on the door. At this time, the door opened. Baewon was caught off guard and fell to his knees. Mo Yen, who saw this scene in the corner of the corridor, decisively raised his hands to cover his eyes. How shameful. Ever since he met the Xianling sex group in the inn last time, Baewon refused to stay in the inn no matter what. She was afraid of meeting those bad guys again and making Yen Si unhappy. The little guy's thoughts were so obvious that both the master and his senior brothers could see it. When flying with a sword at night, Mo Yen pinched the face of the little guy in his arms. Little thing, you can't keep hiding like this. We will still meet at the sect competition. At that time, he will not only encounter the Xianling sect, but also the Qingyao sect, which has some connection with him. I don't know if she feels sorry for the senior brother now. Will she feel sorry for him later? If you feel sorry for her, it's a good opportunity to gain her favor and support her in the wrong way. What should we do then? Baewon asked. Mo Yen chuckled. Of course, beat them up. So can I. Baewon always felt that fourth brother's advice was not very reliable. There are 3 simplest ways to deal with people. 1 is beating, 2 is scolding, and 3 is sneaky. After Mo Yen finished speaking, he looked at Baewon and asked sincerely, Have you ever cursed? Have you ever been shady? This little guy just uttered word by word, such a pure little thought. It would be more suitable for her to just fight directly. Baewon lowered his head, his voice a little lonely. But Baewon can't beat. She is too weak. No, she has to work hard. And if anyone says something bad about her senior brother, she will beat them up. So, Mo Yen saw his junior sister with his own eyes. She curled up in his arms and started to practice with eyes closed. This little thing really is a devil. Without the delay of staying overnight, the group soon arrived near Qingyao sect. Yen Fingnian and a few others walked into a very luxurious inn. So beautiful. The little fellow who had never seen the world huddled in his master's arms and exclaimed in a low voice, Oh, you are indeed a country bumpkin. A light voice came from the side, with undisguised disdain in its arrogance. Baewon was stunned for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She turned her head to look for the source of the sound, and sure enough, she saw familiar clothes. If I remember correctly, the person who talked about her and the eldest senior brother at the inn last time was the one wearing the same clothes. What are you looking at? You are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. The man rolled his eyes at Bei Wan, brushed off the non-existent dust on his robe, and said to the shopkeeper, Xianlang sect has 12 first-class rooms. After saying that, he glanced at them, looking up and down with disdain. They weren't even wearing the sect's disciple uniforms, and there were only a few of them, with a little child along. It was obvious at first glance that they were from a small, low-ranking sect. Didn't they say that this Xianpin Inn only serves the top 6 sects? How come there are also some small sects that are not up to par? The man shouted loudly, but no one in the Song Yen sect paid any attention to him. Yen Xiai handed the token he had prepared long ago to the shopkeeper. Thank you for your trouble. The quality level is clear at a glance. The shopkeeper looked at the token in his hand, his expression changed slightly, and he took out a spiritual jade from his arms. Everyone, keep this. This is the access token for the Tianzi A-class guest room. Thank you very much. After thanking them sternly, the Song Yen sect members prepared to leave. Stop, you are from the Song Yen sect. This Xianpin Inn is divided into Tianziho and ordinary upper, middle, and lower guest rooms. The Tianziho is further divided into 3 grades, A, B, and C, corresponding to the rankings of the last competition. Since they are ranked first in the Tianzi class, they must be the champions of the last competition, which is Song Yen sect. The man just now blocked their way. Bei Wan. This scene is so familiar. Mo Yen asked Yen Xiai in a low voice. Big brother, were all the disciples in your sect so annoying? Yen Xiai, I suddenly felt a little ashamed. But this is just the beginning. The man started to talk nonsense. You must be Yen Xiai. Just wait. Our senior brother will definitely beat you down. Don't look down on young people, because they are poor. Even if you were the first in the last competition, we can still beat you down this time. You jerk shouldn't. Shut up, a voice as cold as ice suddenly sounded. Bei Wan turned around and saw that it was his third senior brother, who had not said a word the whole way, who spoke. Chiyu's dark black hair was tied loosely with a silk ribbon, his eyes were still covered with black silk, and he held the quiet fire fox in his arms. After saying these 2 words, Chiyu took the lead and walked upstairs. The strange thing is that after the third senior brother told him to shut up, the man who had been chattering nonstop actually shut up. It's so amazing, I wish she could do it too. Only. Bei Wan thought about the last time her third senior brother nearly killed her and decided that she should just let it go. Chiyu felt an extremely burning and admiring gaze behind him, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable and unnatural. He actually doesn't like dealing with people. The people from Song Yen's sect went upstairs together, and Mo Yen, who was walking at the end, stopped. He glanced at the man who was forcibly silenced by his senior brother's word spirit technique, revealed a bright smile, opened his thin lips slightly, and uttered 2 words. Rubbish. The first-class rooms are really luxurious and large. Bei Wan sat on the soft bed, took the fruit thrown by his senior brother, took a bite, and it was so sour. Seeing the little guy's face turned hideous due to the sourness, Mo Yen decisively put it down and took out the fruits he picked in Song Yen's sect from a storage bag. There are still 3 days until the competition officially begins. Stay out of trouble and beat them harder in the ring. In any case, don't let yourself be caught and banned from participating in the competition. As the master, Yen Fingmian gave his disciples a few simple instructions, mainly to Mo Yen. Okay, master, I know. Mo Yen raised his hand to indicate that he knew everything. Anyway, just don't ban him from participating in the competition. He has plenty of ways to slyly deceive people. The disciples' clothes are not yet worn by Xiao Beiwan. You can take her to Order 1 tomorrow. After Yen Fingmian finished speaking, a rare atmosphere of awkward silence fell around them. Is that the kind of clothes we all wear together? A child's childish voice filled with expectation sounded, and Bei Wan's sparkling eyes swept over everyone, waiting for their answers. Yeah, Yen Fingmian rubbed the little guy's hair and added at the end, Master designed it himself. Can Bei Wan take a look? The little fellow cheered with all his heart, not paying any attention to the slightly stiff expressions of his fellow brothers. She is now very curious about what the clothes designed by her master look like. Under the little guy's gaze, Yen Xiai silently took out emerald green and bright red clothes. Well, the green is emerald green, and the red is dazzling red. When put together, there is an inexplicable strong sense of impact. Baewon tilted his head and fell into deep thought. Is this their disciple uniform? It seems ugly, but it also reveals a strange harmony. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. This dress looks extremely ugly, but it makes the little one look really beautiful in it. The lady who was sewing clothes looked at the little baby in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. The little guy has been nourished by medicinal food and elixirs for a while now, and his energy and spirit have recovered. He has also started practicing. He is still white, but his whole body exudes a kind of spiritual energy. The emerald green and bright red clothes made her look even more rosy and lively. She still had some baby fat on her cheeks, and her little face was always stern, really like a serious little fairy child. Mo Yen beside him also agreed. Indeed, the disciple uniform designed by the master is really ugly. Yen Xiai also echoed the old lady's words. Well, you are right. Their Baewon is really beautiful. Only Baewon, who was standing in front of them, still remained hesitant. Really, does it look good? Back at the inn, Yen Fengmian looked at the delicate little fellow, who looked particularly lively and spirited in his disciple's uniform, and nodded with satisfaction. It fits perfectly. Wearing this disciple uniform tomorrow, I will definitely win. Baewon was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with the disciple uniform? Mo Yen, who was eating fruit nearby, said lazily, scare the enemy to death as soon as he appears on the field. A complete mental attack. Get lost. Don't let me see you. Yen Fengmian discovered that since he had this little disciple, Mo Yen had become gradually more rampant. It's time to have a good discussion with the fourth disciple. In short, unilateral assault. The next day, Baewon woke up, changed his clothes, and walked out of the room. Then I saw 4 senior brothers who were particularly conspicuous. They are all outstanding men with good looks. Now, wearing the disciple uniforms designed by the master himself, there is an unspoken aura of dominance emanating from them. Senior brother Yen Xiai always likes to wear clothes in light-colored clothes. This is the first time Baewon has seen him wearing such bright colors. It's not that it doesn't look good, but rather it adds a touch of contrasting beauty. The second brother has a stern face and a strong build. He looks intimidating without even getting angry. Wearing this outfit, he really looks like a king or a hero. Third senior brother is weak to begin with, and now that he's wearing it, he looks like a weak and frail flower. As for the fourth senior brother Mo Yen, he is a gangster and bandit. Anyway, the clothes are ugly, but the seniors are all handsome in their own ways. Baewon had short legs, so he went straight to Yen Xiai, stretched out his arms and waited for him to pick him up. Are you all here? Let's go. Yen Fengmian came out of the room, and when he passed by Baewon, he took out a meat pie from his storage bracelet and gave it to the little guy. Eat more and hit harder. He had never taken previous competitions seriously. Although the reputation of these 4 disciples was a bit problematic, their strength was still acceptable. But this time, no one expected that those sects would target Song Yen's sect, and the pressure was actually on Xiao Baewon. This competition was held in the large square of Qingya sect. Among the many young and beautiful disciples wearing various beautiful uniforms, the Song Yen sect is unique. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Which sect is this? Why are there only 5 of them? The clothes are really ugly, but they are so handsome. Forget it. That belongs to the Song Yen sect. Mo Yen had long been used to it, but still couldn't help rolling his eyes. It's always like this, it's meaningless. We always stand out. He was a bit bored. His eyes fell on the little babe lying quietly on his senior brother's shoulder, and he pinched her. You look like a bun, so it's fine to call you a conspicuous bun. Success was met with a frown and disgust from the little kid.
Montag Jan successfully smilet, wo successfully committing humiliation.
As the leader of the upper 6 sects, Yen Fengmian left behind several of his disciples and sat on the high platform. As usual, the leader who won first place in the previous session would give a passionate speech at this sect competition. Yen Fengmian simply refused. He didn't want to waste his breath and chatter like a monkey on the stage. After the lengthy opening ceremony, The competition was ready to begin. The competition is divided into 2 venues, based on age. There is one venue for those under 15 years old, and another venue for those aged 15 to 30 years old. It is mainly to show the foundation of a sect. If all the disciples were over 15 years old, then this sect would be almost ruined because it would not have enough people. If there are only disciples under the age of 15, then the sect is not strong enough. It's not unreasonable. I heard that this time that Song Yen sect only allowed a 5-year-old child to participate in the competition. Sect Master Xian Lang chatted.
Yan feng mian homet casually.
Didn't sect leader Yen say that this child is your daughter? It seems that your own child cannot worship you as a master, right? Qin Pin, the elder of Xuanji Peak of Qingya sect, said something else. Yen Fengmian turned his head and took a look. It was the old man who came to Song Yen sect and wanted to take Bei Wan away and claimed to be Bei Wan's uncle. Once a teacher, always a father. I am her father, Qin Pin. Ha 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 ha, but I'm afraid that the Song Yen sect won't be able to get a top 3 position this time. Feng Mian should accept disciples as soon as possible and expand the Song Yen sect. Yen Fengmian leaned back on the black wooden chair, his eyes falling on the little kid in the junior group who was being surrounded and instructed by the senior brothers. I can beat you guys even if I'm only 5 years old. Qin Pin and others. This person might not have woken up yet. The child was only 5 years old. They had done some investigation and found out that the child's meridians were broken and he couldn't practice at all. They couldn't feel the child's spiritual power at all.
Such a little kid.
Let alone their own sect. Any chi-refining kid from any unknown small sect would be able to defeat this 5-year-old child. Even at the age of 5, he can beat them to a pulp. All I can say is haha. I almost laughed my ace off. Juvenile group competition area. Bei Wan was listening obediently to his senior brother's instructions. Yen Ci. If we can't beat them, we should admit defeat. Don't hurt yourself, okay? Liao Jin, come on. Qi Yuqing. Remember to use the magic weapon. Mo Yen. Junior sister. Remember to use the turtle technique. Wear them out to death, people around. Turtle technique? What is that? It doesn't sound like a good technique. Rubbish sect. Return the turtle technique. I am so amused. Mo Yen turned around and silently remembered those little jerks who laughed at him. There are 9 arenas for the junior group, and there are many matches in the morning. Bei Wan was the first to go on stage number 6. Before going on stage, Mo Yen waved at her and reminded her loudly. Junior sister, remember the turtle. Bei Wan climbed up the stage faster, looking from below. It really looks like a colorful little dot turtle. There was no way. The 3 senior brothers above were all in the first competition, and he was the only one drawn to the 3rd one, just in time to watch the little guy's competition. Bei Wan climbed onto the stage and brushed the dirt off his hands. She looked at the little boy in his early teens across from her. Tianqi Gate, Zhang Yuan, Bei Wan blinked and imitated the little boy, speaking in a soft and serious voice. Song Yen sect, Bei Wan. That soft voice, that small stature, and that chubby face. The little boy paused and said, I'll be gentler. Mo Yen in the audience couldn't help but roll up his sleeves. What does I'll be gentle mean? This kid, even if you use all your strength, you can't beat the little junior sister who has the turtle technique. Okay, Bei Wan responded softly, then looked at the chubby little boy in front of him. She also kindly said, if your hand hurts, just go on by yourself. After all, the magic weapons given by the 3rd senior brother are very powerful. Even if you use a sword to chop, your hands will become numb. Zhang Yuan smiled innocently. Okay, but I don't think my hands will get numb. The referee on the stage. These 2 kids are never going to stop. Start. They were about to start chatting. All that was left was to serve some food and have a few drinks, so the referee quickly announced the start of the conversation. At that moment, the smile on Zhang Yuan's face disappeared, and her childish eyes were filled with determination, which showed her seriousness towards the competition. He drew out his sword, and his strength from the late stage of chi refining burst out. At this age, it was considered quite good strength. Bei Wan was not in a hurry. For the past month, she had been practicing with her 4th senior brother every day except for eating. The aura of Zhang Yuanyuan in front of her was actually similar to the aura of her fourth senior brother when she practiced with him every day. The little guy didn't follow the instructions of his senior brothers, but under Yan Fengmian's satisfied gaze, he drew out his small peach-wood sword. The brothers were all worried about her and asked her to use the turtle.
Ba, ba, ba.
Let her use magic weapon to resist. But her master told her yesterday that most of the people in the junior group were at the chi refining stage, and she could fight as long as she didn't meet anyone at the foundation establishment stage. She asked her master how to distinguish between foundation building and chi refining. The master didn't say anything. He just fought with her, and it was also a one-sided beating. It made her understand clearly the difference between chi refining and foundation building. The master also said that if she really wanted to become stronger, she had to constantly compete with people her own age. So, Beiwan went forward with a small wooden sword. She wants to try it. In fact, there were not many people watching the young group. What's the point of seeing some kids who are refining chi or building foundation fighting and playing around? Older people don't watch it, but people of the same age like to watch the adult group and learn from their experience. So, when Yan Xi and Liao Jin knocked their opponents off the stage with just one move and headed straight for the junior group. This did attract some people's attention to the young group. Yan Xi frowned. Didn't you say you wanted to use a magic weapon? Liao Jin, injured. Although there was no bleeding, Liao Jin, who was familiar with fighting, could see that Beiwan had injured his left arm. Yan Xi turned around and looked at Mo Yen. Did you do this? Tell the little guy not to use magic weapons, just go up and fight. If it was the fourth child, it would not be impossible. Mo Yen, who was blamed for no reason. When that little thing climbed onto the stage, I yelled, "Turtle technique." Okay, I believe you, don't get excited. Although Yan Xi said this, he did not hide the disgust in his eyes.
Montakyan? So annoying.
I really want to go to the ring and beat someone up right now. Beiwan was indeed injured, but Zhang Yuanyuan on the opposite side was not much better. Zhang Yuanyuan couldn't feel Beiwan's strength, but he could clearly feel that the other party's strength and reaction were higher than his. He doesn't have much spiritual power in his body. After all, only after building the foundation can one be considered to have truly entered the ranks of immortal cultivation. Beiwan doesn't have much spiritual power. She can indeed use flesh and blood to replace meridians, but they have not been completely opened up. The flesh and blood around her dantian does not yet have this function. When fighting against Zhang Yuanyuan, he relied entirely on his instinctive reaction from being pinned to the ground and rubbed by his fourth senior brother over the past month. It took a month, and it became an instinctive reaction that was integrated into the blood and bones under the powerful crushing. Beiwan used the force of turning around to dodge, and before his brain could react, his body had already chopped towards Zhang Yuanyuan's weak spot. Zhang Yuanyuan fell to the ground, with a small wooden sword pointing directly at his heart. Song Yen's sect, Beiwan wins. Beiwan's forehead was covered in sweat, caused by nervousness. Being beaten by your senior brother is different from competing in the ring. 29 more games. Beiwan recited silently in his heart. You are awesome. The little boy stood up and praised Beiwan. You're amazing too, referee. Are you going to start chatting again? He already said he doesn't want to come to the junior group. Why the heck let him come? Please step down, came the referee's cold and ruthless voice. Oh. The two little guys then realized that they couldn't chat on the ring. Zhang Yuanyuan was taller than Beiwan at least, so she jumped directly down when she stepped off the stage. Beiwan had short legs, and just as she was about to crawl down backwards, she saw the senior brother's Luoquan sword floating at her feet. There was a cold aura lingering around the Luoquan sword, and it was obvious at first glance that it was no ordinary item. Everyone looked at the little girl who was doted on by her senior brother. Please, sword practitioners all regard their swords as companions. This little guy just simply came down from the ring, and he still needed someone else to catch him with a sword.
And
that's the Luoquan sword, the one that can reach the azure sky and the underworld, the Luoquan sword. The Luoquan sword is ranked in the top 10. That guy didn't even use the Luoquan sword when he was fighting just now. A group of children exclaimed as they watched. The little guy's eyes lit up, and he sat obediently on the Luoquan sword. Yes, very stupidly, he sat down on the Luoquan sword. Luoquan sword. Forget it, no matter whether you step on it or sit on it, just do it next. The Luoquan sword carried the little guy to Yen Xi's side. Yen Xi picked up the little guy sitting on the sword and asked, "Where are you hurt?" The little guy rolled up the clothes on his arms neatly, revealing bruises on his fair skin. There is purple in the green, and dark red blood in the purple, which is particularly glaring on the fair skin. Ointment. I used to use it. A deep and rough voice was heard, and at the same time a pair of hands covered with thick calluses reached out, with an inconspicuous porcelain bottle lying in the palms. Thank you very much. Yen Xi took the porcelain bottle, scooped out the ointment from it, and gently applied it on the little guy's arm. Beiwan raised his head and glanced at Liao Jin quietly, but he didn't expect to be caught by his senior brother. The little guy showed a harmless smile and said to Liao Jin, "Thank you, second brother." Liao Jin stiffened for a moment, then nodded coldly. He quickly withdrew his gaze from the little guy. Beiwan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, second brother didn't beat her. It wasn't that she was afraid, it was just because second brother hadn't said anything to her. It's also extremely fierce, so children really can't like it. No magical tool. A clear and ethereal voice came, causing the little guy to freeze. She shrank back and looked behind her. It was her third senior brother. Master said that anyone below the foundation building stage, Beiwandu, can try to fight. Several senior brothers were stunned for a moment, and then no one said anything. However, Mo Yen muttered. At the age of 5, he has reached the late stage of chi refining, and it seems that he is faster than the senior brother back then, Yen Xi. Don't think he didn't hear it. Beiwan went to draw lots again, and there was still an hour before her next game. Come on, I'm going to compete, little guy, come and have a look at our side. Mo Yen picked up the little guy and ran towards their adult group. To grow, you need to watch more people who are better than you compete with each other. Look, I won't beat him with just one punch. I'll beat him for a while longer. Remember to let the eldest brother explain to you. The young man held Beiwan and left calmly. A passerby who happened to hear the whole thing. I felt sorry for his opponent for a second. The competition in the adult group was really exciting. The little guy seemed to have his eyes opened. If Yen Xi hadn't remembered that the little guy had a competition and reminded her that she had to prepare for it, the little guy would have sat here all day. Since only the second senior brother did not participate in the competition, Beiwan had to be sent back by the second senior brother. This time, she was not lucky, as her opponent was a 15-year-old girl whose strength had reached the initial stage of foundation building. Little sister, please teach me. The girl did not look down on Beiwan just because she was young. Instead, she treated her very seriously.
Kenyan Sect, Beiwan.
Please teach me. The referee breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little girl was older and stopped chattering. As the competition started, Beiwan instantly felt the pressure of the foundation building period. The little guy tried to take the opponent's move, but was almost knocked off the ring. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his lips, and his breathing became rapid, as if he was about to suffocate. Liao Jin in the audience immediately tightened his grip. The terrifying aura emanating from him made the people around him shrink back a little. On the high platform, the elder of Qingya sect who noticed the situation here sighed. Master Yen, it seems your little disciple is about to lose. Several other elders also echoed. If she loses a round, your Tsong Yen sect's ranking will drop down one place. It's better to take in more apprentices, otherwise the cost of the junior group is too high. Yen Fingmian didn't even look at them. Among the group of old men in plain clothes, his bright red clothes as eye-catching as maple leaves were particularly eye-catching. Can't lose. Others present? The next moment, they saw a golden light suddenly burst out from the body of the little guy who was beaten and vomiting blood. He directly blocked the attack of the little girl. Not only was he not hurt at all, but the rebound even caused the little girl to take several steps back. I finally saw Junior Sister's turtle technique. I arrived just in time. The young man's lazy and expectant voice sounded, which actually broke the terrifying aura around Liao Jin. Mo Yen said that he had wanted to see it for a long time. How spectacular. Use a bunch of high-level magical weapons to resist a group of children in the chi refining and foundation building stages. This is a blatant display of wealth. It doesn't matter. The one showing off wealth is his junior sister, so he can also save face. This is a high-level magical weapon. No, where did this little fellow get so many powerful magical weapons? Why would a magical tool that can resist the nascent soul stage be used to resist the foundation establishment stage? What a waste of God's gifts. This is the most real thought in the minds of everyone present. With the help of magic weapons, Baewon won the battle with almost no effort. But Baewon wasn't feeling well either. She had just tried to take the girl's attack, and now her internal organs were still aching. Just as she was about to climb down from the stage, she saw a dark, heavy sword floating steadily under her feet. The heavy sword looked just like its owner, steady and taciturn, with a terrifying murderous aura. Baewon recognized that this was the sword of his second senior brother, Liao Jin.
So,
this time it was second senior brother's sword that came to take me down? The little guy had never sat on the heavy sword before, so he slowly moved himself onto the heavy sword, and was then carried away from the arena by the heavy sword. The referees have gotten used to it. The Songyen sect is indeed full of monsters. Many people below have begun whispering. The people of Songyen sect are so powerful. Those brothers are all very powerful. They have fought a few rounds and crushed their opponents. I guess only the disciples of the leader of Qingya sect can compete with them. Don't be ridiculous. Songyen sect's senior brother is only 28 years old this year, but he has already been promoted to the nascent soul stage. A 28-year-old nascent soul. He is a genius. Am I the only one who envied that little junior sister? Look, she fought 2 rounds, and in both rounds, my senior brother flew over on a sword to take over, and he also had so many magic weapons. The Songyen sect always becomes known to everyone in some strange way at the sect competition. Liao Jin seemed not to hear the discussions around him. He took out the pill from his arms and handed it to the pale little guy. The voice was solemn and warned. Next time, don't do it. Oh, the little guy responded, indicating that he understood. In the next few games, luck did not favor Baewon. The little guy encountered opponents in the foundation establishment stage for 5 consecutive games. Fortunately, she has more than a dozen defensive magic weapons, all of which are high-level magic weapons that do not require the injection of spiritual power and automatically trigger the protection mechanism. Songyen sect, Baewon, won 7 games in a row and advanced. The referee's voice rang out, causing the faces of several sect leaders and elders who had been paying attention to Baewon to change. They really didn't expect that the Songyen sect would actually give that little guy so many magical instruments, but this also shows that the Songyen sect does have amazing resources and wealth. They absolutely could not let the Songyen sect get the top 6 positions in the competition this time. The Songyen sect does not have the qualification to enter the secret realm. Even the people from the Songyen sect must be expelled, especially since the demons and monsters have been increasingly rampant recently, and the Songyen sect has refused their alliance, so they cannot be given a chance to remain neutral. After all, the Songyen sect has a half-demon bloodline and a master who never kills demons. Accidents come quickly. The next morning, as soon as we arrived at the competition venue before the draw, the new rules were announced for the junior group. You cannot use defensive magic weapons more than twice during a match. The referee said this coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards the position of the Songyen sect. It was obvious who this new rule was aimed at. Everyone expressed their agreement with this new rule. Is there any shameless act of temporarily adding rules to the sect competition? Mo Yen asked directly. The referees seemed to have been prepared. This decision was made by the heads of several major sections. The junior group does not involve life and death. If everyone uses defensive magic weapons, it will not meet the principles of the sect competition and the principle of learning and progress. Mo Yen wanted to say something, but Yen Ci grabbed his hand. If you talk back to the referee, you may be suspended. Aren't these people targeting the Songyen sect because they see that the success or failure of the Songyen sect depends on Baewon alone? If Mo Yen continues to talk now and is banned on trumped-up charges, Beiwan's burden will become even heavier. Mo Yen gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and endured it. Beiwan, don't force it. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Yen Fingmian's voice rang in Beiwan's mind, containing a hint of uncontrollable anger. The little guy held in Yen Si's arms raised his head and looked towards the high platform in the center of the square. She couldn't see the master's expression clearly. She could only see a hint of maple red among the plain white. Beiwan nodded, but only she knew what she was thinking in her heart. There are still 2 chances. Hold on and wait for me. Before Qi Yuqing left for the competition, he spoke to the little guy in a cold and secret voice. Others may have a way, but that doesn't mean he has a way to let the little guy win. Beiwan turned his head and saw only the lonely and cold figure of his 3rd senior brother lost in the crowd. 3rd senior brother, is there any other solution? Song Yen Sect, Beiwan. When Beiwan introduced herself, she sensed the boy in front of hers ill toward her. Yes, malicious intent, the kind of feeling that seems to be looking for trouble. Qingya Sect, Li Gui. Li Gui happens to be 15 years old this year, in the middle stage of foundation building, and is a direct disciple of the elder of Qingya Sect. He hated the people of Song Yen Sect. His most admired senior brother was beaten away by the senior brother of Song Yen Sect with a mace, so he wanted to get revenge on the kid in front of him. Moreover, Uncle Qin Pin had specifically instructed that during a fight, if he stole more of the child's blood, he would be given a lot of Earth-grade elixirs. Isn't this difficult to deal with? Start. After the referee finished shouting, he turned and left the ring. Bring it on. Li Gui thrust his sword, but it looked light and fluttery, as if he had no intention of defeating the enemy with one move. Beiwan realized that it wasn't that powerful, so he didn't use the magic weapon. After all, it could only be used twice. The little guy raised his small wooden sword to block the opponent's attack. It was blocked, but it certainly didn't seem like a full-strength attack from a mid-stage foundation building stratum. But his arm was cut by the opponent's sharp sword, and blood flowed down his arm. Beiwan took a few steps back and looked at Li Gui, her brows slightly frowned. This was the first time she met someone who had the ability but didn't give it his all. Something strange. But before Beiwan could figure out why it was strange, he saw the other party stabbing him lightly again. It was exactly like that. She could barely resist, but he wouldn't let her have it easy, just like a cat teasing a mouse. After 3 moves, although the little guy was not seriously injured, he had some big wounds on his body, and the blood had dyed the small wooden sword in his right hand red. Li Gui was 15 years old. He was tall and strong. Just standing on the stage, he formed a sharp contrast with the little guy opposite him, who was not even as tall as his waist. It also made the little guy covered in blood look even more pitiful. The way he competed made some of the kind-hearted female disciples feel uncomfortable. This Li Gui is really... How could he bully a girl like this? He could have easily knocked her off the ring with just one move. Why doesn't that little sister from the Song Yen Sect admit defeat? I heard from my senior brother that if their Song Yen Sect wants to keep their top 6 position this time, this kid must not lose more than 6 games. He is the only one in their junior group. Because he was worried that Beiwan might need help, Qi Yuqing quickly finished his own game. When he rushed over, he could see the little guy on the stage clearly through the special silk covering his eyes. The little guy's clothes were torn, and blood had stained the small peachwood sword in his right hand. He looked extremely miserable, but still refused to admit defeat. Qi Yuqing's gaze fell on Li Gui on the stage. His thin lips moved slightly, and he said 2 words in a cold and low voice. The sword is broken. What you say must be followed by what you do. He rarely uses it, but there is no other way at this time. At that moment, Beiwan's small wooden sword and Li Gui's sword made of fine iron collided with each other. Then, under everyone's gaze, Li Gui's sword made of fine iron cracked beautifully inch by inch starting from the tip of the sword, and then, only the hilt was left in his hand. Li Gui was completely stunned. He looked at the sword fragments on the ground and suddenly knelt on the ground, completely forgetting that he was still fighting. All he knew was that his wife was dead. Senior brother always said that the sword is the wife of a sword cultivator. My wife is dead. Li Gui was confused, but Baewon was not. She remained tense. The moment Li Guo knelt down for the sword, she stabbed the sword straight into Li Guo's heart. Spiritual power attaches to the sword. A very faint murmur sounded again amid the noisy discussions. Although Baewon can now absorb spiritual power with his flesh and blood, after all, he has not yet completely opened up his dantian. Spiritual power can be absorbed, but cannot be used. Therefore, with the help of Qi Yuqing's words and magic, the small wooden sword wrapped in a faint spiritual power directly pierced into Li Guo's chest, breaking the spiritual power that protected his body. This sudden change left everyone present unable to react. Qi Yuqing looked at Li Guo falling on the stage and just curled his thin lips slightly. Fortunately, Baewon took back the small peachwood sword in time, but the peachwood sword was completely shattered. The little guy looked at Li Guo with blood flowing from his chest, then looked at his hands stained with his own blood and Li Guo's blood. He didn't know whether he was afraid or felt pain after relaxing. The little hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She was scared. After all, he was only 5 years old, and even though he had sparred with his brothers and the master, he had never hurt anyone. This was the first time that Baewon stabbed someone with his sword. It's a bit too much. Yen Xiai also arrived at this time, and he was not as confused as the others. He knew very well what was happening on stage and who was responsible. Qi Yuqing sneered. "You can't die. Even if I die, I deserve it." The referee hurried over to check on Li Guo's injuries, but found that he had not been stabbed in the heart at all, and Li Guo had just fainted from the pain. Referee: have you ever seen a 1.80 meter tall guy fainted because of the pain from a sword? Return the sword, cultivator. He thinks he is not as good as the little girl covered in blood next to him. Speaking of which, Baewon doesn't have any other advantages, but he is exceptionally good at enduring pain. Even if she was cut 4 or 5 more times, she could endure it. As early as when she was tortured by the evil doctor, what she feared most was the pain, but what she feared least was also the pain. Only. Why did his sword break? The little kid, covered in blood, had a soft and cute face and asked the referee word by word. Referee: you ask me? Baewon looked down at his small peachwood sword. Why did my sword break, referee? Huh? Why was I able to pierce him? Referee: I'm still asking you. Shouldn't this be his word as a referee? Baewon's disciple uniform was torn and hung loosely on her body. Not only was it covered in blood, but she also looked indecent. But if you look at her face, you will find that the little girl looks righteous and serious. Why? The little guy tilted his head in confusion and asked the referee again. Referee: Qi Yuqing in the audience. I forgot that junior sister is different from them. This child has not been raised astray. Qi Yuqing looked at the little girl who was still bleeding and looking pale, but still waiting for an answer on the stage. He hesitated for a moment and said, Faint. You're almost bleeding all your blood, yet you're still so persistent. Better faint quickly. So, the referee saw the little kid who had just stubbornly questioned him, as if he had secretly helped Song Yenzong win. With a snap, it fell down like a brick. I felt dizzy. Referee? Darn it, who understands? The corner of Yen Xi's mouth twitched. He glanced at Qi Yuqing, then quickly went on stage and picked up the little kid under the watchful eyes of the referee. The two contestants were equally miserable. Both of their swords were broken, both were bleeding, and both fainted. The referee team intervened and studied the situation for a while, then found that there was no problem, and the game continued. Yen Fengmian stood up from the platform and dusted off his clothes. There's no one in the sect. I'm going to take care of my apprentice. After saying this, he stood up and left without caring about the expressions of the people present. As soon as he left, the people present began to talk about it. Did you see it clearly just now? Yen Fengmian didn't do anything. Well, Yen Fengmian didn't take action, and his senior disciples didn't take action either. Could it be that the child with severed meridians really broke the sword of the Qingya sect disciple? I think that child must be special. Otherwise Song Yan's sect would not accept him as a disciple. When Baewon woke up, it was almost noon. Several senior brothers are participating in competitions. so Yan Fingmian has to take care of her. The wounds on his body had been treated, and his clothes were clean and tidy. The little guy sat up and looked at his right hand. It was this hand, holding the small wooden sword, that pierced Li Gui's flesh and blood. Baewon couldn't accept the sight of flesh and blood being torn apart by the sword and stabbed at someone for a while. "Award," Yan Fingmian's voice rang out. At the same time, a hand with distinct joints appeared in Baewon's sight. In the palm of his hand lay a piece of maltose wrapped in oil paper. The little guy looked up blankly at the master in front of him. "I'm not sure why it's called a reward." Looking at the little fellow with his silly hair sticking up on his head, looking up at him foolishly, Yan Fingmian suddenly wanted to chuckle for some reason. People who practice cultivation cannot avoid sparring. If one goes all out in a sparring match, there will inevitably be casualties, and the sight of blood is common. Seeing that the little guy didn't respond, Yan Fingmian peeled off the malt sugar in his palm while speaking, pinched the malt sugar with his slender fingers, and force-fed it into the little guy's mouth. "You were also scratched by Li Gui, but do you think he was soft-hearted?" "I remember Mo. Yen took you to watch the adult group competition. Was it miserable?" The sweet taste of maltose quickly spreads in the mouth. Baewon also felt that his empty mind had become a little clearer. Miserable. The kid thought back to the matches he saw in the adult group, in which many of the opponents were beaten to a point where they were covered in bruises and bleeding profusely. "Do you understand? This is the way of cultivation for cultivators. If you want to become stronger, the process must be paved with your own blood and the blood of your opponents. You can't be the only one getting hurt, others can get hurt too, do you understand?" Well, Baewon understands. The little guy finished speaking before Yan Fingmian had the chance to praise him. The growling sound of a hungry child could be clearly heard in the room. Baewon. He lowered his head and glanced at his belly expressionlessly. "Shameful. Let's go eat. We have a game this afternoon." While eating in the inn, Baewon ate seriously and said nothing, but many things were on his mind. "Master, my sword is broken." The little guy put down the spoon and looked at Yan Fingmian seriously. "Well, it's okay. Take your pick." Yan Fingmian waved his sleeves, and the bed was filled with weapons. They looked like they were not ordinary items, and any sword would make outsiders envious. Yan Fingmian just drank his tea slowly. "If you don't like any of them, just pick one, and I'll take you around in the evening." Baewon looked through the swords one by one, and finally chose a sword with dual attributes of wood and fire. This one is called bamboo burning, and it has the dual attributes of wood and fire. "Zhu," the little girl murmured softly. Among all the swords, only this one vibrated the most violently when she touched it. When she called out like that, the sword hummed and looked even more excited. "But this sword is basically the same height as her." Baewon held the bamboo blasting sword and looked up at his master. "Master, I can only hold it." Yan Fingmian looked at the little ball of milk that was almost as tall as a sword. Or even not as tall as a sword, and was silent for a moment. "Or did you contract it? Anyway, their Tsong Yen sect doesn't have a rigid rule of one person, one sword. If they like someone, they can just sign a contract. There's nothing wrong with that." "Okay," the little guy immediately agreed readily. Then Yan Fingmian looked at her, and she looked at Yan Fingmian. "Yan Fingmian, why doesn't she sign the contract?" "Baewon, why didn't he teach me?" "Master, how do we make a contract?" "Yan Fingmian, that you just agreed so readily that I almost thought you would. After all, who of the disciples above can teach how to make a contract with the sword? It's my first time taking care of such a young child, and I'm a little uncomfortable." After her master taught her step by step how to make a contract, Baewon began to make her first contract with a real sword. The contract signing process went smoothly. The bamboo burning sword did not show any resistance. Instead, it circled around Baewon twice after the contract was signed. Use your mind to control the size of the bamboo burn. Baewon tried 4 or 5 times before he actually started to change the size of the bamboo burning sword. Seeing that the little guy was curious about this, Yan Fingmian finally remembered his responsibility as a master and began to teach Baewon some basic theoretical knowledge. All elixirs and magic tools are classified into grades of heaven, black, earth, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow being the lowest. The bamboo blasting sword is a mystic grade magical weapon. It has already developed some intelligence and can change its form according to the master's command. For example, the sword that Li Gui had on the stage today is only a top-grade yellow-grade magical weapon and does not yet have the ability to change its form. It's a yellow-grade, top-grade magical weapon, Beiwan murmured, then looked at his master with eyes full of wisdom and asked, then why was his weapon shattered by the small peachwood sword? Besides, his sword was broken, but Beiwan's small peachwood sword was not broken. The little guy still felt a little weird being on stage today. Yan Fingmian raised his eyebrows, but was confused in his heart. He thought that the little girl knew that it was her third senior brother who was helping her. But it's better this way. The little girl doesn't know, so no one can get anything out of her. Maybe you're too good, or maybe his sword is fake, Beiwan. Is this really the case? Just when she was about to ask further, Yan Fingmian picked her up. Let's go to the game. The afternoon game went smoothly for Beiwan. With a new sword and the magic weapon given by the third senior brother, and the opponents seemed to be very unlucky. Some scratched themselves with their swords, some slipped and fell, and one seemed to be rushing too fast and was rushed off the stage. Anyway, Beiwan won in a weird way. Many people around, including Beiwan, felt that their victory was strange, but the judging panel did not find anything unusual. Beiwan won smoothly. But surprisingly, in the adult group, Qi Yuqing rarely lost to an opponent of a lower level than him. However, it did not attract anyone's attention. Winning or losing is normal. When Beiwan stepped down from the stage, it was the senior brother's Luoquan's sword that floated over to pick her up. Let's go to the black market tonight to find some treasures. I used to go there alone. It was boring. As soon as I returned to my senior brothers, I heard the impatient voice of my fourth senior brother. Black market? The little guy didn't know what the black market was, but he became curious because of the expectation in Mo Yan's tone. Well, a great place with lots of good stuff. Mo Yan explained to the little guy briefly, then looked at his brothers and sisters and said, let's go together. Liao Jin hummed. Yan Xi looked down at the little guy in his arms and nodded. I won't go. Qi Yuqing's voice came lightly, and after he finished speaking, he raised his hand to cover his lips and coughed a few times. Beiwan then noticed that third senior brother looked paler than before, his lips were almost bloodless, and he looked as if he was dying. The furtive look from the little fellow was impossible to ignore, so Qi Yuqing looked over. The little kid who was secretly looking at the third brother immediately lowered his head. Although third senior brother always had silk ribbons wrapped around his eyes, she still felt that he could see her clearly. Qi Yuqing didn't stay for long. After saying this, he turned around and left. Beiwan looked at the lonely and desolate figure of the young man and tugged at the sleeve of his senior brother. Third brother. Is he injured? Yes, he was indeed injured today. Yan Xi did not hide this point. The power of the spirit of words is too strong and too overwhelming. Although it was only used against a group of kids in the foundation establishment stage today, it was used quite a few times. Qi Yuqing's strength was not that strong, and his physique was not good. It was natural that he could not bear the repeated use of the power of words. Then when we come back, can we also bring some things for third brother? Although the little guy was a little afraid of Qi Yuqing, he couldn't bear to leave him alone in the inn while they did nothing. Because Beiwan was also isolated when she was a child, she knows the feeling of loneliness of not being able to go out and play. Yan Xi naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay, bring him something. The little guy nodded happily. After saying goodbye to his master, Beiwan and his group set off for the black market. There were quite a few people in the black market. As soon as he came in, Beiwan was attracted by the lively scene. Want to come down and hang out? Yan Xi looked at the little girl's emotions and asked her caringly. This black market is naturally more fun if you visit it and see it for yourself. Yes, the little guy agreed without hesitation. Yan Xi put her down and was about to hold her hand. A long red whip wrapped around the little guy's waist first.
Yanqi.
Beiwan. The brother and sister both looked over there. At the other end, I saw Mo Yan holding the flame-cutting whip. Big brother, this little thing has short legs and a short stature. It's tiring for you to hold her hand, and you have to accommodate her. I can just hold her with the flame whip. Yan Xi, that it seems like what you said makes some sense. Baewon looked down at the whip on his body and felt like something was wrong. That's when it happened. An older sister who looked very noble, with a canine spirit beast on a rope, walked past them in a swaggering manner. Baewon looked down at the rope on his body, then at the rope on the spirit beast, and fell into deep thought. Hey, junior sister, look, that spirit beast looks a lot like you. But Imoyen was still bringing up something that was not relevant, and was afraid that Baewon hadn't noticed, so he pointed it out to her. Baewon, I really want to open my mouth and bite senior brother Imoyen. Imoyen wanted to say a few words happily, but after seeing the little guy's calm eyes that seemed to want to bite him to death, he fell silent. You're not going to bite me again. Imoyen had not forgotten the last time the little guy bit his finger. It doesn't matter whether it hurts or not. The main thing is that it's embarrassing. Go shopping. Imoyen changed the subject, stuffed the flame-cutting whip into Yanxi's hand, and ran off to wander around in front. The corners of the little guy's mouth twitched twice, and he looked up at Yanxi. Both the senior brother and sister saw clearly the speechless expressions in each other's eyes. Okay, let's go shopping too. If you find anything you like, tell me. He still has quite a lot of spirit stones. He had been running around in the secret realm for his master for so many years, and except for the little phoenix, he had found many other valuable things. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. This time, if I can enter the secret realm, I hope I can find the little phoenix in the secret realm. Yanxi, look at this. The curious voice of the little kid brought Yanxi back to his senses. He looked down and saw the little guy squatting in front of a stall, pointing at a shiny and useless crystal. How many spirit stones? Yanxi squatted down, took a look, and then asked the stall owner. 3 middle-grade spirit stones. The price was reasonable, so Yanxi paid for the spirit stones immediately. The whole process took only 3 or 5 breaths. Baewon looked at the small stone lying in his palm and asked, Brother, did you buy it for Baewon? Isn't that a bit hasty? Well, don't you like it? If you like it, just buy it. Thank you, brother. The little guy gave Yanxi a faint smile. Then, the little fellow fiddled with his short legs, holding the beautiful stone tightly in his hand, and said to Yanxi in a childish voice, Brother, we don't have to buy everything Baewon sees. It's too expensive. Listening to the little guy's mumbling, Yanxi just lowered his head and smiled and quickly agreed, but what he was thinking in his heart, probably only he himself knew. You can buy a bunch of these stones if you use your magic weapon once. Liao Jin, who was following behind the little guy, gave him scientific knowledge directly. Baewon paused and suddenly began to feel a little sorry for the money. She used a lot of the magic weapons given to her by her 3rd senior brother today. Liao Jin's intention was not to accuse Baewon of spending too much money, but to say that they had a lot of money and there was no need to feel sorry for it. But once the words were spoken, their meaning changed immediately when they reached Baewon's ears. As the person who understood the situation in the middle, Yanxi could only rub his forehead helplessly. Your second brother is saying that we are not short of money, so you can just spend the money to buy things for you. As for you, your expression was a bit problematic. She thought it was asking her to use less magic weapons in the next competition. Baewon. Liao Jin. So this is what second brother, junior sister, thought. Yanxi also knew what the little guy meant, and he said, the senior brothers also know, so if Baewon wants it, he can tell the senior brothers so that the senior brothers will not spend money recklessly. How about that? Baewon nodded and smiled obediently at Yanxi. Okay, next, the little guy really listened to Yanxi's words and read a lot of things, but he would also speak directly if he liked something. The brothers and sisters went shopping together in harmony. Baewon went shopping, Yanxi paid, and Liao Jin carried the bag. Why not put the storage bracelet? Because Liao Jin thinks it makes him look useless. Don't bother with a man's thoughts. Are you seriously ill? If you have any problem, go to Punlai Island to have a look. I saw your brain first. Don't cry. It looks like I'm bullying you. A chaotic quarrel was heard from the front. The little fellow couldn't hear it clearly, but the 2 stronger brothers heard it clearly. It was Imoyen's voice, and there was another voice that seemed somewhat familiar. Yanxi frowned slightly and stuffed the flame-cutting whip and the little guy into Liao Jin's arms. Baewon will follow your second senior brother first. Take Baewon and wait for me here. Protect her. After Yanxi finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the direction where the voice came from. The second junior brother doesn't like to argue with others, and the youngest junior sister is too young, so it's better to let them stay where they are and not get involved in this mess. Second brother. When the little guy was stuffed into Liao Jin's arms, his body stiffened and his voice sounded a little awkward. Second brother doesn't want to beat her to death. Does he? Liao Jin said, in a fierce voice and in an extremely stiff manner. The moment Yan Ci stuffed the soft little guy into his arms, his whole body tensed up. No, the thing in my arms is so soft. He was really afraid that he would be killed by accident. Hey, move aside. Don't stand in the middle of the road. Passers-by passed by Liao Jin and did not forget to look at him strangely. Fool! This person is so strange. He is holding a child in the middle of the road like a fool, not moving at all. So strange. Liao Jin. Beiwan raised his eyes and glanced at Liao Jin secretly and saw that the second senior brother was frowning slightly and looked a little fierce.
But
the second brother kept holding her, not saying a word or moving, and standing in the middle of the road, really a bit like a fool. Second brother, why don't we go to the side and wait for Yan Ci? The little kid in his arms tried to persuade him in a stammering voice. After saying this, Beiwan pinched the corner of his clothes tightly. Does second brother feel that he talks too much? Oh, Liao Jin responded in a dull voice. Then he carried the little guy to the side. Beiwan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. And then there was endless awkwardness and silence around the two senior and junior brothers and sisters. Beiwan didn't dare to say anything. She just lowered her head and fiddled with the clothes with her two white and tender hands. The clothes are uncomfortable, Liao Jin pondered for a long time and finally managed to utter a few words. But the voice lacked any emotion and sounded like someone was looking for trouble. Beiwan's hands that were fiddling with the clothes immediately stopped, and he looked blankly at Liao Jin's expression without a smile. No way, she was just fiddling with some clothes and she disturbed second brother?
No.
The little guy shrank back, just like a little quail being bullied. Liao Jin frowned slightly when he saw this. Why did he feel that this little guy was a little afraid of him?
Beiwan.
Second brother even frowned. He really thought she was too noisy. Liao Jin. For a moment, the atmosphere became even more silent and stiff. It was at this time that Beiwan suddenly reached out to cover her belly, and her little body couldn't help but bend up, and she felt a cold sweat rising from her back. Liao Jin, whose attention had always been on her, immediately noticed that something was wrong with the little girl. What's wrong? Beiwan only felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen, and her vision went dark due to the pain. But in the darkness, she saw the familiar grass, which was jumping happily, and its plump and tender green leaves were trembling, and then she touched her twice. Before Beiwan understood what this meant, he could already sense why Xiao Chao was excited. Because she felt a strange but comfortable breath, as if calling her. At that moment, it seemed that even the pain in my lower abdomen was relieved a lot. The little girl's face was pale, and sweat was dripping down her forehead. Liao Jin, who was holding her, had already panicked, just when he was subconsciously preparing to carry her to find Yan Ci. In a moment of carelessness, the little guy broke free from his arms. Liao Jin went to fish it out immediately, but then he saw Beiwan holding the corner of his clothes and starting to run in a direction where there were not many people around. Liao Jin staggered for a moment, and then was led by the little guy to run. "Where are you going?" he asked. The little guy holding his hand said nothing. The wind blew past them, and Liao Jin was stunned by this sudden change. For a moment, he had no idea what he was thinking or doing. Then when he came to his senses, he saw. My chubby little junior sister was squatting next to the garbage dump, picking up garbage. Beiwan's breathing was rapid, and her small hands kept rummaging through the messy pile of items. She felt that breath. It was right here. Beiwan turned out a long, black, crooked wooden stick. The moment the wooden stick was found and held in Beiwan's hand, she felt a very warm and friendly breath enveloping her. The pain in her lower abdomen, that had just been a little painful, was relieved immediately. The little girl didn't know that the so-called pain in her lower abdomen was actually in her dantian. Baewon breathed a sigh of relief, hugged the black stick like a treasure, and turned around. Then she saw the three people standing behind her, almost in a daze. Liao Jin, silence. Stern words, silence.
Montakyan.
Junior sister is crazy. The three senior brothers stood in front of her in a row. They were all outstanding individuals who had killed everyone in the arena. But now they were a little dazed. It's okay, I was just watching my junior sister rummaging through the garbage. And Bawan.is not much better. She looked down at her dirty clothes, the stick in her arms, and the pile of garbage next to her. So, she just found the stick in the garbage dump? She was so focused on finding the thing that she didn't even notice the surroundings. It was only now that she realized she was rummaging through the garbage. There was an awkwardness and confusion in the air that was hard to describe in words. It was Yen Ci who reacted first. He decisively made a hand gesture and used a cleaning technique to clean up the slightly dirty little guy. Then he took a step forward, walked to Baewon's side, and picked her up without any disgust. "What happened just now?" he asked softly. Baewon blinked and tried to describe his feelings in words that were more understandable to others.
Then.
The three people present all looked at the black fire stick. According to Baewon, this wooden stick should be an extraordinary thing. Yen Ci expressed his guess. Baewon. Emoyan looked at the stick in her arms and said, "This is just a black fire stick. It can't be a treasure. No, just this one fire stick. It was picked up from a garbage dump. How could it be a treasure?" Yen Ci reached out and ruffled Baewon's hair, saying, "Why don't we go back and ask Master? He might know." "Okay." Just as they were walking back, the little guy tugged at Yen Ci's sleeve when passing by a stall. Yen Ci looked down at her. "What's wrong? Bring something for third brother." The little guy didn't forget what he had thought of before coming to the black market. Yen Ci chuckled, put the little girl in his arms down, and let her choose a gift for Chi Yuqing. "Master?" The sound of Mo Yen arrived before the person did. Yen Fengmian in the room was about to ruthlessly put a ban on the door. Then he heard the fourth disciple shouting, "Master?" Junior sister picked up a fire stick. Chi Yuqing next door also heard it clearly. After a moment, Yen Fengmian and Chi Yuqing saw the little kid holding the black fire stick. "Come, let Master see it." Yen Fengmian had already listened to Mo Yan's entire story and was also a little curious about what the fire stick was. Baewon obediently trotted 2 steps and solemnly handed the black, crooked, and slightly shabby fire stick to Yen Fengmian. When she handed it over, she was even a little reluctant, fearing that her master would take it away from her. Yen Fengmian. No, even if this fire stick was some kind of treasure, he couldn't possibly snatch it from his young disciple. "Master, what on earth is this?" Mo Yen couldn't wait to urge her. He was really curious about what the junior sister had picked up from the garbage dump. It can't be that it is really a rare treasure. Baewon lay on the edge of the bed, looking up at his master motionlessly, being extremely obedient. But in my heart I was thinking, "Master, please give her the stick quickly. No one will understand. It is really comfortable to hold a stick." Yen Fengmian already had a guess in his mind. He stretched out his hand and handed the black wooden stick to the little kid lying on the bed. Baewon, who had been paying attention to the fire stick, immediately reached out and picked up the fire stick as a treasure. "Poinciana." Under the gaze of his disciples, Yen Fengmian expressed his guess. Although it doesn't look good and even a little shabby, it is, as expected, a royal poinciana tree. It is said that the phoenix lives on the Polonia tree, but there are so many Polonia trees that not every tree can be inhabited by the phoenix. Only the Polonia trees that have been inhabited by the phoenix can be called phoenix trees. There are very few phoenixes in the world, so naturally there are very few poinciana trees as well. The Delaunix regia tree, where the phoenix has lived, has the fire attribute of the phoenix on top of its wood attribute. It is a rare and excellent material that can be made into swords and pills. After these words were spoken, except for Baewon, the expressions of the other people changed slightly. They knew very well that the reason why their master asked them to go to various secret realms was to find the little phoenix inside. Now the appearance of the Delaunix regia reminds them of the phoenix shell they had found, and the little phoenix that had not yet been found. But Mo Yen looked at the little kid holding the fire stick thoughtfully. How did she know this was the treasures? Chi Yu-ching, who had been silent the whole time, coughed twice. His voice, which used to be as cold as frost, was now mixed with weakness. Phoenix Tree is a top-grade dual attribute of wood and fire. She is also a top-grade dual attribute of wood and fire. It is natural that cultivators will have a sense of sensitivity to things with the same attributes, let alone this little fellow who possesses the twin spiritual roots of wood and fire.
But
Doesn't she only have top-grade with spiritual roots? Mo Yen tilted his head and asked. Chi Yu-ching said calmly, just because it can't be detected doesn't mean she doesn't have it. It's very likely because he was injured when he was saving me. This is the truth that Chi Yu-ching feels is the most likely. At that time, the little guy was taken to the third peak by the red fox. He was also poisoned by a cold. When the poison took effect, he was still holding the little guy like that. Not only did Bei Wan not die, he also helped him suppress the cold poison. It is very likely that the little guy had not yet had time to activate his spiritual roots, but under the stimulation of his cold poison, his spiritual roots took the initiative to protect his master, winning Bei Wan a moment of life. But it also hurt the still weak spiritual roots. Such a fire spirit root is definitely not an ordinary one, and it may even be accompanied by its strange fire. After saying this, Mo Yen also understood. No wonder third brother is so kind to the little thing. It turns out that the little guy used his own top-grade fire spiritual root to suppress the cold poison of his third senior brother, and the third senior brother felt bad about it, so he helped the little guy like this.
TSK.
For a moment, I didn't know whether to feel sorry for the little guy or to be happy for my third brother. Master. This can be used as a sword. While everyone in the room was feeling sorry for the little girl, she happily held up the black fire stick and asked what she wanted to ask. Bei Wan was just immersed in the mood of making fire sticks and didn't listen to what his senior brothers said at all. Before Yen Fingmian could say anything, the bamboo sword on the bed began to hum.
Oh.
Junior sister, your zhuzhua doesn't want to. Mo Yen instantly adjusted his state of just watching the show and started to stir up trouble. Bei Wan turned to look at Zhuzhua Jian lying on the bed and blinked. Why don't you want to? She found a good friend to keep it company. Shouldn't you be very happy? Zhuzhua. Don't you know that Jian is Jian Xiu's wife? I want Zhongyi. Mo Yen yawned, summoned his sword, and held the flame whip in his right hand. Use actions to tell Zhuzhua Jian on the bed. The people in the Tsangyan sect are not single-minded. Yen Fingmian ignored the buzzing bamboo sword on the bed and nodded to Bei Wan. Of course you can. If you like it, just use it as you like. Yen Fingmian never thought that a sword cultivator could only use one sword, although with one person and one sword, it is easy to achieve a state of unity between man and nature with the sword. But it is not impossible to have several swords. I took a look at the crooked, dark poinciana tree. Yen Fingmian also asked considerately, is this the style? Do you need master to find someone to make it for you? Bei Wan shook his head. No, it's fine like this. After receiving the reply from his master, the little fellow happily hugged the flamboyant tree and reluctantly placed it next to Zhuzhua Jian. He leaned over and said to the two swords in a childish voice, be good friends. Then he moved to Yen Xi's side, tugged at his sleeve, and said in a very low voice, Stone. Yen Xi looked up at Chi Yu-ching, who was pale and about to go back to his room to rest, and took out a small red stone from his storage bag. Third brother. This is for you. Bei Wan stuffed the small stone into Chi Yu-ching's cold hands, turned around and ran away, without stopping. Chi Yu-ching stood there in a daze, the warmth of the flame stone coming from his cold palms. He lowered his eyes to glance at the flame stone in his hand, then raised his eyes to look at the little kid who had hidden behind Yen Xi, and finally said, thank you. Mo Yen, however, added fuel to the fire at this time. TSK, junior sister, that's not possible. Master hasn't gone yet. You only bought some for third senior brother, so why isn't there anything for master? Bei Wan. The little girl looked at Mo Yen in disbelief.
Why?
When they were in the black market, fourth senior brother didn't remind her, and even came back to cause trouble. Just when the little guy was a little panicked and embarrassed. Mo Yen, come with me. The others should get some rest early. Yan Fingnian seemed not to have heard Mo Yan's words, but instead said these words with a faint smile. Master, are you angry? After most people in the room had left, Beiwan asked Yan Ci, who was still with her. Yan Ci shook his head and reached out to give Beiwan a piece of maltose. Master, don't have it.
But
Mo Yan seems to be in trouble, but it was right for the master to beat him up. The kid has been a bit lawless and too rampant recently. When Beiwan went to bed, he held the bamboo sword in his left hand and a dark poinciana tree in his right hand. She was sleeping soundly and was completely unaware that the poinciana tree on her right was emitting a faint light, which was gradually merging into her body. Anyway, when he woke up in the morning, Beiwan felt that he had slept very well, and he felt full of energy. Here, your meat pie. Your opponents today are all in the foundation establishment stage, and some are even about to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. In short, hold on or admit defeat. After being beaten up, Mo Yan became unusually reliable. Speaking of today's game, Yan Ci and Yan Fingnian also gave the little guy some instructions. The master also specifically told Beiwan about a few children who needed attention and reminded her of what to pay attention to when encountering these people. Mo Yan couldn't stay still. Oh, it turns out that junior sister is the one who wins Master's heart. I remember that when I was almost beaten to death, Master didn't even bother to show up. Yan Fingnian just sneered, thinking that it seemed that the beating he received yesterday was not enough. It's okay, senior brother. Xiao Beiwan wiped his mouth, hugged the poinciana tree, and said to him very frankly, I was almost beaten to death before, but it's all over. Mo Yan. Is this to comfort him? On the ring, Beiwan held the bamboo burning sword in his hand, with the poinciana tree on his back, looking at the boy in front of him. Master said that this requires extra attention. He is good at using poison, and Beiwan hates and fears people who use poison the most. As the competition started, Mo Yan in the audience asked Chi Yuqing beside him, Brother, are you still able to do it? Don't force yourself to use the power of words. Beiwan is fine, but he is doomed. If the Zhongyan sect wants to maintain its ranking and obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm, none of the 5 people can get into trouble, and they must advance honestly. Chi Yuqing ignored Mo Yan and said coldly, Rebel, Mo Yan? Then he saw that the poison powder scattered by the male disciple on the ring was suddenly blown in front of him by a strange wind from the opposite direction. Even if he held his breath in time, it was of no use. Because Chi Yuqing also said, choose, in order to defeat the enemy with one move. When people choke, they will breathe and cough subconsciously. There is nothing you can do about it. So, Beiwan, who was nervous as if he was facing a strong enemy, saw the face of the person opposite him turn pale.
I poured it out myself.
Referee, I was numb, and I was knocked down by the poison. This little girl from the Zhongyan sect is really lucky.
Montagyan.ok.
2 words can turn the tide of the battle. As expected, he is the ruthless yet quiet third brother. However, Mo Yan glanced at his third senior brother, whose face had turned even paler and looked very weak. Third brother, can you still win later? You still have 7 games today. Chi Yuqing didn't say anything but told him with practical actions. Looking at the third senior brother in the adult group, he used defensive and ambush-killing magic weapons, as if they were free. Mo Yan said that it is good to have money. However, Beiwan does not have Chi Yuqing's help in every game. Although he didn't know why he sometimes won inexplicably, Beiwan still put in his best effort in every game.
She
never believed in luck, because she had never won a game in her life by relying on luck. Therefore, even if Chi Yuqing did not come to help, she would have managed to get through it on her own. If it really didn't work, she would have chosen to admit defeat. However, from the first game to now, Beiwan has only admitted defeat in 1 game. This time, Beiwan was facing the most powerful person in the junior group, the young disciple of the leader of Xianling sect. She was also the little girl they met at the inn when they came here, who said Beiwan was cruel because of killing a pig. At the young age of 15, he had already broken through to the late stage of foundation building. He could be said to be a genius of Xianling sect. The disparity in strength meant that even if Bae-won tried hard, it would be in vain. But this surrender meant that the Tsongyen sect had missed out on the first place. Looking at the little girl covered in blood, Yen Si said nothing. His gentle expression became exceptionally gloomy for the first time. He treated the little guy's external wounds. Bae-won had many sword wounds on his body. None of them were life-threatening, but, as if torturing her on purpose, her body was almost covered with wounds. "It's okay," but the little guy was still smiling and comforting him, which made Yen Si look even more embarrassed. Liao Jin stood silently beside him, and he looked down at his next opponent.
Xuan Lang Sect, Zangweng Shao.
Well, very good. Beat him to death. Yen Fingmian on the high platform suddenly stood up and wanted to see Bae-won, but heard the sarcastic words of the leader of Xianling sect. "Hey, sect leader Yen, look at how hard my little disciple hit you. You should just admit defeat sooner." Yen Fingmian just chuckled and turned around, his flamboyant maple red clothes fluttering in the wind. Return these words to Master Yao in the adult group intact. The young group only knew how to bully their 5-year-old child. It didn't matter, the adult group would beat them to death. At that moment, the leader of Xianling sect suddenly woke up. He was so focused on being proud that he forgot that most of those crazy people in Tsongyen's sect were in the adult group. The difference between the adult group and the juvenile group of Tsongyen sect is as huge as heaven and earth. As difficult as it is for the junior group, it is just like a fish in water for the adult group, who are simply killing everyone. "It's okay, sect leader Yao. As long as the junior group is defeated, their Tsongyen sect won't be able to make any waves." The leader of Qingya sect comforted leader Yao, saying that the junior group was the weak point of Tsongyen sect, and as long as Tsongyen sect dropped in the rankings this time, they would be able to get rid of Tsongyen sect with justification. "Master, rest assured, that Tsongyen sect can be eliminated within 5 years. Qin Pin recalled the events of his previous life and spoke with great confidence. In the previous life, the Tsongyen sect was expelled from the sect competition, and then several major sects joined forces to accuse the Tsongyen sect of having an affair with the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan. After all, they were expelled from the sect competition, and it was normal for them to join forces with the Demon Clan and betray the righteous path. In the end, who knew that Mo Yen really was half-demon bloodline? The biological father is still. Qin Pin glanced at the leader. No wonder the leader has been encouraging the elimination of the Tsongyen sect. Not only for the feng shui treasure land of Tsongyen sect, but also to get rid of Mo Yen. Although Yen Fingmian is young, his strength should not be underestimated. Only if several major sects join forces can there be a chance of victory. However, this time, Qin Pin has been reborn and has the memories of his past life, which will definitely make the Tsongyen sect perish faster. He will also get Bae-won back, who was snatched away by the Tsongyen sect. At night, Bae-won's external injuries have almost healed. Several of his senior brothers have been working outside all year round and have prepared a lot of medicine. Naturally, they use the best medicine for the little guy. But the little guy seemed to be worried. He hugged the dark poinciana tree and stared at the moon outside without saying a word. Outside the door, 5 big men were standing in front of it. Then Yen Fingmian winked at Yen Si and asked him to go in and take a look. They could all tell that the little guy wasn't in a good mood. But the task of comforting people and coaxing children still has to be left to Yen Si. Yen Si walked up alone, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open and went in. "Eat one." A piece of maltose lay quietly in Yen Si's palm, spread out in front of Bae-won. "Thank you, brother." She lowered her head and fiddled with the maltose with her little hands, but she didn't eat it. Yen Si sighed softly, his voice somewhat helpless. "Bae-won, what's wrong? Can you talk to senior brother?" After a long time, Yen Si heard the little guy's muffled voice asking. "Yen Si, am I really that vicious?" Yen Si was stunned for a moment, and for the first time he doubted his ears. He looked at the child in front of him with his head down. He was only 5 years old, still old enough to eat maltose. The little dumpling who was just beaten up on the stage and covered in blood. It can't be associated with the word vicious at all. If this little thing is vicious, then the other people in their Tsongyen sect. Wouldn't that make him an unforgivable sinner? Yan Ci was stunned, and the people eavesdropping outside the door were not much better. And Mo Yan exploded immediately. No, brother, master, listen to this. She asked if she was vicious. Mo Yan's expression was slightly exaggerated, and he lowered his voice. She, the only little white flower of Song Yan sect, she actually thinks she is vicious. No, it's just that he is too gentle on weekdays. Did it give the little thing an illusion? Mo Yan asked. Among the people from the Song Yan sect present, everyone had a few lives on their hands. The master never showed mercy when beating people up, and he was certain that the master must have killed many people. There is no need to talk about the eldest senior brother. He defeated the Xianling sect and killed countless people with one sword. The second senior brother was even more so. Although he was straightforward, he also beat up many people. The third senior brother's mouth is simply a weapon for harming people, as can be seen from the unlucky guys in the junior group this time. As for him, most of the disciples of Qingya's sect had been beaten by him. The person in the room had never been hurt. His legs were not even as tall as his waist. He held his bowl in his hand all day long waiting for dinner, and his mind was full of thoughts about eating. She actually said she was vicious. Everyone present was guilty of allowing her to have such unrealistic thoughts. Quiet, Qi Yuqing's face turned pale as he uttered these words coldly. Then Mo Yan found himself speechless. He wanted to struggle to speak, but he struggled. Qi Yuqing, who was standing next to him, coughed twice, and there was even a hint of blood at the corner of his lips. Mo Yan, forget it, I'd better shut up and stop struggling. What if third brother dies? After all, we will need spirit stones in the future. There was a barrier set up by Yan Fingyan outside the door. No matter how loud the noise Mo Yan made just now, Bei Wan in the room could not hear it. Why does Bei Wan feel this way? Yan Ci spoke in a gentle voice, slowly guiding the little guy to tell the reason. Bei Wan hesitated for a moment, looked up at Yan Ci, who was looking at her gently, and felt a little hesitant. Wan asked Yan Ci if he thought he was vicious. In my opinion, Bei Wan is not vicious at all. So Yan Ci wanted to know why Bei Wan felt that he was vicious. If you don't say this, Yan Ci will think Bei Wan doesn't consider me a friend. Several people outside the door. Darn, they find it so disgusting to hear Yan Ci speak like this. Mo Yan just burped silently. However, Bei Wan was completely unable to empathize with the people outside the door. When the little guy saw Yan Ci's sad look, he quickly waved his hands and explained, No, Yan Ci is a good friend. Mo Yan outside the door, tapping his toes on the ground awkwardly. No wonder Yan had to resign. Looking at the entire Song Yan sect, no one except the eldest brother can do the job of coaxing a child. Then Bei Wan, tell Yan Ci about it, okay? That's it. The little guy lowered his head, fiddling with the maltose in his hand, and told the whole story bit by bit. Today on the ring, Jiao asked me if it hurt. She also said that my idea at the time was Lingqi, and she used my idea to deal with me. Yan Ci was confused for a moment and didn't understand what the viciousness, torture, and Bei Wan's thoughts had to do with each other. Bei Wan said not to kill the pig and cut off a piece of meat when eating, so she stopped us. Bei Wan reminded Yan Ci in a low voice. Yan Ci. He remembered. It was at the inn when he and Mo Yan took the child to eat and made a joke out of boredom, and then the little girl from Xianling sect came up and said that the child was vicious and stopped them from leaving. If the little guy hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have been able to connect these things together. He recalled the little guy on the ring today, covered in blood and wounds, as if he was tortured on purpose, and he understood immediately. Sure enough, everyone in Xianling sect is sick. How could that be? Bei Wan just blurted out the idea at the time. This idea will not be implemented. Your fourth brother is even going to kill the master. His slogans are loud, but do you think he'll do that? Bei Wan shook his head. Mo Yan outside the door also shook his head frantically. Mo Yan couldn't speak yet. He could only look at his silent master beside him in horror and shook his head desperately. No, those were just angry words I said after being beaten by my master and feeling helpless.
Yanqi.
You jerk. How could you bring such a thing to master? Liao Jin and Qi Yuqing even glanced at Mo Yan, which was rare. The two brothers had complicated expressions, and some sympathy in their expressions. Coincidentally, Yen Ci spoke again in the room. Mo Yen quickly pointed inside the house, signaling them to listen quickly and not focus their attention on him. Then, Mo Yen heard the senior brother continue to give examples. Yen Ci, if I think what Mo Yen said is wrong and I go forward and beat Mo Yen to death, does Beiwan think I am wrong? Mo Yen outside the door. What do you mean by beating Mo Yen to death? What is this metaphor for? Mo Yen fell into silence, but his silence had just begun when he was broken by Beiwan's answer. Everyone heard the little fellow suddenly answer righteously and firmly. It's not Yen Ci's fault. It's fourth senior brother's fault. Her harsh words could never be wrong. The one who is wrong must be fourth brother.
Yanchi.
No. Shouldn't a normal person nod and admit that it was his fault that he beat Mo Yen to death? Mo Yen outside the door. He was beaten to death by the eldest senior brother, and it was still his fault? Ahem. Yen Ci coughed twice and said to the little guy seriously, in short, she doesn't deserve to say that to you. You are not vicious. Because of a sentence, she imposed something she thought was vicious on you and made you really covered in bruises. She is vicious. The little guy seemed a little unconfident and stared at Yen Ci with a pair of clear eyes. Really? Yes, really. Have a good rest. There is a game tomorrow. Don't worry about these things. Yen Ci raised his hand and touched her head. After the little girl fell asleep, he walked out the door. When I went out, I saw only Liao Jin. Where are the master and the others? Liao Jin gave Yen Ci a strange look and said, Master went to beat Mo Yen and Chi Ching went to rest. If you go look for it now, you might be able to see a good show. Yen Ci thought of what he had just said in the room and smiled knowingly. You did it on purpose. Liao Jin said affirmatively. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. What matters is whether or not to be a vicious person tomorrow. Didn't Xianling sect say that Beiwan was vicious? It doesn't matter. He won't interfere in his junior sister's affairs. She beat up his junior sister, and he beat up her senior brother. This is fair. Yen Ci rubbed his left hand subconsciously, and the gentle expression on his face changed slightly. If Mo Yen were here, he would definitely understand that the eldest senior brother was angry. The moonlight was bright, and Beiwan slept soundly while hugging the poinciana tree. The faint light continuously flowed into her body from the poinciana tree. On the round head, a small grass poked its head out, swayed happily, and then unceremoniously pumped the surrounding spiritual energy into Beiwan's body. The spiritual energy was tempering her body, which should have been extremely painful, but the pain was alleviated by the presence of the poinciana tree. When Beiwan woke up the next day, he saw the familiar bloodstains all over his body. The little guy didn't know how to clean, so he had to frown without even wearing shoes and run to find an adult who knew how to clean. Unfortunately, as soon as she went out, she met Mo Yen coming out of the next room. Needless to say, Beiwan was covered in blood. Mo Yan's originally handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head. At that moment, when the senior and junior brothers met, they both scared each other. Beiwan.
Pig head. Montak Yan. Dirty Keat.
Beiwan sat obediently on the wooden chair, holding a meat pie in her left hand and stretching out her right hand. Yen Fengmian was trying to integrate spiritual power into her body. Everyone was waiting for Yen Fengmian's answer. Only Beiwan was concentrating on chewing the meat pie. It was so delicious. When Yen Fengmian stopped, Beiwan happened to have finished eating. The little fellow happily swung his short legs and naturally stretched out his left hand, which was slightly greasy. Master, handkerchief. Yen Fengmian didn't say anything, picked up a handkerchief from the table, and wiped the little guy's hands considerately. Mo Yen, who was squatting in the corner. Master, you really have two faces. He was like this when he beat me, and like this when he treated my junior sister. After wiping his hands clean, the little fellow looked at Yen Fengmian curiously, dangling his short legs, and raised his head to ask, Master, has Beiwan become more powerful? The little guy's eyes are sparkling, and his soft, fair face is straight. He is obviously cute, but he looks a little like an adult because of his expression. Yen Fengmian couldn't help but raise his hand and ruffle her hair. Well, The range of spiritual power that the body can accommodate has further expanded, and it is not far from the dantian. As long as the spiritual energy in the body can flow to the dantian, the foundation can be established. Moreover, given Beiwan's condition, as long as she can build a foundation, her cultivation speed will definitely be unprecedentedly fast. This should be the third time this has happened in Beiwan. Yan Xi thought for a moment, then continued. All three situations occur after breaking through the limit, or after being beaten. The first time was because of the sparring between Beiwan and Mo Yen. The second time was also because of the sparring between Beiwan and Mo Yen. And the third time was because he was deliberately tortured by the girl named Ji Yao from Xianlang's sect on the ring yesterday. If Beiwan gets beaten again, will he be able to practice? The little milk ball's excited and happy voice was heard. At that moment, several voices of "no" rang out simultaneously. Beiwan shrank back in fear, looking blankly at his fellow brothers and master in front of him. "You haven't rested enough yet." Yan Xi coughed twice and changed the subject. "Besides, there are many more sect competitions. You can't deliberately get beaten every time just for this." Yan Fingyan also spoke out in time to dissuade him. "Play well. Don't fight for your life just for this." The sect competition was indeed important. The little guy immediately understood and nodded firmly. Beiwan will definitely work hard to win. Mo Yen, who was squatting in the corner, muttered quietly, "When you threw me into the Valley of 10,000 Beasts last time, you didn't care whether I lived or died." As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked. Mo Yen raised his head fiercely and saw the third senior brother said coldly, "Sorry, my eyesight is not very good. I didn't see it." Mo Yen, "You are kidding me? Do you really think that covering your eyes with a piece of cloth will make your eyesight bad?" Just as he finished complaining in his heart, he saw the little fox in the arms of his third senior brother. "I forgot. The last time I was thrown into the Valley of Beasts was because I almost stripped my third senior brother's precious red fox skin. He asked for it." Today's adult competition area is particularly lively. TSK, Yan Ci from the Tsong Yen sect seems to be a little abnormal today. Why is he fighting so fiercely? That's right. He used to knock his opponents off the stage with one move. But today, he was facing the Xianlang sect's people. How come? The man thought about it, but couldn't find the right words for a moment. At this time, the person next to him added, "It's like they are deliberately beating up this person from Xianlang sect. It feels like a cat playing with a mouse. Yes, it is just crushing and rubbing on the ground." On the ring, the male disciple of Xianlang's sect wanted to admit defeat many times, but for some reason, he just couldn't speak. He wanted to jump off the ring, but was knocked back onto the ring by a mace. There's no way to escape. His body was covered with small and painful wounds, and blood was constantly flowing out. Although there were no fatal wounds, it was not good to let the wounds continue bleeding. He had almost finished all the hemostatic pills he had, but who knew that he would be beaten by the people from the Tsongyen sect, and he didn't prepare that many hemostatic pills. Finally, the allotted time is almost up. Yan Ci held the unsheathed Luoquan sword in his hand and appeared beside the disciple of Xianlang's sect in an instant. When the sword knocked him off the stage, he whispered something. "Tell your little sister, this kind of behavior is vicious, and she is even worse." The Xianlang sect disciple landed on the ground, and his fellow disciples hurried over to help him. Some of them were still shouting indignantly at Yan Ci on the stage. "Why are you so vicious and cruel?" Yan Ci sneered rarely and used the cleaning technique to clean the blood-stained mace. "You call this vicious? I learned this from your junior sister Jiao. Thank you for the compliment." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and the people in the audience were all practitioners, so they could naturally hear it clearly. A few well-informed people in the crowd immediately whispered, "I remember that yesterday, the junior sister from Xianlang sect and the junior sister from Tsong Yen sect were competing in the junior group, and that's how the junior sister from Xianlang sect treated the junior sister from Tsong Yen sect. So, this Yan Ci is seeking revenge for his junior sister?
Ah.
I want a brother like this too. Farewell. Imagine if you were 5 years old, the whole sect's hope rested on you alone, and you had to compete with a group of people who were 10 years older than you. How hopeless it would be. That's right. I watched that little girl play yesterday. It was so painful. She only reached her opponent's waist and hit him so hard that he was covered in blood. It was tragic. Yan Fengmian, who was on the high platform, saw the competition in the adult group and just turned his head lazily and chuckled. It's okay, this is just the beginning. I hope that next time Xianlang's sect won't draw anyone from their Tsongyan sect. Otherwise, that would be the beginning of a nightmare. Master Yao, send a secret message to your disciples now, telling them that it is not too late to admit defeat when they encounter our Tsongyan sect. Yan Fengmian took out a fruit from the storage bracelet. He seemed to be in a good mood and gave some considerate instructions to the leader of Xianlang's sect. In fact, Master Yao, who had this in mind, was stunned, sneered, and said with a face-saving tone, "The disciples of our Xianlang sect will not admit defeat." Yan Fengmian shrugged his shoulders. This would be best.
Then,
with the help of Qi Youqing's cheating artifact, Xianlang sect seemed to have penetrated into the interior of Tsongyan sect. Basically, every time I draw the two powerful weapons, Liao Jin or Yan Ci, or Mo Yan, the guy who always plots against others. As for Qi Youqing, due to his physical condition and the backlash caused by the power of the word spirit, he only hit his weakest opponent. Every disciple of Xianlang's sect went on stage trembling with fear and then left the stage covered in blood. Song Yenzong, didn't you say we were vicious? This is called killing people and destroying their hearts. Vicious. It was already evening when Bei Wan found out about this. After the little guy knew about this, the first thing he did was to find Yan Ci to get the real truth. Yan Ci did not hide anything, but agreed generously. There had always been a feud between the Xianlang sect and the Tsongyan sect, and the existence of Yan Ci made it impossible for the two sects to get along peacefully. The bullying of Bei Wan only intensified the conflict between the two sections. Little guy, you are not going to blame us. We are helping you get revenge. Mo Yan looked at the silent little kid and had a bad feeling, so he asked first. If he were to say, this pure white flower in their sect would most likely think they were vicious. If it was someone else, we wouldn't care. Let me tell you, the eldest brother, the second brother, and I all beat him up, and the third brother also helped. After a moment of silence, the little guy raised his head. His clear eyes were watery, as if he was about to cry. Mo Yan, no way. Could it be that those few words he just said made her cry? But to Mo Yan's surprise, the little guy grabbed his clothes with both hands, looked at the four brothers in front of him seriously, and said in a muffled, childish voice, "Thank you, brothers." Such a reaction caught the four people completely off guard. No, just say thank you, why are you crying? It was at this moment that Bei Wan truly found a sense of belonging, something she had lost for a long time, something called home. Ever since her grandmother passed away, she no longer had anyone to protect her. Being thrown into the mountains by his uncle and aunt, Bei Wan had a hard life under the evil doctor's care. Even after being accepted as a disciple by Yan Fengmian, Bei Wan did not relax. She was afraid of being abandoned again, afraid that she would not be able to practice and would hinder the Tsongyan sect, afraid that she would make her fellow brothers angry, afraid that the Tsongyan sect would lose the game because of her. She was actually always afraid. But it was not until this moment that she discovered that her senior brothers were always supporting her. It's like in the old days in the village, when other kids were bullied, there would be older brothers and sisters who would come to seek justice and help vent their anger. It was like that. Regardless of right or wrong, they would stand behind you without hesitation. It was the first time Bei Wan felt this. This feeling really made her want to cry. Bei Wan wanted to cry, so she cried. She cried thoroughly, not with a broken heart, but just quietly shedding tears. None of the grown men could guess what the little guy was thinking. Even Yan Ci didn't think so much for a moment. Looking at the little guy who was being held by Yan Ci and crying hard, everyone said that they didn't understand and didn't dare to get close. Yan Ci helplessly looked at his three fellow apprentices who had never been so consistent and were leaning against the wall in unison, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The three brothers in the corner said that they really couldn't do the job of coaxing a child. Liao Jin, he looked at the little guy crying and felt he had no idea where to start. Qi Youqing, I haven't been coaxed yet, so I have to rely on my senior brother. Mo Yan, you might as well just scold them. Forget about coaxing the child. It's good enough that these three people didn't kill the child. So this job still has to be given to Yen Ci. Yen Ci whispered, then you three can go back. It's an eyesore standing here. The three of them shook their heads in unison, and their tacit understanding reached its peak at this moment.
No.
They are worried.
Yanchi.
Destroy it. He also doesn't know how to comfort a child who is crying for no reason. Yen Ci tried countless methods, but nothing worked. In fact, the more he said, the harder the little guy cried. Until the little guy got tired of crying and fell asleep in his arms. When Yen Ci raised his head, he met the disgusted looks of the three brothers in the corner. The three brothers in the corner. It turns out that even the eldest brother can't do it. The little one has to cry until he is tired. I felt balanced instantly. We are all bad, so it's okay.
Yanchi.
To be honest, the desire to kill my junior brother reached its peak at this moment. What are these three people for? They can't coax the child, and in the end they mock him. Yen Ci was too lazy to speak. The mace in his left hand could not help but appear, and the gentle look on his face revealed a lurking danger. Liao Jin turned and left. Qi Yuqing followed closely behind. Mo Yen was still muttering, "There's still a game tomorrow, go back and rest well, and play well, play well." Corner trio disband. When Baewon woke up the next day, his originally clear and round eyes had become even bigger, and it was obvious that he had been crying for a long time. Even when he was on stage competing, his opponents felt sorry for the little guy. Rumors were spreading among the audience, becoming more and more outrageous. The little junior sister of Tsang Yen's sect seems to be crying. The little junior sister of Tsang Yen's sect was beaten and cried. The little junior sister of Tsang Yen's sect was beaten to death during competition. Many people cried. The first match was over. Liao Jin, who had just come down from the ring, said, "I was so panicked that my steps became disordered." He grabbed a person and asked, "What happened to Tsang Yen's sect's junior sister?" The man was frightened suddenly, swallowed his saliva, and stammered, "Dead, dead." Liao Jin immediately left the man behind and quickly ran from the adult group to the child group. Everyone made way for Liao Jin, who was running at full speed, and cast strange looks at him. Why was he in such a hurry? When Liao Jin arrived, the little guy was limping towards the stage holding the bamboo blasting sword. There was no other way. The seniors all had competitions, so Baewon naturally had to step down from the stage on his own. But this time, as soon as she stepped off the stage, she was suddenly hugged by someone who ran over. Baewon pushed subconsciously, but soon felt that the aura of this person seemed a little familiar. The little fellow reached out and poked the man's slightly prickly muscles and asked in a low voice, "Second senior brother?" Liao Jin's body stiffened, but after being called by the little guy, his mind became clearer. He quickly let go of the little girl, knelt on one knee on the ground, looked her up and down very seriously, and then asked dryly, "Are you okay, Baewon?" "No, it's okay." Why did the second brother seem a little strange? It seemed like he was worried about her. Liao Jin responded softly and was about to stand up and walk away when he suddenly remembered that the little guy seemed to be limping when he came down from the ring just now. He quickly bent down and picked up Baewon. An awkward atmosphere began to surround the two brothers and sisters again. After yesterday's crying, Baewon could actually feel that second brother seemed to care about her. But for some reason, the second brother was always fierce and stern and never spoke to her, so... "Don't worry, second brother." Baewon began to talk to Liao Jin actively. Although she was still a little timid, she took a brave step. Liao Jin just hummed lightly, his face still serious. In fact, I was already very panicked inside. The junior sister is taking the initiative to talk to him. She is taking the initiative to talk to him. So what should he say? What should he do? Before he could figure it out, Baewon licked her lips uneasily. It turned out that the second senior brother didn't like talking to her. Silence once again enveloped the chosen brother and sister.
Until
Yen Ci also hurried over. He looked at the living little guy and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a rumor. Junior sister is fine and still alive. After all, the master is still on the platform, so the junior sister will definitely not die. Yen Ci, you're nervous. The little guy looked at him puzzledly. Yen Ci just raised his hand and touched the little guy's hair. It's okay. Who is the next game against? Beiwan unfolded the paper with a lottery in his hand. Qingya Zong, Yen Nanhui.
Yanchi frowned slightly.
This is the most difficult one in the junior group. At the age of 15, he is about to break through the foundation building stage. He can even challenge higher-level people and compete with some people who have reached the early stage of golden elixir by using medicine. He is the most talented child of this generation in Qingya sect. And the Qingya sect. He is the person who least wants Song Yen's sect to achieve results. Moreover, third junior brother is ill today, and I'm afraid the power of words won't be able to help junior sister much. This scene in Beiwan, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Beiwan. Yen Ci looked at the little girl seriously and said to her word by word, "You can admit defeat in this game, understand? Don't fight, just admit defeat. When you go up, you can't win. Even if we lose 4 more games, it's okay. We just need to maintain our top 6 ranking and qualify for the secret realm." Beiwan bit her lip, then nodded. Beiwan understands. She knew Yen Nanhui, a very powerful person, and she knew very well that she could not beat him. But she didn't expect that her senior brothers didn't even let her go on stage, and simply gave up the competition and admitted defeat. On the high platform, Xianling sect master Yao laughed twice. "Feng Mian, if you admit defeat now, you won't have a chance to be second. It seems that the first and second place will come from our Xianling sect and Qingya sect this time." "Yeah." Yen Fengmian took a bite of the fruit and replied nonchalantly, "No problem, I'll be back at the next sect competition. 5 years is enough time for Beiwan to become the first in the junior group next time." "Oh, don't change the rules next time. It makes you look like you can't win." At the end, Yen Fengmian also specifically mentioned the people present. The faces of the people present did not change, but they all had their own thoughts in their hearts. After Yen Fengmian left, the people on the platform began to speak. "It's okay. Tomorrow is the final match. The Song Yen sect's junior group has already lost 2 games. They don't need to lose 4 more. As long as they can't make it into the top 3 in tomorrow's final, they will be completely eliminated from the top 6 sections. The points for the finals are more than those for ordinary matches, so if Beiwan can't make it into the top 3, the Song Yen sect will be in trouble. Even if the little fellow from Song Yen sect is lucky enough to make it to the finals, she still can't beat the people there. Yes, with Ji Yao from our sect and Yen Nanhui from Qingya sect here, Song Yen sect is bound to lose. They are discussing the final tomorrow." After returning home in the evening, everyone from the Song Yen sect was also discussing tomorrow's competition. This is the list of players for tomorrow's competition. In addition to Beiwan, there are 4 other players in the junior group, 2 from the Qingya sect and 2 from the Xianling sect. Yen Ci took out the list and put it on the table. "In the adult group, the 4 of us have made it to the finals, so Beiwan only needs to get 3rd place. As long as Beiwan can take the 3rd place in the junior group, the Song Yen sect will be able to take 3rd place and maintain its position in the top 6 sections." Yen Ci's hand fell on 2 names on the list. Xianling sect Xiao, Qingya sect Yen Nanhui. Beiwan does not need to challenge these 2. You can just give up. The little kid next to him nodded in agreement after hearing this. Beiwan can't beat these 2. The little guy is very self-aware and has a clear understanding of his own strengths. Yen Ci rubbed the little guy's head and continued. "As for the remaining 2, one is in the early stage of foundation building, and the other has just entered the middle stage of foundation building. They can give it a try." Beiwan had once faced off against the one who was in the early stage of foundation building. He was the kid who was good at using poison but was drugged by just 2 words. Qi Yuqing. "Don't worry, junior sister can do it. She can use the defensive magic weapon twice. With her hard work during this period, there will be absolutely no problem," Mo Yen said in a relaxed tone. "We should prepare for this trip to the secret realm." Yen Ci looked at him helplessly, but found that Mo Yen gave him a look, and Yen Ci understood instantly. He coughed twice and said to the little guy next to him who was already getting nervous, "Your 4th brother is right. Beiwan will definitely be able to beat these 2 people." But the little guy frowned and hesitated to speak. What if Beiwan draws those 2 powerful ones? "Oh, with 3rd senior brother here, you can't draw it." Mo Yenzue was running in front, and for a moment, he couldn't control his mouth. Sure enough, Beiwan tilted his head and asked him curiously, "Why can't Beiwan draw when 3rd senior brother is here?" The little guy still doesn't know that Qi Yuqing in addition to being a sword cultivator, has another identity. That is, a word master that has been rare in 1,000 years. Chi Yuqing took a sip of water, but choked. He coughed twice and said in a sharp and elegant voice, "I'm lucky." These 4 words were so cold and desolate that they gave people the feeling that he didn't want to continue. Oh, Baewon glanced at his 3rd senior brother, who had just choked while drinking water, lost his spirit stone when he went out today, and was said to have staggered a few steps and almost fell down when he came off the stage yesterday. I always feel that the 3rd brother doesn't seem to be that lucky. But I can still complain in my heart. The little guy wasn't very familiar with his 2nd and 3rd brothers, so he could only say "oh" obediently and end the topic. There was a brief silence in the air for a moment. Chi Yuqing couldn't help but tighten his hand holding the blue and white patterned teacup slightly and then loosened it. Forget it. There's no need to let her know, so as to avoid her taking credit for it. What's more, the fewer people who knew that he had the power of words, the better. When Mo Yen knew this, it was the biggest lesson for him. Thinking of this, Chi Yuqing couldn't help but turn his head and looked at Mo Yen with murderous intent.
Montag Yan?
No, who did he offend? No one would have thought that a 5-year-old child would make it to the finals in the junior group. To be honest, I'm not too sure about the strength of this Song Yen Sect's little sister, but her luck and financial resources are indeed good. That's right. I remember this little girl using a magic weapon worth a fortune, as if it were free. I just remember that this little girl was extremely lucky. Several times her opponents encountered unexpected situations. Everyone looked at the little guy who was not even as tall as the lottery box and started talking. Either they were saying that the little guy was lucky, or they were saying that his magic weapon was valuable. No one said that the little guy was quite strong. It seems that almost no one remembers that many times the little guy came down from the competition stage covered in blood. But that little bit of persistence and resilience is far less exciting than luck and magic weapons, which people can talk about with relish. Baewon, who was standing at the lottery table, had already tiptoed and pulled out the slip of paper from the box. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on her. The onlookers in the audience wanted to see if the little guy would have good luck again, such as getting a bye. The several sect leaders sitting on the high platform were praying silently that the little fellow from Song Yen Sect could draw Xianlang Sect or Qingye Sect in the first draw. This way, they can directly remove the Song Yen Sect from the list of the top 6 sects, and they can also find the most suitable excuse for the Song Yen Sect and completely eliminate it. As for whether the little guy would be lucky enough to get a bye, that is definitely impossible. Under the gaze of everyone, the little guy opened the note in his hand, and there was a capital 1 on it. Baewon from Song Yen Sect is fighting against Yen Nanhui from Qingye Sect. The referee's voice was amplified by spiritual power and rang clearly in everyone's ears. The audience began to talk about it. "What's going on?" Yan Xiai frowned and turned to ask Chi Yuqing beside him. Chi Yuqing's face was calm, but if you listen carefully, you could hear a hint of coldness in his voice. There are no buys in that box. If there is a buy in the box, no matter which one Baewon draws, the buy will definitely appear in her hands under the power of the word spirit. Baewon did not draw a buy, which only means that there is no buy option in the box at all. What they thought was that if they gave Baewon a buy in the first round, the little guy would at least get 3rd place. In this way, even if he met Ji Yao or Yan Nanhui later, he could just admit defeat. But they didn't expect that they thought so, and those old foxes above also thought so, which directly blocked any possibility of Baewon getting a bye. Mo Yen cursed softly. "You can't say they cheated. One of the 5 people did draw a bye, and they had no evidence at all to prove that there were no buys in the box. But where did these buys come from? I'm afraid only the referee and those old foxes know. Besides, Baewon is facing Yan Nanhui." Mo Yan's voice was low and slow, and his usually uninhibited temperament suddenly became solemn. When Taipeiwan heard the news, her heart skipped a beat, but the little girl never showed any expression, even though everyone around her was worried about her. Baewon put on a cute little face and looked at the boy who was going to compete with her. The young man was a rare genius in the Qingye sect in 100 years. He reached the late stage of foundation building at the age of 15 and could form a pill before the age of 20. For ordinary people, it is already good enough to form a pill at the age of 30. As for the group of people in Song Yen's sect, most of them were people who had reached Dan formation at the age of 15. 2 words hard to describe. Realizing someone was looking at him, Yan Nanhui subconsciously turned his head to look, but for a moment he couldn't see who it was. Then he lowered his head. Only then did he see the little guy who was not even as tall as his waist.
Yan Nanhui Knie bei Wan.
In other words, in this sect competition, he didn't even pay much attention to the other people in the junior group and only paid attention to Bei Wan. Before the game, his master told him that if he met someone from the Song Yen sect this time, he must go all out and defeat them. At that time, he was still wondering what kind of difficult opponent he was. I didn't expect that he was a 5-year-old child who hadn't even built a foundation. At first, he thought that he would never meet this child, and it was very likely that just a few people would be able to eliminate her in the preliminary round. As a result, the little guy made it to the finals with the help of magic weapons and luck. Unlike others, Yan Nanhui not only saw something beyond the little guy's strength, he also saw a kind of fighting spirit in Bei Wan. To be honest, he had never seen a 5-year-old child who could remain calm even when covered in wounds, as if she was not afraid of pain. In that little body there was a tenacity and a kind of madness that he couldn't achieve even when he was 5 years old. Yes, Yan Nanhui felt that Bei Wan was like a little lunatic. A soft but tough little lunatic who is not afraid of death. Yan Nanhui was silent for a moment, nodded politely to the little guy as a greeting, then turned around and walked off the stage. As soon as I stepped down from the stage, I heard the master's secret voice. Nanhui, you must win this battle. Don't underestimate the enemy. The leader of Qingya sect knew the strength of his young disciple, but he did not dare to underestimate Song Yen sect. Who knows what tricks this little fellow from the Song Yen sect can come up with? The young man nodded slowly, indicating that he understood. Even if his master didn't tell him to, he would not underestimate the enemy. Because he knew the importance of this game for Bei Wan, both for Bei Wan and for Song Yen sect. The little guy returned to his senior brothers on the Luoquan sword. It's Yan Nanhui. Bei Wan spoke to his senior brothers in a childish voice. Those clear, round eyes looked at them quietly, as if asking them what she should do.
I'll do my best.
Yan Ci was silent for a moment and finally said this nonsense. Mo Yen rolled his eyes and turned to ask Chi Yuqing again. Third brother, are you okay? They can compete in the adult group at will, since they are all from the same sect. As long as the third senior brother does not get 5th place, the rest of the rankings are all up to them. In short, Chi Yuqing can completely devote all his energy and use the power of words to Bei Wan alone without having to worry about his ranking. Chi Yuqing's face turned pale and he sneered. It's difficult. He had been using the power of the spirit of words for so many days in a row, and it not only had backlash on his body, but also on his luck. In short, the more he uses it, the greater the chance that he will be in trouble. It can be seen from the fact that he choked when drinking water these days, tripped over his left foot when leaving the ring, and threw away spirit stones when going out. This is unlucky. It may even affect the people around you. He didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that if he used it again, even if he helped Bei Wan would not be able to win the game, due to various other unfortunate reasons. Mo Yen was silent for a moment, then said to the little guy, just work hard. Bei Wan. Fourth brother, listen, is there any big difference between your 4 words and the 4 words just spoken by eldest brother? He also disliked what the senior brother said. Just do your best. Liao Jin gave his instructions. Chi Yuqing was silent for a moment and said very practically, alive. Bei Wan. Bei Wan. The master's voice rang in her ears. Bei Wan was stunned for a moment. She turned her head to look at her fellow practitioners and found that they seemed not to have heard it. She understood that it was most likely a secret message. The little guy frowned. I thought Master wouldn't say anything like, give it your all, or admit defeat. Yan Nanhui has practiced the Qingya sect's unique shadow sword technique, which is extremely fast and difficult to break. His strength is far greater than yours. If you want to win. Yan Fingmian was silent for a moment and Bei Wan, who was listening to him, suddenly perked up. The little fellow had a serious expression and was concentrating, afraid to miss a word that his master would say next. After listening to what his master said, Baewon lowered his eyes and clenched the bamboo burning sword in his hand.
She
Wanted to try, even though there was basically no hope. But she didn't want the Songyen sect to be expelled and her fellow brothers to lose the opportunity to go to the secret realm. Just like what the seniors said, dear best, give it your all, just work hard, and also, just stay alive. Baewon was handsomely sent to the stage by Luo Quanjian. This was Mo Yan's forced request. He said, even if I have to fight a losing battle, I will go into battle looking cool and handsome. The little girl held the bamboo blasting sword, with no smile on her soft face. She said very seriously to the boy in front of her, who was much taller than her, Songyen sect, Baewon, please teach me. The tender little voice rang out powerfully on the stage. Qingya sect, Yen Nanhui, please teach me. The tall young man in a green shirt clasped his fists and bowed to the little girl, without any intention of looking down on her. The audience was standing in the audience. All of them were there to watch the show, although they used to like watching the adult competitions. But now it is obvious that the young group looks better. The adult group is mostly just internal fighting within the Songyen sect, so it won't be of much significance. How could it be more interesting to see whether the Songyen sect can firmly take its place among the top 6 sects? If this junior sister from the Songyen sect wins, the Songyen sect will still be firmly in the top 6 sections. But if they lose, the Songyen sect will be expelled from the top 6 sections. The top 6 sects have not had any changes for many years. This is a historic moment. Start. The referee shouted and left the ring. Under the gaze of everyone, Baewon did not move. She didn't move and Yen Nanhui didn't move either out of caution. But soon, Yen Nanhui could not wait any longer. He drew his sword first and attacked. Yen Nanhui is cautious after all. Every move he makes is a fierce killing move, and he never underestimates his enemy. The young man's figure was like a ghost, his steps were like a shadow, his sword was sharp and decisive, and he attacked quietly with the sound of breaking wind. Baewon's fingers, which were holding the bamboo blasting sword, had turned white from exerting so much force. She could feel the oppression brought by Yen Nanhui. She stood there motionless. When the young man stabbed at her with the dragon sword, a silver light suddenly appeared on her body, blocking the attack. Yen Nanhui was knocked back by the powerful impact. Her body flew up and she stood 10 feet away from Baewon again. One more time. He stood firm, exhaled, raised his sword, and attacked again. Baewon only has 2 chances to use defensive magic weapons. He just used it once, so he will definitely use it again this time. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely relax a little at this time and not have to attack with all his strength. But Yen Nanhui was not like that. Knowing that Baewon would use defensive magic weapons again, he attacked with all his strength again. Baewon bit her lip, and the defensive magic weapon lit up again, blocking Yen Nanhui's second attack. Yen Nanhui was affected by the impact of the collision and managed to steady her body. He looked at the little guy still standing on the ring and said, "You don't have the chance to use your magic weapon." "Yeah. Yes." The little guy licked his lips and replied to him seriously. Yen Nanhui's eyes fell on the persistent and tense little girl. He wanted to say that you can go down by yourself. But he understood that this was an insult to Baewon. If the other party really wanted to admit defeat, he would not have come on stage at all. "I'm sorry." Yen Nanhui clasped his fists and said something to the little guy. Immediately, under everyone's gaze, the young man's figure was like a swimming dragon, and he once again attacked Baewon with the swimming dragon sword. The referee on the side was ready to rescue the little guy at any time. Fighting in the ring is just fighting, but no one can die. Chi Yuqing clenched his hands behind his sleeves, and beads of sweat dotted his smooth, pale forehead. The red eyes hidden under the black silk were fixed on Yen Nanhui, who had already made a move. The boy's moves were so fast that Baewon couldn't see clearly. But in his eyes, it was just right. With the strength of the early stage of Jindan, he could still crush Yen Nanhui. At that moment, Chi Yuqing's thin lips moved slightly, and he uttered a word. Block. Tai Baewon held the sword with both hands, as if he had predicted where Yan Nanhui's attack would fall. He held the sword in one hand and held the sword with the other hand, blocking Yan Nanhui's attack. However, his hands were numb at that moment, and his body was brought to the edge of the ring by the huge impact force. Beiwan blocked the sword that was stabbing at him from Yan Nanhui. With this posture, the most suitable thing for him to do was to swing it diagonally and chop it down. Cut! Qiuqing's voice was low and rapid. After saying this word, he quickly raised his right hand and covered the corner of his mouth. A mouthful of blood gushed out, silently soaking the bright red sleeves of his disciple's uniform. Qiuqing raised his thin lips slightly. When did he become so impulsive? I knew I shouldn't help, but I still helped the little guy. On the stage, Bei Wanju's burning sword, with full spiritual power, chopped down with the power of senior brother Yan Ling. On the high stage, Yan Fengmian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body, which was lazily leaning on the back of the chair, gradually straightened up and even couldn't help slowing down his breathing, staring closely at the little milk ball on the stage. Little guy, you only have one chance. This is all that your master and fellow brothers can help you with. It depends on you whether you can succeed or not. Unfortunately, Beiwan's sword was blocked by Yan Nanhui. The bamboo burning sword was pressed under the Yulong sword, and it made a humming sound unwillingly. Yan Nanhui looked down at the little kid who had a pale face but still gritted his teeth and said nothing.
To be honest,
a 5-year-old child who hadn't even established his foundation could actually block his full-strength attack, and even with his internal organs injured, he swung a sword and slashed at him. It really made him look at it in a new light. Yan Nanhui's eyelids drooped slightly, and his eyelashes trembled a few times, hiding the emotions in his eyes. He swung his sword to deflect Bei Wan's bamboo burning sword, but he did not attack Bei Wan immediately as others expected. Instead, he retreated several feet away. Everyone can see that he is giving the little guy a chance to catch his breath. The young man was dressed in elegant clothes, with slightly messy hair and a sword in his hand, and he did not look embarrassed at all. The little guy opposite him was the complete opposite of him. Yan Nanhui looked at the little girl whose hands were shaking, took a deep breath, and clasped her fists towards her again. Immediately, golden light surged on the Yulong sword, like bursts of dragon roars, and it attacked Bei Wan with extremely aggressive golden spiritual power. Yan Fengmian on the high platform stood up suddenly. Bei Wan absolutely could not block this move. Even though it was just a sword that pierced his shoulder, the overflowing spiritual power could injure his internal organs and be fatal. For some reason, Yan Fengmian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He subconsciously glanced at the referee, only to find that the referee was a step slow for some reason. The referee was only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. If he was a step slower, it would be enough to cost Bei Wan his life. Yan Fengmian stood up and wanted to rush to the ring. A sword cultivator in the late stage of tribulation can easily save the little guy by teleporting over a short distance. However, several old immortals who were also undergoing the tribulation nearby tried to stop them. Roll! The aura around Yan Fengmian suddenly changed. He held a black heavy sword in his hand, and a strong murderous aura emanated from him. The few people who tried to stop him paused, feeling the pressure coming from Yan Fengmian, and were all terrified. They thought that Yan Fengmian was at most like the leader of Qingya sect, with the strength of the middle stage of tribulation. They didn't expect that he had reached the late stage of tribulation at such a young age. A small level difference in the tribulation period can bring about earth-shaking changes. The change happened in an instant, and Yan Fengmian was a step late. The Yulong sword pierced the little guy's body, and the feeling of the sword piercing into flesh and blood stunned Yan Nanhui. No, why didn't the referee stop it? The audience watching the show were all shocked. Yan Ci was the one who reacted the fastest. He was the first to rush to the stage, and Liao Jin followed suit and also rushed over. When they were about to rush onto the stage, they saw flames rising up into the sky. The golden-red flames blocked everyone's view. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries rang out, and a violent collision of spiritual energy erupted. 2 figures, one big and one small, fell from the stage at the same time. Yan Fingmian caught the little baby who was about to fall to the ground, while Yan Nanhui fell to the ground. The people in the audience saw it clearly, and then they were all stunned. This is
Draw?
Before he could react, he saw a large amount of spiritual energy suddenly gathering where the little junior sister of Tsang Yen's sect fell. It looked like she was about to build a foundation. So, what happened just now was caused by the foundation building spiritual power entering the body. No way. Who can advance to the next level just by being stabbed by someone in a fight?
And
A 5-year-old foundation building. I'm afraid it's more terrifying than anyone else. After Yan Fingmian noticed this, he immediately waved his hand to set up an invisible barrier around Bei Wan to block any possibility of affecting her foundation. Yan Ci and others also gathered to protect Bei Wan. Although they didn't know what caused this, they knew that the junior sister might be about to build her foundation. Yan Nanhui, who fell to the ground beside him, looked at his own hands and the Yulong sword in disbelief. The scorching temperature and suffocating absolute oppression still remained in his mind. His eyes fell on the little kid who was surrounded by his disciples. Is that little fellow a top-grade fire spiritual root? The fire spiritual root can slightly restrain the gold spiritual root to a certain extent. This is the restraint of the 5 elements. But how extraordinary must the fire spirit root be to be able to ignore the level and suppress his Yulong sword? After realizing that Bei Wan's condition was relatively stable, Mo Yen was the first to react. He turned to look at the referee and asked loudly, "What's the result of the game?" This was spelled out by junior sister, and now I want to ask her in person. If those old guys dare to say in front of so many witnesses that Yan Nanhui won, then they will really lose this reputation. The referee swallowed his saliva, not knowing why he panicked at such a critical moment. Song Yen sects Bei Wan and Qingya sects Yan Nanhui, a tie. Bei Wan only felt that the moment the Yulong sword pierced his shoulder, a burning heat rose from his abdomen and spread along his limbs and bones to his entire body. She seemed to hear the dragon roars of a Yulong sword, but it seemed to be accompanied by a hint of pain. Time seemed to slow down, consciousness was pulled away, and nothing in the outside world had anything to do with her. Suddenly, streams of cool and gentle air flowed into the body along the limbs and bones, and the pain in the body was blocked by the burning heat. The comfortable breaths gathered in her body, flowing through her body without any instruction, like a tireless river, washing through every corner of her body, and finally returning quietly to her dantian. The spiritual energy in the heaven and earth surged in. Those who knew would understand that the little fellow was building his foundation, while those who didn't think he was forming his elixir. Mo Yen smacked his lips. Junior sister's foundation building can be said to be a grand event, but he remembered what his master once said, that Bei Wan absorbed spiritual power not through those tiny meridians, but through his limbs and bones. When you think about it this way, it's normal to absorb more spiritual power and make a louder noise. Bei Wan still didn't know how big a commotion she had caused. The little guy was looking at the grass jumping happily in front of him, and then he pushed it aside mercilessly, all his attention focused on the faint flame that seemed to be about to go out. Bei Wan cautiously stretched out her hand towards Xiao Humiao, and Xiao Humiao licked her fingers affectionately. When the atmosphere was warm and cozy, the little grass that Bei Wan had waved away suddenly poked its head out. 2 plump and tender leaves were like hands, pushing Bei Wan and Xiao Humiao away when they were touching each other. The 2 leaves opened up, just enough to hold the small flame. Then, as Bei Wan was stunned, the 2 leaves closed, wrapping the small flame inside. Then Xiao Chao pushed Bei Wan out. The movements are smooth, flowing like water, and completed in one go. The first thing Bei Wan said when she woke up was to panic and say to Yan Fingmian, who was guarding her bedside, "Master, little leaf ate little flame." Yan Fingmian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Bei Wan, as if he didn't understand what she meant. That's right. Little leaf ate up little flame in one gulp. Bei Wan repeated it again anxiously. Everyone from the Tsang Yen sect present, but still confused. Qi Yuqing was the first to understand. His voice was distant and weak, like scattered white clouds in the sky, which would dissipate with a gentle blow. 2 spiritual roots. The little guy should have top grade wood spiritual roots and top grade fire spiritual roots, which just correspond to the little leaves and little flames she mentioned. But whose spiritual root can eat up another one? Moreover, spiritual roots can transform into shapes and have their own thoughts? Considering that the little guy has just established his foundation and has been injured, his spiritual roots cannot have any more problems. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Yan Fengmian comforted the little guy and took out the spirit stone for testing spirit roots from the storage bracelet. Put your hand up. Beiwan immediately put her hand on it, and then she saw the spirit stone burst out with a dazzling green light and then return to calm. There is still only one top grade wood spiritual root. For the first time, Yan Fengmian suspected that the spirit stone used to test his spiritual roots was broken. Master, this. Qi Yuqing handed over a new spirit stone. Beiwan put his hand on it again, and there was still only a dazzling green light. Could it really be that the wood spirit root ate the fire spirit root? Mo Yen secretly expressed his guess and glanced at Beiwan with a bit of admiration. He had said long ago that none of the people in their sect were serious people. Junior sister is so awesome. The spiritual roots directly kill each other. Everyone was silent, feeling that there was a glimmer of truth in the incredible situation. After all, they saw with their own eyes the flames emerging from Bei Wan's body during the sect competition. The first thing Bei Wan said when he woke up was that little leaf had eaten little flame. Could it be that the wood spirit root really ate the fire spirit root? At this time, Bei Wan also remembered the game before he fell into a coma, and he didn't care whether Xiaoyi ate Humiao or Humiao ate Xiaoyi. She immediately reached out and tugged at Yan Fengmian's sleeve. The little guy looked up and asked him impatiently, Master, how's the game going? In Beiwan's opinion, the sect competition is the most important. Not lost, a draw. Beiwan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved that he didn't lose directly. Originally, the winner was to be decided within one day, but besides you being unconscious, the other group also suffered a very tragic result, so the junior group finals were pushed to the afternoon of the third day, which is this afternoon. Yan Fengmian explained the current situation to the little guy. To be honest, no one expected this result. Who would have thought that the most intense scene in the final did not appear in the adult group, but in the junior group, and it was so tragic that the competition had to be postponed. The little guy woke up just in time, not at the wrong time, and woke up half a day before the game. Congratulations. Yan Fengmian looked at the soft and obedient little girl and said to her softly, You have successfully established your foundation. Beiwan didn't react for a moment. After a while, the little guy asked happily, I have established my foundation? Yeah, the kind that shakes the world. As Mo Yen spoke, he threw a fruit, which hit Beiwan without any warning. Beiwan looked at the fruit that was thrown towards him, and before his brain could react, he immediately reached out to catch it. It was not until the fruit fell steadily into her hands that Beiwan realized that her reaction seemed to be much faster than usual. Look, did you see that? I threw my spiritual power at you. Even without warning you, you were able to sense it and catch it. Mo Yen shrugged his shoulders, his expression lively. So, your next game will be absolutely fine. What a joke. The little guy is already building his foundation. Master has said that junior sister's journey to defy the heavens has begun. A person who can absorb spiritual power with her flesh and blood, her cultivation speed is definitely much faster than that of a person who absorbs spiritual power through her meridians. There was still half a day left before the finals, so Yan Fengmian hurriedly gave the little guy some special training, which was enough time for him to adapt to the changes in the foundation building period. You should know that foundation building is a very important stage. It can help you fast, double your spiritual awareness, and fly on a sword for a long time. Laying the foundation means truly starting on the path of cultivation. The morning passed quickly. This time, Beiwan did not borrow the swords of his senior brothers to go up to the drawing table, but instead flew up on his own, somewhat unskillfully. Congratulations! When Yan Nanhui saw her little one riding a sword onto the stage, she was the first to offer her congratulations. Thanks. Beiwan had a soft and cute face, but her calm tone couldn't hide her childishness. Yan Nanhui seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by the referee. Several people took turns drawing slips of paper from the box. When it was Bei Wan's turn, the referee had to bend down deliberately. Otherwise, the little guy won't be able to reach the box at all. Yan Nanhui, I am number 1. Bei Wan looked down at his note, and then the little guy breathed a sigh of relief, silently. Number 2. Junior sister Jiao of Xianlang's sect frowned slightly. I am number 1. That is, Yan Nanhui versus Jiao and Bei Wan versus Ma Tian. After the drawing of lots was over, the little fellow flew back to where everyone from the Tsang Yen sect was on his sword. It's not Jiao and Yan Nanhui. The little guy was very happy that he didn't get the awesome one. The little girl who was calm and composed on the stage just now behaved like a child in front of her seniors. Well, our Bei Wan is the best. Yan Xi rubbed the little girl's head and praised her generously. Then he took out a small porcelain bottle from the storage bracelet and poured out a small pill from it. Martin's poison is a bit tricky. Take this. Bei Wan looked at the pill and pursed his lips nervously, but still picked it up and swallowed it. It's okay, it doesn't need to be a decoction, it can be a pill. As soon as he took the food in, Bei Wan started to dry heave. Mo Yen quickly handed over a piece of candied fruit. This tastes so sweet. As soon as the Bei Wan candied fruit took a bite, the sourness made her whole face wrinkled. At that moment, she even forgot that she had just taken a pill. Seeing this, Mo Yen just smiled brightly, then wandered away in a good mood. Bei Wan was almost crying. Her face was wrinkled with grievance, and she was so angry in her heart. Especially when she saw fourth senior brother smiling at her. The little kid, who usually had a good temper, stomped his feet in anger. This resulted in the little guy having a blank expression on his face when he went up to the ring, holding the bamboo sword in his right hand and exuding murderous intent all over his body. Martin on the opposite side. No, isn't it so murderous? TSK, look at our junior sister's aura. She has the demeanor of the Tsang Yen sect. Look how smart I am. When the little guy gets emotional, his strength improves by leaps and bounds. The culprit in the audience was still in a good mood and kept chattering. Mo Yen fell silent as he was talking. It was nothing, except that the way his 3 senior brothers looked at him seemed a little strange. It was as if they were going to kill him. Then why can't Mo Yen just shut up? By the way, Bei Wan had a competition with Martin a few days ago. But for some reason, Martin gave her the medicine, but ended up giving himself the medicine instead. Now, she has reached the initial stage of foundation building and finally no longer needs to rely on the defensive magic weapon given by her 3rd senior brother. She can officially compete with an opponent of equal strength. Bei Wan, who always waited for others to take the first step, raised his sword for the first time and attacked Ma Tian. The bamboo burning sword itself is a Xian-level magic weapon, and it fits well with Bei Wan. The small figure stabbed towards him with an angry sword intent, and Ma Tian raised his sword to meet it. Although Bei Wan is short, he is very fast like a little rabbit. Martin didn't notice anything unusual at first, but he soon discovered something was wrong. Every move of the little guy in front of him seemed to carry rich spiritual power, and his spiritual power was not reduced due to the consumption of moves. This is the biggest difference between absorbing spiritual power through meridians and absorbing spiritual power through the whole body. Off stage, Mo Yen wanted to take some fruit from his storage bracelet, but found that it was all gone, so he had no choice but to take out a very sour candied fruit. His face was distorted with jealousy, but he still did not forget to complain. TSK, look at this. This is different. If an ordinary person in the early stage of foundation building follows the practice of junior sister, he would have run out of spiritual power long ago. But, Mo Yen sighed, it's still not enough. I don't have enough actual combat experience. I'm still being beaten by Ma Tian. Yan Xi's eyes were fixed on the little girl on the stage. Don't worry, she's just getting started. Liao Jin, who had been silent all this time, also said, to show his agreement. Mo Yen rolled his eyes and wanted to say something, but his gaze froze. On the stage, Bei Wan was already injured. It was Ma Tian's hidden weapon. Although the poison had dissipated under the effect of the previous elixir, the wound was still real. Ma Tian and Bei Wan have the same current strength. The reason why he was able to reach the finals with the strength of the initial stage of foundation building was because of the use of poison and hidden weapons. In addition, he was lucky enough to get a bye in the last round. When he faced Baewon again, he was actually mixed with joy and sorrow. He was happy that this was the only one he could possibly beat, but he was worried that this little guy was a little weird, and he was a little afraid of him. At this moment, the little guy had several wounds on his body, and blood had flowed onto the hilt of the sword. But it seemed as if they were still attacking tirelessly, which was really weird. "Aren't you in pain?" Martin finally couldn't help it and asked loudly during the game. Facing his questioning, Baewon did not stop his actions, but the light in his eyes was unusually firm. Pain, but she had suffered more painful injuries, and this was an external injury. She had been with the evil doctor at the time, but she suffered both external and internal injuries. When the poison took effect, it felt like millions of bugs were crawling and tearing inside her body.
It was so painful that she wanted to die.
"Aren't you tired?" Martin looked at the little guy who seemed to be risking his life and attacked again with all his strength and asked again. "Tired." Baewon's answer came along with her attack. Martin collapsed. "You are so tired and in pain. Why are you still so desperate? It's really difficult." Mo Yen below was picking his ears out of boredom. "I never noticed before. This kid talks so much nonsense. I seriously suspect that he wants to distract Junior Sister's attention and take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack." Baewon did not answer this time. He just held his breath and moved his sword faster. She rushed forward again, and the bamboo sword in her hand collided with the opponent's sword. Perhaps she didn't hold it tightly enough, or maybe she was too weak, and the bamboo blasting sword slipped out of her hand and flew away. Ma Tian would not miss this fatal flaw and stabbed towards Baewon with the sword in his hand. And at this moment, on the high platform where no one noticed, Yen Fingmian lowered his head and chuckled, with a look of relief on his face. Just when everyone in the audience thought Baewon was going to lose. The little girl's body was flying gracefully, and no one knew how she did it, but suddenly, she stepped on Martin's sword with her toes and flew into the air with the force. Duck, Jinghong's step. Could it be that Master has been secretly teaching her this? Others didn't know how Baewon stepped on the opponent's sword, but Mo Yen and the others knew. The most basic method of lightening the body in Song Yen sect is the Jinghong step. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed, and this is especially true for sword skills. However, Baewon had never used it before, and they didn't even know when her master taught her. Baewon's body had already flown into the air with the force of the force, but she did not reach out to grab the bamboo burning sword that was knocked away. Instead, his body spun in the air, and unexpectedly, he used the force of the spinning to kick the bamboo burning sword hard. Zhuzhua pierced through the wind like a sharp blade released from a bow and attacked Ma Tian with unstoppable force. The two of them were equally strong. Baewon had consumed Ma Tian's energy for a long time and had just made a feint. Now, the bamboo burning sword attacked in a way that no one had ever imagined. Martin had no choice but to raise his sword to block it. But he didn't expect that the momentum of the bamboo burning sword, which was stabbing against Baewon's force, would be so strong. He blocked Baewon's bamboo burning sword, but he was forced to retreat backwards due to the impact. Then his footsteps stopped at the edge of the ring, just when he wanted to quickly move away from the edge of the ring. Martin saw that the little guy, who no longer had a sword in his hand, had come to him at some point. She held a pitch-black fire stick in her hand. The fire stick looked ordinary, but when it stabbed, its momentum was even stronger than the bamboo burning sword just now. Martin's steps became unsteady, and he actually fell off the ring. Baewon put away the poinciana tree, held the bamboo sword with trembling hands, and clasped his fists towards Ma Tian. "Thank you for letting me." You did it on purpose." Ma Tian stood up suddenly, recalling Baewon's consecutive moves just now. He thought Baewon Jian was knocked away by accident. Now that I think about it, it seems not to be the case. The sword was knocked away somewhat accidentally. At that time, he was only concerned about taking the opportunity to defeat Baewon and didn't think too much about it. Baewon nodded, turned his head to look at the position of the platform, and admitted it generously. Yes, on purpose. Yan Fengmian was leaning lazily on a wooden chair on the high platform, hiding his achievements and fame. Song Beiwan managed to tie with Yan Nanhui by luck and was in a coma. Yan Fengmian had already thoroughly studied the remaining 3 people in the junior group. A powerful person in the late stage of tribulation, specially tailored to Beiwan's foundation, he studied no less than a dozen plans to deal with the enemy. It can be said to be highly targeted. The victory or defeat of the Zhongyan sect only depends on this one match. Beiwan has tried so hard, and luck has already taken care of her. If we don't win, it would really be a shame for the little guy's persistence and hard work. In the half-day after Beiwan woke up, after Yan Fengmian figured out the little girl's strength, he selected the ones that were most suitable for her from the dozen or so plans. Among them, if facing Yan Nanhui, it would be the most difficult plan. Martin is the easiest one. Fortunately, Beiwan drew Martin. The Jinghong step was not something Yan Fengmian had taught Beiwan a long time ago. Beiwan practiced it on the spur of the moment in just 1 hour. You don't need to master them all, as long as you can complete one move. Take advantage of the opponent's momentum when he raises his sword to leap up and use his force to counter him. Zhu Zhuo flew out to reveal his weakness. Ma Tian and junior sister fought for too long, and he couldn't wait for the game to end. The purpose of taking off into the air is to use the force of the opponent to attack him, kicking out the bamboo fire and making it burst out with the strongest speed, and the appearance of the second sword was even more unexpected. Yan Xi had understood. He shook his head slightly and then said, "As expected of master, you have even borrowed the method of using the heavy sword for me. The key to heavy sword fighting at the beginning is to use the opponent's force to counterattack and let the person follow the sword's movement. Who in their right mind would think of kicking a sword? Isn't it just about combining man and sword into one and stabbing directly? But we have to admit that a stabbing sword is indeed not as fast and lethal as a sword that is kicked out suddenly in the air using the force of the opponent. This is a surprising move for these kids who have never really experienced anything. Moreover, the others were all serious sword practitioners. Usually each of them had a sword, especially Beiwan, who is only 5 years old. In the eyes of others, having a bamboo stove is already the best. Who would have thought that the little guy also has a poinciana tree that looks unprepossessing but is actually quite powerful? In addition, Beiwan had been relying on his fearless momentum to continuously consume Ma Tian's strength and patience. Winning this game was due to many factors. But the most important thing is Beiwan. The little guy is powerful enough, and this first head-on confrontation will probably be very exhilarating. Beiwan summoned back the bamboo burning sword and flew off the stage. Although the little guy was in a mess and covered with scars, he was in high spirits. He jumped off the bamboo blasting sword and said to his brothers excitedly, "We won, she won. Well, we won. Our Beiwan is the best." Yan Xi smiled gently, lifted his robe with his right hand, bent his knees and squatted, taking the medicine to treat the wounds on the little guy's body. Some of the scenes were quite serious, and even Yan Xi couldn't bear to read them. If this wound appeared on his body, he wouldn't even frown. But Beiwan was only 5 years old. I just can't bear to see children get hurt, just like I can't bear to see snow turn into mud. Don't play in the next game, Liao Jin said solemnly. Have a good rest. After hearing his senior brother talking about the next game, Beiwan asked curiously, "Who won over there?" Competitions were being held on 2 stages at the same time. Beiwan was competing, so naturally, he couldn't be distracted to watch the other stage. The result on the other side was still unknown. Of course, Yan Nanhui won. After all, not everyone is like you, who was accidentally promoted to the foundation building stage and was able to use this opportunity to knock Yan Nanhui off the stage. Mo Yan's nonchalant voice came, and no one else reacted, but Beiwan subconsciously felt a sour taste in his mouth. But the young man came over and said, "Junior sister, is the candied fruit delicious, Beiwan?" The little guy clenched his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, looking like he wanted to bite someone. Yan Xi. Mo Yan, go up and tell the referee that we're forfeiting the next game. Yan Xi glanced at the childish boy who was always teasing Xiao Beiwan and coldly found a job to send him away. Seeing that the little guy was about to go crazy with laughter, Mo Yen quickly went to inform the referee. Okay, let's go back. You have just established your foundation, and there are many things you need to learn. Yen Ci carefully picked up the little girl, trying not to touch her wound. There is no need for Bei Wan to confront Yan Nanhui head-on now. There is a huge gap between the two in terms of level, mentality, and practical experience. The Tsongyen sect has been saved, and Bei Wan has already established his foundation, so there is no need to fight another tough battle. Yeah, okay. The little guy also nodded in agreement. She was not a warlike person. The reason she had been able to hold on until now was because of her passion to protect the Tsongyen sect. Now that her goal had been achieved, her obsession had dissipated. Instead of fighting, it's better to go back and eat the pancakes made by my aunt. But before he had taken a few steps, a figure stopped Bei Wan. Yan Nanhui, the little girl's soft voice was filled with doubt, and she looked at the boy standing in front of her with puzzled eyes. What? Liao Jin immediately stood in front of Bei Wan and questioned the young man in front of him. Yan Nanhui politely clasped her fists, turned slightly, and avoided Liao Jin, looking directly at Bei Wan. Why don't you fight, Bei Wan? That's what you're asking? So, under the young man's serious gaze, the little kid held in the arms of his senior brother answered in the most sincere tone. Tired, Yan Nanhui frowned slightly. How can a cultivator go far without getting tired? Bei Wan gave another reason. We can't win. Yan Nanhui, the flames you used last time were enough to suppress me. If you go all out, you may have a chance of winning. He said this with such sincerity that the onlookers nearby were slightly startled. This junior sister of the Tsongyen sect can actually use her fire spirit root to restrain Yan Nanhui. She can suppress the top-grade gold spirit root.
Then,
what a terrifying level the fire spirit root of Tsongyen sect's junior sister must be. When everyone was looking at Xiao Bei Wan with complicated and speculative eyes, the little girl curled up in her senior brother's arms gave a reason in a plain and childish voice that Yan Nanhui could not immediately refute. But Auntie's meat pie is delicious. I want to go back and eat meat pie, fresh out of the oven, crispy, fragrant, and delicious. Bei Wan spoke sincerely, her clear eyes fixed on Yan Nanhui, trying to prove that the meat pie she was talking about was really delicious. Yan Nanhui. No swordsman would give up the competition so easily just for a meat pie. Yan Ci chuckled, glanced at the sky, turned around and said to Mo Yen, "Come and talk to little friend Yen. I'll take Bei Wan to buy meat patties first." When Yan Nanhui saw Yan Ci walking forward, he subconsciously wanted to take a step forward and follow him, but he saw Yan Ci turning around and giving him a cold look. The pressure from the nascent soul stage loomed over him, blocking his steps. You want to know why I don't fight you? Are you playing dumb? Or do you have other intentions? Mo Yen looked down at the young man from Qingya sect in front of him and felt unhappy. He hated the people of Qingya sect, so he spoke to them without any politeness. You people from the Qingya sect are really mean and cruel. Yan Nanhui frowned and was about to argue when she heard Mo Yen talking very quickly. During the sect competition, they bullied us because we had no one in the junior group of Tsongyen sect and forced us to let a child with no cultivation to compete on stage. Now that she has finally completed the heavy responsibility placed on her, you come to ask her why she doesn't fight. Why does she want to fight again? Could it be that our Tsongyen sect is no longer qualified to give up? Your Qingya sect is so strong, then I think there is no need to compete. You should just remove our Tsongyen sect from the top 6 sections. Yan Nanhui was unable to react to his retort. No. He wanted to explain, he came over to ask, he just wanted to compete with Bei Wan again. He never felt that Bei Wan could be looked down upon just because he was only 5 years old. On the contrary, he respected Bei Wan as an opponent. Mo Yen sneered and whispered, "Go back and tell that old jerk Duan Tianhan not to take things too far. At worst, we'll die together." Mo Yen really didn't want to talk to Yan Nanhui anymore, so he turned around and left. Yan Nanhui was left standing there alone, wondering what Mo Yan's last words meant. Duan Tianhan, his master, and the head of Qingya sect. The 1-month sect competition is over, and the rankings of each sect have been calculated. Although the Tsongyen sect was not number 1, It still remained among the top 6 sects due to its strength. The contestants from various sects have not left yet. After a short rest in Qingya City next to Qingya Sect, they are about to set off for the secret realm. Nan Hui, is there anything bothering you? You are always distracted during your practice. Duan Tianhan, the leader of Qingya Sect, asked his little disciple. Nan Hui hesitated for a moment. He had never said what Mo Yan asked him to convey last time, for fear of offending his master. But if he didn't say it, he felt that he had not kept his promise. Master, Mo Yan of the Tsangyan sect has something for me to pass on. Nan Hui bowed her head respectfully and clasped her fists in salute. But I don't know whether I should tell you or not. He thought of the hidden hatred in Mo Yan's eyes when he said this, and felt a little uneasy. Duan Tianhan's heart trembled when he suddenly heard the name, but his expression did not change at all. You say it. Nan Hui stood up and repeated word for word. He said, don't take things too far. At worst, we can die together. After saying this, Nan Hui didn't even realize that he was subconsciously paying attention to his master's reaction. Duan Tianhan chuckled, as if mocking Mo Yan. You ignorant child. Then his eyes fell on Nan Hui, and his tone softened a little. That's all I have to say. Go back and practice. Remember not to interfere with your practice.
You are the most talented child.
Try to break through to the Golden Core this year. Then our Qingya sect will have a 15-year-old Golden Core genius. Nan Hui was stunned for a moment, then clasped her fists and replied, yes. When leaving the main hall of the main peak, Nan Hui subconsciously turned her head and looked behind her for some reason. In the main hall, the master sat steadily on a high seat, with a kind and upright appearance, and his eyes were gentle and loving when he looked at him, but for some reason, Nan Hui felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After Nan Hui left completely, Duan Tianhan stood up and returned to his mansion. The spiritual power in his hands gathered into a formation in the house, and the ground cracked, revealing a dark passage. After he entered, the ground returned to normal. The dungeon was dark, and enchanting candlelight on the wall added a bit of chilliness. Duan Tianhan stopped in front of a woman whose limbs were locked with chains, and looked her up and down carefully. If you hadn't saved Ruar at that time, how could I have given birth to a rebellious son with you, a girl from the demon clan? He had never expected that the rebellious son with half-demon blood had such a high talent for cultivation, and even knew that he was his biological father. I really shouldn't have failed to kill him back then. But Yan Fingmian was too powerful and extremely protective of his people, so he really didn't dare to confront her head-on. Fortunately, the woman was still in his hands, so the rebellious son didn't dare to do anything wrong. Everyone just knew that Mo Yan of Tsangyan sect always liked to cause trouble for the disciples of Qingya sect. But he didn't know that Mo Yan was a half-demon with the bloodline that everyone despised, and he was also the child of Duan Tianhan, the leader of his Qingya sect. But it doesn't matter, no one will know this secret. Because soon, the Tsangyan sect will disappear completely. Mo Yan, who was being talked about by Duan Tianhan, was currently being shamelessly humiliated. Nothing. But Mo Yan just watched the little guy holding the meat pie, eating it in small bites with a happy look on his face, shaking his little feet, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. I don't know why my mind suddenly went blank, but I went over there. Beiwan looked at the fourth brother who suddenly came over and said defensively, "What are you doing?" Mo Yan touched the tip of his nose, softened his voice, and tried to negotiate. "Brother, your meat pie smells delicious. Let me have a bite." Beiwan glanced at the meat pie, then at the pitiful fourth brother. She was about to say no decisively when she heard, "Give it to me to have a taste. I haven't even tried this meat pie before." And Mo Yan even blinked pitifully. Yan Ci, who was reading an ancient book nearby, paused and looked over. He wanted to say something but held back. Forget it. It's okay for the brothers and sisters to fight and play around. Beiwan hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly handed over the crispy meat pie in his hand, and still warned in a worried voice, "Well, then, I can only..." But before she could finish her words, she saw that her meat pie was gone. It can't be said that it's gone. Only the little bit left is what she holds in her hand. All that was left was the little bit she held in her hand. It's gone, it's gone. Baewon felt a sore nose and felt a surge of anger and grievance rising from the bottom of his heart. The little fellow stared motionlessly at the pie in his hand, which had only a little bit of meat left. It tastes really good. But Mo Yen was not afraid of death and gave the most heartbreaking evaluation. At that moment, Yen Si, who seemed to be reading a book but was actually paying attention to Baewon, thought something was wrong. Mo Yen was afraid that he would make the child cry. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw his junior sister, who was always well-behaved and like a rag doll, raised her head. Her eyes were obviously red and filled with tears, but she bit her lips stubbornly and refused to cry.
And
Bamboo Burn, the little baby voice, filled with grievance and anger, suddenly shouted loudly, which stunned Yen Si and Mo Yen for a moment. The little guy has learned to summon his own sword. The bamboo burning sword placed in the room flew into her hands. The little fellow held the sword in his right hand. His childish face, which had been fattened by his senior brothers, was full of stubbornness. He was about to hold back his tears, but he still held them back, full of murderous intent. Mo Yen didn't feel there was anything to be afraid of. He just felt that the little guy in front of him looked fierce and a little cute. Seeing this, Yen Si paused slightly. After observing the little guy and Mo Yen, he curled the corners of his lips slightly and actually sat back down. The next second, the little guy holding the bamboo sword was seen holding the sword. He chopped at his junior brother. Baewon was very angry. Fourth senior brother was too much. He lied to her and said that candied fruit was sweet, and he also cheated her out of her meat pie. She couldn't bear to eat it in big mouthfuls, but just enjoyed the meat pie in small bites. It was gone. The meat loaf is gone. Mo Yan's eyelids jumped when he saw the little guy holding a sword and slashing at him. No. Don't other people's little sisters cry with tears in their eyes, and then the senior brothers go to comfort them? How come they're family? I can hardly hold back my tears, but I just don't cry or act like a spoiled child. Why did you pick up the sword and come up to chop your senior brother? When Liao Jin came back, he saw his cute little junior sister in the yard of Xianpinen. She was crying and holding a sword, chasing and slashing at her little junior brother ferociously. The eldest brother seemed to be in a good mood. He lay leisurely on the bamboo rocking chair, watching with interest the one running away and the other chasing and chopping. Liao Jin? Liao Jin was unsure of what to do for a moment, so he gave up the idea of going forward to take care of his fellow junior brothers and sisters and came to the eldest senior brother to inquire about the situation. Yen Si looked at the side of Baewon that they hadn't seen yet with great interest and explained to Liao Jin in a concise manner. Mo Yen was impatient and offended junior sister. Then senior brother doesn't care? Liao Jin was puzzled. Isn't it the eldest brother who is always the most supportive of the younger sister and the one who is most reluctant to see her suffer any injustice? Why don't you help junior sister now? Yen Si glanced at Liao Jin and patiently explained to him. If someone bullies you, you should fight back to vent your anger. If the little guy had cried and didn't raise the sword to attack, I would have fought for him. But Yen Si chuckled, looking at Mo Yen who was enjoying it and said helplessly, don't you find that Baewon is more energetic than before and has more emotions that she should have at her age? She has integrated into the Tsong Yen sect. Children playing and fighting with each other is the easiest way to enhance their relationship. Isn't Mo Yen playing with her? Yen Si gestured to Liao Jin to look over there. Mo Yen had already been stabbed by the little guy's sword several times. If he hadn't been letting the little guy off, his strength would have prevented him from getting hurt. One gets relief from beatings, the other is willing to be beaten, so they'd better not step forward to intervene. Did you get the stuff back? Yen Si changed the subject, the smile in his tone faded a little, and he sounded a little more serious. Liao Jin nodded. Yes, in the storage bracelet. That's fine. Thank you for your hard work. Liao Jin shook his head. It should be. After saying that, the two of them watched quietly as the junior sister chased after Mo Yen with a sword. All right, I'm sorry. I'll go buy some for you now, okay? I'll buy you a bunch. Mo Yen was really tired from running. He felt that if he kept running, he would be like a monkey, performing for others to see. Bae-won was also panting, tears leaving traces on her fair little face. Her look made people feel pity for her. "Look, my brother has been slashed by you several times." Mo Yen unceremoniously lifted up his arm, revealing several wounds on his fair yet strong arm, with blood oozing out. "Look here and here and here. It hurts." Mo Yen deliberately exposed his wound, and before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a baby voice full of apology and self-blame. "Brother, I'm sorry." He looked at the little guy whose eyes began to become watery again, as if filled with tears, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "No way, are you going to cry again?" Bae-won didn't know that she would hurt her senior brother. She felt that his strength should be able to block all her attacks. But now, Mo Yen had several bleeding wounds on his body. Although Bae-won was angry that her senior brother ate her meat pie, she did not intend to really hurt him. "No, it's okay. This will make you feel better." The little guy was so apologetic that Mo Yen felt a little flustered. He had never come across anyone like this before. Before he became a disciple, he was like a dog, biting whoever he caught. After you become their apprentice, you will find that they are all grown men. No one will be gentle to you. Most of the time, they will use their fists to speak. It was the first time that Mo Yen had come into contact with and interacted with Xiao Bae-won. "Well, I'll go buy you some meat pies." Mo Yen ran away in panic, saying, "Yen Si, keep an eye on her." Yen Si, who was sitting in the rocking chair, shook his head helplessly, then stood up and quickly came to Bae-won's side. "Okay, don't worry. His injuries are not as serious as the ones you suffered in the ring. Don't worry." Yen Si picked up the little kid, peeled a piece of maltose with one hand, and fed it to the little guy. "He made you angry, and he just made you bleed a little to relieve your anger. In the final analysis, he was the one who provoked you first." Yen Si said this with a more serious tone. "Next time, if someone provokes you, you should still pick up the sword and beat him like you did just now, no matter who it is." He didn't care whether the children of other sects would fight back when they were wronged, but the disciples of their Tsongyen sect would not tolerate being wronged. "What if Bae-won can't beat him?" the little fellow asked timidly. Just like fourth senior brother gave in to Bae-won. Bae-won also understood that the reason she could pick up a sword and chase after fourth senior brother was because fourth senior brother was giving in to her. Otherwise, how could she possibly hurt fourth senior brother? "If you can't beat them, come to us." The calm and reliable voice of the second senior brother suddenly sounded. Bae-won turned around and found that the second senior brother was also in the yard. "Your second brother is right. If you can't beat them, come to us." Yen Si thought for a while and said, "But you still have to rely on yourself. You have to work hard to practice. When you're not the most powerful person, if someone bullies you, go to your senior brothers. Okay? Then Bae-won has to become very powerful. And then he will protect Yen Si." Bae-won clenched his fists, as if he had found his goal again. Yen Si was speechless and smiled gently. "Okay. Wait for Bae-won to come and protect brother. His junior sister might be suitable for fighting. Other junior sisters might be very touched when they hear that their senior brothers will come to protect them." Their family story was interesting, and it actually reminded her to practice hard so that she could protect her senior brother. Yen Si couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch the little guy's soft cheek. How could such a cute little girl like fighting so much and be so
tough?
But I have to admit it. When the little kid said he wanted to protect his brother, he looked so serious and adorable. Here is your meat pie, and there are candied fruits. This time it's really sweet." Mo Yen came back soon and piled all the things he bought in front of the little guy. "This is maltose.
I see you like to eat it.
And this is osmanthus cake. I heard that children like to eat it." Bae-won looked at the food on the table in front of him, feeling a little confused. Chi Yu-ching, who was standing next to him and had no idea what had happened in the yard in the afternoon, was also stunned for a moment. "Mo Yen, did you take the wrong medicine?" Chi Yu-ching coughed twice after he finished speaking. He has not been feeling well these days. He offended Bae-won, and this is to make amends. Yen Si, as the eldest senior brother, watched the fun from the sidelines and did not forget to explain it to his junior brothers who were unaware of the matter. Chi Yu-ching nodded, no longer curious, but lowered his head and began to read the ancient book. He is still studying why there is no fire spirit root detected in Bei Wan's body. Could it be that the wood's spiritual root really swallowed up the fire spiritual root? But that shouldn't be the case, because according to the theory of the 5 elements, wood produces fire. Wood spiritual roots cannot swallow fire spiritual roots. Although the little guy's spiritual roots are top-grade wood spiritual roots, he is sure that Bei Wan's fire spiritual roots must be of no less quality than wood's spiritual roots. So, I still can't figure it out. It is better to honestly read the ancient books and see if you can find some ideas from them. When Bei Wan was about to go to bed at night, she saw her master and 4 brothers came to see her. The little guy quickly sat up straight and looked at them, not knowing what to do, and his expression was a little serious. Yan Fingmian was still a little uncomfortable, so he coughed lightly. This time, Song Yan's sect was able to stay in the upper 6 sections. Bei Wan worked hard. Bei Wan. The little guy waved his hands quickly. No, it's my duty. She had yet to thank Yan Ci for saving her from the evil doctor and bringing her to the Song Yan sect. She didn't even thank the master for accepting her as a disciple. So why did the master come to thank her? This is the reward that master prepared for you. Yan Fingmian handed a jade pendant to Bei Wan. This is a storage magic tool. Drop blood on it to sign a contract. After the contract is signed, you only need to use your mind to store it. It will never be lost. Ahem, the apprenticeship gift was a bit sloppy at that time, please accept it. Yan Fingmian was afraid that the little guy would feel embarrassed, so he added another reason. Yan Ci also advised, okay, take it, you may need it in the future. Liao Jin nodded. Mo Yan said, quickly collect it, this is a good thing. Thank you, master. Bei Wan thanked his master obediently and completed the contract under the guidance of Yan Fingmian and others. Bei Wan thought this was the end, but she didn't expect. She looked at the gift boxes handed to her by the 4 senior brothers in front of her and fell silent. Yan Ci, open it and take a look. This is a foundation-building gift for you. You can't refuse it, Liao Jin. This is for you. They both had it at the beginning and you should have it too. It's a gift from my senior brother. This is indeed not a bluff. There are few people in the Song Yan sect, and it is a rare thing for the master to accept a disciple. Yan Ci gave gifts to Liao Jin in the beginning, and when Qi Yuqing became his disciple, the 2 of them also gave gifts to Qi Yuqing, and so did Mo Yan. It's just that those gifts might be rather perfunctory. Qi Yuqing, take it. Mo Yan. Look, it's a triple blessing. Song Yan sect is still one of the top 6 sects. You have established your foundation, and congratulations to becoming my junior sister, who is under my protection. Thank you, brother. The little guy can use the storage magic tool that the master just gave him to accept the gifts from his senior brothers. At night, the few people did not disturb the little guy to rest, and prepared to leave after giving him the gifts. Before Yan Ci left, he sent a secret message to the little fellow, saying, remember to open it and take a look. Your second senior brother, and I sent it to you. After they left, the little fellow took out the gifts that he had put away and opened the gifts he had given according to Yan Ci's instructions. As soon as he opened it, Bei Wan was stunned. She looked at the tattered rabbit made of patchwork scraps of cloth, and her eyes were immediately filled with tears. The little girl carefully took out the cloth rabbit. It was not quite the same as she remembered, but also very similar. Before she was captured by the evil doctor, the only thing she treasured most was a rag rabbit like this. It was given to her by her grandmother, who sewed it stitch by stitch using scraps of cloth that others didn't want. Tears dropped onto the cloth rabbit, and Bei Wan thought of the only grandma who was kind to him. The child finally sobbed and cried quietly while holding the rag rabbit. Outside the door, Yan Ci and Liao Jin stood in the corner, listening to the crying of the little guy in the house. Did we send it to the wrong person? Liao Jin frowned. The junior sister was crying. Yan Ci shook his head. No, it's the right gift. Liao Jin didn't understand, but Yan Ci didn't explain any further. He turned his head to look at the moon outside and at the hairpin lying quietly in his hand, and murmured in a low voice, cry, and you won't feel uncomfortable if you cry, just like him. Although I was saved by my master, I survived that period by relying on the belongings of my relatives. Although Wan didn't say anything, Yan Xiai saw the longing in her eyes when she talked about Grandma. I'm afraid he's also thinking about his former relatives. But he could still look for the relics of his former relatives at that time, Wan. I'm afraid he can only miss them. So, he found Liao Jin, and together they found the village where Wan used to live and asked about Wan's favorite things. The process was difficult, but it didn't matter. They could still find out. And according to the description, she tried her best to make the rag rabbit similar to the one she remembered. When one's longing has a place to rest, one will be more determined to move forward. Yan Xiai took the hairpin that originally belonged to his mother and said something silently to the moon. Wan, the road is still long, keep walking. After a short rest in the inn, it is time to go to the place where the secret realm is located, wait for it to open, and then enter it. This was the first time Wan had seen a secret realm. Of course, she would not go, because this secret realm was a bit dangerous, and there were basically no disciples in the foundation building stage from the major sects who would go in. In addition to Yan Nanhui of Qingya sect, he is about to break through the late stage of foundation building and enter the golden elixir stage. Although it was dangerous, he still chose to enter. Apart from Wan, Qi Yuqing was not going either from the Tsongyan sect. His body had not fully recovered yet, and the backlash from the power of the word spirit was a bit strong, so it was better for him not to go. The secret realm needs the leaders of the 6 sects to open together. Wan and Qi Yuqing stood in the back and watched the secret realm open. When the secret realm was opened, the scene was magnificent and gorgeous, and the little guy watched attentively without moving. Qi Yuqing stayed beside the little guy, and seeing his envious and curious look, he was silent for a moment and then said, "You'll go there in the future, too." Well, Wan needs to practice hard. The little guy clenched his fists, with a look of determination on his young face. For some reason, Qi Yuqing suddenly felt a rare sense of crisis in his heart. It's not that he was exaggerating, but during the more than half a month of rest, he witnessed with his own eyes how fast this little guy, who is not even as tall as his waist, was practicing. It's almost there, and he's acting like he's risking his life all day long. As senior brothers, we all have a sense of crisis. Qin Pin stood behind the crowd, glanced in the direction of Wan without leaving a trace, and then looked at Yan Fingmian, who was maintaining the entrance to the secret realm. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. He asked Li Gui to get some of Wan's blood during the competition. For some reason, just that little bit of blood was more effective than the huge amount of blood he got from Wan in his previous life. He could even feel the vigorous vitality from the waste pill. If the pill was successful, its quality would definitely be excellent, and it might not even have any side effects. The special changes in Wan's blood made him unable to wait any longer, as he had been waiting for the Tsongyan sect to be destroyed in a few years. Qin Pin wanted to get Wan's blood quickly and urgently. No one knew that Wan's blood could be used to refine a realm-breaking pill. That is a realm-breaking pill that can only be refined in legends, not the realm-breaking pill refined by alchemists today that can only allow foundation building and golden elixir cultivators to break through. Instead, it is a breakthrough pill that can go against the will of heaven, help people overcome tribulations, or even help those in the ascension period break through the realm and ascend directly. What does this mean? As long as he has Wan's blood, he can break through his current spirit transformation stage in one fell swoop and enter the tribulation stage. You can even rely on this flawless quality pill to advance to the ascension stage, which no one else can reach at the moment, and you can even complete the ascension. He really couldn't snatch the people from Tsongyan sect here, but if in the secret realm, Qin Pin couldn't help but breathe faster just thinking about it. Another elder from the Qingya sect nearby kindly asked, "Elder Qin, are you feeling unwell?" Qin Pin forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He shook his head to indicate that he was fine. But in the next second, his figure flew out. The elder next to him. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Then he saw with horror that Qin Pin had snatched away the young disciple of the Tsongyan sect and quickly rushed towards the entrance to the secret realm. There were not many people at the entrance to the secret realm. Qin Pin was fast and his movements were sudden, leaving no time for others to react. Even Qi Yuqing, who was beside Bei Wan, didn't react. Yan Fengmian noticed the abnormality at the first moment, but he couldn't move because he still had to maintain the stability of the entrance to the secret realm. Qi Yuqing, he could only shout loudly and place his hopes on Qi Yuqing. Even without Yan Fengmian's reminder, Qi Yuqing reacted immediately. He immediately chased after him and forcibly used the power of the word spirit to try to slow down Qin Pin's speed. But Qin Pin's cultivation was originally higher than Qi Yuqing's, and Qi Yuqing was still weak, suffering from the backlash of the power of the word spirit, and he only blocked it slightly for a moment. Bei Wan struggled while being held hostage by Qin Pin, but it was of no use. The last thing she saw was the anxious figure of her third senior brother. The strong impact of entering the secret realm made Bei Wan subconsciously close his eyes. Well, there is indeed a strong suppression. The terrifying impact and strong wind stopped, and Bei Wan heard Qin Pin's somewhat embarrassed whisper. Bei Wan opened her eyes and saw a barren land. Most of it was yellow sand, but there were green mountains in the distance. It was a scene she had never seen before. As soon as she raised her head, she met a pair of eager and greedy eyes, so strange and terrifying. It was Qin Pin. But Qin Pin at this time is a little different from before. He looked as if he had seen some rare treasure, with madness in his eyes. He looked Bei Wan up and down, as if he were a lamb on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Bei Wan's breathing stagnated. Such a look. For no reason. She remembered the dream she had had. In the dream, Qin Pin also looked at her with such eyes, in that dungeon which was always dark and without sunlight. She was like an animal, tied up with an iron chain, unable to die and with no hope of living. Every day she just ate fasting pills and had her blood drawn. The illusory yet real memory hit the little guy, and he subconsciously slowed down his breathing. Looking at Qin Pin's excited face so close to him, it seemed as if the nightmare had become reality. Relax, as long as you obey, I will only take a little blood from you. Qin Pin slowed down his tone, but his hands were not idle. He took out a rope from the storage bracelet. Just take some of your blood. Qin Pin's words seemed to have come from a fantasy world into reality. Bei Wan couldn't help but start to tremble. She seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. Qin Pin noticed the little guy's strange reaction and paused in his action of tying him up. No, if this little guy had no memories of his previous life, he wouldn't have such a big reaction. Since Qin Pin was reborn, what he feared most was that Bei Wan would also be reborn. He was afraid that Bei Wan would know about her past life, would tell Yan Fengmian about it, and would also know what he did with her blood. Given Yan Fengmian's protective nature, he would definitely go to Qingya sect to kill them, and he would even guess the special nature of Bei Wan's blood. Qin Pin became concerned and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He quickly made hand gestures and prepared to tie up Bei Wan. The moment the immortal rope came towards him, a golden light appeared on Bei Wan's body. The defensive weapon given by the third senior brother. Bei Wan quickly came back to her senses. She looked at Qin Pin in front of her, summoned the bamboo burning sword in her hand, and retreated with the power of the defensive weapon. No, she was not the same as in the dream. She did not join the Qingya sect, but the Zhongyan sect, where she met her master and fellow brothers. She is not afraid. Qin Pin just sneered at her vigilance and resistance and ignored it. The secret realm would indeed suppress his strength, but even if he was in the early nascent soul stage, it would be enough to crush the foundation establishment stage kid in front of him. Qin Pin did not chase after him, but mobilized his own spiritual power, and the pressure of the nascent soul stage enveloped Bei Wan without any mercy. At that moment, Bei Wan felt a tightness in her chest and glaring blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qin Pin then walked over slowly and in a very impressive manner, looking at the little kid in front of him as if he was looking at a little mouse. I've already told you that if you just obey, you'll suffer less. Qin Pin's voice came from behind, gradually becoming stronger. Bei Wan wanted to struggle, but he couldn't get rid of this darn pressure. The more she struggled, the more blood flowed from the corners of her lips. Qin Pin came in front of her, looked at the blood that had already dripped onto the ground, and let out a low sigh. It's really a waste of natural resources. Under Beiwan's gaze, he actually took out a porcelain bottle and placed it on Beiwan's chin, muttering, "Don't waste it." Beiwan just felt creepy. She continued to suppress her inner fear and tried desperately in her little head to think about how she could escape. But how can the strength of the Foundation establishment stage compete with that of the nascent soul stage? Beiwan watched as her Zhuzhua sword was casually thrown to the ground by Qin Pin. Perhaps to prevent her from recalling Zhuzhua, she also used the immortal binding rope to cut off the connection between Zhuzhua and her. For some reason, Beiwan recalled the conversation between her and her senior brother in the courtyard a few days ago. Next time someone provokes you, you should pick up your sword and beat him up like you did just now, no matter who he is. What if Beiwan can't beat him? If you can't beat them, come to us. When you are not yet the most powerful person, if someone bullies you, go to your senior brothers. So, Beiwan looked at his bamboo blasting sword that was getting farther and farther away from him and the empty yellow sand, and felt a slight soreness in his nose. "Senior brother, how can Beiwan find you?" Qin Pin took Beiwan away. He needed to find an extremely remote and secluded place to try to refine the elixir in the secret realm. The yellow sand blew past, covering up the bloodstains, and a sword of extraordinary quality was also covered under the yellow earth. Suddenly, a red shadow appeared quickly. It is a huge fiery red bird with extremely long legs. It looks a bit silly and fierce. Its not so bright eyes looked around at the yellow sand, then it lowered its head to sniff, and finally landed on the yellow sand where Beiwan's blood had once dripped. Then he stretched out his long legs and ran back at a very fast speed on the yellow sand. Not long after, the fiery red bird appeared again, but this time, it was not alone, but a whole piece of fiery red. Led by the first one, the group of flaming turkeys ran at an extremely fast speed in the direction where Qin Pin left. Some experienced disciples watched from afar and dared not make a sound. Please, their pecks are extremely painful, and they live in groups. Even those in the nascent soul stage don't dare to provoke them easily. On the other side, because Qi Yuqing did not enter with Qin Pin and the others, he was immediately thrown into a valley. He held onto the stone and coughed violently several times, the blood staining the handkerchief covering his mouth red, and he was still unable to catch his breath. Qi Yuqing quickly took out the sound-transmitting jade pendant from the storage bracelet. His situation is really bad now. Let alone going to find Beiwan, even protecting himself is a problem. I must contact Yanxi as soon as possible. Fortunately, I can still use the jade pendant for transmitting sound in the secret realm. Qi Yuqing leaned weakly on the stone and explained the situation to Yanxi in a very weak voice. "Okay, I understand. Pay attention to your own safety first. Liao Jin will come to find you." Yanxi could tell that the situation on Qi Yuqing's side was not good either. Both junior brothers and sisters need to be found, and they all have to be fast. Beiwan's life or death is uncertain. The incident happened too suddenly. No one knows why Qin Pin did this and what he wants to achieve. As for Qi Yuqing, although he is stronger than Beiwan, he is in poor physical condition and is also in danger in this secret realm. They needed to find both of them as quickly as possible. Qin Pin and Beiwan ran for nearly 2 hours before they found an extremely hidden cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Qin Pin casually threw the little guy into the corner, took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bracelet, and when Beiwan resisted, he cut her palm with a knife.
Beiwan grittet her teeth.
She was bound by the ropes and couldn't move at all. He could only watch his blood slide down his palm to his fingertips and then flow along his fingertips into the porcelain bottle. After filling one bottle, Qin Pin took out another porcelain bottle. The wound on Beiwan that was about to heal was cut open again, and blood flowed out again, like a small stream, winding into the porcelain bottle. Because he had just been frightened by Qin Pin's pressure not long ago, and now his blood was being drawn continuously, Beiwan felt nauseous, dizzy, and his face gradually turned pale. "Come, take the blood-replenishing pill." Qin Pin obviously noticed it, but he didn't stop taking blood. He just took out a black blood-replenishing pill and forced it into Beiwan's mouth. The little girl retched as a physiological reaction, and the pill was spat out by her and rolled to the ground. Qin Pin frowned. Don't want to eat. Bei Wan leaned weakly against the stone wall of the cave. His clear and bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. The little girl, who was originally well taken care of by the brothers, was now in dishevel, with her hair in disarray, her face as pale as frost, and horrific scars on her fair skin. Never mind. Qin Pin looked at the dozen or so porcelain bottles in his storage bracelet and decided that there was no rush to take blood. He set up a confinement barrier for Bei Wan, and with a wave of his hand, he also set up a barrier at the entrance of the cave. Then he took out the alchemy furnace with peace of mind and began to try to refine the nascent soul stage breakthrough pill. He still has the materials needed to make the nascent soul stage breakthrough pill. The higher the level of the realm-breaking pill, the more difficult it is to gather the materials required and to refine them. The materials he had collected now were at most enough to refine the realm-breaking pills needed for the spirit transformation stage. In his previous life, with the help of Bei Wan's blood, he advanced from the late nascent soul stage to the middle stage of tribulation crossing in just 5 years. When he was refining the breakthrough elixir that could advance from the tribulation stage to the ascension stage, he attracted thunder from the sky, which exploded the furnace and killed him directly. Qin Pin soon immersed himself in alchemy. He surrounded himself with the barrier he had set up. Bei Wan, a weak child, could not escape at all. Therefore, the relaxed Qin Pin didn't even notice that a turkey head was secretly poking out from the entrance of the cave. The long-necked flaming turkey stuck its head out, and its wise eyes turned around and fell on the little milk ball who was leaning weakly against the wall. The blazing turkey's gaze was too intense, and even if Bei Wan's reaction was slow, he still noticed it. She opened her eyes with great effort and saw a big, stupid-looking bird at the entrance of the cave. The man and the chicken looked at each other. Bei Wan, is this a chicken or a bird? The next second, Bei Wan saw the fiery red bird retract its head with a whoosh and disappear. Bei Wan, what the heck? Outside, the blazing turkey walked with its long legs and flapped its wings, standing on a huge rock next to the cave entrance and cackling a few times. In an instant, a large area of fiery red appeared, and everywhere you looked were flaming turkeys, at least several hundred of them. After the flaming turkey on the stone made a cry, they all rushed towards the cave entrance. The blazing turkey is a social beast with fire attributes. Its main features are strong aggressiveness, teamwork, and the ability to use numbers to bully the minority. A flaming turkey might not be able to break through Qin Pin's barrier, but a flock of blazing turkeys is enough to do it. When the blazing turkey attacked the barrier, Qin Pin reacted immediately, but he was distracted and the furnace exploded. Looking at the huge flock of turkeys flying around outside, Qin Pin cursed softly and frowned tightly. Don't these blazing turkeys live in hot desert areas? He had already come to the middle of the jungle, so why did he suddenly appear in such a large group of flaming turkeys? Although the strength of this blazing turkey is not that high, a whole piece of it is enough to give a cultivator in the nascent soul stage a headache. What's more, the current environment is extremely unfavorable. The turkeys were outside, and he was trapped in the cave. It was difficult to get out, and it was even more dangerous to stay in the cave. After thinking for a moment, Qin Pin picked up the weak little kid and decided to break out. The moment when the barrier was broken by the flock of turkeys, Qin Pin sprinkled a handful of poison powder and rushed out. He is not a sword cultivator, but an alchemy cultivator. Although he has some fighting ability, he is definitely no match for these flaming turkeys in a head-on fight, so he can only use poison. The poison was spread, and the blazing turkeys at the entrance of the cave fell down, but there were still many outside. Before Qin Pin could throw the second wave, Bei Wan, who was held in his hand, was grabbed by the clothes by the flaming turkey. Feeling the weight on his hand, Qin Pin lowered his head subconsciously. Then I saw the turkey holding Bei Wan's clothes in its mouth. Qin Pin? Turkey. Gah. The fiery turkey looked at Qin Pin with its silly yet fierce eyes, then suddenly pulled, turned around and ran with Bei Wan in its mouth.
Gah!
The flaming turkey next to him screamed. The flaming turkey next to it also cackled. The intoxicating, crackling sounds spread outward in waves. In an instant, all the birds ran out. Qin stared blankly at the group of flaming turkeys hurrying away. The one leading the group was still holding the unconscious little baby in its mouth, swinging like it was on a swing. Qin. His medicine. Qin immediately quickened his pace to catch up. Beiwan was being carried by the flaming turkey and running wildly, and he felt like his head was almost shaking. But she also knew that she seemed to have escaped Qin's control. Yellow sand was flying, a flock of turkeys were running wildly, and Qin was chasing behind. The scene was extremely beautiful. In the distance, a few disciples who were watching the excitement were stunned for a moment, as if they were shocked. After the strange turkey and the strange elder ran away, several disciples were still muttering. That seems to be the elder of Qingya sect. Oh, that's right. Why is he chasing after a flock of turkeys? Shouldn't we think about why the elders appeared in the secret realm? Suddenly, a murderous intent rose in the air around them. A figure suddenly appeared in front of these disciples, wearing an elegant robe embroidered with silver clouds, a jade crown to tie his hair, and a smile on his lips. It looks gentle, warm as jade, and clear as the wind. The premise of all this is to ignore the murderous mace in his left hand and the Luoquan sword in his right hand. You just said, the elders of Qingya sect? The stern but gentle voice seemed to conceal endless murderous intent. Several young disciples were somewhat frightened when they saw Yan Xi suddenly appear in front of them with murderous intent. The leader swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, Yes, the elder of Qingya sect. He ran over there, chasing after the blazing turkeys. A young disciple who was protected by his senior brother added timidly and pointed in a direction. Yan Xi nodded and said to the few people, Thank you. After saying this, he quickly disappeared from here. Only a few young men were left looking at each other. Qin ultimately failed to catch up with the group of blazing turkeys. It's okay, there's still blood. Qin comforted himself, saying that fortunately he had taken a lot of Beiwan's blood before, so it was enough for now. But then I thought, who knows why those flaming turkeys would take the little guy away?
Could it be that?
Those spirit beasts can also sense that the blood in Beiwan's body has special effects. If this is the case, Beiwan might not be able to get out of the group of spirit beasts. In other words, he cannot rescue Beiwan, and he might only have the little blood in the storage bracelet. It was not enough for him to refine the pills. Qin poured a few elixirs into his mouth, ready to go find Beiwan quickly, but just after taking the first step, he subconsciously withdrew. With a clang, a terrifyingly shaped mace hit the place where he had just stood. Qin was so frightened that a thin layer of sweat broke out on his back. Qin looked up and saw a young man in plain clothes, with his feet on the Luoquan sword. He was looking down at him with murderous intent and anger not concealed at all. He is the eldest disciple of Tsong Yen sect, Yan Xi. Where are the people? Hand them over. Yan Xi stood in front of Qin, with a sharp and restrained Luoquan sword in his hand pointing directly at Qin. The murderous aura of the young man could not be suppressed, and Qin could clearly and deeply feel his murderous intent. Survival is the most important thing. He will definitely not be able to defeat Yan Xi in the secret realm. But he was unwilling to not get Beiwan. If he missed this chance, he might never have another chance. She was taken away by the blazing turkeys. Before Qin could finish his words, a blood mark suddenly appeared on his neck. His voice disappeared silently, and his body staggered and fell to the sand. Before the nascent soul in his body could escape, the Luoquan sword, carrying a fierce murderous aura, came with a sound of breaking wind and headed straight for his dantian. With one sword, the nascent soul is destroyed. Qin opened his eyes wide, his body slumped on the sand, as if he would never believe it until his death. The other party didn't even give him time to finish his sentence. He never expected that Yan Xi, who seemed gentle and docile on weekdays, would actually take his life with one sword and destroy his nascent soul so cleanly. The Luoquan sword was stained with blood, but Yan Xi ignored it. He just felt his mind was in a mess and his heart was panicked, as if he was back to the day when he learned that something had happened at home. The murderous intent in my heart could not be suppressed at all. Yen Xiai didn't even look at Qin Pin, who was lying on the ground. He flew quickly on his sword towards the direction where the flock of blazing turkeys disappeared. The young man flew away on his sword. The yellow sand was blown by the wind, covering the body lying on the ground where the sword had killed the person. I don't know how long it took, but something under the sand seemed to move, and a pair of hands stretched out from under the sand. The flaming turkeys ran to their nests, and a group of turkeys gathered in a circle with their heads down, all looking at the unconscious little kid lying on the ground. After a brief silence, the first turkey crowed. "Jie." The sounds began to ring one after another, as if they were discussing the situation of the little milk ball in front of them. Beiwan only felt a very loud noise in her ears. She had experienced having her blood drawn and being carried wildly by a flaming turkey, so her mind was in a mess. Now, with the cackle noise, it's almost turning into a mess. The little guy was forced to open his eyes, and as soon as he opened his eyes, Beiwan was stunned. I was scared. Just scared. The blazing turkey might not be scary to some cultivators, but Beiwan is still young. Each of the blazing turkeys was nearly 10 feet tall, with long legs and necks, and they were all staring at her with their necks pricked up. In Beiwan's sight, it was particularly scary. Turkey and Beiwan looked at each other, and the air was temporarily quiet for a few breaths. Soon, the cackle sound was heard again, as if they were discussing that the little guy had woken up. Beiwan closed his eyes weakly and really seemed to be saying, "These big birds are so noisy." But she had no strength, really no strength.
Ga.
A clear and loud cry rang in Beiwan's ears, and Beiwan opened his eyes tiredly. Then I saw a flamingo that had just returned from a wild run, with its head lowered, holding a fiery red fruit with a handle in its mouth. The fruit swayed from side to side with its movements. The fruit seemed to have a rich aroma, urging Beiwan to eat it quickly. But only Beiwan herself knew that she couldn't even lift her hands and felt so weak. Qin Pin showed no mercy when taking her blood. She didn't take any blood-replenishing pills, and she was carried around by the big bird for a long time. It was lucky that she could open her eyes alive. Seeing that Beiwan didn't move, the big bird opened its mouth and made a "ga" sound anxiously. Then the fruit in its mouth hit Beiwan directly in the face. Beiwan. Big bird.
Ga.
Anyway, it fell, so the big bird called out anxiously a few times, as if urging Beiwan to eat it. Then the big bird looked at Beiwan's face with wise eyes. Beiwan had a bad premonition. He aimed at Beiwan's lips, held the fruit in his mouth, and smashed it down gently. Beiwan felt that his face was about to be pierced by the bird's hard beak, but the fruit was also poked into Beiwan's mouth during this operation. The big bird raised its head proudly and then stared motionlessly at Beiwan, whose face was still stained with fruit juice. After putting the fruit into his mouth, Beiwan felt better. He didn't know what kind of fruit it was, but a warmth spread from his dantian to his limbs, and the feeling of weakness in his body was gradually dispelled bit by bit. Then she felt a sharp pain coming from her dantian, as if being burned by fire. Beiwan couldn't hold it in for a moment and fainted. Then, she saw the little flames and green leaves that she had not seen for a long time. Beiwan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not eaten, and the little flames seemed to be more vigorous than before. But Beiwan felt that it was a little too early to breathe a sigh of relief. The next second, she saw with her own eyes that the little flame ate the little green leaf in one breath right in front of her. Beiwan. No, it's okay. Can't you just get along well with each other? Every time she comes, you give her a scare, right? Just as Beiwan was about to take action to rescue Little Green Leaf, he saw Little Green Leaf jump out of the flames and then shrink back into the flames. Little Green Leaf. QAQ, I'm fine. Beiwan. No, what are these? Are they really her spiritual roots? Before Beiwan could figure it out, she was woken up again. But this time, she clearly felt something was wrong. She seems to have become shorter. Before, it seemed to be some distance away from the ground, but now it seems to be kissing the earth directly, and a small piece of red fluff appears in sight. Baewon coughed subconsciously, but what she heard was, "Chew." The clear, loud, and slightly soft voice of a baby bird is very pleasant to hear. The premise is that this didn't come from her mouth.
She
Wouldn't have turned into a big bird cub because of eating the fruit, right? Baewon raised her head with great effort and saw a group of flaming turkeys looking at her with loving eyes. Baewon also saw his own appearance clearly in the black pupils of the fiery turkey.
one.
Fluffy, red all over, with a little hair on its head. A little chicken. It was at this time that Baewon heard a familiar call. Baewon. The sudden call not only caused Baewon's mood to change suddenly, but also the mood of the group of turkeys protecting her. However, Baewon was excited when he saw Yen Si flying on a sword in the sky. The flock of turkeys nearby were on guard. Baewon had just made a chirp sound, and before he could wave his little wings towards Yen Si, he was surrounded by a group of turkeys.
In an instant, bei wann sich des appararet.
Looking up, he saw nothing but fiery red feathers and a group of long legs. Baewon. The tiny cub tried to jump around, but no one paid attention. Yen Si was flying in the air with his sword. He looked down at the group of flaming turkeys but did not see Baewon, nor did he smell any trace of Baewon. But the scene of the flaming turkeys surrounding him still attracted Yen Si's attention. Since it concerns Baewon, he will not let go of any suspicious places. Yen Si's body was like a swimming dragon, charging straight towards the place surrounded by the flock of turkeys. His moves were ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. His purpose was not to kill the turkeys, but to see clearly whether the person they were protecting was Baewon. The group of turkeys were obviously afraid of Yen Si's moves, but none of them retreated. Yen Si's sword move landed, but no blood was shed. He withdrew his hand, thinking that if Baewon was the one below, he might kill his junior sister with his own hands. The sword move pushed away several flaming turkeys with a gentle yet strong absolute force. It was also at that moment that Yen Si clearly saw the scene inside. Not a junior sister. It was a spirit beast cub that looked to be only half the size of his palm. Its fur is bright red and smooth. It has not grown large feathers yet, but is covered with a layer of fluff. There is also a small alopecia on the top of its head, which is quite cute. But what does cuteness have to do with him? She's not his junior sister. Yen Si turned around and released his spiritual sense again. After confirming that he could not sense Baewon's presence in this area, he decisively turned around and left. He didn't notice at all that the little red fur ball behind him was chasing him with unskilled steps and flapping its short little wings. However, before it could catch up with the turkey for a few steps, the little fur ball was grabbed by the blazing turkey and forcibly stopped. Baewon could only watch Yen Si fly away on his sword. The little girl's mood instantly dropped, and then she looked at the group of flaming turkeys a little angrily. The group of blazing turkeys sensed her anger, but they all tilted their heads in confusion, not understanding why the little cub was suddenly unhappy. Baewon looked at the turkeys that had quieted down because of her unhappiness, and she controlled her temper. They have been helping her. But if I hadn't eaten that fruit, maybe I wouldn't have turned into a chick and could have found my senior brother and the others. The depressed little chick clicked and curled up on the ground, looking more like a small ball of fur, which made people want to rub it just by looking at it. However, there was also a brain-wrecking blazing turkey who did so. It lifted its foot and gently rubbed the chick's nesting on the ground. But he never thought that he would kick the little ball of fur to the ground. Baewon. Turkey. Other turkeys. Then, Baewon saw the hand that was lurking. Oh no! The turkey with the bad leg was chased and pecked by a group of turkeys. Among a group of turkeys, there was only one little ball of fur that stood out as being particularly steady. Baewon looked up at the sky and wondered what to do. But her 5-year-old brain could not come up with any solution no matter how hard she tried. Not long after Yen Si left the turkey flock, he received a message from Mo Yen. Yen Si, Baewon's position on the compass has disappeared, The reason why they were able to find Bei Wan's approximate location in such a huge secret realm so quickly was all because of the gift that Mo Yen gave to Bei Wan last time. The gift looks ordinary, but it has the function of positioning. It can't be very accurate, but can roughly point out a direction. Therefore, in order to find his junior sister as quickly as possible, he and Yen Ci separated after reaching this approximate location. What Mo Yen was afraid of at that time was that the people from Qingya sect would kidnap Bei Wan. After all, he was the one who snatched Bei Wan from Qingya sect. Moreover, he had also seen Qin Pin of Qingya sect take the initiative to go to Tsongyan sect to look for Bei Wan. He took precautions before it happened. Result: he really took precautions. However, Yen Ci frowned slightly. What does it mean that the position disappeared? There are only two possibilities for his disappearance. One is that Bei Wan is no longer in the secret realm, or he has entered another secret realm. Another possibility is she is already dead. Mo Yen hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and said the second possibility. Otherwise, the compass would not be able to show the approximate direction of the little guy.
Impossible.
Keep looking. Weren't we just in this area? It's impossible for her to die. She has so many life-saving magic weapons. It's impossible for her to die. Yen Ci immediately denied Mo Yan's guess. But there was a little more panic in the usually steady voice. Mo Yen also felt somewhat uncomfortable at this moment. He had just made peace with the little guy, so why? Where is Qin Pin? Mo Yen asked. Yen Ci said in a cold voice. Dead. Mo Yen was puzzled. Then Bei Wan was it with him? Didn't third senior brother say that it was that old jerk Qin Pin who took away junior sister? How come Qin Pin is dead now, but junior sister can't be found? He was chasing a flock of blazing turkeys. I caught up with him, and he said Bei Wan was taken away by the flock. Then, seeing that Qin Pin was useless, he killed him with a single sword. Yen Ci didn't say it, but Mo Yen could completely understand it. Have you looked for the turkeys?
Could it be that?
The blazing turkeys ate junior sister. Mo Yen connected the turkey flock to his earlier speculation about the disappearance of Bei Wan's aura. Yen Ci was awakened, and his hand holding the sword tightened a little, and he directly cut off the jade pendant that transmitted the sound. He turned around and headed back towards the direction of the blazing turkey flock. Bei Wan was still sitting on the ground obediently, thinking carefully about what was going on with him. How did she turn into a little chicken? I was also thinking about how I could find my senior brothers. She also needs to be recognized by her senior brothers. The little guy tried to speak, and the sound that came out was a crisp chirp. Bei Wan. Speaking out proves one's failure. Bei Wan tried to open the storage bracelet given by his master, but found that the connection between himself and the storage bracelet was broken. Bei Wan. Physical evidence failed. Bei Wan tried to write, and then he remembered that he couldn't write at all, and he couldn't even recognize all the characters. Baji, the little chick with azure hair, sat down in disappointment and despair. Bei Wan looked around at the turkeys who loved her so much. Was she going to keep turning into a little chick and then become as silly as the big birds? The fluffy little cub lowered his little head in despair. The next second, all the turkeys started calling out alertly. Bei Wan looked up and was surprised to find that Yen Ci, who had just left, had returned. Chirp. The tender and clear chirping of the cub was heard, but it only chirped twice, and Bei Wan stopped making any sound. Because the man who flew the sword in the sky was too murderous and scared her. Bei Wan had never seen Yen Ci like this before. It was clearly a familiar face, with gentle clothes, but his brows were lowered, his hand was holding Luoquan, and he was full of murderous intent, as if he could chop down mountains and rivers with one sword. Where's the child you just took away? The man's voice was neither happy nor sad, but it was even more frightening. The blazing firebird's cultivation is comparable to that of a human in the nascent soul stage. No matter how dumb it is already psychic and can roughly understand human speech. Chew. The fluffy little chick chirped, raised its little wings, and looked at Yen Ci with its sparkling eyes. Bei Wan being held by a turkey. The child is here. Yen Ci didn't even look at it, and the mace appeared in his hand. Did you eat her, Ga? The turkey immediately denied it, shaking its long neck from side to side. They wouldn't dare to eat that little guy even if they had 100 guts. Yen Ci breathed a sigh of relief, silently. His eyes flickered as he fixed them upon the nervously guarded cub. When Beiwan saw Yen Ci looking at her, her little body shook, her round, transparent black eyes brightened up a bit, and she chirped at him. But before Beiwan could react, she saw the Luoquan sword in her senior brother's hand flying straight towards her. Beiwan. No way. He didn't die at the hands of Qin Pin, nor did he die at the hands of Big Bird. Instead, he died miserably at the hands of his senior brother. As the world spun, Beiwan suddenly felt a pair of warm hands holding him in their palms. Chiu, the little fur ball, looked up blankly and saw that he had moved from the turkey to his senior brother's palm. The fur on his palm felt very good, soft and weak, and he would crush it to death if he used enough force. Yen Ci subconsciously lowered his head and saw the little guy's furry little head poking out from between his fingers. She was looking at him with a pair of watery, clear black round eyes. The little hair on top of her head was still sticking up, looking silly and cute. Yen Ci frowned slightly, unable to understand why the palm-sized cub looked vaguely familiar to him. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where this vague sense of familiarity came from.
Ga.
The flaming turkeys below became angry when they saw that the cubs they had been protecting were taken away.
But
Yen Ci can fly the sword in the air. After all, they are chickens, not birds, and cannot fly. Yen Ci stepped on the Luoquan sword, held a mace in his left hand, and in his right hand held a small fur ball that was dangling back and forth. I will return the child you stole to you if I find him. The spirit beasts hold the emperor hostage to command the princes, and they value their cubs the most. He knew that this group of blazing turkeys had not hurt his junior sister, but finding her was urgent, so he had to use special means. Beiwan, who was being strangled by his senior brother, said. Seeing that the person had been taken away, the turkeys still came to them to ask for the person. When Emoyan arrived, he saw his senior brother carrying a cute little chick and staring at a group of turkeys below. Have you found it? Emoyan broke the weird atmosphere. Yen Ci shook his head and told Emoyan the current situation in a concise manner.
Montag Yan.
The boy's eyes fell on the fluffy little creature in his senior brother's hands. Come on, brother. Give it to me. Emoyan immediately snatched the little guy from his senior brother's hands. The first feeling when I got it was very comfortable and felt great. I don't know what breed this little cub is, but it has super soft and warm fur. But when he thought that it was this group of flaming turkeys in front of him who last saw his junior sister, Emoyan immediately regained his senses. It's okay. Just tell me where the child disappeared to last. Otherwise, Emoyan smiled and spoke in a soft and casual tone, then paused for 2 breaths. Be careful, this little cub dies a horrible death. As Emoyan spoke, he took out a dagger and carefully placed it on Beiwan's fragile little neck. Beiwan. If he didn't die at the hands of the eldest brother, he would die at the hands of the 4th brother. The turkeys below were excited when they saw this, and they kept cackling, and it seemed that they were cursing very dirty. Hurry up! Emoyan's voice suddenly became cold, and then his hand holding the little guy suddenly tightened. Chiu! The cries of pain from the little cubs caused even more confusion among the turkeys. With a loud crack, a turkey stood up, spread its long legs, and began to run in one direction, as if leading the way for them. Yen Ci and Emoyan looked at each other and followed. Emoyan looked at the little ball of fur in his hand, which was curled up into a circle, not sure whether it was because of pain or fear, and gently touched the ahog on top of its head with his thumb. I'll return you right away. I don't know if it's because I have too much affection for the little ones in my sect, but now when I see these cute little ones, I can't bear to be cruel to them. Beiwan ignored the pain in his neck and rubbed the boy's hand with his little head, indicating that he didn't want to leave. Emoyan sneered, then pressed the little guy's head with his thumb with a little force. So close? That's not good. I've pinched you before, but you still don't know how to be afraid of practitioners. Feeling the boy's hands slowly tightening, Beiwan didn't dare to move and could only curl up quietly. I just sighed and said that 4th senior brother was so scary. Is this the place? Mo Yen stopped and looked around suspiciously. His eyes fell on the turkey leading the way. The turkey stretched its neck and made a crack. Anyway, they are all carrying the little cubs here, so it doesn't matter where it goes. These are the last places where the cubs stayed.
Ga.
The turkey looked at Yen Ci, then turned his head to look in one direction and called out, as if to indicate that it was there that he disappeared. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Yen Ci tightly gripped the Luoquan sword. The subconscious feeling from being a cultivator made him feel that something was strange here. Mo Yen looked at the turkey, raised his hand and waved Bei Wan in his hand. Don't play tricks. Yen Ci picked up the sword and walked to the place where turkey pointed. The Luoquan sword seemed to sense something and started buzzing excitedly. In an instant, the space twisted and Yen Ci's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Bei Wan. She is such a senior brother. Mo Yen seemed to be thinking about something and rarely showed any anger. Under Bei Wan's puzzled gaze, he took out a compass and fiddled with it a few times. TSK. As expected, the eldest brother's is also missing. It's not that the eldest senior brother died, but he entered another small space, which is the inheritance space of his predecessors. Everyone yearns for secret realms, not only because there may be rare treasures inside, but what is more attractive is the heritage inside. Mo Yen took a few steps forward and brought Bei Wan to the place where Yen Ci had just stood, and then did not react. Mo Yen sighed. It is indeed a legacy. He has half-demon blood, so he cannot enter ordinary inheritance spaces. It seems that junior sister accidentally entered the inheritance space, and now senior brother has also entered. Please, senior brother, can you bring junior sister out? Mo Yan's words were full of sincerity. Bei Wan, who was in his palm, just lay down exhausted. The child is so tired, tossing and turning all day long. Just do whatever you want, he is tired. He sent his fellow brothers into the secret realm, and he also sent himself in. Not only was his blood taken to make pills, but he was also snatched away by a giant bird. He also ate a fruit and turned into a chick. The senior brother came, then left, and then came again. I thought the senior brother came to rescue her, but he turned out to be used as a hostage. Now the eldest senior brother has disappeared. Only she and the fourth senior brother were left, and the fourth senior brother seemed to have found a good excuse for the disappearance of himself and the eldest senior brother.
Okay, I'm tired.
Before Bei Wan lay down completely, he heard his fourth senior brother say in a good mood, Okay, I'll return your cub to you, Bei Wan. Don't return it. The cub, who was about to lie down just now, quickly perked up, and when the boy was about to throw her to the big bird, she opened her mouth and bit his sleeve tightly. Bei Wan knew that this time, when her senior brother sent her back, she was really sent back. No, she doesn't want to be returned. Although the group of big birds were very kind to her, but she still wanted to find her senior brothers. Even if the seniors are unreliable, you still have to follow them. Little thing, I'm not a good person. I don't raise spiritual pets. As for you, just go back and find your parents. Mo Yen picked up the little ball of fur and spoke to it patiently. Then he grabbed the little guy and prepared to throw him over. Bei Wan was so anxious that she felt like she was about to get angry. The little guy opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but unexpectedly, a mouthful of fire came out. She was stunned, and then she saw the young man in front of her whose hair was burned by the fire she had sprayed on him. Belch! Bei Wan burped, not sure if it was due to the aftereffects of the fire breathing or because he was frightened by Mo Yen in front of him.
Montag Yan.
Ah, I'm going to kill you. Mo Yen took a lot of effort to put out the fire on his body. He didn't know what breed of chicken this was, so the fire was very difficult to put out. He took out the mirror at the bottom of the storage box and took a look at his appearance. The clothes that were burned had been changed, so nothing could be seen, but the originally free and smooth black hair looked like it had been chewed by a dog. It makes the originally free and easy and handsome boy look a bit more silly. Mo Yen. Destroy it. But the little chick next to him kept burping, which made him annoyed. Bei Wan burped silently, while secretly looking at his fourth senior brother. I feel very sorry for my fourth brother. The current fourth brother really looks like the village heir Guzzi. Just as I was complaining in my heart, I saw the young man who was looking in the mirror turn his head sinisterly and look at me.
Baiwan. Hiccup.
Duck you. You still look so handsome. The boy put away the mirror, his face almost distorted, and held the little guy's body with both hands, shaking it back and forth like crazy. Baiwan. Don't shake, don't shake. I feel like vomiting again. Baiwan couldn't speak. She was afraid that she would vomit it out if she opened her mouth, so she could only shake her head at Mo Yen desperately. Why are you shaking your head? Why are you shaking your head? Mo Yan's voice was hysterical. He was about to go crazy, and this little chicken was still shaking his head here. What happiness could he have?
Then.
Baiwan lived up to everyone's expectations and vomited again, and the flames engulfed Mo Yen again. Only this time, it was the face. Baiwan was stunned when he saw the boy, whose face was unrecognizable and looked like charcoal. Fighting poison with poison, he was so scared that he couldn't even burp. Mo Yen tremblingly took out the mirror he had just put down, and looking at the person in it who looked like charcoal, he felt like he couldn't breathe. Baiwan felt the low pressure coming from Mo Yen and looked down at Turkey. She suddenly felt that it might not be a bad idea to live with a turkey. It's not necessary to follow senior brother, right? I'm telling you, you're in trouble. The young man's vicious and angry voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The chick in his hand froze. Mo Yen took 2 deep breaths and resisted the urge to strangle the brat to death. It would be too easy to strangle this little thing to death. No, I have to hold back and not strangle it to death. He thought of a better way to get revenge. The young man smiled sinisterly. Under normal circumstances, that handsome and charming face would indeed give the impression of a handsome and crazy young man.
But now.
The little cub began to tremble when he saw the 4th senior brother, who looked like a piece of black charcoal and didn't seem smart at all because of his big white teeth showing when he smiled. It's not because I'm scared or shaking, but it's really funny. No one can understand a child's thought process. Mo Yen thought the little guy was scared and felt somewhat relieved. He grabbed one of the little girl's legs with one hand and lifted her upside down, his tone full of threats. Don't worry, you'll be miserable. But it is worth noting that this time Mo Yen learned his lesson. Although he was holding the cub's feet, he did not let the cub face him. Don't ask, because if you ask, you will learn your lesson from being roasted. As lively as Mo Yan's side is, as quiet as the other side is. Chi Yuqing didn't like to talk much to begin with, and after he was injured, he became even more cautious and didn't say a word. Liao Jin, the 2nd senior brother who was left behind by Yan Ci to take care of him, is also a silent person. The 2 of them were together for a whole day, but they couldn't even utter 10 sentences. Suddenly, a familiar breath came from a distance. The 2 silent people looked over together. Then I met a familiar stranger.
Montag-yan?
It was rare for the 2 to speak, but when they did, they were extremely tacit, their tone full of doubt.
This
black egg in front of me is really Mo Yen? Mo Yen clearly saw the disdain in the eyes of his 2 senior brothers. The boy only felt 2 invisible knives stabbing into his body. Nonsense, of course it's me. The boy obviously cared a lot, but he still pretended to be carefree. Little did he know that when he opened his mouth to speak, his big white teeth were exposed. Chi Yuqing closed his eyes silently, hoping desperately that he was really blind. Liao Jin silently turned his head and looked at the mountains in the distance. Well, the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers is still pleasing to the eyes. Mo Yen? What do you mean? Seeing that the young man was about to explode, Liao Jin coughed twice and asked the most urgent question. Where's Baiwan? Have you found him? Mo Yen told his 2 senior brothers everything that had happened to him along the way. At the end, he did not forget to express his own guess. I guess he is accepting the inheritance. Baiwan, lying in the boy's sleeves. If you are tired, just lie down. The next second, the little cub, who was about to lie down, was pulled out by someone grabbing its little paws. Baiwan, who suddenly came out from his sleeve, subconsciously closed his eyes. Before I could see the surrounding situation clearly, I felt myself being thrown out and falling into a slightly cold embrace with a faint bamboo fragrance. When Baiwan opened his eyes, he saw a familiar person who was his third senior brother who had chased him into the secret realm. Finally, not the fourth brother anymore. But before Baewon could make any move, someone grabbed her feet and lifted her upside down. Chiyu, the little cub that was picked up, cried out in confusion. Chi Yuqing's hands were very cold, and her feet hurt a little. What? Chi Yuqing asked Mo Yen in a gloomy voice. Brother, this is a good thing, look. Mo Yen pointed at his dark face and terrible hair and said, This. He pointed at the little chicken that was being held upside down and said through gritted teeth, It's burnt. Chi Yuqing's eyes flashed slightly, and then he looked at the little chick, which was not even as big as his palm, with a little suspicion. How could this little cub, who looked like he could be crushed to death by a tight palm, burn Mo Yen like this? Why would I lie to you? Mo Yen exploded immediately. Anyway, you're weak, brother, and you haven't brought the red fox yet. I think you need a new hand warmer. After saying that, Mo Yen nodded, feeling good about himself, with a serious smile on his face. In fact, I was thinking, third brother, hurry up, freeze this little thing to death. Freeze it to death. Mo Yen felt that the best torture for this little chick was to keep it next to his third senior brother, who not only had the cold poison but also had a top-grade ice spiritual root. The ice attribute is extremely restraining to the fire attribute. In addition, the third senior brother also has the cold poison, so any fire attribute can be suppressed. This kind of torture is much more cruel than killing the little guy directly. Mo Yen raised his head proudly. Chi Yuqing was silent for a moment. Then he raised his hand holding the cub so that he could look into the cub's eyes. It was very cute and fluffy, with a pair of round black eyes looking at him clearly, and it made a silly chirp sound at him. Chi Yuqing. I really can't believe that this soft and harmless little guy could burn Mo Yen into that state. Hey, spray fire. Mo Yen saw his senior brother's disbelief and shouted from behind. Baewon let out a soft and cute chirp.
Montakyan.
Are you just pretending to be cute here in front of me? You were scolding me hard just now, but now you're not even mad at me and are still standing here. Under the condemning gazes of his two senior brothers, Mo Yen snatched the little cub and held her by one of her feet. He did several 360-degree spins. Mo Yen, spray it for me, Baewon. The next second, Baewon vomited again. He felt so dizzy. Mo Yen dodged skillfully, looking so embarrassed that it made people feel sad. See, I told you it was burned. Mo Yen rolled his eyes and spoke with a proud tone. Chi Yuqing, who had been sitting casually just now, immediately sat up straight, and his brows, hidden under the silk, wrinkled slightly. This fire. It was even stronger than the fire attribute of the most talented young master of the nine-tailed Red Fox clan. Moreover, he also felt a little familiar from it. Chi Yuqing's gaze passed through the special silk and fell on the little cub like a cold blade. Unusual fire attributes, cubs, birds. Chi Yuqing coughed several times and stretched out his pale palm towards Liao Jin. Liao Jin? He skillfully took out a kettle and handed it to Chi Yuqing. Chi Yuqing, there is no tacit understanding at all. Ahem, phoenix eggshell. As soon as he said this, Mo Yen and Liao Jin both looked at the little red chick with its hair sticking up. Could it be that this is a phoenix? The little fellow, who was being stared at by his three senior brothers, trembled in fear. Liao Jin quickly took out a part of the phoenix eggshell from the storage bracelet. This time when they came to the secret realm, the three of them all took the phoenix eggshell. Young phoenixes are very familiar with eggshells and will eat them to supplement their nutrition. Eggshells have a natural attraction to them. Therefore, the master gave them the eggshells and asked them to search in this secret realm to see if there was a little phoenix. The white eggshell fragments, with faint red lines, were placed in front of Baewon. The three young men held their breath at the same time, watching the reaction of the little red bird. Baewon looked at the eggshell in front of her, then looked at the senior brothers in front of her who were staring at her intently, as if expecting something, and her brain froze. So, how should she react? It shouldn't be. Whose phoenix cub looks like this? How can it be a mythical beast? It's obviously just a chick. After a brief period of anticipation, Mo Yen spoke first, breaking the expectation. The young man stretched out his hand to show the size of a phoenix egg. The phoenix egg is this big, and this little thing is just a little more. Hundreds of them can be stuffed into one egg. Then he grabbed her up rudely. The legendary phoenix is so cool. Even its cubs are so cool. Mo Yen looked at the cub's dumb look and said, "This little thing is a little silly." Sometimes he even felt like his junior sister, looking dazed when she was eating meat pie. It's simply crazy. Qi Yuqing and Liao Jin didn't say anything and seemed to be still thinking. Mo Yen let out a low sigh and asked the little fellow in front of him directly, "Are you a phoenix?" Beiwan understood this time and made a crisp, chirp sound. Then, under the gaze of the three people, he shook his head. How could she be a phoenix? She is a human being. Although she didn't know how she turned into a chick, Beiwan was determined that she was a human being. You see, she herself denied it. The confidence in Mo Yan's words was extremely certain. It doesn't look like a phoenix. Beiwan nodded. There was a phoenix eggshell in front of me, but I didn't know how to eat it. Beiwan nodded again. Mo Yen finally put forward his own guess, just like he had guessed that the little apprentice sister was in the inheritance space, and said confidently, "It just breathes out powerful fire. What if it's some kind of spiritual beast that is unique to this secret realm?" Beiwan, I habitually nodded and then shook my head. She is not a spirit beast, she is Beiwan. She is a human. Qi Yuqing and Liao Jin looked at the two living creatures in front of them who were singing in unison. Although he did not continue to insist that the little cub in front of him was the phoenix, he did not completely accept Mo Yan's guess. "Take it with you, cough cough cough." Qi Yuqing coughed twice, reached out and picked up the fluffy little guy, and easily wrapped the little guy with his pale and slender hands. The fair skin and the little guy's red fur set off against each other, making them both look exceptionally beautiful. "Whether it is or not, wait for Master to decide after we go out." Qi Yuqing said this lightly, but it was the final word. "Oh." Mo Yen responded with mixed feelings. "Originally, I wanted to let third senior brother freeze this little guy to death, but it turned out that this little thing had the slightest suspicion of being a phoenix, so I was afraid I could only bring it back to Tsang Yen's sect safely." Mo Yen was annoyed and frustrated because his expectation of revenge was dashed. Beiwan, who was held in Qi Yuqing's hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what the phoenix that her senior brothers were talking about was, she seemed to be able to follow them to see the master. Master is so powerful, he will definitely be able to recognize Beiwan. Just as he was thinking, Beiwan felt someone pressing his little head. She looked up in confusion and saw her always cold and aloof third brother lowering his head, as if looking at her. Qi Yuqing just felt that the touch of the little guy in his hand was really good, much softer than the fur of his fox, and the little guy was really warm. Seeing the little girl looking up at him, Qi Yuqing said nothing, but raised his thumb and gently rubbed her little head. "Don't be afraid." Qi Yuqing was silent for a moment, but still said these words. "Chew." Beiwan said that now she is not afraid as long as she is not following the fourth senior brother. Didn't you see that under the tree roots next to him, the fourth brother who was burned into charcoal was playing with the knife in his hand? Qi Yuqing was in a good mood and chuckled very quietly, which surprised Beiwan a little. You know, the third senior brother she met was always silent and cold. We don't know when Yen Ci will come out from the inheritance place, and we don't know if it is the little phoenix. We still have to look for it. Liao Jin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. After all, he is the second senior brother. Maybe his brain is not as useful as Qi Yuqing, but he is steady and reliable. Qi Yuqing is a kid who sometimes goes crazy, and Mo Yen is even more unpredictable. That's true. Qi Yuqing had just opened his mouth to agree when he started coughing again. Beiwan, who was held in his palm, listened to his heart-wrenching cough and looked up at him worriedly. She knew that her third senior brother was not in good health and was waiting outside like her, not entering the secret realm. Beiwan suddenly remembered the figure of his third senior brother who followed closely behind him when he was captured by Qin Pin and brought into the secret realm. The man caught her, and the third senior brother came in for her. Chirp. Beiwan rubbed Qi Yuqing's fingers on her head, as if to comfort him. Qi Yuqing raised his left hand to cover his chest, breathing heavily, but he still took the time to rub the little guy's head with his right hand. "Did you use the power of words again?" Liao Jin finally noticed something was wrong and asked Qi Yuqing in a low voice. Everyone present knew about his power of words and the backlash, so Qi Yuqing did not hide it. Qi Yuqing nodded, calmed down his disordered breath, and then said, "I just stopped Qin Pin for a while." In the end, he failed to stop it, and his injuries became worse. "Rest well, and let us know if you need anything." After Liao Jin finished speaking, he silently added, "Thank you for your hard work in this sect competition." The little fellow curled up in Qi Yuqing's cold palm nodded. Indeed, the third senior brother was the most seriously injured. Even she is full of energy, but third brother is still listless. It soon became dark. Because Qi Yuqing was not in good health, they were not in a hurry to travel, but chose a place to rest. Several people have already started fasting, so they don't have to worry about food. He just looked at the little chick that was half the size of his palm and fell into deep thought. What should this little thing eat? Liao Jin went out for a while, and when he came back, he held a handful of chubby insects in one hand and 2 fruits in the other. "Which one do you want to eat?" he asked the little guy very seriously. Beiwan looked at the bug that was twice as big as her. It flapped its little wings decisively and trotted to the fruit. Of course, choose fruit. After eating the fruit, Beiwan began to feel drowsy. She didn't know how she fell asleep, but while she was sleeping, she felt someone poking her. When Beiwan opened her eyes, she saw herself being held in the hands of her second senior brother, who was poking her little head, and it was none other than her second senior brother, who was always taciturn and had a fierce aura. "I'm sorry, you sleep. Liao Jin didn't expect that when he took advantage of the time when his third junior brother was meditating and recuperating, he touched the furry little cub and woke the sleeping cub up. He apologized quickly, which surprised Beiwan. "I don't know why, but second brother doesn't seem so scary now." Beiwan couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know if it was because he had slept too deeply and didn't need it, or for some other reason. The young man who was meditating next to him started coughing again. Beiwan looked over worriedly. The night seems to be able to open a person's heart. Liao Jin, who has always been silent, noticed that the little guy was looking at Qi Yuqing. Instead, he rubbed her little head and spoke slowly, as if he was expressing his worries or confiding in her. This time junior sister was able to win because of his contribution. He was the one who gave junior sister the magic weapon. Beiwan nodded. She knew this. Third senior brother did give her a lot of magical weapons. He also helped junior sister to draw a relatively weak opponent, causing her opponent to lose the game. Otherwise, junior sister, who hadn't established her foundation yet, wouldn't have made it to the stage of establishing her foundation. Beiwan was stunned. She didn't understand what her second senior brother said for a moment. So she drew easy opponents several times because of third senior brother? Those who competed with her either poisoned themselves or had their swords broken. Were all those unlucky ones caused by third senior brother? What you say is what you say. It's against the will of heaven. The backlash is also very serious. Liao Jin sighed slightly. Even though he is silent and menacing, he is the softest person in the sect when it comes to his heart. Liao Jin looked at the motionless little ball of fur in his hand, then carefully raised his hand and rubbed it. The feel is as good as ever, very similar to the kitten he raised when he was a child. When Beiwan was still trying to understand what the power of words was, she was suddenly picked up by someone's careful hands.
Chew.
The little guy subconsciously spread his wings and balanced his body. She looked blankly at Liao Jin, who suddenly held her up in front of him and looked into her eyes. I don't know what second brother is doing. Liao Jin looked at the little guy in front of him with complicated eyes. He liked fluffy little things, but he was afraid that he couldn't control his strength and might accidentally kill such a weak thing. After all, he was an unlucky person. His parents died when he was young. He also had great strength, which he could not control when he was young, and he hurt many weak creatures. Later, he gradually learned to control his own power and also learned the way of cultivation from his master. But they are afraid of contact with creatures that look weak. For example, He was a little scared of the little furball in front of him and the serious little junior sister, and he didn't dare to touch them. Look at each other for a moment. Just when Bae-won thought that second brother was a fool, she heard the second brother asked her very seriously, "Will you die, Bae-won?" The cub shook his head. She didn't know if she would die, but her little brain knew that she would not live long if she followed her fourth senior brother. Stay away from fourth brother. Good. You said you wouldn't die. When Liao Jin said this, his eyes, which had always been calm and looked dull and honest, were now as bright as stars in the sky. It was the first time that Bae-won looked at Liao Jin so closely. Liao Jin is not as gentle as the eldest senior brother, not as elegant as the third senior brother, not as youthful as the fourth senior brother, and may look a little rustic at first glance. But his eyebrows and eyes are majestic, his facial features are regular, and except for a somewhat terrifying aura, he now looks a bit like the farmer next door who is said to be handsome by many ants in the village. But Chiu, Bae-won shook her head. She didn't say she wouldn't die. Liao Jin didn't care about that. In a good mood, he gently and carefully touched the little guy's soft fur. The little guy said it wouldn't die. But he also has to be careful, very careful. Bae-won, whose little head was constantly being pushed around by his senior brothers, felt that the senior brothers today seemed a little abnormal. The surroundings were quiet, the cool breeze blew the leaves, and the silver moonlight danced on the dancing leaves, like a sparkling silver sea. I once had a... Liao Jin's voice sounded low and slowly, as if he was telling the little one in his palm about his past, or as if he was whispering to himself. Bae-won listened quietly and didn't know when he fell asleep again. I just know that after waking up in the morning, the second brother was the same as before, with a terrifying hostility, as if the person who held her in his hands and chattered gently yesterday was not him at all. And she didn't know when she was held in the palm of the hand by the third senior brother again. Bae-won thought about what he heard from his second senior brother yesterday. He raised his little head and looked at Chi Yu-ching with a complicated look in his eyes. She really didn't expect that what she thought was good luck was actually caused by her third senior brother. Chi Yu-ching didn't care about the little girl's mood changes. He held her in his right hand, took out a light red fruit from the storage bracelet with his left hand, and placed it in front of her. Eat it. The red flame fruit was found specifically for this purpose. The little cubs with fire attributes should like to eat it. Too. Under his gaze, the little fur ball looked at him politely and called out, "Yes," before starting to peck at the fruit. Only. Maybe because he was not used to the body of this little chick, Bae-won's movements of eating the fruit did not seem so skillful, and even seemed a little unintelligent. So stupid. Mo Yan's disdainful voice sounded out of nowhere, causing the little fellow who was eating the fruit to tremble in fear. Then he staggered and fell headfirst into the soft and sticky fruit. The three brothers who witnessed this scene said, "It really might be a bit stupid." Chi Yu-ching coughed twice, but did not hesitate to make hand gestures to clean the fruit juice off the little guy's body. Bae-won also knew that he had embarrassed himself. The little cub hung its head dejectedly and flapped its short wings twice. "It's so painful to have no hands." "Ha ha. Ugh." A wild laugh came out of Mo Yan's mouth, but before he could laugh heartily, his mouth was blocked by the fruit thrown by his second senior brother. Because the second senior brother was very strong, he was knocked back a few steps. Mo Yan stopped smiling. He quickly took the fruit and took out the mirror. Then I saw a dark-skinned guy with uneven hair, revealing white teeth and swollen lips that were hit. Mo Yan's hands were shaking as he held the mirror. Chew. The clear sound of birds chirping could be heard. Mo Yan subconsciously turned around and looked, and the man and the bird looked at each other thoroughly. Bae-won subconsciously shrank his neck, which was a bit scary. "Let's just talk about the fourth brother's appearance. Put this on." Chi Yu-ching coughed and took out a veil from the storage bracelet. This is not an ordinary veil, but an earth-level magic weapon. It is useless. Even if one reaches the tribulation period, he cannot lift the veil on the veil. "Thank you, third brother." Mo Yan happily took the veil and said thank you sincerely. "Go ahead and explore the way." While Chi Yu-ching was pushing Mo Yan away, He slightly clenched his fingers to protect the little red ball of fur and block Mo Yan's sight for her. Oh. Mo Yan left happily after getting the veil that would never be blown away. On purpose. Liao Jin looked at the young man jumping away, turned around and asked Qi Yuqing. Qi Yuqing's voice was cold, with a hint of disdain and sincerity that was not there just now. Too ugly. It is better to go ahead and explore the way and not to keep company with them. Because of the presence of Qi Yuqing, who was in poor health, the group did not move very fast. For 2 days, in the absence of senior brother Yan Ci, the way they get along is a bit weird. It's abnormally quiet as death. Liao Jin and Qi Yuqing are both the kind of people who don't speak actively. As for Mo Yan, who clearly has a mouth but seems to be covered with mouths and can chatter nonstop all day long. Ever since he got the veil hat, he has been shouting arrogantly, saying that he wants to go find people from the Qingya sect. Let's settle all the new and old grudges together. Anyway, he was elusive. Apart from coming back twice a day to prove that he was still alive, he probably spent the rest of the time looking for trouble with the Qingya sect. Beiwan's daily routine these past 2 days was to be rubbed by his 2 senior brothers. He appeared in the hands of the 3rd senior brother on time during the day, was rubbed by the 3rd senior brother, and then he blew some fire on him to warm his body. At night, I would be abducted by the 2nd senior brother, listen to his gentle chatter, and rub his fur. This caused Beiwan to feel a little pain on the top of his head. Yes, it's true. How could it not hurt to have the 2 patches of hair on my head rubbed by 2 senior brothers in shifts all day and night? This led to the situation that when Mo Yan came back on the 3rd day, he looked in surprise at the little cub held in one hand by his 3rd senior brother. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Duck, you're bald. Didn't you notice that the little hairs that were standing on top of his head 2 days ago are gone?" Beiwan didn't react at first and didn't understand what Mo Yan meant by these words. As a result, she saw that Mo Yan pointed directly at the top of his head and said to her very considerately, "You are bald like me." "No hair," Beiwan cried out in a slightly terrified voice. "Jiu," then Qi Yuqing silently moved his thumb away. "It's none of his business, but don't think he doesn't know." The 2nd brother took advantage of him meditating at night and kept rubbing the little guy's head. 2nd brother is so strong. It must be his fault. Anyway, it's not him, Qi Yuqing. Mo Yan laughed wildly, but after feeling the hostility from his 2nd senior brother, the corners of his mouth slowly drooped. Who laughed? It wasn't him. Then he got down to business. "I went to rob the people of Qingya sect today, but I heard them say that a powerful inheritance hall is about to emerge. Should we go and take a look? It's not certain whether it's the little phoenix. Let's go and take a look. If you don't want to go, I can go by myself." After Mo Yan finished speaking, he looked at his 2 senior brothers expectantly through the veil. Qi Yuqing looked at him quietly for 2 seconds, then turned around decisively. "Go by yourself." In his current condition, if he went to the inheritance hall, he would probably die as soon as he stepped in. Mo Yan has bad intentions. I want to use this excuse to kill him. Liao Jin glanced at his sickly junior brother who was already walking to the back and the little fur ball in his hand, and then glanced at Mo Yan. "Go by yourself." After saying that, Liao Jin turned around and followed quietly. The eldest senior brother has instructed us to take good care of Qi Yuqing. Well, there's also that little ball of fur that needs to be taken care of. He added this himself. Mo Yan looked at his 2 senior brothers who turned around and left without mercy, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Then I'll go by myself." Mo Yan turned and left, alone and looking a little miserable. Really let him go by himself. Liao Jin realized that Mo Yan's breath had really disappeared, so he asked Qi Yuqing, who was beside him. Qi Yuqing stopped rubbing Wan's little head. "The main thing is that whenever he rubs it, the little guy will open his mouth and peck at it. I'm afraid he's angry." He had no choice but to rub the little guy's wings and said coldly, "I can't go." "Junior brother? What the heck?" If it weren't for this sect competition, he would never leave the 3rd peak and would only see people from the sect a few times in a year. Not familiar. Liao Jin thought about it and agreed. Qi Yuqing must have someone to accompany him, to pass on his legacy.
Wrong.
Mo Yen doesn't have half-demon blood, and he can't enter the inheritance hall, so what is he going to do? Liao Jin suddenly remembered that Mo Yen wanted to obtain inheritance, but he could not obtain the inheritance of a normal powerful person, unless it was the inheritance of the demon clan. But the master said that he would not be allowed to inherit the demon clan's heritage, for fear that he would not be able to suppress it and activate the suppressed demon blood in his body, and then he would no longer be able to absorb spiritual power. Qi Yuqing sneered. That's why he didn't want to play with fools who only knew how to join in the fun. So, don't worry about it. He can't get in and will come back, but no one expected that Mo Yen really didn't come back. It's been 5 days. Logically, he should have returned long ago. After trying to contact Mo Yen in vain, Qi Yuqing stood up with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Let's go to the inheritance hall. They are all troublemakers. When will the eldest brother come back? For the first time, Qi Yuqing wanted to say something harsh. There are still quite a few people outside the inheritance hall. Some people could be seen waiting and watching, while others rushed in without hesitation. The appearance of Qi Yuqing and Liao Jin caused quite a stir. Who doesn't know the perverts in the adult group of Song Yen sect? Let's put it this way. The first place may not know them, but they definitely all know the first place. Qi Yuqing didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly, like the most beautiful scenery. She has a tall figure and is wearing a luxurious and low-key dark green robe embroidered with gold. Her long hair is like a waterfall, which is tied up with a silver silk ribbon. Her eyes are covered with a black silk ribbon, revealing only her delicate facial features and fair skin. She looks free and unrestrained, like an immortal. Liao Jin, who is standing behind him, seemed more down-to-earth, like a thug. Who has seen Song Yen Zong Mo Yen? Liao Jin used his spiritual power to spread the sound. But no one spoke, as everyone was a little afraid of Liao Jin's aggressive momentum. Qi Yuqing silently probed his spiritual sense into the storage bracelet and casually took out a Xian-level primary defensive magic weapon. Remuneration. A voice as cold as frost rang in everyone's ears. Liao Jin took a look and felt that his third junior brother was indeed rich. Sometimes he was curious about how many treasures were in his storage bracelet. The people below began to talk, but no one stood up. Qi Yuqing was not in a hurry and threw out another primary Xian-level magic weapon. Song Yen sect, you guys are really generous. Can you throw a few more? A soft voice that was difficult to tell whether it was androgynous was heard, and it seemed to be able to bewitch people. Bei Wan, who was sitting in Qi Yuqing's palm, looked over curiously. Then a tall woman with a veil and wearing a red dress appeared. 4 young men in black appeared with her. Red-robed, for black-robed guardians, this is Zhang Yunji. Why are there people from Wyumen here? Didn't they say that only those who participated in the sect competition can enter this secret realm? No prison gate. Another word Bei Wan had never heard before. The fluffy little chick poked its head out from between Qi Yuqing's fingers and looked at the woman in red who was slowly walking towards them. She just felt. It was the first time she saw someone who looked like a fairy sister. The next second, Bei Wan saw the fairy sister's eyes were bright, and she looked at her with a smile and blinked at her. The little guy was confused. Qi Yuqing frowned slightly, then quickly raised his fingers to cover the little guy's eyes. But I don't want those 2 magic weapons. Zhang Yunji stood not far in front of Qi Yuqing. She raised her hand and pointed at the palm of his hand. I want that little spirit beast cub, Qi Yuqing. He immediately hid his hand in his sleeve, then turned and left. Mo Yen is not a must. It's okay. Hey, don't go. Zhang Yunji's androgynous voice has a unique, heart-tickling tone. Just kidding, bring me the magic weapon. Liao Jin threw the magic weapon over without any mercy. After putting away the 2 Xian-level magic weapons, Zhang Yunji pointed with her bare hand to the place where the inheritance hall would be teleported. He went in. Liao Jin and Qi Yuqing were both stunned at the same time. Others don't know Mo Yan's background, but they do. Again, it is absolutely impossible for Mo Yen to enter the inheritance hall with his half-demon bloodline. Unless the inheritance is from the demon clan, Mo Yen will definitely not be able to enter. Did you see it with your own eyes? Liao Jin asked in a deep voice. Zhang Yunji was not afraid of his terrifying rage. She just yawned slowly and said, "Not really, I didn't see his face clearly." As he spoke, Zhang Yunji took out a recording stone. "Watch it yourself. I thought it was quite interesting, so I recorded it." After inputting spiritual power into the recording stone, a vivid picture appeared in the sight of Liao Jin and Qi Yuqing. She also specially created a barrier to block the view of outsiders. Video recorded in stone. I saw a familiar figure wearing a veiled hat coming near the inheritance hall and looking at the people from Qingya sect as if preparing for a sneak attack. Qi Yuqing, Liao Jin. As soon as I saw the outfit and the sneak attack posture of this thief, I knew it was definitely Mo Yan. However, just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, he saw someone seem to have noticed where he was, and the people led by Qingya sect turned around. Qi Yuqing and Liao Jin saw the man's face clearly. He was killed by the senior brother in one move. Qin product. However, something even more surprising happened. Qin Pin actually defeated the hidden Mo Yan with one move, and then took Mo Yan and several people from Qingya sect into the place of inheritance. Just a few scenes, but full of doubts. Qi Yuqing and Liao Jin were both thinking about it. Yan Ci would never leave anyone alive whenever he killed someone, so they were sure that Qin Pin was definitely dead. The condition of those people from Qingya sect seemed to be not right, and it was even more impossible for Mo Yan to be knocked down by Qin Pin in just one move. Even though he has not reached the nascent soul stage yet, he is in the dark and Qin Pin is in the light. If they fight, he can at least hold out for a few moves. The most important thing is that Mo Yan would not go in, he would be automatically excluded, but this time he went in. Produced by Yuman, the reputation is absolutely guaranteed, and it is fair to everyone. Zhang Yunji put away the recording stone and spoke softly. Liao Jin was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Qi Yuqing, who was standing silently beside him. "How about I go in and take a look?"
Chiu.
Beiwan also stuck her head out. She knew that something had happened to her fourth senior brother. Even though fourth brother is a little scary, he's still a senior brother after all. Qi Yuqing looked up at the inheritance hall in front of him and did not answer Liao Jin's words, but looked at Zhang Yunji. "How much is it?" "I'll hire you to go in and find someone." Zhang Yunji smiled and raised his hand. "I don't want money. I just want this." Bei Wan, who was pointed at, said, "Chiu?" Qi Yuqing had a blank expression on his face. He turned around and walked towards the inheritance hall, calling Liao Jin by the way. "Brother, let's go." Liao Jin walked over quickly. "Don't go, I'll go by myself. I want to get the inheritance." "Who said it's for Mo Yan?" Qi Yuqing's voice became cold. "Liao Jin. Third junior brother. The hardest thing about my body is my mouth." One night before Saturday, Mo Yan was the first to arrive at the inheritance hall. He knew he couldn't get in, so he came to wait for the people from Qingya sect. Anyway, the news came from Qingya sect, so they will definitely come. Not cloudy, not white. So, Mo Yan stuck his butt out and hid in a hidden place that he had found long ago, preparing to launch a sneak attack on the people of Qingya sect. But when he saw Qin Pin appear, Mo Yan was really shocked. "There was only one thought in my mind. Is it possible that the eldest brother is no longer able to do it? Didn't you say that Qin Pin was killed? How come this disgusting old thing is still alive?" He was still wondering whether his senior brother was dying, but he saw Qin Pin in the distance suddenly turn his head and look at him. Mo Yan raised his eyebrows slightly.
Wow.
Can this old man still find him? You know, he was beaten by the eldest senior brother some time ago, so he didn't learn other skills, but his ability to hide and conceal has improved a lot. If Qin Pin was not sick and had released his spiritual sense to look around, he would never have discovered him before Qin Pin made a move and revealed a flaw. However, after seeing Qin Pin's face clearly, Mo Yan's breathing stagnated. Qin Pin's eyes, which originally had a bit of morbid persistence, now had a frightening viciousness. There were more white hairs on his head, and a faint aura of death lingered around him. Although his appearance has not changed much, and is still the same, ordinary, different souls in the same body can be completely different. He and Qin Pin have had many dealings with each other. This is not Qin Pin. This is definitely not Qin Pin. Mo Yan felt something was wrong at that moment. His experience of being out there getting into trouble for years and still coming back alive told him. Escape. As soon as the thought came to mind, the body started moving. But he didn't expect that Chin Pin would be faster than him. Mo Yen hadn't even started fighting with him before his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Chin Pin carried Mo Yen in one hand and returned to the side of several disciples of Qingya sect. Looking closely, those Qingya sect disciples seemed to be not in a clear mind. His wrinkled eyes swept across a group of young disciples and stopped for a moment on Yan Nanhui, the youngest with the greatest talent and exquisite appearance. Then his eyes fell on Mo Yen, who was thrown aside, had a strong body, and had reached the late Jindan stage. This body also looks good, and its cultivation is higher, and its talent is better than that child's. Only. Chin Pin's eyes fell on the veil that was not easy to lift, and he had no idea what the man looked like. If it was still possible, he would use this better body. The most important thing now is to quickly enter the inheritance hall and welcome more people in. Once everything is arranged, choose a better body. Chin Pin carried Mo Yen in one hand and walked into the inheritance hall with several disciples of Qingya sect. He had no idea that this scene was accidentally recorded by a spirit beast in the distance that was helping to record the stone. After a few days, everything was set up. Chin Pin's health declined again. His black hair turned white. His hands, which had been well maintained, now had wrinkles and spots. His body also smelled like an old man. His eyes fell on Mo Yen, who had not yet woken up. He walked straight over and took a lot of effort to break the veil magic weapon that seemed useless but was actually difficult to break. Chin Pin really couldn't help it. He reached out to take off the veil and started complaining. This is simply insane. Why would a veil be turned into a magical tool? And so, he stopped talking halfway through. Then, the hand that had just opened the veil closed it again, just as quickly as it did the first time. Chin Pin calmed his breathing. Why are there such ugly people?
Why?
He looked like a black egg, and it was not just black, it was completely charcoal black, with a bald head and red and swollen lips, but he smiled at him with his eyes open and his big, white teeth bared. Wrong. Smile at him with your big, white teeth. Is this black egg awake? Chin Pin suddenly reacted and lifted the veil again. But he saw Haydn with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep, just when Chin Pin frowned suspiciously. Mo Yen opened his eyes with a snap, smiled at him with his big white teeth baring, and then rolled his eyes at him without any courtesy. Chin Pin's breathing stagnated, and he felt like he almost couldn't catch his breath. Mo Yen under the veil. It's no wonder that I learned how to pretend to be dead under the guidance of several senior brothers and my master. Mo Yen woke up when Chin Pin forcibly removed his veil magic weapon. The boy tried to struggle, but found that he was tied up tightly and felt powerless. He will eat anything except what he wants, and he is a madman with a strong desire for revenge. Mo Yen immediately thought of the only way he could fight back. He used his own face, which could scare him half to death just by looking at it, and scared the old man who wanted to lift his veil to death. You will definitely die miserably, Chin Pin gasped and said this viciously. Then, hey, you stink. You have bad breath. Did you know that? The young man's arrogant voice came from under the veil with disgust. Chin Pin. I couldn't help but cover my chest and started breathing heavily. This black guy's mouth is so vicious, so mean, and so irritating. I'll be the first one thrown into the magic circle and die early. It would be safer to give the talisman after taking over the body. It's better to die early and not to harm others in reincarnation. It's better to just let your soul scatter. Hey, you're not going to take over someone else's body, are you? Let me tell you, the Yan Nanhui next to the body-stealing kid is really good. He's a perfect candidate for body stealing, but I will never tell you that the boy is mentally ill. Mo Yan's expression was solemn beneath his veil, but his voice was still frivolous and uninhibited. Chin Pin glanced at Yan Nanhui suspiciously, wondering if she was really mentally ill. I'm telling you this. Everyone in the Qingya sect is crazy. They're all sick. They should have come to you on their own initiative. Mo Yen sneered. You didn't even notice that your elder had changed his mind. Aren't you stupid enough? Qin took a look at the group of people. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be all from the Qingya sect. When he was on his way here, this group of young kids met him, approached him, and called him Elder. The kind little sheep didn't even notice that the elder had changed his mind. When you think about it this way, it's not very smart. But they are all better than you. Qin calmed down for a moment, walked to Yan Nanhui, prepared to take over Yan Nanhui's body again, and replied to Mo Yan at the same time. You're ugly. Very ugly. Really very ugly. Mo Yan. When I recover, I'll blind you with my handsome face. I know a guy who is handsome, has a good figure, has a good brain, and is a genius. He has reached the early stage of yuaning before he is 30 years old. Mo Yan spoke decisively. Although he didn't like the people of Qingya sect, he couldn't let Qin take over Yan Nanhui's body at this time. His current strength far exceeds Qin's original strength. There is no guarantee that he'll become even stronger after taking over Qin's body. Qin paused. He was indeed interested. Who? With Qin listening attentively. The black egg spoke clearly and affirmatively, word by word. Song Yan sect. Senior brother, Yan Ci, who had just completed the inheritance and whose sword intent had been tempered, sneezed. Looking at the senior who was about to disappear in front of him, the young man politely saluted with his fists clasped. Then he decisively picked up his sword and left. Junior sister is not in this place of inheritance. That firebird was lying. It had been nearly a month since he accepted the inheritance.
Bei wann?
Yan Ci tightened his grip on the sword, his face solemn, and his movements hurriedly, as fast as he could. He was not sure whether his junior sister was still alive, but as long as he was in the secret realm, he would keep looking for her. After Yan Ci left the place of inheritance, the first thing he did was to contact his 3 junior brothers who all had some problems. One could only hope that they found Bei Wan during the time he was gone. As a result, contrary to Yan Ci's expectations, all 3 of them lost contact with him. So, I can't find my junior sister. Can't you find 3 junior brothers who are that old? When Yan Ci contacted them, Liao Jin and Qi Yuqing have already stepped into the inheritance hall and entered the place of inheritance. Once inside, the scene took a distorted turn. Before they could react, they were moved to another space. Chew. Bei Wan poked out his furry little head and looked around this so-called place of inheritance. Why is it all snow? The snow was falling all over the sky like goose feathers, and the cold quickly came from all directions. However, Bei Wan had the protection of the little fur, so it didn't feel so cold for a while. But a familiar cough came from above her head. Bei Wan raised his little head and saw his 3rd senior brother covering his lips and coughing. The cub was puzzled because he had stopped coughing yesterday.
Chew.
The little guy who was protected in his palm cried out in worry, and even rubbed his fingertips with his precious little head these days. Qi Yuqing put his hand down, tried to calm his breath, and rubbed the little guy's head for the first time in a long time. It's all right. Although he said this, Qi Yuqing was actually very alert in his heart. He has a top-grade mutated ice spiritual root. Logically speaking, this place is most suitable for him to practice. But surprisingly, he had a cold poison in his body and was afraid of cold, so he would not even use his spiritual power on normal days. Even the 3rd peak is a small mountain with fire attributes that the master specially cut down from the Red Flame land, so he would not go out easily on weekdays, actually for the purpose of making himself more comfortable.
Now.
He had just used up a lot of power of the word spirit, his body was exhausted, and he came to this extremely cold place. It should have been a perfect place for cultivation, but for him it was the place that could cost him his life the fastest. Qi Yuqing's body temperature dropped quickly, his lips turned pale, and the cold air from his dantian wrapped around his limbs like spider silk. The coldness outside was no weaker and corroded him from the outside. The only warmth in his body came from his right hand, which was holding the cub. Qi Yuqing looked at the empty, snowy field around him. It was clearly a dead end, but he was extremely calm. Bei Wan soon noticed something was wrong. The soles of my feet are particularly cold. How can I not notice anything unusual? She looked up and saw Qi Yuqing's strange expression. She cried out anxiously, not caring about her own cold little paws. While it was barking, its two frozen little paws were stepping on each other alternately, trying to stand on one foot and reduce the area exposed to the cold. Chi Yoqing's heart trembled, and then he sighed. "Be quiet and be obedient." Chi Yoqing's voice was like the falling snowflakes, cold and light. Beiwan calmed down, and then she saw Chi Yoqing take out two red cloaks from the storage bracelet. He put one on himself, folded the other neatly, and placed it on the snow, then put her on it with a somewhat stiff movement. Beiwan instantly felt a warmth warming her cold soles. The little cub raised his feet and stepped on the soft furry cloak, and instantly the soles of his feet returned to their normal temperature. Seeing that the little guy seemed very comfortable, Chi Yoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the frail young man in a scarlet cloak squatted down. Although his eyes were covered with a layer of silk, Beiwan felt that the third senior brother was looking at her very seriously. "You stay here, you know." Beiwan looked up and called out in confusion. Chi Yoqing raised his hand and touched the little girl's head. His voice was still cold and arrogant, but he gave her an explanation. "I'll find a way out." Then, he stood up, coughing, and walked casually in one direction. Beiwan, standing on the cloak, looked at the young man's figure slowly walking towards the distance, and felt a little panicked for some reason. She had no choice but to scream and flap her little wings, jumping off the neatly folded cloak. However, she did not expect the snow below to be so soft and thick, and as soon as she jumped down, she created a small snow pit. But she didn't stop. Instead, she shouted even more anxiously, like asking Chi Yoqing to take her with him. After a while, a pair of hands colder than snow picked her up and placed her back on the red cloak with fire attributes. "Quiet. Wait." The frost seemed to have seeped into his voice, making it harsh and almost rebuking. Beiwan was stunned at once and stood quietly on the cloak, not daring to move, but he was extremely panicked in his heart. Chi Yoqing's pale lips twitched, and he seemed to want to say something, but he didn't say it. He just stood up quietly and walked along the same path again. Beiwan didn't dare to move or shout. She could only watch the boy's figure turn into a small red, and then completely disappear from her sight. In the distance, Chi Yoqing fell on the snow. For a moment, he felt that the snow was warmer than his hands. In his next life, don't let him meet a deceiving person like Mo Yen again. Also, why are you so soft-hearted? Wouldn't it be better to let Mo Yen die in there? Although there is only one junior brother, he acts like a mad dog all day long. It's just right to lose him. Besides, what kind of bad inheritance is this? Is the inheritor stupid? He can actually give people cultivation for free based on the spiritual root attributes of the person entering. He had originally decided to go through this together with his second senior brother. After all, he had recovered for some time and still had many magical weapons with him. Who knew that as soon as he came in, he would be faced with hellish difficulty? It's also his bad luck. This situation is a good situation for others, but it is a desperate situation for him. The coldness in the body has spread to every part of the body. Going to die? Anyway, the cold poison cannot be cured, and you will die sooner or later. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. If he met Mo Yen on the Naiha Bridge, he would rush up and kill him. If he doesn't meet him, he will wait, kill him, and then reincarnate. His five senses gradually dissipated under the pressure of the cold. Chi Yoqing lay quietly in the snow, his breathing gradually weakening. If he dies, this place should be broken and that little thing can still survive. Chi Yoqing did it on purpose. He couldn't break the formation and could only think of breaking it by dying. The snow fell quickly, and the cloak in the distance was soon covered with snow. Beiwan stepped on it and looked at the empty snowfield in the distance. The surroundings were as silent as death, which was very strange. "Chew!" The little fellow called out clearly, but no one responded. After hesitating for a moment, Beiwan stretched out his little paws and dived into the snow again. This time no one could pick her up. The little girl could only rely on her memory of the direction in which her third brother left and use her little paws to move forward in the snow with great effort. She struggled forward for a while, looking at the white snow around her, feeling a little confused, not knowing whether she was walking in the right direction. Looking back, I saw that the red cloak had been covered by snow and could no longer be found. A panic set in as she couldn't find her parents and was in an unfamiliar environment. Baewon was a little anxious trying to find a solution, and then she looked at the melting snow around her little paws, her eyes brightening. In a large area of snow, a small furry ball, not even as big as a palm, was shaking its head wildly.
Then
he successfully spit out a mouthful of fire. Baewon only felt himself land on the ground with a thud, and in front of him was a road covered with water stains from melted snow. The little guy flapped his wings happily and ran forward for a long distance. Then he shook his head in a very demonic way, spit fire, ran forward, then shook his head again and spit fire again. Later on, the little guy didn't even need to shake his head. He just felt like he had hit something heavy and was spitting fire. Looking from above, a large area of white disappeared, revealing the khaki ground, which was still spreading at a terrifying speed. When Baewon found Shi Yuqing, he was already feeling dizzy. Looking at the young man who looked like dead, Baewon wanted to rush over and scream a few times, but he lost control and spat out a mouthful of fire. Then Shi Yuqing started to catch a fever. Baewon's dizzy head suddenly became clear at this moment. Looking at his senior brother who was burning fiercely in front of him, the little guy just stood there in a daze. She burned her senior brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chin Pin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the disgusting smell on his body, like that of a fermented corpse, became stronger and stronger. He had originally been brainwashed by that black egg and was waiting for the man named Yan Ci to come. But at this moment, he couldn't wait any longer, and he didn't know who could break his formation. The Inheritance Hall is just a cover. The formation he set up will create a place with the same attributes as the spiritual roots of each person entering, which seems to be conducive to cultivation. But in fact, the more the people inside practice, the more their strength will be quietly absorbed by the formation. If you want to break the formation, you can only use the attributes that counteract it. But if someone possesses two spiritual roots with mutually restraining attributes and can cultivate them to become powerful at the same time, it would be good enough if he does not kill himself. Generally, one would give up one of the spiritual roots and focus on cultivating the other. Therefore, it should be true that no one can break through. Shi Yuqing was dreaming. He dreamed that he returned to the third peak and to the time when the red fox brought Baewon to him. It was almost the moment of resurrection. But there was something different in the dream. Last time, the warmth only came from my arms, but this time it seemed to come from all directions. Shi Yuqing sneered. His desire to survive was so strong that he was still thinking about living when he was dying. Just as I finished thinking, I heard myself sneering. No, he heard his laughter. Shi Yuqing opened his eyes in disbelief, then closed them and opened them again. This is not dead. Shi Yuqing looked at the snow still falling around him. The snow on the ground was already 3 fingers thick, and he felt a little confused. It's snowing, isn't he cold? As expected, he is dead. He is just dreaming here. Just as he was about to get up, he felt something move in his arms. Shi Yuqing looked down at his chest and saw a furry little head in the red cloak. Looks a little familiar. The young man stretched out his hand in disbelief and pulled aside a corner of his cloak. Not sure, wait and see. Then his hand trembled, and his mind really went blank as he looked at the child who was curled up and sleeping soundly. For the first time, I felt that my brain, which was not that stupid, was completely unable to work.
Baewon.
In his arms. Shi Yuqing stretched out his hand hesitantly and gently touched the little guy's cheek. Soft and touchable, but Shi Yuqing raised his head and glanced around at the snowy day. It couldn't be that this shabby place had created a fake junior sister. I always feel that this place is a bit weird. He moved his cloak and found that the little one in his arms had revealed his white, tender and baby-fat arms. No clothes? Shi Yuqing was dazed and casually wrapped the little girl in a cloak, ready to let her change her clothes by herself when she woke up. After all, There are differences between men and women, and the little guy is still dizzy and motionless, so just wrap him in a cloak. As soon as Chi Yuqing stood up, he felt something was wrong. I always feel cool and light on my head. At that moment, for some reason, the first thing that came to Chi Yuqing's mind was Mo Yan's bald, black face. He held the wrapped child firmly in one hand, and with the other hand, for the first time ever, he touched his head with urgency and panic. Then Chi Yuqing fell silent. Because it's empty. The originally smooth black hair had completely disappeared and could not be touched. Chi Yuqing's hands trembled slightly as he took out a mirror from the bottom of the storage bracelet, and then he clearly saw Black Egg No. 2 appearing in it. The only difference is that the previous one was grinning with his teeth bared, while this one is silent and depressed. Fortunately, there is more than one veil. He didn't know where his mother got so many strange magical instruments, but he thanked her again at this moment. Chi Yuqing put on his veil hat, held Bei Wan in his arms, and mobilized his spiritual sense, expanding it in all directions with his location as the center, searching for the other little cub that should have been in this space as well. The cold poison was suppressed, so he could use his spiritual power without worry. He had not forgotten that there was a little cub there that looked like a phoenix. But strangely, his spiritual sense did not detect a third living creature nearby. Bei Wan, Chi Yuqing murmured, looking down at the little baby in his arms. The little face was a little pale, wrapped in a red cloak, quiet and well-behaved, which made people feel soft-hearted. Chi Yuqing lowered his head in thought, trying to sort out his confused thoughts. His current appearance, which is almost the same as Mo Yan's, must have been caused by the little phoenix cub. There is no doubt about that. In addition, when I was unconscious, I always felt that this time I was rescued was familiar, and it was very similar to the last time I was rescued by my junior sister on the third peak. When he woke up, it was his junior sister who appeared in his arms. And he suddenly remembered. When he first saw the little cub breathing fire, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. The little apprentice sister who suddenly appeared, and the phoenix-like cub that suddenly disappeared. A somewhat horrifying guess emerged in Chi Yuqing's mind. Could it be that junior sister is the same person as that little cub? Although I don't know how the junior sister turned into a bird cub, there are many strange things in this world. Who knows if the junior sister has encountered something strange? But no, we still have to wait until the little guy wakes up to verify our guess. At this moment, Bei Wan saw her grass and flame again. The grass is still green and full of vitality. The last time I saw it, it should have been a vigorous flame, but this time it was just weak. After experiencing the grass fire and the fire eating the grass, Bei Wan seemed particularly calm this time. Are you going to eat it this time? The little guy squatted obediently, put his 2 little hands on his knees, tilted his head and asked Xiao Chao with confusion and even a little expectation. Xiao Chao, great, you can already guess it. Under Bei Wan's gaze, the grass opened its leaves and wrapped the weak little flame. Maybe it's because I'm not afraid anymore, or maybe it's because the effect is significant this time. The obedient little guy squatted and looked at the grass and flames in front of him, as if he had discovered the mystery. Are you protecting it? Bei Wan looked at the grass intently, with his clear eyes. She suddenly discovered that the grass didn't seem to be eating the flame, but instead seemed to be protecting it. Just like when the brothers were protecting her. The grass shook happily twice, as if agreeing with Bei Wan's guess. So you two are good friends. Bei Wan reached out his hand and touched the grass in a friendly manner, then said in a small and somewhat anxious voice, I want to go out. She also wanted to go and see what happened to her third senior brother after he was burnt. After all, the third senior brother looks very weak. He probably can't be as resistant to burning as fourth brother who has thick skin and flesh. The grass seemed a little reluctant to leave her, but it could feel Bei Wan's anxious, emotional fluctuations. Bei Wan was sent out smoothly. The little guy slowly opened his eyes and saw something familiar. The veil hat that fourth senior brother wears on his head like a treasure. Fourth senior brother, the little guy uttered these 3 words subconsciously in confusion. At this moment, Chi Yuqing and Bei Wan were both stunned. Bei Wan. I can speak now. I speak human language. The little guy moved quickly, feeling the long-lost feeling of having hands, and suddenly felt like crying. Chi Yuqing lowered his eyes and looked at the little guy who was held tightly in his arms. Call him fourth brother? Is he so similar to that madman Mo Yen? Or is it because of the veil he is wearing now? It's not Mo Yen, it's me. Chi Yuqing spoke calmly. Third brother. Beiwan obviously didn't quite understand why third senior brother also wore a veil. Then her little brain reacted. She hurriedly sat up and asked anxiously, Master, senior brother, are you okay? She did not forget that at that time, the third senior brother was covered in flames all over his body. The fourth brother was sprayed by her and turned completely black. What about the third brother? What do you mean? Being burned. When Chi Yuqing asked this question, he actually asked the question he wanted to ask. The last time he and Beiwan saw each other was when Qin Pin took her into the secret realm and he followed her in. The last time he saw the cub was probably when he was burned. If Beiwan said yes and acknowledged it, then everything would be clear.
Yes.
Of course it's fire. Chi Yuqing understood instantly and then asked the anxious little guy, Is that little chicken you? Hold head high. Beiwan nodded directly, not even thinking about hiding it. Why did she hide this? She also wanted to figure out why she turned into a chick. Chi Yuqing's guess was confirmed. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a little complicated when he saw the little guy admitted in person. So, the junior sister is really right beside them. But they are still like fools, searching all over the secret realm for their junior sister. Especially Yen Ci and Mo Yen, these two people. When they find out, they will probably feel even more complicated. Chi Yuqing had no idea that the most embarrassing person, who even secretly scratched the floor with his toes, was his second senior brother whose tough guy image had collapsed. I'm fine, thank you. As Chi Yuqing spoke, he pulled away the little guy's hand who was trying to lift up his veil to see what was going on with him. What a joke! How could he let people see that he is almost the same as Mo Yen now? Then why did Beiwan turn into a little chicken? The little guy finally asked the question that still troubled him. Chi Yuqing was silent, then said, I don't know either. Besides, shouldn't this be what he asked junior sister? She turned into a chick, and he was not there. How could he know? But when he met the look in the little guy's eyes as if he was looking at the most reliable and powerful person, Chi Yuqing seemed to understand for a moment. He doesn't know, and the little guy doesn't know even more. In her world, it is true that they, the senior brothers, appear to be very powerful, as if they know everything. But I really don't know why it turned into a little chicken. Now the junior sister has been found. The next step is to find Mo Yen, who is causing trouble all day long. Change your clothes first. Chi Yuqing turned around and let the little guy put on his clothes first. Beiwan was confused for a moment before realizing that he was wrapped in a cloak and had no clothes. He quickly opened the storage space and changed his clothes. Come on, let's get out of here first. A red fire sword appeared out of thin air in Chi Yuqing's hand. He picked up Beiwan with one hand and found a place that looked ordinary. If it weren't for Beiwan's fire spirit root that helped him suppress the cold poison in his body, he would not be able to use any spiritual power here. The spiritual power in his hand circulated, and the sword, carrying its own fire attribute, stabbed fiercely into the snow. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth split apart. The magic circle space is broken. Just a cup of tea before Chi Yuqing broke the formation. Qin Pin in the hall had already begun preparing to take over another body, but in the end he chose Yan Nanhui. Mo Yen on the side remained silent. He could see how anxious Qin Pin was at the moment and was afraid that no method would work. When Yan Nanhui is possessed by another body, he will be the next to die. There is no doubt about that. It dragged on for 6 days, and it was all he could think of. It was through provocation, retreat, and big promises that Yan Nanhui was prevented from being possessed on the first day. Seeing Qin Pin starting to take over the body, Mo Yen regained his spirit. He learned it well, and after he mastered it, he would go and grab one after he was killed. Just when Mo Yen perked up and concentrated on watching Qin Pin draw the formation, Qin Pin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a loud bang. Mo Yan, disgust. Then, under Mo Yan's disgusted gaze, Qin Pin spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Mo Yan couldn't help but shrink his head back, his double chin almost squeezed out in disgust, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his facial features were slightly distorted because of extreme disgust. It's really miserable. Hurry up and take over the body. Mo Yan's brain was spinning, and he spoke out anxiously. He is still waiting to learn the formation for taking over another's body. He's in a hurry to use it soon. Qin Pin panted heavily, turned his head and looked at Mo Yan, who was tied up in the corner. Shut up. This idiot thought he didn't want to. Who are these 3 perverts? They broke his formation almost at the same time. It shouldn't be like this. Everyone will think that this is a heritage and an opportunity. After seeing the most suitable environment for cultivation, no one will refuse. They will definitely calm down and start practicing. No one would attack randomly and break the formation by force after entering, and no one would find the key point of the formation and break it directly. Qin Pin suppressed the mental backlash and sped up the drawing of the formation in his hands. Mo Yan next to him was staring at him seriously. Qin Pin's formation was about to be completed. Qin Pin spat out another mouthful of blood. Mo Yan rolled his eyes. It really kills the fun. It was at this moment that the space in the hall fluctuated and 2 figures appeared almost at the same time. A man dressed in an elegant green robe embroidered with bamboo, holding a mace in one hand and the Luoquan sword in the other. The other one was a slender woman in red, with veils hanging from her ears, hiding her stunning appearance and holding 2 big hammers. Seeing that there were people in the hall, Zhang Yunji immediately hid his hammer, replaced it with a long sword, and his voice was deliberately softened. You are mistaken, it is a sword, Mo Yan. Do you think I believe it? Yan Xi didn't waste any words. He glanced past Qin Pin and looked around the hall, his eyes landing on the young man with a veiled hat in the corner. Found one. It looks like Mo Yan. Only. Yan Xi was puzzled. Why did Mo Yan wear the veil? Did he get into trouble? Was he too embarrassed to see anyone? Before Yan Xi could move, he saw Mo Yan in the corner suddenly pointing at him excitedly and saying, Old man, that's Yan Xi. Go. Take him away. Mo Yan was somewhat arrogant and gloating. The old man was vomiting blood, and he even took over his senior brother's body? It's funny just thinking about it. Yan Xi. He said Mo Yan was somewhat ill. Qin Pin looked at the young man who couldn't hide his murderous aura. He really did have a good physique, good looks, and good talent, and that Haydn had indeed not lied to him. But now he has been seriously injured. It's good enough that he is still alive. Qin Pin no longer hesitated, picked up Yan Nanhui with one hand, and prepared to run. Brother, do it! Mo Yan shouted loudly upon seeing this. Driven by the not-so-deep friendship between fellow disciples, Yan Xi attacked subconsciously, using a 2-pronged approach, with a mace and Luoquan's sword striking Qin Pin one after the other. At this moment, the space twisted again, and a figure holding a heavy sword appeared. When Liao Jin appeared, he only heard Mo Yan shouting. Then, before anyone could react, Liao Jin subconsciously threw the heavy sword out with force. With a duong sound, Qin Pin's way was blocked by 3 magical weapons. Mo Yan's eyes lit up in the corner. Suddenly, I felt like I was being pampered. When asked to take action, he did so decisively, with even better feeling than him controlling puppets. He is not Qin Pin. He wants to take over my body. Kill him quickly. Mo Yan didn't have time to give a long explanation, so he could only focus on the key points. When Zhang Yunji heard the words, possess a body, the emotion in his eyes changed slightly. Then she put away her sword, summoned a cool long whip with barbs and a little lightning and thunder, and whipped it towards Qin Pin without hesitation. Montaqian. Sure enough, it's not normal to have no prison door. When the long whip hit Qin Pin, he screamed, his tattered body slowly collapsed, and an almost transparent shadow quickly fled away. Zhang Yunji, Yan Xi, and Liao Jin all rushed towards the shadow at the same time. Mo Yen, who was sitting in the corner, just watched quietly as three perverts surrounded an old pervert. Zhang Yunji seemed to be well prepared. She actually took out a container and, with the cooperation of Liao Jin, used a sword to smack the shadow into the porcelain bottle. "Are you prepared?" Zhang Yunji asked sternly. Zhang Yunji put away the porcelain bottle and said to his fellow apprentices with a smile, "Well, it's better to be prepared." "What is that?" Mo Yen below opened his mouth and asked curiously. Zhang Yunji looked down at the young man in the corner and said to him, "It costs money to get news about Yuman." Mo Yen, "Oh, forget it. Never mind. He has no money." Zhang Yunji squatted down and looked at the complicated array patterns on the floor of the hall, frowning slightly. "This is an evil formation that I have never seen before." Yan Xi ignored this so-called formation and grabbed Mo Yen, who was lying in the corner. "Beiwan, have you seen it? Also, where's Qi Yuqing?" Yan Xi is most worried about these two people. One is weak, the other is empty. Mo Yen was puzzled. "Beiwan? Isn't he in your inheritance?" Yan Xi took a deep breath and said, "No, she's not here." Mo Yan's faith collapsed, but he firmly believed that his junior sister was in the inheritance space. "Then he won't die." Yan Xi took a deep breath, suppressed his urge to punch this guy, and turned to look at Liao Jin.
Where's Qi Yuqing?
"Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him?" Liao Jin was being looked at by his senior brother and felt extremely panicked. "He's running around." Liao Jin pointed his big hand perfectly at Mo Yen. "Mo Yen? My third junior brother and I came to look for him, but we were separated by the formation. I just got out." Yan Xi slowly tightened his grip on Mo Yan's collar, then threw Mo Yen to the ground, thinking to himself, "I'll beat him up when I find him. No time now. No time." He walked straight to Zhang Yunji and asked politely, "Miss Song, can you break the formation? It's a little difficult to break it from the outside. I need to study it." "I've never seen it before." Zhang Yunji paced and studied the looming formation, looking extremely focused. It was at this time that the space twisted and ruptured again, and two figures appeared in everyone's sight. Yan Xi looked over subconsciously, and then felt his heart, which had been hanging in the air, fall heavily. His body seemed to have lost its strength, and for a moment it seemed to be out of his control. The mace in his hand fell off weakly and hit the ground. The blow from the mace caused Mo Yan's body to tremble. Harsh words, a childish, familiar, and cheerful little voice rang out clearly in the hall. Beiwan saw Yan Xi's figure at a glance. She didn't think much about it, but just subconsciously called out his name, just like before. The next second, Yan Xi snatched it from Qi Yuqing's hands and hugged it tightly. Qi Yuqing looked at his empty arms. "Isn't that presumptuous?" The little girl was held tightly in Yan Xi's arms, and a reassuring atmosphere enveloped her. Although the young man was quite strong and made her a little uncomfortable, Beiwan still stayed still, like a quiet and soft rag doll. The sound of Yan Xi's rapidly beating heart could be heard in my ears, revealing his somewhat panicked and anxious mood. "Beiwan." Yan Xi held the little one in his arms and called softly in her ear. "Yeah, I'm here." The little kid immediately responded in a childish voice. Just like how she and Yan Xi used to get along. It's just that she was afraid before and called Yan Xi for peace of mind. But now, Beiwan wondered, was Yan Xi afraid? "Beiwan," Yan Xi called out uncertainly. The little boy didn't feel annoyed and replied crisply, "Yes, I'm here." Just when it was particularly warm, Mo Yan's doubtful, expectant, and gloating voice suddenly came from below. "Qi Yuqing, you were sprayed by that little bird and turned into a black egg." His voice was not small, and he was so curious and eager to know the answer that he didn't even care about his image and blurted out the word, "Haydn." Mo Yen said that a few days ago, Qi Yuqing was the one who disliked him the most.
Now.
The first thing others notice, maybe the junior sister who has disappeared for a long time.
But he...
At first sight, the focus is definitely on that familiar veil. Who would wear a veil hat if they're serious? Mo Yen had a hunch that there was a very high possibility that there were more than one Haydn now. As soon as these words were spoken, Liao Jin's gaze immediately shifted from Bei Wan to Qi Yuqing. Qi Yuqing, who was just not saying a word and preparing to pretend that no one could see him and that he did not exist. The desire to kill Mo Yan has become stronger and stronger. At this time, Yan Xi quickly calmed himself down, but still hugged the little kid tightly, turned around and looked at his two fellow apprentices wearing white veils. Yan Xi was a little confused and didn't know why the two of them were wearing veils. And it looks like a magical weapon of high grade. Qi Yuqing, I don't really want to talk. Mo Yan, who was staring at Qi Yuqing, said. He could see that third senior brother's reaction must have also made him dark. As the saying goes, when a person makes a fool of himself, it is embarrassing, but as long as there is someone to accompany him, it is proud. Mo Yan boldly lifted up his veil and showed it to his senior brother. And he signaled with his eyes that the third senior brother next door was the same. At that moment, Yan Xi was silent for a moment. Cover it up. Yan Xi only said 3 words, but they fully revealed his disgust. By the way, it seemed as if he was afraid that Bei Wan's eyes would be burned by the fire, so he covered Bei Wan's eyes considerately. Bei Wan, whose eyes were covered? She just took a look and found that fourth senior brother seemed to be a little paler than a few days ago. After all, the darkest one now seems to be the third senior brother. She just sprayed it. Qi Yuqing clenched his right hand slightly behind his back. Under the gazes of his eldest brother, second eldest brother, and the little fellow who broke free from his eldest brother's hand and looked at him curiously, his Adam's apple rolled, but he couldn't utter a word.
He had no idea what to say.
After a moment, Qi Yuqing, who had never drawn his sword or used his spiritual power, summoned his sword. Without saying a word, he went straight towards Mo Yan, with genuine murderous intent, not hiding it at all. No way. No way. You're getting angry out of shame. You can't use spiritual power. Are you crazy? Qi Yuqing, you really want to kill me? Mo Yan hid and chirped at the same time. The corner of Yan Xi's mouth twitched as he looked at Qi Yuqing, who was killing madly, and Mo Yan, who was obviously about to be hacked to death, but was still complaining. He took another look at the quiet little baby in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Junior sister is less of a worry. The next second, he heard the carefree little kid whisper in an innocent and tender voice with a strong sense of apology, "It's all Bei Wan's fault. He burned all the brothers." I was caught off guard by these harsh words.
Bei Wan's fault?
Burn the brothers. I can understand every word, but when they're put together, it's a little hard to understand. No, didn't he just disappear for a month? Why? It feels like I've disappeared for a year. He ignored the fourth apprentice brother who was about to be hacked to death and turned to look at Bei Wan in confusion. What do you mean? The little guy opened his mouth, and under Yan Xi's gaze, he said slowly and embarrassedly. It's hard to explain it in a few words. Things were so complicated that the child didn't know where to start.
Yan Xi.
Looking at the little girl's self-blaming expression, Yan Xi quickly adjusted his expression and raised his hand to rub the top of her head. It's okay. Your brothers explained it clearly. The child couldn't explain it clearly, and he didn't believe those 3 living people, so he couldn't explain it clearly. Yan Xi raised his eyes. The gentleness on his face disappeared, and he glanced around the hall. Liao Jin stood nearby, seemingly not knowing who to help. Zhang Yunji, who had no prison gate, was completely unaffected and focused on studying the formation. And those 2 troublesome junior brothers were running around in the hall like 2 monkeys. Yan Xi didn't bother to talk nonsense. The spiritual power surged in his hand, and the mace that fell to the ground hit the 2 people chasing him at an extremely fast speed, steadily and accurately. In an instant, a loud noise was heard in the hall, and the entire noisy space became quiet. Qi Yuqing was panting, looking at Mo Yan, who was bleeding profusely after being chopped by him. Then he looked at the mace under his feet and calmed down. Mo Yan felt relieved. It's great to be alive. Come here. Yan Xi was now holding Bei Wan in one hand, his voice revealing a rare impatience, and he transmitted the message in secret to the ears of his 3 fellow apprentices. In an instant, All three of them shuddered. Even though Yen Ci was always gentle, it was not like they had not been beaten to death before. Several people from the Song Yen sect gathered together, while the remaining Zhang Yunji continued to study the formation, not paying any attention to the group of 5 people over there. Yen Ci casually threw a pill to Mo Yen, watched him eat it, and asked, "Tell me everything that happened since I disappeared." "I was just about to take some drugs, thanks to my senior brother for his Mo Yen." It is not difficult to suspect that the senior brother gave him the pill because he was afraid that he would get drunk while talking.
Oh.
"After you disappeared, I was about to go back, but that little chicken spit anger in my face. In order to retaliate, I wanted Qi Yuqing to freeze it to death and put it." Qi Yuqing glanced at Mo Yen with a strange look, as if he had thought of something, and his thin lips under the veil raised in sarcasm. "Come on, tell it all. The more you show that you hate that little chicken, the better." He will reveal Bei Wan's identity later, which will allow the senior brother to beat Mo Yen to death. Only after hearing the truth, Bei Wan looked at Mo Yen with increasingly strange eyes. Turn out to be. 4th senior brother wants to kill her so much. Mo Yen is really good at talking, and his brain is not stupid either. He summarized the key points and succinctly told everything that happened before he entered the inheritance hall. Then we separated, and I was caught inside the hall. Mo Yen nodded, indicating that he had finished speaking. The silent Liao Jin suddenly looked at Qi Yuqing and asked, "Where is the chick?" It seemed that he had not seen the little cub since he came out of Qi Yuqing. Qi Yuqing was silent for a moment and was just about to speak. Mo Yen said first, "He won't die. It's better for it to die. I've wanted to kill it for a long time." Mo Yen felt furious when he thought about how people had called him ugly and how even that darn old man disdained him. If it weren't for that little thing, he would still be so cool. Yen Ci listened to Mo Yen complaining about the little chicken, and for some reason, he always felt like he had overlooked something. He began to think about the few memories he had with the chick. Try to find out what you have overlooked. Qi Yuqing chuckled silently and looked at Mo Yen with interest. Mo Yen, since you can talk, just keep talking. Yeah? Qi Yuqing asked lightly. Seeing that his 3rd senior brother suddenly paid attention to him, Mo Yen felt something was wrong, but when he thought that his 3rd senior brother was also a victim, he suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong. Because someone paid attention to him, Mo Yen complained even more vigorously. He kept talking about every word, wondering how he could kill the little chick. As he was complaining, Mo Yen noticed an extremely terrified gaze staring at him. As soon as he looked up, he saw the little kid, with whom he had just become closer, looking at him with extreme horror, as if he was looking at some kind of ferocious beast. "Hey, by the way, little guy, where did you come from?" Mo Yen restrained himself a little. What he said just now was a bit cruel.
Don't want to scare the little guy.
He just got closer to the little guy. When Bei Wan saw Mo Yen asking her, she immediately shook her head in fear and shrank into Yen Ci's arms.
Montag Yan?
Lost for a few days, are you stupid? Don't recognize him anymore? Or can't speak anymore? Just at this moment, he heard Qi Yuqing's voice. "Oh, Bei Wan is the little cub you want to kill." The 3rd senior brother's voice was still as cold as frost, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs and with a sense of indifference, but Mo Yen still heard a hint of sarcasm and a hint of gloating in it. Mo Yen was shocked, and his mind immediately thought of what he had just said. Yen Ci immediately connected the small details that he had overlooked. But the one with the biggest reaction was Liao Jin. With a bang, the heavy sword in Liao Jin's hand fell to the ground. Instantly, everyone looked over there. Liao Jin felt that his toes were about to tear his shoes. He swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to look at Bei Wan. As if he was dreaming, he asked Qi Yuqing with a dizzy head, "Who do you think is that little chicken?" "Bei Wan." "What is Bei Wan?" Qi Yuqing frowned and didn't want to answer. I never thought that 2nd brother was a fool before. Liao Jin just felt so embarrassed. He recalled the nights he spent holding the little one and talking to himself every day in the past few days. "Brother, I am that little chicken." When Bei Wan saw that the 3rd senior brother did not answer Liao Jin, he kindly raised his hand and answered. "Oh, Liao Jin stared at his toes and responded softly. Mo Yen laughed awkwardly, looked at Bei Wan and said, "Don't make fun of me. It's not funny. Besides, are you making fun of your senior brother? This is a joke on his life. How could you be a little chicken? You are a human being. How can a human being turn into a spirit beast?" However, Mo Yen's voice became weaker and weaker. He looked at the eyes of the little kid in front of him that were not joking at all, and thought of his third senior brother's strange reaction just now. That was completely to lead him to say things that wanted to kill junior sister. True. Heart. Scheming. Mo Yen looked at Chi Yuqing beside him with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to bite him. Chi Yuqing just sneered and said unceremoniously, "Stupid." Mo Yen almost couldn't catch his breath. Seeing Mo Yen was about to pick up his weapon and beat Chi Yuqing. "Be quiet." Yen Ci lowered his voice and yelled out tiredly. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, feeling that none of these people were normal. Besides, he remembered that Chi Yuqing was also a quiet person before, but now. How can it be so childish and noisy? "Beiwan, can you tell me what happened after you were captured by Qin Pin and when the brothers were not around?" Beiwan nodded. "This is quite simple. He was captured. He took a lot of Beiwan's blood and used it to make elixirs. The group of big birds took Beiwan away and fed him fruits. Beiwan turned into a chick. Yen Ci came, but didn't recognize me. Then he came back and didn't recognize me again. Yen Ci." In fact, there is no need to say the following sentences. He didn't need to look up to feel that his 3 fellow apprentices were all looking at him. No. How could he have imagined at that time that the little chick was Beiwan? "What are you looking at?" Yen Ci immediately scolded Mo Yen. "You said at that time that Beiwan was in the inheritance land. You didn't recognize Beiwan. You guys, you've been with Beiwan for so many days and you didn't recognize him. 3 people who were attacked indiscriminately. Is this considered getting angry out of shame?" But it seems to be true that silence is the norm for everyone in the Tsongyen sect today. That is, except Beiwan, the psychological activities of the other 4 people are very rich. Hey, those people from Tsongyen sect, have you finished catching up? If you're done, come and help break the formation. A lazy and casual female voice was heard from outside the soundproof barrier set up by Yen Ci. Zhang Yunji, who was concentrating on studying the formation, was leaning against the pillar of the hall, yawning and looking at them. Yen Ci glanced at Zhang Yunji, then at his fellow apprentices and changed the subject. Beiwan's condition should be caused by that fruit. Let's go and help first. Under normal circumstances, the people of Tsongyen sect generally would not help. But today's situation is special. Is this to help break the formation?
No.
This helps them break the awkwardness. Zhang Yunji looked at the men walking towards her and sneered. It was obvious that she felt a little disgusted. But when she saw the little kids secretly looking at her, Zhang Yunji immediately adjusted her mood and smiled at her with a bright smile. The first time she saw her elder sister, who was as beautiful as an enchantress, the little girl immediately hid her face in Yen Ci's shoulder out of embarrassment. Zhang Yunji was in a good mood and smiled. Then she met Yen Ci's slightly cold gaze. This formation is a bit strange. The power of the 5 elements is running. It relies on absorbing the spiritual power and blood essence of the people who are trapped in the formation to nourish the formation. It also needs the 5 elements to break the formation. Zhang Yunji was too lazy to talk to these men, so she went straight to the point. "I have fire spiritual roots. Yen Ci has gold spiritual roots. Liao Jin has earth spiritual roots. Chi Yuqing has ice spiritual roots, which is considered water spiritual roots, and Mo Yen." Zhang Yunji's eyes fell on Mo Yen. "You also have a gold spiritual root, but you are weaker than Yen Ci, so we don't need you. Mo Yen. One more with spiritual root is missing. I can do it." Beiwan raised his hand and answered crisply. The next second, Yen Ci reached out and pressed her raised hand down. "She can't, Beiwan." Yen Ci knew very well that breaking the formation would be dangerous. In fact, the strength of all of them was almost the same, and at least they were all in the Jindan stage. Although Beiwan has wood spiritual roots, his strength is too weak. If the wood spiritual root in the foundation building stage really tries to break the formation, it will probably become unbalanced and cause serious backlash to Beiwan. "Little cutie, you can't do that." If you try to break the formation, you'll get hurt. Zhang Yunji also persuaded gently. Yan Xi also patiently explained to the little guy, "It is dangerous to break the formation, so just go ahead, brothers." But there are no more with spiritual roots. The little guy tilted his head and asked in confusion, "What should I do?" "Who said there are no with spiritual roots?" Mo Yan's voice suddenly came and immediately attracted Bei Wan's attention. She turned around and saw Mo Yan walking out from an unnoticed corner, holding a disciple of Qingya sect in one hand. Mo Yan threw the two still unconscious people in the middle of the hall and clapped his hands casually.
Here.
Ji Wuchen, the disciple of that jerk Qin Pin, 29 years old, with spiritual roots, has just broken through to the middle stage of the golden elixir. This is Yan Nanhui's senior brother, with spirit roots, 37 years old, in the middle stage of the golden elixir. The people are here, you choose. Don't praise me, it's my due. Everyone. The praise was on the tip of their tongue, but they swallowed it back immediately. The corners of Zhang Yunji's mouth twitched under her veil, and she felt that the news was indeed correct. The sickest person in the Zhangyan sect is Mo Yan. I suggest you choose Ji Wuchen. This guy is stubborn and more useful than that old immortal disciple. Relying on the grudges between himself and the people of Qingya sect, Mo Yan gave some pertinent advice. So, the unconscious Ji Wuchen was tortured awake by someone. After knowing what his master had done and how he had been possessed by someone, Ji Wu remained silent. Zhang Yunji folded her arms and looked at Ji Wuchen with some doubt. Now, we are one with spiritual root away from breaking the formation. You should be able to do it. It is my duty. Ji Wuchen took the pill thrown by Yan Xi, meditated for a while, then stood up and prepared to break the formation with everyone. Yan Xi handed the little baby in his arms to Mo Yan.
Yanchi.
Bei Wan doesn't want to follow fourth senior brother. Bei Wan was somewhat resistant. For the first time, the little guy grabbed Yan Xi's collar tightly with both hands, refusing him to hand him over. She was afraid that her fourth senior brother would kill her. Okay, then we won't follow him. Yan Xi chuckled, raised his hand and rubbed the little guy's earlobe, then put the little guy on the ground and waved his hand to set up a barrier. He also deliberately left the mace with Bei Wan. There is no need to say who we are guarding against. Mo Yan next to him couldn't help but his eyelids twitched twice. No, is it that serious? Bei Wan noticed that fourth senior brother was looking at her. She pretended to be calm and didn't look over, but slowly moved towards the mace with small steps. Instantly, I felt safe. Mo Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance, then squatted in a corner angrily, watching those perverts break the formation. Zhang Yunji's red dress was like fire, fluttering with her movements. Spiritual energy surged around her body, and her white palm slammed the ground suddenly. In an instant, 5 points lit up on the complex formation. She stood alone in the south, and rich fire-attributed spiritual energy poured into the formation with wild, destructive power. Northern Ringui water. Qi Yuqing. Qi Yuqing raised a sword, and as Zhang Yunji finished speaking, he thrust the sword into it. Earth in the center, wood in the east. Liao Jin and Ji Wuchen also jumped up. When the four of them returned to their positions, the spiritual energy in the hall suddenly became violent, like a knife blown by a strong wind, cutting people's skin and causing pain. When the first wave of powerful spiritual power hit, Mo Yan shouted, "Duck!" Then he quickly cast another layer of barrier on himself and the little guy next to him. Is it so fierce? Bei Wan also nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes. It turned out, he was so powerful. No wonder Yan Xi told that sister that they didn't need him. At that moment, the little guy had a goal again. He must practice hard to be as good as his brothers and sisters. Zhang Yunji felt the operation of the spiritual power in the formation. The violent spiritual power blew off the veil on her face, revealing a face that was so beautiful and exquisite that it was difficult to tell whether it was male or female. She was located at the center of the formation, with violent spiritual power sweeping across the formation the most severely. She left Yan Xi for last because he was the strongest among them. In addition, the attack power of gold is not weak. He is needed to deliver the final blow to break the formation. Just as the wind blade drew a bloody mark on her face, Zhang Yunji knew the time had come. She shouted, stern words. The Luoquan sword in the young man's hand made a buzzing sound, carrying with it a sharp sword energy, with great momentum and a clear target, and it went straight to the only remaining position in the west. In an instant, the space inside the hall distorted, and tremendous spiritual power poured out like a flood. Mo Yen protected Bei Wan behind him without hesitation. It was the first time that Bei Wan saw such a magnificent scene. The little guy was simply stunned. The situation was the same outside the formation. The 5 people in the center of the formation were simply at the center of the spiritual power riot. Fortunately, the strength of several people is stable at the Jindan stage, so they can still hold on. That's right, they all look quite embarrassed. The formation began to break down, and a large number of unlucky people trapped in the formation fell from the sky like dumplings. Some have died, some are unconscious, and some still have enough strength to stand up. But without exception, they were all miserable. Especially those who have died. They look like mummies, with dry skin tightly wrapped around their bones. Mo Yen subconsciously turned around and covered the little girl's eyes, fearing that she would be frightened. But the next second, he saw that Bei Wan was not panicked at all and was very calm. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked. The little guy shook his head calmly and said as if it was normal, "Those people died even more miserably in the past at the evil doctor's place. This is just a dried corpse." At that time, everyone's death was different in the evil doctor's place. Some were directly poisoned and turned into meat paste from the inside out. Some were eaten away by poisonous insects all over their bodies, and some simply dried up and died. Not only is it horrifying, it's also disgusting. She was so frightened at first that she was afraid to sleep, but later, after seeing it so many times, she became numb to it. Looking at the dried corpse that had fallen beside him, Bei Wan calmly made room for the corpse and stood aside. Mo Yen looked at the straight little kid with complicated eyes. I sighed again. As expected, there are no normal people in the Zhang Yen sect. His junior sister is really different from those from other sections. Just as he was thinking this, he heard a girl scream in his ears. He turned around and saw a female disciple from one of the sects who screamed at the tragic scene in the hall. Mo Yen lowered his head again and looked at his junior sister, who was squatting down, wanting to close the eyes of one of the people who had just died but had not closed their eyes. His eyelids twitched, and he grabbed the little girl's clothes on the back and lifted her up. "It's dirty, don't touch it. He is really brave and kind-hearted, and he even lets people die with their eyes closed. That's Zhang Yuan. I played against him in the Bei Wan competition. He's a nice guy." Bei Wan looked at Mo Yen, her clear round eyes looking at him and explaining to him. Being stared at by the little guy's clear eyes, Mo Yen sighed, and the spiritual power surged in his hands, and he gently closed the person's eyes for the first time. "Okay, I'm done." "Oh, thank you, brother." The little guy thanked him very politely. Mo Yen found this sentence a bit offensive. "No, there's no need to be so polite. That's just an outsider, but why does it feel like Zhang Yuan has a better relationship with the little guy than he does?" "You're welcome. It's my duty." Mo Yen tried to ease the relationship. Bei Wan frowned, looked at him strangely, and then replied in a very calm tone, "Oh, Mo Yen?" "1-0. It directly annoyed Mo Yen. Bei Wan felt the low pressure coming from Mo Yen and remained silent. She totally couldn't understand why fourth brother suddenly became unhappy. Adhering to the idea he learned from the evil doctor, talk less, live longer, Bei Wan continued to remain silent. For a moment, the atmosphere between the brother and sister was extremely weird. "Mo Yen, take Bei Wan out." A stern voice came from a distance, breaking the tense atmosphere between the two. The magic circle was about to be broken, which meant that the hall would not be able to hold out for much longer. At this moment, they were unable to spare any effort, so they could only let Mo Yen take Bei Wan out first. Everyone who is still alive in the hall, evacuate. Yen Xiai also did not forget to inform the other survivors present. After all, they are all direct disciples of the major sects and the most talented of the younger generation. It would be a pity if any of them died. "No," Mo Yen replied, turned around and prepared to take the little guy out of the hall. At this moment, Mo Yen heard the little fellow lying on his shoulder shouting in a concerned voice, "Yen Ci, Beiwan is waiting for you outside." He was even afraid that Yen Ci couldn't hear him, so he used his spiritual power for the first time to amplify his voice.
Montag Yan.
I wanted to throw this little thing into Yen Ci's face, and shouted, "Go find your Yen Ci." But he still held back, as he was afraid that the three perverts would kick him around like a ball. In the formation, Yen Ci couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips slightly. The spiritual power surged in his hands, and his left hand stretched back, and the mace far behind him was called back by him. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone and his junior fellow apprentice, who was accustomed to it, the young man with a gentle face and a pine-like temperament, holding a mace, with spiritual power surging around him, smashed it hard towards the center of the formation. Breaking the formation. Of course, it feels more fun to hit it with a mace. In an instant, the formation was completely broken, and the rubble on the hall began to fall. Yen Ci raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips, then turned around to look at the conditions of his two fellow apprentices. Liao Jin was fine, but Qi Yuqing's condition was a bit bad. Normally, he didn't dare to use his spiritual power because of the cold poison. Now he suddenly used it, and it was so strong that he seemed a little overwhelmed. "Liao Jin, escort Qi Yuqing out." "Good." Liao Jin immediately protected Qi Yuqing and retreated. Qi Yuqing raised his hand and threw the two magic weapons to Yen Ci. "You can use them." Yen Ci took the magic weapon and nodded to Qi Yuqing. He stood on the void and looked down at the few remaining people in the hall. In the same sect, as long as there are people still alive, basically no one will go out empty-handed. Those who are capable will help their fellow disciples out. Most of the remaining ones were corpses. Yen Ci quickly put the corpses into the storage bracelet given by Qi Yuqing. Seeing that there were still some people who were still breathing but were about to die, Yen Ci's spiritual power surged in his hands, and he piled them together and put them into a large bell that looked useless. Before the hall completely collapsed and disappeared, a person appeared in front of everyone, dragging an upside-down bell. Harsh words. As soon as he came out, he saw a little guy rushing towards him. Yen Ci bent down and held the little girl firmly with one hand and said to her softly, "Well, it's out, it's okay." Then he looked around and released the corpse from the storage ring. "If there are any fellow disciples from your family, remember to take them away. There are still people who can be saved in this clock. You can make your own arrangements." Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Yen Ci understood. This time, except for the Tsongyen sect, other sects lost a lot of their own disciples. After leaving the secret realm this time, I'm afraid that there will be many changes in each sect. After all, they are not ordinary disciples, but direct disciples of each sect, the backbone of the next generation. Thank you very much for the help from Tsongyen sect and Wu sect. Ji would like to thank you all here. Ji Wuchen was the first to come out and expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Yes, Yen Ci nodded, but his words were not polite. We in the Tsongyen sect still have a debt to settle with your Qingye sect. Ji Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on the little guy and naturally understood what was going on. The master has passed away. Besides, this child was the one the master wanted to accept as his disciple in the first place. If Ling Zong and Mo Yen hadn't forcibly taken the child away from us, she would have already become a member of our Qingya sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a long sword across his neck. What's his intention in taking Bei Wan in? He just wants to draw blood and make pills day and night. Do you think this is right? Yen Ci kept the message secret and did not let Bei Wan hear it, as he was afraid that the little guy would think of something bad. Ji Wuchen's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth, but said weakly, "Master would not be like this. He was possessed by another body." You said so. He didn't believe it. His master had clearly told him that he was going to save a child and take him as his disciple. But it was him who took away my Bei Wan. Otherwise, how could my junior sister and third junior brother come in and risk their lives? Yen Ci narrowed his eyes slightly and stared straight at Ji Wuchen. Ji Wuchen's eyes flickered. Who knows if you are the ones who framed Master? Yan Xi looked at Ji Wuchen and sneered, then he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He put away the sword in his hand and let out a stern voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. After this matter is exposed, we will seek an explanation from Qingya sect, but this time, your Qingya sect elders broke the rules and appeared in the secret realm. They also set up an evil formation here to absorb the cultivation and blood essence of the disciples who were training this time, causing many disciples to die here. I would like to know how the Qingya sect will explain it when the time comes. Ji Wuchen frowned and said, You said that my master was possessed by another spirit. Yan Xi chuckled. Who knows if this is a conspiracy of the Qingya sect? The power that was transformed and taken away by the formation was not transferred to Qin Pin, and its whereabouts are unknown. Zhang Yunji's voice came at this time. If I remember correctly, your Qingya sect's grand elder is in seclusion to strive for the ascension stage, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Ji Wuchen and others with some fear and suspicion. Of course, this is just speculation, Zhang Yunji immediately added, but everyone still looked at the people from Qingya sect vigilantly. Thank you very much, everyone from Song Yen sect. The disciples of Tianqi sect will take their leave first. Thank you very much for the help from Song Yen sect and Wu sect. Xian Lang sect will take its leave. Thank you. More and more disciples from the sects left because they felt that both Qingya sect and Songyan sect were a bit dangerous. After all, only their two sects suffered almost no losses. Ji Wuchen knew that those sects that left were suspicious of their Qingya sect, so he could only look at Yan Xi and said, You did it on purpose. Yan Xi lowered his eyes, put away the Luoquan's sword in his hand, and said in a faint voice, I learned it from you. Besides, your Qingya sect is not innocent. By the way, it's also a revenge for the two children, Mo Yen and Bei Wan. Anyway, he looked down upon those elders of Qingya sect. Ji Wuchen could make him look at him differently, but at this moment, he no longer cared about him. I still prefer my own little perverts. Although they are a little unreliable, they are pleasing to the eye and obedient. Yan Xi held the little guy in one hand and greeted his fellow apprentices. The Song Yen sect's people are leaving. The night breeze blew, the lit bonfire danced, and illuminated the eyes of the little kid waiting to be fed. What was roasting on the wooden rack was the gongtu pig that Yan Xi had just slaughtered. The meat of this gongtu pork is tender and fresh, and many monks who have not yet completed the fasting period will eat it. However, the defense of its surface is too strong, and it is difficult to break it if you are below the Jindan stage, and its traces are also hard to find. Therefore, if one wants to eat pork from gongtu pigs during the foundation building period, one needs to spend a lot of money to buy it. It was a rare opportunity to find traces of these wild boars in the secret realm, so Yan Xi simply picked up his sword and slaughtered two for Bei Wan. He concentrated on roasting the pork, and with his right hand, he took out a bottle of homemade seasoning from the storage bracelet and sprinkled it on the tender meat. The aroma of the seasoning mixed with the original freshness of the pork instantly whets people's appetite. Mo Yen, who was lying on a nearby tree eating fruit, instantly threw the fruit away, turned around and jumped down, coming to the campfire. Brother, let me first let you taste it and see if it tastes good. What if it's too hard or not cooked? It won't taste good. Bei Wan, who was sitting next to him waiting to eat meat? Something doesn't feel right. Yan Xi still couldn't understand Mo Yan's thoughts, but he didn't refuse. He cut a piece from it with a dagger and handed it to Mo Yan. Anyway, it's definitely not at its best yet. Mo Yan looked at the meat that really appeared in front of him and was somewhat unbelievable. Did you really give it to him? He glanced at his eldest senior brother who was still concentrating on grilling the meat, then turned around and looked at the well-behaved little kid beside him. You don't mind? He asked in a panic. Bei Wan reluctantly turned his eyes away from the barbecue and looked at Mo Yen in confusion. What? I got it before you, do you mind? Bei Wan shook his head, hugged his legs with his hands, put his chin on his knees, and looked at the meat on the grill again. Yours is not tasty. She smelled it and found it was still a little short of perfection. The corner of Mo Yan's mouth twitched, and he didn't bother to say anything else, so he just opened his mouth and ate the piece of meat. Feeling the aroma of meat bursting in his mouth, Mo Yen felt that it was really delicious. Okay, be careful, it's hot. At this time, Yen Xiai also cut the pork, wrapped it in a large leaf, and handed it to Bei Wan. The little guy stood up suddenly and happily took the big leaf from Yen Xi's hand. Thank you, Yen Xiai. Mo Yen, who was standing next to him, was stunned. You can go and share some with your brothers. Yen Xiai mentioned it seemingly casually. Good. The next second, he saw the little guy using a branch to pick up a piece of the most tender meat, raising his hand and putting it close to his mouth. Yen Xiai did not refuse and took the bite of the medium-sized barbecue. Would you like to try it? Bei Wan saw that Mo Yen was looking at her. After hesitating for a moment, she asked tentatively. Mo Yan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Bei Wan with a burning gaze, but he said reluctantly, Since you have invited me so warmly, I will just eat one reluctantly. An expression of confusion appeared on Bei Wan's soft little face. I don't understand why fourth brother wants to eat even though he's obviously in a difficult situation. If you don't want to eat, don't force yourself. As the little guy said that, he was about to get up and walk towards Qi Yuqing, apparently to give it to Qi Yuqing. The third senior brother was in poor health, but he still protected Bei Wan when she turned into a chick. Let's go give it to third brother right away.
Montag, Jan?
Hey. I'll eat it. Is it not okay if I want to eat it? Mo Yen grabbed Bei Wan, who was walking towards Qi Yuqing on his short legs. You don't want to eat. I was lying to you.
I'm convinced.
You actually believed it. Oh. Listening to the childish and boring conversation around him, Yen Xiai chuckled helplessly and looked over. After giving Mo Yen a piece of barbecue, Bei Wan wrapped the rest with small leaves and trotted to Qi Yuqing. Then, he forced a piece of rice into his mouth, took a deep breath, and ran to Liao Jin's side. It can be seen that Liao Jin and Bei Wan were a little nervous, but fortunately, the little guy served the barbecue. Yen Xiai, Bei Wan is back. The little guy sat down obediently next to Yen Xiai, and after saying son, he began to eat the barbecue quietly and attentively. Yen Xiai glanced to the side and saw the little girl concentrating on eating meat with her head lowered, with only a little furry head of hair exposed. He couldn't help but rub it. Then, Bei Wan held the meat in his mouth and reached out to protect his head. A pair of clear and penetrating eyes looked at Yen Xiai without blinking and shook her head firmly at him. Don't touch the top of your head, or you'll become bald. Don't touch her head. When she was a little chicken, she was almost rubbed bald by the second and third brothers. While Mo Yen was explaining for Bei Wan, he took advantage of the fact that she raised her hands to protect her head and was unable to protect the barbecue, and directly picked up a piece of barbecue and put it into his mouth. This fruit is delicious. I feel sick from eating too much meat. Before the little one could accuse him of stealing the meat, Mo Yen quickly pulled out a small berry from his storage bracelet and stuffed it into her mouth. Bei Wan. I bit into it subconsciously, and the refreshing, sweet, slightly sour, fruity aroma spread in my mouth. It seems to taste really good, especially after eating a lot of barbecue. A small berry is really nice. For the first time, Yen Xiai withdrew his hand awkwardly. Just as he was about to continue grilling the meat, he seemed to sense something and stopped in a hurry. He turned the meat over at a steady pace. Now that you're here, why don't you come and eat something? A figure passed through the woods, and the leaves rustled. Before Bei Wan could react, he saw a red figure appear in front of him. The beautiful sister in front of me has a bright smile and gentle eyes, provided that you ignore the 2 jars of wine in her hands. Ahem. Zhang Yunji silently handed the 2 jars of wine to Mo Yen beside him. Then I prepared to pinch the little guy's face full of collagen. As soon as Su Bai stretched out his hand, it was blocked by the Luoquan sword. Zhang Yunji resisted the urge to roll her eyes, and with a fake smile on her lips, she looked at Yen Xiai. Yen Xiai didn't even look at him, but just warned, don't make a move. As soon as he finished his warning, he heard the little guy next to him timidly say, It's okay.
Yanchi?
When he looked down, he saw the little guy who had just been alert to prevent him from touching his head was now looking at Zhang Yunji curiously and shyly. Zhang Yunji's mood instantly improved, and she leaned over and kissed the little guy on the soft and elastic face.
Then.
She clearly felt the three murderous auras coming at her undisguisedly. It seems that, except Mo Yen, everyone else in Song Yen's sect cares a lot about this little guy. Do you still remember the soul that took over Qin Pin's body? You also contributed a lot, so this information is free. Zhang Yunji quickly changed the subject and got straight to the point. Yen Xiai cut off a large piece of barbecue and handed it to Zhang Yunji, asking, "Did you ask?" "No," Zhang Yunji answered without hesitation and with confidence. That person kept his mouth shut, and it was impossible to get any information out of him. So, he came to find these perverts from the Song Yen sect. Zhang Yunji looked at the meat that was handed to her and wanted to take it casually as usual, but under Bei Wan's gaze, she hesitated for a moment. Pretending to be gentle, she said to Yen Xiai, "It's too big, cut it into smaller pieces." Yen Xi's hands trembled. Normally when he saw this guy in the secret realm, wasn't he quite casual? Speaking of Wyuman, it does have some connection with Song Yen's sect. If we say that the Song Yen sect is just a weird sect in the world of immortal cultivation. The Wu Gate is a unique existence that spans the three realms of humans, demons, and monsters. It is the king of the unique existence. Wu Gate is the first organization that trades information from the three realms at the same time. It has a very wide information network and a very complex background. It is said that there was once a powerful person who had reached the great perfection of the spirit transformation stage who went to cause trouble for the Wu Gate. As a result, he was beheaded and hung at the gate of the city wall. The same goes for the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan. Anyone who causes trouble for the Wu Gate will basically never return. In addition, the three realms really needed some organizations like Wyuman, so it grew bigger and bigger. Zhang Yunji is the current young master of Wyuman. Yen Xi's gaze fell on the woman who still wanted to tease Bei Wan. "Zhang Yunji, take care of your hand and don't force me to chop it off." Zhang Yunji rolled her eyes and withdrew her hand reluctantly. Yen Xiai said to the little girl who wanted to get close to the pretty sister, "Bei Wan, come here, stay away from that guy who is neither man nor woman." The reason why it is weird is that this person is obviously a grown man, but he always wears women's clothes. "Oh." Bei Wan immediately stood up and walked to Yen Xiai, then asked, "Yen Xiai, what did you mean just now? I could understand it, but I didn't quite comprehend it. I just felt it was very impressive." Yen Xiai reached out and pinched her chubby little hand, put a piece of meat into her mouth, and then explained slowly. "He was originally a man. I don't know what happened to him, or maybe he practiced some evil ways and became possessed. Now, he particularly likes women's clothing. So, is he a sister or a brother?" Bei Wan didn't quite understand what he heard, so he looked up and asked Yen Xiai, wanting to get a precise answer. Yen Xiai remained silent and looked at Zhang Yunji curiously. "Are you a man or a woman now? It is also possible that this guy really castrated himself." At that moment, Zhang Yunji felt 5 strange gazes all falling on him. People in the Song Yen sect are so gossipy. No news about the prison gate costs money. Zhang Yunji refused to answer the question, but glanced at Bei Wan, who was still looking at him, hesitated for a moment and said, "Call me sister." He wouldn't mind being sisters with the little one. "She is a girl." Bei Wan stood on tiptoe, covered her mouth with her small hands, and spoke to Yen Xiai in a low voice. But who among those present doesn't have a high level of cultivation, and who can't hear what the little guy says? Also, the little guy couldn't hide his joy in his words. Bei Wan just likes her sister. Girls should play with girls. "Come, baby, come to your sister." Zhang Yunji instantly became gentle again, and with her face that was so beautiful that it was hard to tell whether it was male or female, she greeted the little cub in Yen Xi's arms. "Are you going to tell me the news? If not, just leave." The young man, who had a good temper just now had a rare cold tone in his voice. If Zhang Yunji just came here to entertain the children, then there was really no need for her to stay. After all, many things were only briefly discussed in the hall today, and many things were not explained clearly. Now that the little guy is about to eat, we can talk about business. But I don't have time to chat with Zhang Yunji here. Zhang Yunji smiled at Bei Wan, then restrained her smile and stopped teasing the child. "Of course I have to say it. Business is more important." As Zhang Yunji spoke, he took out the porcelain bottle containing the man's soul. Under the subtle control of his spiritual power, a soul that looked like a human appeared. This is not the nascent soul, so this is the first time I have no way to deal with this situation and can't ask. Do you think there is any solution? As soon as Zhang Yunji finished speaking, he heard Mo Yen, who was eating fruit next to him, sneer. No, Zhang Yunji, you want us to find out the news and then share it with you. You have a good plan. I guess if you could ask the question, you probably wouldn't come to us at all. Besides, who is this person? What does he do? What is his purpose? What does it have to do with us? We don't really want to know. Although Mo Yenren is a little crazy, his brain is still useful. Otherwise, he would not be able to harm those people from Qingyao sect. Yen Ci and others also nodded, agreeing with Mo Yan's words. They had to admit that what Mo Yen wanted to say was exactly what they were thinking, except that he spoke a little too fast. After her thoughts were revealed, Zhang Yunji no longer hid them and stated them directly. Yes, as long as you can ask, Wai Yuman owes you a message. It's not in my name, it's Wai Yuman that owes you a message. As soon as these words were spoken, Beiwan clearly felt that Yen Ci's hand around her tightened slightly. The young boy, who is not very worldly wise, didn't understand why his senior brother was nervous. But except for her, everyone else in the Song Yen sect responded to some extent. The reason is simple. The leader of Wai Yuman has a grudge against Song Yenzong's master, Zun Yen Fingmian. Anyone from the Song Yen sect who comes to Wu Gate to bid for information will not be given any. Are you sure you can represent your sect leader? Yen Ci asked. Okay. As Zhang Yunji responded, he took out a black and dark red token with intricate patterns. He threw it into Yen Ci's hands without hesitation. Is the order of the king of hell without a prison gate enough? Yen Ci threw the token back and said, Do you have any news about the phoenix? After hearing this, Zhang Yunji was stunned. He looked at Yen Ci with a slightly strange look, then passed over the remaining people of Song Yen sect, and finally fell on the little kid in Yen Ci's arms. Yes, I have, Zhang Yunji answered with interest and then asked back. Then you may be able to ask it. Yen Ci was silent for a moment, then looked at Qi Yuqing on the side. Is it okay? If not, don't force it. You can try. Qi Yuqing stood up, his voice flat. He walked up to the soul and took out a talisman with complex patterns on it from his storage bracelet. He will not let anyone know about the power of words. So sometimes, he would use the useless but flashy and awesome-looking talismans left by his mother as a shield. Who? He asked. The soul jumped for a moment and after a moment said, Yuqing Su Zhenzi. Yuqing? Never heard of it. Mo Yen murmured aside. Zhang Yunji's eyes changed slightly, as if he knew something. Everyone was waiting for Qi Yuqing to ask more questions, but Qi Yuqing turned to look at Zhang Yunji. News about Phoenix. Don't ask why he didn't use the power of words directly on Zhang Yunji. He is still weak now, and Zhang Yunji is not someone who can be easily dealt with. If things go wrong, it will directly aggravate the conflict between Wai Yuman and Song Yen sect. Zhang Yunji laughed and said, In the secret realm. Okay, continue to ask him about the purpose of the formation. Qi Yuqing and Yen Ci looked at each other and then asked the soul, as Zhang Yunji said. It is used to accumulate energy to break the formation. Qi Yuqing turned around and asked Zhang Yunji, Where is the secret place? Within 1,000 miles of our surroundings. Zhang Yunji motioned him to continue asking. Ask him which formation he broke, how he broke it, and what happened after he broke it. Qi Yuqing, what formation did you break? The soul answered truthfully. Break the 9-turn heaven-trapping formation. How to break it? Use Aya. Just as the soul was answering the second question, there was a sudden scream. The sound was so piercing that it gave Bei Wan goosebumps. Qi Yuqing staggered, but he quickly supported himself with Mo Yen, who was standing beside him, and stabilized his body. The soul struggled violently, with a shrill sound. Although it had no eyes, it gave people the feeling that it was staring at Qi Yuqing. You are from the Ancient Wilderness Clan. No, the Ancient Wilderness Clan can't possibly be here. You are not from the Ancient Wilderness. The soul began to speak nonsense at a very fast speed, struggling more and more violently. Then it let out a loud scream and completely dissipated. Qi Yuqing stood there, whispering softly. Gu Huang. He had indeed seen these 2 words among the pile of things left by his mother, but he didn't know what they meant. Now, Tai Ti might be his maternal grandparents' home. We all asked him, and he died on his own. Don't blame us. Mo Yen was still the one who reacted the fastest. He looked at Zhang Yunji and asked, "Where's the phoenix? Where is it?" "You really don't know." Zhang Yunji was about to say something, but he turned around and couldn't help but ask back. Mo Yen frowned. "Should we know?" Zhang Yunji's eyes fell on Yen Ci, who was relatively smart and reliable. When he saw that he was also a little confused, he sighed. His eyes fell on the little girl who looked expectant, as if she was also waiting for him to tell him where the phoenix was. His voice was as gentle as water. "Little cutie, you don't know either?" The little guy leaning in Yen Ci's arms did not answer, but just tilted his head to express his confusion. The senior brothers didn't know, so how could she know? "Hurry up and say it. You're dithering like a woman," Mo Yen urged impatiently, but stopped talking halfway. Zhang Yunji threw him a coquettish look, making him clearly realize that this guy was very happy to be a woman. "Hurry, speak quickly," Mo Yen said fiercely. "Oh," Zhang Yunji lowered her head, revealing her beautiful face that looked as if she was about to cry, as if she was trying to gain sympathy for.
Bei Wan.
Yen Ci stretched out his hand unnoticeably to block Bei Wan's sight. The next second, Zhang Yunji's voice came lightly. "Yen Ci, isn't that what you were holding?" There was silence in the air for a moment, and everyone's eyes fell on the little guy in Yen Ci's arms. Yen Ci stared at Zhang Yunji quietly, as if trying to detect a joke in his eyes. But
No.
Zhang Yunji is very serious.
Montagjan exploded.
"No, if you don't want to say it, just say it. She is a phoenix. She is a human being." I snatched her back. How could I not know about it? Did he snatch it back? Bei Wan immediately looked at Mo Yen, who was chattering nonstop. The little guy looked up and gently poked Yen Ci's shoulder. It was fourth senior brother who snatched Bei Wan back. Mo Yen, who was arguing with Zhang Yunji, immediately turned around and said seamlessly, "What else? Who do you think you are?" After that, he continued to confront Zhang Yunji. "She is the only one who gave birth to a phoenix. Your phoenix can cultivate and has wood spiritual roots. You should come up with a better excuse for us. You are so funny. We don't know Phoenix, and Master doesn't know him either. If it really is a phoenix, then Master is sick, asking us to come out to look for a phoenix." Mo Yen put his hands on his hips and chattered nonstop, silencing the rest of the people. "The main thing is that I can't get a word in." "It seems so," Bei Wan sighed softly, with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Bei Wan looked at his fourth senior brother, who was always talking nonsense and could kill people with just a word of his mouth. "I just felt that she really was Aunt Zhang from the village." Yen Ci subconsciously asked, "Like what? Like Aunt Zhang from the village before?" The little fellow murmured these words softly with full of admiration. Suddenly, the air was quiet. Mo Yen stopped. Zhang Yunji immediately chuckled without giving any face, and looked at Bei Wan with eyes that seemed to contain infinite tenderness. The admiration in his eyes could not be concealed, and he even whispered to the little guy, praising him. How great! Bei Wan was stared at by Mo Yen. She swallowed nervously and shrank into Yen Ci's arms. Perhaps wanting to prove that what he said was true, the little guy opened his mouth and stuttered, "Really, really." Mo Yan's face, hidden under the veil, became even darker. "Is she really a phoenix?" Chi Yuqing said calmly at this time. Zhang Yunji nodded directly. "Really?" After saying this, Zhang Yunji's brows slightly frowned. Although he also wanted to answer like this, he had a strange feeling in his heart when he gave the answer just now. It was a strange feeling, as if he couldn't say anything other than truth. After getting the answer, Chi Yuqing was silent for a moment. Then a high-level magical weapon of Xian grade appeared in his hand. He wrapped it in spiritual power and presented it to Zhang Yunji. "How do you know?" Zhang Yunji looked at the magical weapon in front of him, which would attract countless people to fight for it as soon as it came into the world, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. He likes people who are righteous. High-level magical instruments of the Xian grade are now extremely rare. "Since you are so sincere, I won't waste my words." Zhang Yunji put away the two magic weapons without hesitation, and indeed did not hide anything when he spoke. I can feel her suppression of my blood. It makes me feel respect and submission. Even though it's very weak, it's there. Mo Yen. Bloodline suppression? Oh, I am a descendant of the Bifong lineage, and I have the same fire attribute as the phoenix. In order to prove that his words were credible, Zhang Yunji directly revealed his own past, which was not really that secret. In fact, if he couldn't feel it, and if Wuyu sect was not also looking for news about this little guy, he would have done the same as the people from Song Yen sect. No one would have thought that this child was a phoenix. Even if they saw the little chick, they would never have thought that such a weak and cute little thing would be the legendary phoenix cub. So, you are of human and demon blood, perhaps because he knew that the person in front of him was also a mixed-race person. Mo Yan's tone softened a little. Yeah, Zhang Yunji nodded, and then pointed her white finger at Bei Wan. She too. So, she can transform into a human form at birth, and she also has spiritual roots that can be cultivated. If I'm not mistaken, she can breathe fire, right? Zhang Yunji's eyes focused on the two people wearing veils, and then he said softly, You two are so strong that ordinary fire can't hurt you. This much can prove it, and if his information was correct, this little guy's parents had some connection with their family's leader. Bei Wan shook his head firmly at this moment and said stubbornly, I am a human. The child cannot accept that he is not a human being, but a soft and cute little chick. It was just like the kittens I had seen in the village before. They had been bullied to the point of being angry and were struggling and attacking, but they were still praised as cute and not taken seriously. She is a human being. She needs to work hard on her cultivation, at least. At least she can prevent others from bullying her. Okay, you are a human being, and I didn't say you are not, right? Zhang Yunji immediately softened his voice and agreed with the little guy. It's a human, but also a phoenix. There's nothing wrong with explaining it as a hybrid. Then why doesn't she eat the phoenix eggshell? Mo Yen asked Zhang Yunji again in confusion. They spent money, so naturally he had to ask all the questions he could, otherwise he would be at a loss, right? Zhang Yunji blinked in confusion, then tried to guess. Maybe. She's not hungry, Mo Yen. Okay, it's clear that this guy doesn't know either. Under the gaze of a group of people, Xiao Beiwan silently complained, It's not delicious. Which kid would leave the fruit behind and eat the eggshells instead? She is just small, not stupid. Mo Yen, it seems to make sense. Zhang Yunji. Anything else you want to ask? What is the Yuqing that person just mentioned? Another high-level magical weapon of the Xian grade appeared in front of Zhang Yunji. It was Qi Yuqing. The phoenix has been found, and although it is a bit fantastical, their most important mission has been completed. Now, he was going to ask some questions about him. But this time, Zhang Yunji did not accept it. If there is no accurate information, I will not do anything without a prison gate. Besides, he raised his eyes and looked at Qi Yuqing. This information will only be sold to the prison gate. Zhang Yunji did not stay for long, as if he had something urgent to do. He put a few pieces of roasted gangte pork in his pocket and stood up to leave. The wine has been given to those people from the Song Yen sect, so there's nothing wrong with taking a few pieces of meat with you. But before leaving, Zhang Yunji smiled at Bei Wan with a beautiful smile. Little cutie, come to Wyumen and sit with your sister if you have the chance. Then, with Yen Si's eyes looking as if he wanted to kill someone, he left in a cool manner. Bei Wan then asked curiously, Yen Si, are we not on good terms with my sister? She always felt that the seniors were hostile towards her sister, even though her sister also provoked the seniors. Well, Wuyu sect and our Songyen sect don't get along well. Yen Si did not hide anything. He put out the useless bonfire, tidied up the little girl's hair, and explained to her, Wyumen is in the business of information from the three realms. No one has figured out the power behind it yet. Zhang Yunji is also extremely dangerous. Yen Si squatted in front of the little girl, raised his hand that was tidying her hair, and put it next to her ear, pinching her little ear, his face gentle, and spoke earnestly with a sense of negotiation. Yen Si knows that you like Zhang Yunji, but he is very dangerous and unpredictable. He can smile at you in 1 second and stab you with a sword in the next. So, Bei Wan, can you be a little more cautious about him and not trust him easily? Yen Si looked at Bei Wan expectantly, waiting for her answer. He could see that Bei Wan liked Zhang Yunji for some reason. Perhaps in Bae Wan's eyes, Zhang Yunji had a very good image. After all, she had never seen Zhang Yunji go crazy. He was not sure whether Zhang Yunji was really friendly enough to Bae Wan, so he could only discuss it with the little girl in advance and tell her not to trust Zhang Yunji too much. But it was the first time he met Bae Wan, and he liked someone so much, even he didn't like her before. So he was not sure whether the little guy would agree. Under Yan Si's gaze, the well-fed little kid yawned, took 2 steps forward, and leaned his little head, whose hair had just been tidied, on his shoulder. Okay, Bae Wan will be careful. The little guy raised his hand and gently patted Yan Si's back then.
Sleepy.
Originally, the little guy was going to recuperate for a while in Tsangyen sect after they entered the secret realm. But before he could return to the Tsangyen sect, he was kidnapped by that old villain Qin Pin and taken to a secret realm, where he was bled and carried around by a flaming turkey. Later, she was tired of being raised like a little chicken by her senior brothers. She was worried all the time, and her senior brothers would kill her and rub her head bald. Later, he helped Qi Yuqing suppress the cold poison and watched his fellow brothers break the formation. After taking a breath, I was really tired. Especially after a rare meal, it is really easy to fall asleep. Yan Xi listened to the little girl's steady breathing, chuckled, picked her up gently, and winked at Qi Yuqing. Qi Yuqing understood instantly and took out a soft blanket from the storage bracelet. Yan Xi put the little guy on the mat, then turned to look at his fellow apprentices. You've worked hard, take a good rest. Qi Yuqing sat quietly by the side, flipping through the ancient books in the storage bracelet, and then asked Yan Xi softly, Yan Xi, do you know the ancient wilderness that Yuqing and the man just mentioned? Yan Xi shook his head. I don't know. This is the first time I heard it. He took a sip of the wine left by Zhang Yunji and looked up at the full moon in the secret realm. Does it have anything to do with your mother? Qi Yuqing nodded but said nothing. I'll find out more for you when we get back. Thank you very much. Qi Yuqing thanked him somewhat stiffly. The two of them were silent, but a shout that ruined the mood came from the side.
Duck.
You're a pervert. This little thing's cultivation has improved. Whose cultivation can improve while sleeping? Mo Yan looked down at the little guy who was turning over and sleeping soundly, and he really couldn't help but complain. Yan Xi and Qi Yuqing were not surprised. Yan Xi, she's been through so much in the secret realm, it's just a small advancement, don't make a fuss. Qi Yuqing, the meat of the Gongtu pig has some effects. This blanket can also gather spirits. The fruit is also a spiritual fruit. To be honest, it is later than I thought. Mo Yan. I don't want to talk to these two people. Young master, now that we have found the phoenix, why not take it away? The black-clad subordinate asked the charming beauty in front of him with some confusion. The sect leader said that the young master's most important task is to find the phoenix and bring it back to the Wuyu sect. Zhang Yunji shook his feet that were soaked in the stream, stirring up a few ripples in the water, and he looked up at the moon in the sky. The moonlight is scattered on the clear stream and also on the fair jade face of the beauty, which is beautiful and lively. You can't rob it. There are 4 perverts here. The subordinates in black frowned slightly, but the young master was not alone. He had 4 bodyguards with him. You want to go? Zhang Yunji asked back. The subordinate remained silent. Zhang Yunji walked slowly on the grass with her bare feet stained with water droplets like a fairy in the river. Let's go now. Young master, please stay. I have overstepped my bounds. Please punish me. The subordinate suddenly knelt on the ground, with a hint of panic in his tone. TSK. Zhang Yunji looked down at the subordinate kneeling on the ground, his tone soft and embarrassed. This young master won't go. But you said I should go. This young master listened to you, and went, but you asked me to punish him. A faint fragrance lingered around the guardian. Zhang Yunji pinched his chin with her slender fingertips and lifted his head up. The beauty frowned slightly, as if she was extremely troubled. How about you be the young master, young master? Before the guardian could finish his words, he fell straight backwards. Zhang Yunji let go of his hand, looked at the other 3 people kneeling behind him, covered his lips and yawned. He's not dead. Don't be afraid. He will wake up tomorrow morning. How could he be so cruel that he would beat people to death at will? That's the Zhang Yan sect. Do you still want to teach me how to do things? Zhang Yunji's voice was soft, with a hint of confusion and innocence. I dare not, Zhang Yunji sighed. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. The little baby was so cute and liked him so much, he couldn't bear to snatch it away. If I really snatched it away, I would probably cry. Anyway, I've found it, so there's no need to worry.
Take your time.
In the past, in the secret realm, searching for the inheritance left by the predecessors was the thing that every disciple longed for and looked forward to the most. But this time, there were only a few people who accidentally fell in and obtained the inheritance. Perhaps it was because the events in the inheritance hall were too tragic, so that none of the disciples who were training dared to go looking for the inheritance. The people from the Zhang Yan sect didn't care whether the tradition was passed on or not. Their daily task now is to catch spirit beasts for their junior sister, serve as her sparring partner, and kill pigs and cook for her. To be precise, it was Qi Yuqing, Yan Xi, and Liao Jin who escorted Bai Wan throughout the whole process. Why? Mo Yan asked as the people in front of him were either making a training plan, slaughtering pigs, or selecting 3 people suitable for magic weapons. Yan Xi, that's Bai Wan. Okay, this mindless support for the junior sister is understandable. Qi Yuqing, repay. Oh, junior sister suppressed the cold poison for the unlucky guy. Liao Jin swallowed nervously and said, she is Little Phoenix, Mo Yan. Forget it, let these 3 of them be busy. He went to eat the fruit. But soon, Mo Yan collapsed. Because these 3 people were unable to fight Bai Wan, Mo Yan was forced to become the one who fought against Bai Wan. It's not the knight that collapses when fighting with Bai Wan, but the knight itself.
You're sick.
Mo Yan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He gasped and asked Liao Jin, who was chasing him and beating him from behind. I was fighting that little thing, and I didn't go easy on him. You beat me up and said I couldn't bring out the little guy's potential. I hit her too hard, she's injured, and you guys chased me and beat me up at night. Are you sick? Are you sick? I quit. Liao Jin looked at Mo Yan in front of him in silence. Just when Mo Yan thought that his hysterical words had moved Liao Jin raised the heavy sword again and chopped it down fiercely. Mo Yan dodged while cursing.
Well,
Senior brother said that you will improve quickly this way. This is my reward for being your sparring partner. This is true. Mo Yan's strength has indeed improved by leaps and bounds in the past month. He no longer relied solely on puppetry to ambush people and spent the whole day lazily lying on trees eating fruits. Reward? I think it's revenge. I'm fine, I don't need to practice. Mo Yan mainly plays the role of not listening to advice. Suddenly, Liao Jin stopped. Mo Yan looked at Liao Jin in confusion, just when he was about to slip away and eat the fruit. Then I heard Liao Jin's murmur. Forget it, if you want to be the weakest one in the Zhang Yan sect, then be it. If Bai Wan uses another month, he will probably break through to the late stage of foundation building. In a few years, he will be in the middle and late stage of golden elixir. Mo Yan paused and suddenly didn't want to eat the fruit anymore. No, he couldn't be the last one of the Zhang Yan sect and couldn't be chased and beaten by that brat Bai Wan. Come again. The boy who was trying to escape just now suddenly turned around and attacked. Liao Jin immediately went to block it. I just feel. I did what senior brother and Qi Yuqing said, and it turned out to be correct. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten yet? You're short, which is not an advantage. You can't move faster. You might as well stop practicing. Mo Yan casually held a branch in his hand and easily blocked the little guy's attack. He kept mumbling to himself, which made people angry. Bai Wan was indeed feeling a little aggrieved. He couldn't beat fourth senior brother in the first place, and now he was being mocked by him. He just felt very suffocated. She remained silent, but the people around her could feel her anger. Why do you let Mo Yan do this? Liao Jin asked Yan Xi with some reluctance. Yes, the reason why Mo Yan attracted so much hatred today was entirely because of Yan Xi's order. She has a unique talent for cultivation and has Mo Yan's training in actual combat, but her character cannot fall behind either. Many times, even when a practitioner is extremely angry, he must not lose his rationality. If a move goes wrong due to anger, He will fall into an irreparable disaster. Yan Si's voice was calm, and it would have been more convincing if the hands hidden in his sleeves had not been clenched tightly. Qi Yuqing, who was lying on the rocking chair, closed the ancient book and looked at the little girl whose moves were gradually becoming fragmented. She's messed up. Under the gaze of 3 people, Mo Yen picked up Bei Wan's bamboo shoot and sent it flying, with a sharp branch pointing directly at her forehead. You are anxious. The most taboo thing in a battle is to be anxious and lose your composure. Mo Yen threw the branch down casually, said these words, turned around and flew to the tree trunk, and started eating the fruit. There was nothing for him to do next, as the senior brothers had to go to their theory classes. He needs to rest quickly, because the senior brother will beat him tonight. I thought to myself, no matter what, but I still subconsciously looked down. I saw that the little kid was still maintaining the same posture, standing there motionless and silently. Mo Yen licked the corner of his lips, feeling a little scared for some reason. So, just when Yan Si picked up the bamboo burning sword and walked to Bei Wan's side, Mo Yan's voice suddenly rang out. It's not me. It's the person in front of you who made me beat you up and make you angry at the same time. Blame him if you want to blame him. Mo Yen felt that he should still give a brief explanation. People have mouths for explaining, right? The main thing is that he didn't know last time. It was clearly him who snatched the little guy from Qingya sect. But the little thing always thought that it was Yan Si who brought her back. After finding out a few days ago, he was so angry that he couldn't eat any fruit for the whole day. Really? Bei Wan heard Mo Yan's words clearly. The little guy's voice was confused and doubtful, and disbelief was almost written on his face. She didn't quite believe that it was Yan Si who asked 4th senior brother to do this. Yan Si handed the bamboo blasting sword to the little girl, and under her gaze, he nodded and replied, Yes, it's me. Why? There was an unnoticeable grievance in the little guy's voice. He took out a piece of maltose from the storage bracelet, spread out his palm, and held it in front of the child. Bei Wan didn't take it, but just looked at him, as if waiting for his explanation. This is angry. Refine your character. In battle, there will be some gossipers who will disturb your mood with words, but you must not panic. You must not lose your composure because of a few words from others, even not only in battle on your way to growth. You will also encounter some gossip and many things that will make you angry, upset, and unable to recover. Practice is not only about improving your strength, but also about knowing what you want and the path you want to take. You need to keep your heart and do what you should do. Yan Si peeled off the maltose wrapped in oil paper in his hand and fed it into the little guy's mouth. He didn't think it was too early to say this at this time. On the contrary, Bei Wan is now in the middle stage of foundation building and has already embarked on the path of cultivation. His strength and character should be honed together. The little guy seemed thoughtful and seemed to be still thinking about what Yan Si said. Then, holding the maltose in his mouth, he said to Yan Si in a vague voice, I don't quite understand the rest, but she probably understood the first sentence. She shouldn't have been angry because of what 4th senior brother said, and she shouldn't have lost her composure just to vent her anger and let 4th senior brother find the flaw so quickly. You will understand it slowly in the future. There is no need to rush. He didn't expect the little one to understand immediately. There was still a lot of time, so he could just take it slow. Yan Si was about to raise his hand to rub the top of the little girl's head, but then he remembered something and raised his hand to her cheek and pinched it gently. Then he picked up the little guy and walked towards the resting place. It's time to let Qi Yuqing teach the little guy to read. After all, it's impossible for someone to have extremely high martial arts skills but be illiterate and unable to read. What should I do if I get cheated in the future? Liao Jin, go over there. Yan Si also greeted Liao Jin, who didn't like reading very much. Liao Jin was silent, then turned and left. The next second, a mace hit him right in front of his feet. Liao Jin. Brother, come here. The little kid has sat down obediently, holding a writing brush in his hand, and turned around to greet his study partner. Liao Jin's body stiffened. He picked up the mace in front of him, turned around again, and walked towards Yan Si. Why doesn't Mo Yen come? Liao Jin asked what he had wanted to ask for many days. Yan Si gave him a strange look and said bluntly, he will not be tricked by others, but he will trick others. Liao Jin should learn more things that can help him grow in his thinking, otherwise he is too rigid. Liao Jin. Time passed quickly, and the people from Song Yan's sect were busy. Baewon has made great improvements in his actual combat ability, combat experience, and psychological quality. Recently, Yen Si and others no longer need Mo Yen to practice with the little guy. They directly find some spirit beasts with the same strength as Baewon from the secret realm. Let Baewon fight against the spirit beast. After all, the opponents that cultivators face on their path of cultivation include not only humans, but also spiritual beasts. You need to figure out on your own how to be familiar with the characteristics of various spirit beasts and master the strategies for fighting against them. What's more, some spiritual beasts are not afraid of pain or death, which is different from humans. The little girl has injuries on her body almost every day, but what makes her happy is that she is making rapid progress. I love fighting with spirit beasts every day. The little guy basically divides the day into 3 parts. 1 part for fighting, 1 part for learning to read, and 1 part for absorbing spiritual power and meditating. The schedule was very full, but the little one didn't complain of being tired, and instead enjoyed it very much. Yen Si was not idle either. In the secret realm, he awakened his spiritual intelligence and beat up all the spiritual beasts that were as powerful as those in the Yuanying stage. Later, he simply looked for Zhang Yunji and started fighting with her. The eldest brother and the younger sister both rolled up, and the rest of them couldn't sit still anymore. What a joke. If you don't practice, you will be useless. When the eldest senior brother beats them in the future, won't that be just like cutting radishes and cabbages? That junior sister has surpassed them. Can they really ask for her protection? As a result, the people from Qingya sect suffered. They looked at Mo Yen, who was always pestering them and who was obviously not as strong as them but always came up with some weird ideas to deal with them, and expressed their incomprehension. Liao Jin said nothing, but he spent the whole day holding his heavy sword to chop the hills in the secret realm to increase his sword-drawing speed. Qi Yuqing looked at the group of reckless men in silence for a long time, then took out a secret book from his storage bracelet and looked at the words in it that no one could understand except him. He sighed and began to practice the word spirit law, which he had disliked in the past. Darn it, all the people in Song Yan's sect are crazy. It was the first time that Zhang Yunji felt so aggrieved. He looked at Yen Si's leaving figure, breathing slightly, and tidied up his slightly messy appearance. To be honest, he doesn't like fighting and killing, which would be a disgrace to his gentle and intellectual appearance. He aspires to be a gentle girl. What's the result? I don't know what's wrong with this Song Yan's sect guy. He's been chasing him around the secret realm and beating him up all day long. Not only him, but even the 4 bodyguards around him felt a little scalp tingling when they saw Yen Si. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was damaged in order to enter the secret realm, he would have picked up a hammer and hit Yen Si to death. But fortunately, it has been 2 months. It is time to leave the secret realm. Zhang Yunji was thinking in her mind how she was going to have a hearty fight with Yen Si after she got out. He tidied up his messy hair and carefully braided it into an exquisite and complicated bun, but he was thinking in his heart, "Go see the little phoenix when you have time." He was a little worried that the people of Song Yan's sect were all perverts. What if I raise that soft little guy astray? Zhang Yunji made a decision immediately. He took advantage of the night to restrain his breath and sneaked to where the people from Song Yan's sect were.
Then, Zhang Yunji saw it.
Before dawn in the morning, the little guy was thrown into the group of spirit beasts. He was thrown in cleanly and came out dirty and covered in blood. Not only did he not cry or make a fuss, but his eyes were sparkling. He looked a little familiar, just like those crazy people from Song Yan's sect when they were fighting. Zhang Yunji. The little guy had a good meal at noon, which was all spiritual fruits and spiritual beast meat that helped with recovery and cultivation. In the afternoon, the little guy started fighting with Mo Yen again. After it was over, he was taken away again to study and learn to read. At night, he thought the little guy could sleep comfortably. But he saw the little guy sitting cross-legged in meditation and began to absorb spiritual energy to consolidate and improve his cultivation. No. Is this how you raise your children? Zhang Yunji snatched the fruit from Mo Yan's hand and sat down next to Yen Si with a dignified and elegant posture. Yen Xiai knew that he was nearby, and they both knew it very well. Mo Yen looked at the fruit that disappeared in his hand, then glanced at Zhang Yunji, only to see the beautiful woman blinking at him. Mo Yan's hands trembled. No, when I didn't know he was a man, I thought he looked pretty nice when he blinked.
But now,
He just felt a little uncomfortable. Yen Xiai took a pen and wrote down Bei Wan's recent progress and areas that need improvement. Without even looking up, he replied to Zhang Yunji, "She wants to become stronger. She likes to become stronger. Therefore, as long as Bei Wan chooses her, he will support her and help her." Zhang Yunji almost bit her tongue while listening to this straight man's speech. No, she's a girl. Yen Xiai raised his head and looked at Zhang Yunji as if he was a fool. I know. You can't be like him, neither male nor female, right? So you're going to raise her like this? Do you know how to raise a girl? Fighting and killing every day, Yen Xiai put down his pen and calmly put away the piece of paper covered with handwriting. The young man was wearing a green shirt with silver patterns, a jade crown to tie his hair, and had a quiet temperament. He looked at Zhang Yunji quietly. Although he was very gentle, he made Zhang Yunji feel a little scared. Do you know what she has been through before? Yen Xiai asked. Zhang Yunji's face froze.
he
Naturally knew. When Tsang Yen's sect accepted this little junior sister, they from Wu's sect had already figured out everything that had happened to this little girl.
it's
Pretty miserable. She understood earlier than anyone that being weak is a sin. She wanted to become stronger than anyone else, and Yen Xiai was silent for a moment, then sighed. Compared to a well-behaved and soft junior sister, I want a junior sister who can protect herself and live happily. His sister was very well-behaved back then, and he also felt that girls didn't need to practice so hard, and with their father and brothers protecting them, they just needed to grow up carefree. In the end, who can we rely on? You can't rely on anyone but yourself. Why do girls have to be protected by others? Why can't girls hold up their own sky? Why don't girls have to endure the pain of becoming stronger? Why do girls have to be weak and ladylike? Zhang Yunji lowered his eyes, as if thinking about something, and then suddenly raised his head. I see. Yen Xiai raised his brows slightly, having a bad feeling in his heart. Mo Yen, who was eating fruit on the treetop next door, stopped eating and concentrated on listening to Zhang Yunji's words. Zhang Yunji slapped his thigh excitedly, then remembered that he had to be gentle. He coughed twice, turned his head and looked at the little kid with his bright eyes. The voice was as gentle as the wind in May, and said with piety, "We are on the same path." He wanted to be a different man. Beiwan wants to be a different girl. They are all different. They are of the same kind. No wonder he always finds the little ones pleasing to the eye. Finally found the answer.
Yanchi.
Roll. The gentleness on his face disappeared in an instant, and the mace appeared excitedly. Yen Xiai really couldn't understand why he had to say so much to a mentally ill person just now. Why? Zhang Yunji looked at Bei Wan, who suddenly spoke. His expression became serious and earnest. He raised his hand and waved at Yen Xiai, signaling him to be quiet for a while. This little guy is quite interesting. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yunji flew to Bei Wan's side, squatted down, and watched intently. Above Bei Wan's head, Mo Yen. Are you sick? What's so good about that little thing's head? Liao Jin, no way. Junior sister is not bald, right? But he remembered that junior sister had a lot of hair. Yen Xiai. Sure enough, this thing is sick. Qi Yuqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It is not easy to practice the power of words. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Yunji squatting and staring intently at the top of his junior sister's head. If Zhang Yunji wasn't good-looking, it would really look a bit disgusting. But Yen Xiai didn't react. Qi Yuqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and relaxed in the rocking chair. At this moment, the little grass above Bei Wan's head dared not move, because it was enjoying the spiritual power just now. Zhang Yunji came too fast, and it really had no time to dodge. After all, when Yen Fingmian was there, he didn't even notice its existence. I got you. The corners of his beautiful lips raised up into a faint smile, and the joy that emanated from Zhang Yunji at that moment softened his appearance, making it even more beautiful, like the clouds and the moon, both of which were untouchable by ordinary people. As soon as Baewon opened his eyes, he saw this beautiful woman with a smile that seemed both real and unreal. "Sister?" The little guy murmured something, as if he was afraid of disturbing the person in front of him. He didn't notice at all that there was a trembling little grass above his head. "Come on, Xiao Baewon, touch it yourself." Zhang Yunji held the little girl's hand and reached over her head. The little grass was not stupid. When Baewon raised his hand, it wanted to drill back into the grass. As a result, the next second, Zhang Yunji moved even faster and pinched the grass steadily, accurately, and fiercely with one hand. "Don't run," Zhang Yunji spoke gently, but her hands were not idle. She took Baewon's hand and touched the grass. A familiar touch came from his hand, and Baewon subconsciously wanted to stretch out his little hand to pull it down.
Xiao Gao. No, no, no.
Fortunately, Zhang Yunji intervened in time and stopped the child from wanting to destroy his own spiritual roots. Baewon looked at the beautiful sister in front of him a little dazedly. "There's grass on your head. Can't you pull it off?" Zhang Yunji blinked, looked at the little guy sincerely, and said gently, "Yes." Baewon Shou was about to make another move. "But, little cutie, are you sure you want to kill your own spiritual roots?" Baewon's hand holding the grass trembled, and he looked at Zhang Yunji in confusion. "Spiritual roots?" etc. Baewon was stunned for a moment, and gently touched the shape of the grass above his head with his little hand, and felt it was a little familiar. "Do you want to take a look?" Zhang Yunji tilted his head and asked the little cutie in front of him.
Baewon nodded.
Zhang Yunji took out 2 mirrors from the storage bracelet, one to reflect the grass, and the other to reflect the mirror above her head. Then, Baewon clearly saw the familiar grass. "Is this Baewon's spiritual root?" Yan Xiai also came over at this time. He remembered what Baewon said before: the little grass ate the little flame. However, seeing with my own eyes a spiritual root that has its own simple consciousness and can even transform itself, emerging from the top of its head, was still a little hard to believe. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it must be her spiritual root. Zhang Yunji held the mirror, looked down at the little kid who had begun to poke the grass with his fingers, and continued to hold the mirror steadily. This top-grade wood spiritual root should have come from her father, but why? It can develop spiritual wisdom and absorb spiritual energy on its own. I don't know. I have never heard of such a situation, but it must be a spiritual root. Zhang Yunji's situation is basically the same as Baewon's. He also has a natal fire and a spiritual root, but the spiritual root is also of the fire element. I have already figured out my own situation, including the relationship between the 2 forces in my body. Then her fire is its spiritual root, or? Qi Yuqing asked. Zhang Yunji blinked. That is definitely not a spiritual root. It is the phoenix fire inherited from her mother. The fire spirit root that could not be detected before was instantly explained. Qi Yuqing nodded, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had always thought that the little guy's fire spirit root could not be detected because the cold poison was suppressed. Now that I got a positive answer, I naturally felt relieved. It turned out that the little guy only had wood spiritual roots. Besides, what fire-type spiritual root can compare to the phoenix fire? Burning you like this, Qi Yuqing. Could you please stop dwelling on this? Although his and Mo Yan's skin color had recovered long ago, their hair was still a bit of a problem. No matter how many things he has in his storage bracelet, there is no elixir that can specifically help grow hair. The little grass ate the little flame, and the little flame ate the little grass. What's going on? Baewon stopped poking Xiao Chao, raised his chubby little face, and asked Zhang Yunji curiously. Wood produces fire. Probably it is nourishing your natal fire. Zhang Yunji immediately gave the answer. But fire swallows wood. He thought for a moment and asked, when you turned into a phoenix, was there anything unusual about your spiritual roots? Baewon. It's the first time that fire swallowed up the grass. That's right. Next time fire swallows grass, you'll turn into a chicken. Zhang Yunji snapped his fingers and said this affirmatively. Baewon immediately patted the grass gently, muttering, Hold on, she doesn't want to be a chicken. So don't get swallowed by the flame. Zhang Yunji looked at the people from the Tsangyan sect who were all thoughtful, and sighed, as if to comfort them, but also as if to show off in disguise. It's okay. It's normal that you don't know these things. After all, Xiao Beiwan and I are of the same kind, right? After Zhang Yunji finished speaking, he turned around and winked at the little guy seductively. The little girl in the goose yellow robe suddenly saw her sister smiling at her, and at that moment her hand that was poking the grass was stunned. The little kid licked the corner of his lips nervously, then put his two little hands on his head helplessly, and his fair and soft face turned red all of a sudden. Seeing this, Zhang Yunji raised her hand to cover her lips and chuckled softly. Her movements were natural and gentle, as if she was really that weak and fragile woman. The little guy is really cute. I want to bring back Yuman more and more. Come here, sister will give you something good. Zhang Yunji couldn't help it anymore, so he opened his storage bracelet and took out a lot of things. The gaudy jewelry and magical instruments were something that the grown men of the Tsang sect wouldn't have. This is made by mermaid shaving. It's fireproof and waterproof, and most importantly, it's beautiful. Isn't this headdress beautiful? It looks like a real flower, doesn't it? This is a decorative storage bracelet. Zhang Yunji felt that what Yan Ci said made sense, but such a lovely girl couldn't really be treated like a rough man. If you want to measure your military strength, then it should be a cute little girl wearing pink with a little friend next to her. Beauty and force are not mutually exclusive. As a little girl, Beiwan also likes beautiful clothes and accessories, and the two sisters immediately started to get along happily. The four men next to him were stunned. No, the subject changed so quickly. You were chatting about business and cultivation 1 second, and in the next second you were gathering with close friends? Zhang Yunji decided to personally stop the little guy from being led astray by a group of rough men from the Tsang sect. So, the day that was originally divided into 3 parts in the evening was divided into 4 parts. As for the extra one, Zhang Yunji came to teach her how to improve her aesthetic taste, how to protect herself, how to identify jerks, and by the way, she also pulled the little one aside to chat about gossip. I have to say that girls understand girls best. It only took Zhang Yunji a few days to make Bei Wan's liking for him skyrocket. No, has he forgotten that he is not a woman, but a man? Mo Yan leaned against the tree with rare ease, eating fruit while asking Liao Jin, who was staring at the little baby under the tree. Liao Jin shook his head and looked at Zhang Yunji, who was talking and laughing with the little guy with a little envy. Mo Yan yawned and stretched comfortably. But it doesn't matter. We should leave the secret realm tomorrow. We can finally get rid of this person who is neither man nor woman. Mo Yan leaned against a tree, crossed his legs, crossed his hands behind his head, and looked at the moonlight in the sky. Master would be shocked if he knew this little thing was a phoenix. On the day they left the secret realm, Bei Wan was dressed up exceptionally beautifully by Zhang Yunji. The little one wore a gauzy outfit of shark silk, with a soft yellow dress shimmering subtly in the sunlight. The color yellow is notoriously hard to pull off, but on her, it looked perfect, as if she were an innocent, delicate flower. Her hair, no longer styled in simple and unimpressive pigtails, was now braided exquisitely. Although she still had 2 small buns, they were elevated to a much more elegant level. 2 pink fluffy balls adorned the buns, perfectly matching the youthful charm of a child with soft, fluffy accessories. This is so beautiful. As expected of me, Zhang Yunji exclaimed with genuine admiration. Bei Wan, however, felt a little self-conscious, nervously tugging at her hem and looking up at Zhang Yunji. Is it really pretty? Zhang Yunji nodded without hesitation. Turning to the 4 men beside her, she asked, Isn't it beautiful? It is. It's better than anything I could do, Yan Ci admitted. He truly couldn't braid such a pretty hairstyle. Liao Jin nodded vigorously as he gazed at Bei Wan. Qi Yuqing simply said, beautiful. Mo Yan threw aside a fruit and, though somewhat perfunctory, agreed, yes, beautiful. The next second, the boy rubbed his hands together eagerly and urged with excitement. Let's go. Let's hurry out of the secret realm. Don't make master wait too long, he added. Whether or not their master was in a hurry was uncertain, but Mo Yan certainly was. He was eager to see their master's reaction upon realizing that the little phoenix he'd been searching for all this time had been right by their side. It was bound to be interesting. Zhang Yunji walked to Bei Wan, crouched down, and leaned in to whisper, "If anyone bullies you, remember to tell your big sister." As she spoke, she slipped a flower-shaped communication jade into Bei Wan's hand. While Bei Wan was looking down at the jade, Zhang Yunji seized the chance to plant a kiss on her soft, fair cheek. Just then, a spiked club and a heavy sword came flying her way, and she dodged them with a flicker of movement. Yan Xi retrieved his club and glanced at the dark expression on Liao Jin's face, somewhat surprised. Liao Jin. That was impulsive. Master. Mo Yan's excited voice echoed from afar. Yan Fengmian, holding a small yellow dog in his arms, shifted with a cold, unfeeling expression to avoid the sword-riding Mo Yan's eager approach. His gaze fell on the little one in Yan Xi's arms, and then on Qi Yuqing, who was easily identifiable even beneath her veiled hat. He quietly exhaled in relief. Yan Xi, Liao Jin, and Mo Yan didn't worry him. His primary concerns were Qi Yuqing and Bei Wan. "You're alive. That's all that matters," Yan Fengmian said earnestly to Qi Yuqing and Bei Wan. "Yes, still alive," the little one replied naturally. Qi Yuqing. Was it just his imagination, or did their master's words sound vaguely inauspicious? Master, let's go back. It's not convenient to talk here," Mo Yan urged, peeking over and pushing for action. There were too many people around, and their discovery of the phoenix wasn't something they could openly discuss. "Where is Qin Pin?" Yan Fengmian ignored the hyperactive boy and instead asked the more reliable trio in front of him. "Dead," Yan Xi replied succinctly. "Good. Did you kill him?"
Yan Qi nodded.
Whether it was the real Qin Pin or the one possessed, he had indeed killed him. Master, you won't believe it. Qin Pin used little junior sister's blood to refine medicine, and after senior brother killed him, someone else possessed his body. Mo Yan blurted out, speaking rapidly as he recounted everything that had transpired with Qin Pin in the secret realm. Yan Fengmian's hand, stroking the yellow dog, paused. "The formation at that time, did you remember it? The one used for possession?" "I remember it." Mo Yan raised his hand enthusiastically. He had indeed memorized it, but the formation wasn't complete, which was unfortunate. Yan Fengmian's lips twitched slightly as he looked at Qi Yuqing. Qi Yuqing nodded. "Disciple remembers it."
Montag Yan protested. "Impossible."
He was drawing the possession formation, and you weren't even... Master is probably referring to the 5 elements formation, Liao Jin quietly interjected, reminding Mo Yan. Little junior brother wasn't stupid, but he sometimes had too much confidence in his own judgment, disregarding other possibilities. For instance, in the secret realm, he had been adamant that little junior sister was in the inheritance site and firmly assured them not to worry. She was definitely there. "Master, what is it?" Bei Wan's gaze followed her master's line of sight to the golden-haired creature in his arms. "The Sect's big yellow dog," Yan Fengmian replied. "Can I hold it?" Bei Wan looked at the little yellow dog and thought it was the most beautiful one she had ever seen. "All right." Yan Fengmian handed the transformed golden-furred creature to the little one. Then he shifted to block his disciples, his calm gaze meeting the incoming figure of Qingya Sect's leader, Duan Tianhan. "You killed an elder of my Qingya Sect and destroyed 3 of our sect's mountain peaks. This debt must be settled," Duan Tianhan declared. Yan Xi raised an eyebrow slightly. While he had indeed killed an elder, destroying 3 peaks. Yan Fengmian asked, his tone calm but sharp. "Wasn't it deserved? Qingya Sect's elder Qin Pin kidnapped my disciple in public. He tortured my disciple in the secret realm. Destroying just 3 of your peaks, isn't that lenient?" As he finished speaking, a wave of killing intent surged around him. Yan Fengmian had never been known for his good temper. For years, he had restrained himself only out of respect for certain individuals and to preserve the already tarnished reputation of Tsangyan Sect. "Your disciples are standing here unharmed, but look at the children who died. Their deaths are your disciples' fault," Duan Tianhan retorted, taking a deep breath. If Qin Pin hadn't been killed, he wouldn't have been possessed, and so many young talents from various sects wouldn't have died in the secret realm. Songyen's sect is truly degenerate. 2 centuries ago, your predecessors failed their ascension and destroyed everyone else's path to ascension out of selfishness. Now you, for personal vengeance, have caused so many disciples to die tragically. The accusation about destroying the path to ascension rang out like a thunderclap. The crowd fell silent, stunned. No one paid attention to the mention of the disciples' deaths. All they cared about was the claim that the path to ascension was gone. For cultivators, the ultimate goal was immortality and ascension. The possibility that ascension was impossible shook everyone, especially the older generation present. Yan Fengmian clenched his hidden hand slightly and spoke. "Do not falsely accuse Songyen's sect." Mo Yen, with his usual fiery temper, interjected loudly, "Old man, are you even thinking straight? Secret realm events, our fault? If Qin Pin hadn't kidnapped little junior sister, would we have killed him? If he hadn't entered the secret realm recklessly, would he have been possessed? We even saved people and broke formations. If not for us, all your disciples would have died. Why don't you admit that? And Songyen's sect destroying the path to ascension because of failed ascension? Are you kidding? If they had the power to destroy the path, wouldn't they have succeeded in ascending? Do you even think before you blame others? Your brain must be full of mush. I could also say that you ordered Qin Pin to kidnap little junior sister, planning to kill the 5 of us in the secret realm, activate an evil formation, and use the disciples' cultivation to strengthen yourself for ascension." Mo Yen finished his rant, rolled his eyes, and caught his breath. Then, addressing the disciples standing beside their sect elders, he added, "Weren't you all there? If not for senior brother, could you have even retrieved your fellow disciples' bodies? You'd all be dead." The young cultivators, suddenly addressed, felt a wave of shame. "Leader, it's true that Songyen's sect saved us," said Ji Wuchen, the first to step forward and bow. The air grew still. "Master, they saved us. If not for them, our junior brothers and sisters wouldn't have even had corpses left." A female voice followed, this time from Zhang Yuanyuan's senior sister of Tianqi sect. "Elder, the events in the secret realm are indeed unrelated to Songyen's sect. Leader, we owe our thanks to Songyen's sect. Master." One by one, voices spoke up, expressing gratitude toward Songyen's sect. Mo Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this group of kids wasn't completely jaded yet. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Although Duan Tianhan's expression didn't change, the oppressive air around him was unmistakable. "Get up quickly." A senior disciple from Qingya sect tugged at the 2 who had openly humiliated their master and sect leader. However, Ji Wuchen and Yan Nanhui didn't move. Ji Wuchen glanced at the distant Songyen sect group, but still refused to stand. When Yan Xi had questioned him in the secret realm, his instinct had been to reject the idea that his master could be such a person. However, as he calmed down and pieced the truth together, along with hearing from the boys who had seen Qin Pin chasing Bei Wan, the truth was undeniable. Even if he wanted to defend his master, there was no argument left. So now, he stepped forward first, partly to atone for his guilt, partly to prevent the sect leader from making further mistakes, and partly to stay true to his own principles. Yan Nanhui's reasons were simpler. He felt the truth should be spoken. Since childhood, his master and the elders had taught him to uphold justice, support the weak, and walk a righteous path without shame. The younger disciples also began to think for themselves. To them, Songyen's sect was not at fault, and they had even saved them. With Ji Wuchen, Qin Pin's direct disciple, taking the lead, something ignited in their hearts. Thus, the astonishing scene unfolded. Leader Duan, Tianqi sect has suffered heavy losses. We will take our leave for now. The leader of Tianqi sect, a sly old fox, immediately broke the tense silence, setting an example for other sects and giving Duan Tianhan an out. Following his lead, the other sects also used this as an excuse to withdraw with their disciples. None of them wanted to get involved in the dispute between Qingya sect and Songyen sect. It was too troublesome. However, Duan Tianhan's earlier mention of the destruction of the ascension path remained a pressing issue for them to investigate further. After all, for 200 years, no one had ascended, not even crossed from the tribulation stage to the ascension stage. Perhaps it really had something to do with those events from 2 centuries ago. If you hate Songyen's sect so much, just attack us directly. Why waste time pretending and posturing? Yan Fengmian's tone dripped with disdain. Master, can we go now? Mo Yan eagerly chimed in, pressing for their return. To ensure his goal was met, the boy even winked at his master, signaling, "We found it." Yan Fengmian's heart skipped a beat, and he glared at Mo Yan. "Why didn't you say so earlier?"
Montag Yan.
Was it his fault? He'd been urging them all along. Ignoring Qingya's sect entirely, Yan Fengmian turned and led the Songyen sect disciples away. "Master, don't you think Duan Tianhan's a fool? Framing us like that to our faces, it's just asking to be humiliated." Mo Yan couldn't stop talking on their way back. "It wasn't about this issue," Yan Fengmian replied coldly. "It was a pretext to reveal another matter under the guise of accidental disclosure." "Another matter?" Mo Yan asked, puzzled. "The ascension path," Yan Fengmian answered grimly. They returned to Songyen's sect a day later. As soon as they stepped onto the main peak, a barrier lit up, ensuring that even powerful ascension stage cultivators couldn't eavesdrop. "Did you find the phoenix?" Yan Fengmian asked Yan Xi urgently, his expression grave. "Yes, master. We found it." "Where?" Yan Xi lowered his gaze to the small child standing by his leg. The next moment, the little one, with her delicate, doll-like features, raised her hand and looked up at her master with innocent, clear eyes. In a crisp voice, she said, "Here." Yan Fengmian instinctively looked at Bei Wan, thinking the phoenix might be with her. After a moment of silence, he spoke gently to the little one. "Bei Wan, take out the phoenix." "Master, Bei Wan is the phoenix," Yan Xi quickly explained. Yan Fengmian. "It's all right. If you didn't find it, Master won't blame you." "There's no need to deceive me like this," he said, wondering if the pressure he had placed on Yan Xi was too much, driving him to such lengths to complete the task. In truth, if not for searching almost every corner of the human, demon, and devil realms without success, he wouldn't have sent these young disciples on this mission. However, intelligence from Yumin had hinted that the phoenix might be in the myriad secret realms, leaving him no choice. But for Yan Xi to claim that Bei Wan was the phoenix, it was absurd. Mo Yan, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter. Just as he felt safe under his veil, his head suddenly felt cold. His veil had been quietly removed. Mo Yan looked up to find himself locking eyes with his master, both sharing a rare expression of mutual shock. Qi Yuqing, who had taken Mo Yan's veil, maintained his composure and silently celebrated his success. During their time in the Inheritance Hall, the veil had already been damaged, making it easy to remove. "Master, Mo Yan's burns were caused by Bei Wan's phoenix fire. She also helped suppress Qi Yuqing's cold poison multiple times. Bei Wan even transformed into a little phoenix in the secret realm. We met Zhang Yunji from Yumin, and he confirmed that Bei Wan's would spiritual root takes after her father. The earlier fire was her innate phoenix fire, which is why her fire's spiritual root couldn't be detected." Yan Xi's clear explanation reached Yan Fengmian's ears. He looked at the small child in front of him, her soft, innocent face starkly contrasting with the image of the 2 individuals in his memory. Frankly, she didn't resemble either her father or mother. Then again, he had no idea what they looked like as children. "Master?" The little one called softly, her earnest gaze meeting his. Under his watchful eyes, she solemnly declared, "Bei Wan doesn't lie. Bei Wan really turned into a little chick once." She wasn't sure if she was truly a phoenix since she'd never seen one before, but she could assure her master she had indeed transformed into a little chick that could breathe fire. Yan Fengmian crouched down, his gaze complicated as he touched her soft cheek. Finally, he uttered 3 words. "Master believes you." "Master," the little one softly called out to him. Yan Fengmian nodded. "Go ahead. Why are you looking for the little phoenix? The little one tilted her head in confusion, staring at her master, who was squatting in front of her. Already dressed exquisitely like a tiny celestial being, her expression now was filled with innocence and curiosity, adding a touch of charm to her lively appearance. Yen Si and the others also turned their gazes to their master, eager for an answer. They, too, did not know why their master had been so certain of the phoenix's existence and had searched for it tirelessly for so many years. Because Yen Fengmian paused, contemplating how to explain it in a way the little one would understand. Because it was a request from Bei Wan's mother. As soon as Yen Fengmian spoke, he noticed the little one's breathing quicken. Her small hands clutched his sleeve tightly, and her round eyes sparkled with a light that was different from her usual expression. Bei Wan's mother. Master, Bei Wan's mother must have loved Bei Wan very much, right? Bei Wan's voice was filled with joy and excitement, but her eyes betrayed a desperate hope, as if she was anxiously trying to deny something. She loved Bei Wan very much, more than anything. Yen Fengmian's voice was soft and warm. He vaguely sensed that the little one's emotions were slightly off. The next moment, Bei Wan broke into a radiant smile, but tears suddenly flowed from her clear eyes, catching everyone off guard. Mother didn't abandon Bei Wan on purpose, did she? She loved Bei Wan too, but she couldn't come to find Bei Wan, so she asked Master to look for Bei Wan instead, right? So Bei Wan isn't an unwanted wild child. Bei Wan has a mother. Bei Wan has a mother. The little one kept repeating this sentence, unable to stop her tears. When her grandmother had found her, she was still a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. In the face of a poor family environment, the rest of the family had urged the old woman to abandon the child. But her grandmother had painstakingly raised Bei Wan, spoon by spoon, with rice soup and fruits picked from the mountains. The village children all knew Bei Wan was abandoned. Mischievous children, especially spoiled boys, would often tease and bully her, calling her an unwanted wild child with no parents. Although her grandmother always chased away those boys with a broom, and Bei Wan would sensibly say that having her grandmother was enough, she still wondered late at night if she had been abandoned because she was a girl. Did her parents really not like her? Now her master told her that her mother had entrusted him to find her. See? Bei Wan had parents who loved her very much. Yen Fengmian gently embraced the little one, pulling her into his arms. His battle-hardened hands, now awkwardly tender, patted her small shoulder, letting her cry out her sorrow, but also assuring her she wasn't alone. Bei Wan's crying wasn't loud. It came in choked sentences that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Yen Si watched her in silence, his heart aching for the small figure leaning against their master's shoulder. Liao Jin looked down at his hands, his gaze unfocused. Inside, he felt numb. After all, he was the one who truly lacked his parents' love. Qi Yuqing stayed silent, his face hidden under his veil, his thoughts unreadable. Mo Yen clenched his fists slightly, remembering his own mother, the gentle but foolish woman, and that detestable Duan Tianhan. His mother was such a good person, so why had she ended up with that wretched man? Even thinking about sharing blood with Duan Tianhan made Mo Yen feel nauseous. The hall's atmosphere seemed to freeze, the air heavy with everyone's emotions. Woof! The golden-haired creature ran in from outside, barking out of habit. It quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, why was it barking like a dog? No, it had to stop playing with that stray dog from the foot of the mountain. It was becoming a bad influence. As it made a firm decision to cut ties with the dog, it suddenly felt several murderous gazes directed at it. Looking up in confusion, it met 5 different but equally deadly stares. Roar? The creature let out, puzzled. Thanks to it, however, the little one finally broke free from her sadness. Sniffling, she clumsily wiped her tear-streaked face with her hands. Noticing how her tears had soiled her master's beautiful clothes, she softly and politely said, "Master, I'm sorry." Yen Fengmian didn't mind at all. He picked her up, adjusted her clothes, and wiped away her tears. Afraid of scaring her, he asked gently, How about Master takes Bei-wan to the city to eat Auntie's meat pies? Yan Fingmian truly didn't know how to comfort a child, but he suddenly remembered that the little one loved food. Taking her to town to enjoy something delicious might just lift her spirits. Mo Yen immediately perked up, a smile lighting up his face. The gloom and melancholy around him vanished, replaced by his usual carefree demeanor. He cheerfully skipped to Yan Fingmian's side. Yes. Let me tell you, senior brother isn't exaggerating. Uncle Chen's 8 treasures rice in the city is absolutely amazing this time of year. Sweet, sticky, and fragrant. All the neighborhood kids love it. And roasted chestnuts, piping hot and sweet as honey. Don't forget the candied hawthorn skewers, crispy sugar coating on the outside, tangy and sweet on the inside. They're perfect for whetting your appetite. And Grandpa Lee's sugar figurines. The boy's chatter instantly broke the somber mood. Whether it was his boundless energy or the enticing descriptions, the little one's mood visibly improved. Though not fully recovered, she was much better than before. Yan Fingmian breathed a quiet sigh of relief and nodded at Mo Yen. Inwardly, he thought that now that the little phoenix was found, and with the matter of the ascension path resurfacing, the current peace would not last long. When the time came, he would make sure to teach Duan Tianhan a lesson for Mo Yen. Senior brothers. As they walked out of the hall, the little one resting on Yan Fingmian's shoulder waved to the 3 still inside. Come with us. Wild Fairy City was a small but bustling town. Though modest in size, it was lively, especially during winter when families prepared for reunions. At a sugar figurine stall, Bei-wan curiously watched the craftsman create a rabbit. Here, roasted chestnuts. I've been waiting forever. Mo Yan's excited voice rang out. Before Bei-wan could react, a perfectly peeled, piping hot chestnut was popped into her mouth. Is it good? The boy's voice was filled with unrestrained anticipation, eagerly awaiting the little one's feedback. Bei-wan held back the heat of the chestnut, refusing to spit it out. Her small face showed no discomfort at all as she earnestly replied to the boy waiting for her answer. Delicious. It was truly delicious. Say what you want, but when it comes to eating, drinking, and having fun, you should rely on me. No one else can compare, Mo Yen said, peeling another roasted chestnut for himself and happily popping it into his mouth, oblivious to Yan Fingmian and the others still being present. However, neither Yan Fingmian nor the others paid him any mind. Who would compete with a madman over something so trivial? Master, Bei-wan would like to walk on her own. The little one took the sugar figurine Yan Fingmian handed her and made her request. Although being carried by her master was convenient, she was grown up enough to want to explore and look around the various stalls by herself. All right. Yan Fingmian placed the little one on the ground, letting her wander freely to see whatever caught her eye. Dressed in a red cloak trimmed with white rabbit fur, her fair and delicate face gave her a poised and adorable look, like a refined little celestial being untainted by the mundane world. She held onto Yan Xi's sleeve with one hand and the rabbit-shaped sugar figurine with the other, curiously inspecting the items on display at each stall. Anything she fancied, Yan Xi paid for without hesitation.
Bei-wan.
Suddenly, her master called her from behind. Yes, the little one, ever respectful of her master, turned around immediately upon hearing his call. Yan Fingmian stood by a stall and gestured for her to come over. Bei-wan promptly ran to him, not daring to delay. Master, what is it? She looked up at him, wondering if there was something important he needed to tell her. Let's see which one looks best on you. Yan Fingmian spoke calmly as he crouched down, holding a few festive red hair accessories in his hand. Though simple and inexpensive, they were intricately crafted, each stitch lovingly made by the elderly woman selling them. She's such a beautiful little girl. Everything would look good on her, the elderly woman said earnestly, admiring Bei-wan's delicate features. Yan Fingmian tried a few hairpins against the little one's hair, finding that each one suited her perfectly. He glanced over the hair accessories displayed on the stall and took out a gold ingot from his storage bracelet. I'll take them all. That's too much. It's too generous, the old woman quickly protested, pushing the gold ingot away. It was more than enough to feed her family of 9 for 2 years. It's not too much. I also ask you to help style the child's hair, Yan Fingyan requested. Beiwan's hair was slightly messy, and though he had hesitated to redo it earlier, thinking she might prefer the intricate style she already had, this was a perfect opportunity to tidy it up. The elderly woman, recognizing Yan Fingyan as someone wealthy and insistent, didn't argue further. After all, it was New Year's, and she wished for her grandchildren to have a good feast. Everyone needed money. She picked 2 of the most intricate hairpins and bent down to style the little one's hair. Her movements were slow and practiced, creating a hairstyle that wasn't as elaborate as Zhang Yunji's, but perfectly captured a child's innocence and charm, simple yet elegant. Thank you, Granny. Beiwan naturally expressed her gratitude. Then she turned to Yan Fingyan and said earnestly, "Thank you, Master." The elderly woman, hearing the little one's address for the man, immediately grew reverent and bowed to Yan Fingyan. Greetings, immortal. In the mortal world, Master was a common address for teachers, but only those who had ascended the path of cultivation were referred to as Master by their disciples. Please rise, Elder. We're just taking the child out for some fun. It's cold outside. Go home and rest. Have a good New Year. After sending the elderly woman on her way, Yan Fingyan felt a slight tug on his sleeve. Was it because Beiwan called you Master that Granny became scared? Beiwan thought so but wasn't entirely sure, so she asked. Yan Fingyan nodded. Mortals hold reverence for cultivators. In the mortal world, disciples call their teachers Master, but cultivators refer to their teachers as Master. Then should Beiwan start calling you Master now? The little one held up her sugar figurine, her tone uncertain. Yan Fingyan leaned down and gently pinched her soft, tofu-like cheek, his gaze warm. If you'd like.
Beiwan Understands.
She nodded earnestly, then lowered her head, softly muttering, Master, 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 as if practicing to familiarize herself with the new title. A moment later, a voice came from a corner. So young and already brainless? Mo Yan peeked out, watching the little one earnestly muttering Master.
What was the point of chanting that?
HM? The little one, absorbed in her practice, looked up at Mo Yan with confusion. Fourth senior brother, did you say something? She had been so focused on chanting that she hadn't registered his earlier remark. Mo Yan, catching Yan Fingyan's gaze, replied calmly, Oh, I said the restaurant next door is ready. We can go eat now. Beneath his veil, the boy forced a fake smile. He really was daring to call his junior sister silly in front of their master. Especially knowing his master's connection to her parents, he still had the audacity to joke. He admired himself for it. At Jade 10,000 restaurant in a private room, when Beiwan entered, her eyes were immediately drawn to the young man seated by the window. His ink-black hair was sleek and tied into a simple bun with a hairpin. He wore a light green narrow-sleeved robe with a matching sash at his waist, and a dark cloak draped loosely over his shoulders, exuding a fresh elegance like the calm after spring snow. And yet, amidst this serene beauty, Mo Yan's voice predictably broke through. Your hair grew back. Chi Yuqing, sitting by the window, didn't even look up, focused on the ancient text in his hands. Senior brother, help your junior brother. I want to grow my hair back, too. In a flash, Mo Yan darted to Chi Yuqing's side. Chi Yuqing moved aside slightly, distaste clear in his action, and placed a black pill by Mo Yan's hand. Stay away.
Got it.
Rolling away now. Mo Yan, flexible as ever, retreated to a corner and, under Beiwan's curious gaze, removed his veil. Though his hair was short and messy, his unrestrained demeanor suited him, giving him a spirited, youthful energy. Senior brother, you look quite good like this, the little one, whose aesthetics had improved thanks to Zhang Yunji, immediately praised. Mo Yan, just about to swallow the pill, paused. He turned to the little one. Really? Really? Her reply was earnest and sincere. I don't believe it. In the next moment, Mo Yan popped the pill into his mouth.
Beiwan.
As everyone watched Mo Yan casually swallow the pill in front of them, Chi Yuqing glanced at him with a trace of pity. He had warned him to keep his distance. It wasn't his fault Mo Yan didn't listen. The moment Mo Yen swallowed the pill, his scalp began to itch unbearably. Instinctively, he reached up to scratch, and then Mo Yen stared at the uneven handful of short hair in his hand, then touched his now smooth and bald head. Disbelief filled his eyes as he looked at Chi Yuqing. Third senior brother was truly vicious. He had poisoned even the last strands of his hair. Born of the same root, why such cruelty? Just as Mo Yen was about to roll up his sleeves, grab Chi Yuqing by the collar, and shake him while demanding why he had done this, his scalp began to itch again. Then his vision went dark.
Montag-yan?
Under the gaze of his fellow disciples, Mo Yan's hair began to grow rapidly. In mere moments, it went from short to completely bald, and then grew wildly until his face was completely obscured, turning him into a wild man. Beiwan pursed her lips and resolutely turned her gaze away from Mo Yen, focusing instead on her very composed and elegant third senior brother by the window. Yen Fingmian, too, didn't spare Mo Yen another glance. He simply sat in the main seat and quietly observed the delicately adorable little one. Unfortunately, Liao Jin walked in at this moment. The first thing he saw was a wild man with hair like a nest of weeds. If Liao Jin weren't mentally resilient, the candied hawthorn in his hand might have fallen to the floor. Thankfully, he recognized that the wild man was his junior brother. Without changing his expression, Liao Jin walked past Mo Yen, who was struggling with his hair, and handed the candied hawthorn to the little one. The hawthorn seller had run out earlier, and though Liao Jin wanted to buy from another vendor, the old man insisted that his hawthorn was the best in the town and convinced him to wait while he prepared a fresh batch. "Thank you, senior brother." Beiwan looked at the candied hawthorn and, after thanking Liao Jin, took a bite. Just as she bit into it, Mo Yan's urgent shout rang out.
Don't eat it.
It's dangerous. But it was too late. Beiwan had already bitten off half a piece. She looked at Mo Yen in confusion, her mouth instinctively chewing, unsure why he was shouting.
Then
Beiwan's expression changed instantly. Her soft, adorable face scrunched up in unprecedented pain, her delicate features twisting pitifully. The sight tugged at everyone's hearts. Liao Jin quickly snatched the candied hawthorn from Beiwan's hand and examined it closely. Yen Fingmian extended a hand and said, "Spit it out." Chi Yuqing, momentarily flustered, closed his book and frowned, glancing at Mo Yen, who sighed and shook his head without showing any real concern. Puzzled, Chi Yuqing thought back to Mo Yan's sudden shout. How had he known without any warning? And if the hawthorn was truly dangerous, Beiwan hadn't swallowed it yet. It couldn't have been that bad. Explain yourself. Chi Yuqing's frost-crossing sword rested against Mo Yan's neck, cold and intimidating like its owner's voice. Though the sword was poised at Mo Yan's throat, Chi Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the little one. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen her make such a pained and complex expression. Her scrunched-up face wasn't ugly. In fact, it made people want to pinch her cheeks. Beiwan, knowing her master and brothers were worried, quickly waved her hands to signal that she was fine. Then, her face still contorted in pain, she said, "It's so bad." She even gagged, clearly revolted. Yen Fingmian, Liao Jin, Chi Yuqing.
Montag-yan smirked.
You bought that from Ouyang Grandpa's stand in Wild Fairy Town. His craft is terrible, but he insists on making candied hawthorn. It's famously awful. A true talent. His son is a filial child who can't dissuade his father. Since their family is well off, he pays the locals to buy the hawthorn to humor his father. To distinguish it, they flatten the end of the skewer and carve a yang character on it. Liao Jin silently inspected the end of the skewer in his hand. Flat, with a carved yang. He hesitated for a moment before taking a bite of the hawthorn.
Then,
as he prepared to spit it out, he noticed Mo Yen watching him with great interest. So, Liao Jin swallowed it. That single swallow seemed to take all the courage he had. The taste was indescribable. The hawthorn was sour enough to make his face twist. The sugar looked nice, but was inexplicably bitter. How had it been cooked? There was also a strange taste of scallions and chili, as though the skewer had been poked through scallions and chili beforehand. "Oh, I checked," Mo Yen added while struggling with his hair. Ouyang Grandpa loves scallions and chili. He uses the same knife to chop vegetables and carve skewers. "I'm sorry." Liao Jin bowed his head in apology to the little one, who was still gagging from the awful taste.
He
Couldn't do anything right. Liao Jin lowered his head, feeling that even being scolded would be a relief. However, the little one dug into her storage space, pulled out some malt candy, and ran to his side. With several pieces already in her mouth, she tugged on his sleeve, stood on tiptoe to grab his hand, and shoved the candy into his palm.
Eat it,
she urged, her words muffled by the candy in her mouth. Before Liao Jin could react, the little one grew anxious. Determined, she summoned her bamboo sword, expertly stepped onto it and flew, though only about a foot off the ground, to personally place the candy into his mouth. As Liao Jin stood dumbfounded, the little one wore a worried expression, then slowly floated back down on her bamboo sword. Ever since second senior brother had nagged her endlessly in the secret realm, she had started to think he wasn't so mean after all, maybe even a little clumsy. Feeling pleased with herself, the little one sucked on her candy, finally experiencing the satisfaction of looking after her senior brother. She could take care of them too. Mo Yen struggled for a long time before finally managing to tidy up his hair, which resembled a chaotic pile of straw. At that moment, the waiter brought in the dishes they had ordered. "Please enjoy, distinguished guests. There are still a few more dishes, which will be out shortly." After finishing his sentence, the waiter left without glancing around. The boy looked around the private room and finally set his gaze on Beiwan. The little one, adorned with festive hair accessories, sat on the chair with her arms barely reaching the table surface, resembling a little rabbit peeking out of a hole in the ground as he had once seen on a farm. "Where's Yen Ci?" Mo Yen asked. Wasn't Yen Ci always by the little one's side? It was odd that he wasn't there now. "Yen Ci has something to take care of. He'll be back soon," Beiwan immediately replied. However, it was evident to anyone that her attention was entirely on the fragrant dishes on the table. She was fiddling with her chopsticks, clearly tempted by the aroma. "Shall we start eating?" Mo Yen tentatively suggested. Although he no longer needed to eat, the enticing aroma of the dishes made him want to join in. "No, we'll wait for Yen Ci," the little one replied firmly, even though her desire to start eating was written all over her face. She swallowed hard and stood her ground. Mo Yen glanced at the others in the room. They all seemed disinterested in eating. It appeared that only he and the little junior sister were eager, but since she insisted on waiting for Yen Ci, he had no choice but to wait as well. After all, this outing was meant to cheer up the little junior sister, and everyone in the sect had come down the mountain just for her. As Mo Yen was about to step out to hurry Yen Ci along, the latter pulled aside the curtain and entered the room. "Sorry for the delay. Sit quickly." Mo Yen jumped up, pushing Yen Ci to his seat and even stuffing chopsticks into his hand with great enthusiasm. Under Yen Ci's bemused gaze, Mo Yen turned to the little one, who held the power to begin the meal.
Can we eat now?
Beiwan didn't answer Mo Yen directly. Instead, she looked at her master, seated beside her, and softly called out, "Master?" Yen Fengmian took a sip of tea and then nodded. "You may begin." Though he had given permission, only Beiwan and Mo Yen actually started eating. The others barely touched their food, having long transcended worldly desires and no longer needing to eat. Yen Ci, seated beside Beiwan, focused on placing food into her bowl while eating very little himself. "Senior brother, where were you just now?" Mo Yen asked between bites, unable to curb his curiosity. Eating in silence felt boring, and the little one, though silent, looked equally curious, her expression mirroring Mo Yan's question. "You can't even eat without talking," Yen Ci sighed but still explained. "I met an old acquaintance, a senior from the Yen family army. I stopped to catch up." Mo Yen grabbed the last sweet and sour rib and sighed regretfully. "I thought you might have been with some confidant." "What's a confidant?" Beiwan, at an age of constant curiosity and questions, immediately asked about the unfamiliar term, her eyes bright with anticipation. The rib Yen had been about to eat fell back into his bowl. Feeling the weight of 4 simultaneous gazes on him, he hesitated. A confidant is a girl, Chi Yu-ching explained in a calm, measured tone, closing the ancient book in his hands. A close friend who happens to be a girl. Oh, so Sister Yunji is also Bei Wan's confidant. The little one tested her understanding by applying it to someone she knew. Indeed, Yan Xi nodded, lifting a spoonful of soup and blowing on it before offering it to her. The conversation shifted, and the topic was dropped. Mo Yen, with his large appetite, continued eating heartily. Meanwhile, Bei Wan eventually stopped, declaring herself too full. The little one wandered around the private room before climbing onto a bench and leaning on the windowsill to watch the bustling street below. Yan Fengmian glanced at her, but didn't intervene. A child at the foundation establishment stage wouldn't die from a fall, even from the 2nd floor. Besides, as a little phoenix, she wouldn't get cold either. It was best to let her enjoy herself. With a piece of candied hawthorn in hand, Bei Wan nibbled on it leisurely. She found comfort in simply watching the flow of people below without a single thought in her head. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her face. Looking up instinctively, she saw large snowflakes drifting down like goose feathers. "It's snowing," she exclaimed, turning to call to her master and senior brothers inside. Then, as if remembering something, she moved to close the window, worried about her 3rd senior brother, who was always cold in the secret realm. However, the commotion and angry shouting from the street below stopped her. Peering through the crack, she saw the source of the commotion. At the corner of the street, 2 young waiters were chasing away a small, disheveled figure dressed in ragged clothes. "Little girl, leave quickly. We're just following orders. Get lost. Don't make us use a stick to chase you away." The young girl, however, kept kowtowing, gesturing with her hands as if pleading, but no coherent words escaped her lips. When the waiters couldn't persuade her, they forcibly picked her up, intending to throw her away. But no matter how far she was thrown, the girl dragged her lame leg back, mumbling and gesturing desperately. Just as one of the waiters raised a stick to strike the girl, an invisible force stopped him in his tracks. At that moment, a figure smaller than the girl dashed out from the restaurant. The red cloak billowed in the wind, and the 2 floral hairpins atop her head swayed as she ran. Bei Wan showed no hesitation, shielding the dirty little girl behind her and assuming a protective stance. "Don't hit her," she shouted, her small voice fierce with righteous indignation. The waiters paused, recognizing the well-dressed, ethereal little girl before them as someone of high status. They quickly lowered their sticks, hiding them behind their backs. In their hearts, they wondered which wealthy family's naive but rich little miss had intervened. Mo Yen, who had followed Bei Wan outside to see the commotion, handed a few silver pieces to the waiters and asked curiously, "Hey, what's this little beggar's story?" The waiter immediately replied, "Young master, she's been hanging around here for nearly half a month. She's mute, can't speak, and acts crazy. We've been ordered to drive her away. She didn't come for a few days, and the last time we saw her, her leg was fine. Not sure what happened, but now she's lame." Another waiter chimed in, "The town's been in chaos for years with ongoing wars. Beggars and refugees are everywhere. Our boss isn't heartless. He's handed out charity meals before. But we can't have beggars ruining the inn's reputation." Mo Yen nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Yan Xi, having overheard the conversation, frowned slightly, recalling the elder from the Yen family army he had just spoken to. He realized he had been out of touch with the mortal world for years. Once cultivators reached the foundation establishment stage, they were forbidden from meddling in mortal affairs unless dealing with demons or monsters. The wars that had erupted in recent years stirred an unexpected sense of unease. As Yan Xi reflected, Mo Yen cursed under his breath, grabbed his arm, and began running. "Stop daydreaming. The child's being kidnapped." Bei Wan hadn't expected the little beggar behind her to grab her wrist and pull her along. But as young as she was a cultivator, a 5-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. If Beiwan didn't want to follow, there was no way the lame beggar could drag her. In that instant, she felt the urgency and fear radiating from the little beggar. She chose not to resist instinctively. Glancing back and seeing her senior brothers following, she felt reassured and allowed herself to be led along by the little beggar. From the second floor of the inn, Chi Yuqing stood by the open window, for the first time reaching out to feel the falling snowflakes. His movement paused, and the black gauze over his eyes turned toward a corner of the street below. In his usual calm tone, he called out, "Master." Little junior sister followed the little beggar and ran off. Yan Fingmian. Yan Fingmian's figure flickered to the window. He caught sight of the small red figure disappearing around the street corner. "Let's go and see," he said, pressing a stack of silver notes into the hands of the waiter at the door before leaving with Liao Jin and Chi Yuqing. Beiwan followed the lame little beggar through a labyrinth of winding alleys before stopping in front of a dilapidated thatched hut. The hut was truly run down, with holes in its walls that let the wind blow through freely. Through the broken door, they could glimpse a shabby straw mat inside with someone lying on it. "This isn't a good place," Mo Yen said from behind, clicking his tongue. This house belonged to a family that died of illness. Their relatives avoided it because it was considered unlucky, so it's been abandoned ever since. Normally, there shouldn't have been anyone inside, but then again, beggars wouldn't care about bad luck. A shelter from the elements was a blessing. The little beggar knelt with a thud, pointing inside and kowtowing repeatedly. "You want us to save the person inside?"
Beiwan gusit.
The little beggar nodded vigorously and continued kowtowing desperately. Beiwan hurried forward, cupping the beggar's face to stop her from bowing any further. "If you keep kowtowing, I'll have to save 2 people," Beiwan said seriously. Mo Yen, standing behind, couldn't hold back his laughter. When the little one frowned at him, he quickly waved his hands. "It's nothing. Senior brother will go inside and take a look." He couldn't possibly tell her that her act of holding the beggar's face to stop her from kowtowing looked hilariously awkward. Mo Yen pushed open the broken door and entered. A foul smell greeted him, though it wasn't as bad as it might have been in the summer. Otherwise, he might have vomited up his meal. "Hey, buddy, still alive? If you're alive, make a sound." Mo Yen walked straight to the man lying on the straw mat, rudely nudging him. In the next moment, Mo Yen tilted his head, intrigued by the dying man before him. It had been a long time since he had encountered this kind of demonic energy from the demon realm. Yen Xiai entered with Beiwan in his arms and asked Mo Yen, who was examining the man, "How is he?" "Demonic energy has invaded his body. He's about to die." Yen Xiai approached the man on the mat. His face was sallow and gaunt, his hair tangled over his face. Yet there was something strangely familiar about him. Handing Beiwan to Mo Yen, Yen Xiai crouched down and brushed aside the man's hair with his slender fingers. "Yuqi Chong," he murmured, uncertain. "You know him?" Beiwan asked softly. Yen Xiai nodded slightly. "He looks familiar, but I can't be sure. I only met Yuqi Chong a few times when he was a child."
But
how could the second legitimate son of Prince Bei, Li Jing, end up like this? Mo Yen scratched his ear with his pinky and offered, "Want me to get rid of the demonic energy?" "Pills won't be enough. If you can, please do." Mo Yen, and used to such a polite tone from a senior brother, rolled up his sleeves and got to work immediately. First, they sent the little one outside. Holding the blood-replenishing pill Yen Xiai had given her, Beiwan ran out of the hut. "Here, take this." "It's a pill," she said, handing it to the little beggar. Hearing the beggar's stomach growl, Beiwan paused before pulling out some food from her storage space and pushing it toward her. "Eat," she urged. When Yan Fingmian and the others arrived, they saw their little disciple feeding the beggar and using a familiar cleansing spell to clean the dirt off her, much as they had once done for Beiwan. "Beiwan," Yan Fingmian called. "Here," she responded, running to him. Yan Fingmian crouched down and wiped her dirted face with a cloth that had appeared in his hand. "Master," Yen Xiai called, stepping out of the hut. "There's demonic energy in Bei Li. The royal family has been compromised." Yan Fingmian waved dismissively. It's not our sect's concern. Songyen's sect had never concerned itself with slaying demons. If they had, Mo Yen would have been the first to go, given his half-demon heritage from Duan Tianhan. I understand, Yen Si said. His gaze, however, lingered on Bei Wan. But they mentioned the phoenix. Bei Wan, feeding the beggar, instinctively looked toward her senior brothers, a bit confused. It sounded like they were talking about her. Yen Fengmian's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yen Si. Explain. Yen Si nodded and gestured toward the hut. Yu Chi-chong, come out and speak. Yen Fengmian cast a soundproof barrier as a gaunt young man stepped out, his gratitude evident as he knelt before Yen Si and kowtowed to Yen Fengmian. Yu Chi-chong of the Bei Li royal family greets the venerable master.
Speak.
What's happening with the Bei Li royal family, and what about the phoenix? Yen Fengmian asked. Yu Chi-chong's hoarse voice was heavy with rage as he recounted recent events. In recent years, wars have raged across the nations, leaving people in misery. My father and elder brother risked their lives to petition for peace, but my father was killed in the palace. My brother, risking everything, brought back a message, instructing me to flee west to Wild Fairy Town and seek out Songyen's sect to deliver a message to Brother Yen. I ran nonstop, pursued the entire way. It took 6 months of near-death escapes and help from cultivating disciples for me to reach Wild Fairy Town. What's the message? Yen Fengmian interrupted, annoyed at the lack of focus.
Oh.
Yu Chi-chong exclaimed. Bei Li's evil formation has appeared. The Emperor seeks the Phoenix to obtain the path to eternal life and ascension, using the blood of the Phoenix and the lives of all the people to achieve his goal. My brother said no one can be trusted except Brother Yen. Hearing this, Bei Wan instinctively hid behind Yen Si. She understood. Phoenix blood. Someone else wanted her blood. Why were there so many bad people? The world is engulfed in war, and upon deeper reflection, it's terrifying to think that the other 3 nations might also be affected. Yu Chi-chong humbly begs the Venerable to save the innocent people of the world and eradicate the demons around the Emperor. The young man knelt, his posture humble and pleading. Before Yen Fengmian could respond, Mo Yen spoke up first. You're asking the wrong person. Slaying demons and upholding justice are tasks for Qingyao sect or Xianling sect, not our infamous Songyen sect. Yu Chi-chong shook his head vigorously, his gaze resolute as he looked at Yen Fengmian. He said, I don't trust them. I only trust Songyen's sect and Brother Yen. Brother Yen grew up close to my elder brother. When the Yen family fell, I was still young, but I knew things others didn't. It was Xianling's sect that forced Brother Yen to bear the reputation of being ungrateful, unrighteous, and disrespectful to his master. My brother once said that cultivators are no different from mortals. They too harbor greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, and desire. The only difference is their ability to cultivate and grow stronger. Some are good, and some are evil. This time, it concerns the path to eternal life and ascension. My brother feared that if word spread, instead of eliminating the demons in the Bei Li royal court, some cultivators with weak wills might succumb to temptation. The venerable aiding Brother Yen proves you are no villain. I trust Brother Yan's choice, my brother's judgment, and Yu Chi-chong's gaze fell on the little beggar Bei Wan was caring for. What I've seen for myself. They had followed the mute beggar here, which must mean these people were kind-hearted. I will make time to visit Bei Li, Yen Fengmian finally replied. The young man's words had indeed touched on some of his thoughts. Moreover, since this matter involved the Phoenix, he needed to investigate personally and eliminate any threats before they could grow. Even if he couldn't eradicate them, it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance. Yu Chi-chong lifted his head, joy evident in his eyes as he exclaimed, Thank you, Venerable. However, cultivators cannot directly resolve mortal conflicts. If you wish to achieve your goals, you must act on your own. Yu Chi-chong hesitated briefly before bowing deeply. I will remember the Venerable's teachings. With the important matters concluded, Yen Si exchanged a few words with Yu Chi-chong. When he offered to bring the young man to Songyen's sect to recuperate, Yu Chi-chong declined. Brother Yen, you've already given me plenty. I still have things to do, and won't impose further. Yu Chi-chong harbored his own ambitions. Having experienced the deaths of his father and brother, the upheaval in his family, and the chaos of war during his escape, a wild idea had taken root in his heart. He wanted to end the wars across the four nations, unite them, and bring lasting peace to the land. But Brother Yen, I do have one request. Speak. Lowering his voice, Yuchi Chong said, could you look after Ayu, the little beggar? His gaze shifted to the little girl playing with Bei Wan. I gave her a biscuit on the road, and she's followed me ever since. She's helped me in many ways along the journey. The road ahead is fraught with danger, and I don't want much, just for her to live peacefully. All right, Yen Xiai agreed without hesitation. He had connections in Wild Fairy Town and could easily arrange for the child's care. If necessary, he could even bring her to Songyan Sect to keep Bei Wan company. Thank you, Brother Yen. Seeing the snow still falling outside, Yen Xiai glanced at the dilapidated hut and said to Yuchi Chong, come with us to the inn for the night. You may not need it, but Ayu does. Let her have a proper meal first. The young man nodded and thanked Yen Xiai again. Yen Xiai patted his shoulder and called out to Bei Wan, who was playing nearby. Bei Wan, let's go. Okay, the little one responded, pointing at the beggar girl behind her. Is she coming too? Yes, she's coming. A smile lit up Bei Wan's face as she grabbed the beggar girl's hand. Let's go together. The little beggar's face lit up with joy, but quickly turned anxious as she glanced at Yuchi Chong. Only when he nodded and followed did she smile genuinely. That night, at the inn, Yen Fengmian's door was knocked on softly and politely. Master, the little one's childish voice accompanied the knock. For some reason, Yen Fengmian imagined the soft little one leaning against the door, calling out pitifully.
Come in, he said.
The door creaked open, and a small figure entered, closing it behind her before shuffling over to Yen Fengmian's side. Master, Bei Wan called timidly, her demeanor suggesting hesitation. Yen Fengmian put aside what he was holding, leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, and looked directly at her. If you have something to say, just say it. Master, are Bei Wan's parents already dead? Her face was calm, without joy or sorrow, as though she were asking about something unrelated to herself. But only she knew how nervous she was. Her small hands, hidden behind her back, were tightly entwined. That morning, she had learned she had parents. After crying, she spent the day following her master and brothers, helping to rescue Yuchi Chong and Ayu. Now, as night fell, she finally mustered the courage to ask about her parents. She asked bluntly. Bei Wan wasn't a sheltered child. She understood death clearly. Among children her age, she had the deepest understanding of it. Still, when it came to her parents, she hesitated, delaying her question until now. Yes, they have passed, Yen Fengmian finally said, his tone heavy with sorrow.
Bei Wan Froze.
Though she had prepared herself, hearing the truth sent a pang through her heart. Grief spread from her chest like a web, entangling her tightly.
Then,
can Master tell Bei Wan about them? What they looked like, what they liked, how they passed away. Her soft voice rippled like raindrops on water, stirring waves of sadness in Yen Fengmian's heart. Back then, Songyan Sect was filled with talent, firmly holding the title of the world's top sect. Your father was the most dazzling young man of his time. He cultivated both alchemy and the sword, dressed in white, and captured the hearts of countless female cultivators. At a young age, he had already reached the tribulation stage and could refine top-tier high-grade pills. Your mother was a phoenix, but when she entered Songyan Sect, no one knew her true identity. All they knew was that she possessed an extraordinary fire spiritual root. Bold and stunningly beautiful, her talent was unmatched. When she joined the sect, the first thing she did was challenge her father. She speared his alchemy furnace straight into the air. Yen Fengmian spoke slowly, painting the image of those two exceptional figures from his memories. It had been a long time since he had thought about them or the glory that Songyan Sect once held. That brilliance, along with the dazzling talents of the past, was buried in the darkness after a catastrophic event, like seeds pressed into the soil, hidden from the world. But seeds remain seeds. One day, they would break through the barriers of sand and stone, re-emerging in a new form for all to see. At that time, I was nothing more than one of the many defeated by them. Before their demise, I had been in seclusion at Qingya sect for years. When I emerged, I heard about the upheaval that swept through Songyan sect and the three realms. I rushed back, but all I found was your mother. It was the first time I had seen her so disheveled. She only had time to tell me two things. One, to find the little phoenix, and two, to prevent the cultivation world from plunging into further war. Then she transformed into her phoenix form and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Songyan's sect was left in ruins. Everything was leveled, from the sect master and elders at the ascension stage to the disciples sweeping the grounds. Everyone vanished without a trace. Because of that, I still don't know what truly happened to Songyan's sect back then. Later, I had a falling out with my sect. When they attempted to erase Songyan sect's name from the annals of history, I rebuilt the sect alone. As long as even one person remains, the sect cannot be erased. Afterward, the Qingya sect venerable, my former master, failed in his ascension. Duan Tianhan became sect master and began openly and covertly targeting Songyan sect, aiming to erase us once more. When I took Yin Si as my disciple, it was partly because he caught my eye and partly because I felt it was unfair for such a remarkable young man to be stifled. Another reason was that year's competition among the top 6 sections. If a sect didn't participate, it would be delisted. That year, Yin Si fought 37 battles alone, winning all 37 and securing Songyan sect's position as the leading sect among the top 6. But with that came scandals about Songyan sect, claiming that a century ago, the sect committed heinous acts and was struck by divine punishment. They said that the only 2 remaining disciples were traitors who had abandoned their sect. Honestly, if your mother hadn't urged me to avoid war, I'd have taken my sword and cut down Qingya sect long ago. Yan Fengmian, caught up in his thoughts, accidentally let slip his true feelings. Realizing he'd said something so rebellious in front of a child, he looked at Bei Wan, worried he might have frightened her. Instead, his soft and earnest little disciple declared seriously, "If Master goes to fight, Bei Wan will hide far away so as not to burden you." So young, yet already understanding that children should stay out of harm's way during adult conflicts. Yan Fengmian couldn't help but laugh. He was naturally handsome, not rigid like many elders, and his laugh exuded a carefree, untamed charm. "All right, if Master goes to fight, you stay with your senior brothers and hide far away." The little one grinned at him, revealing 2 faintly visible little tiger teeth. "Okay, by the way, have you interacted with Qin Pin before?" Yan Fengmian asked, realizing he hadn't fully understood the details of Bei Wan being taken into the secret realm. When Bei Wan first joined Songyan sect, Qin Pin had visited once. This time, he recklessly took Bei Wan into the secret realm, which made Yan Fengmian suspicious. The little one tilted her head, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "No, the first time I saw him was..." She paused, looking a bit lost, then asked, "Master, if Bei Wan dreamed of him before meeting him, does that count as the first time?" "You dreamed of him?" When Yan Fengmian's gaze sharpened slightly. "Before I came to Songyan sect, Bei Wan wanted to say it was at Song Anmi's place, but she didn't know his name. So she simply summarized it as, before coming to Songyan sect." Yan Fengmian's fingers instinctively rubbed the rim of his teacup as he pondered. "Do you remember what happened in the dream?" "I do," Bei Wan replied, though she instinctively shrank back. In the dream, Bei Wan wasn't saved by senior brother, but by someone from Qingya sect. They took me to Qingya sect, but Bei Wan couldn't cultivate, so I had to stay in the outer sect as a servant. When I grew older, I was injured and bled. Then I met a little monkey. That's when Qin Pin took me away, drained my blood, and locked me up to keep extracting it. Although the dream should have frightened her, Bei Wan found herself less scared as she looked at Yan Fengmian. She recounted it as though it were nothing significant. Yan Fengmian's calm expression revealed no trace of the smile from earlier. If Mo Yan had been present, he'd have run for his life. This was when their master was angriest, ready to draw his sword. "Master?" Bei Wan called softly, sensing his mood. "It was just a dream." "Bei Wan isn't scared." Yan Fengmian set the teacup down gently. Looking at his tiny disciple, he smiled faintly. "Yes, it was just a dream. You are a disciple of Songyan sect. How could you belong to Qingya sect? It's late. Rest early. Tomorrow we'll make new clothes for you." Scooping her up, Yan Fingmian carried her out of his room, speaking as he walked to her quarters. As the door to Yan Fingmian's room closed, the teacup he had set down crumbled to dust. After tucking Bei Wan into bed, Yan Fingmian left the inn, disappearing from Wild Fairy Town in a flash. 2 hours later, Qingya Sect's elders awoke, sensing a powerful, sharp sword intent cutting towards Xuanji Peak, where Qin Pin once resided. Fortunately, the defensive array activated automatically, blocking the attack. Duan Tianhan appeared instantly, recognizing the familiar and overwhelming sword intent. Yan Fingmian, I haven't even gone to find you, and here you are delivering yourself. Yan Fingmian stood with a faint smile, holding a heavy black and gold sword that radiated power. Pointing it at Duan Tianhan, his voice was bold and brash. If you want trouble, here I am. Let's see what you've got. Yan Fingmian was furious, truly furious. Bei Wan had called it a dream, but he knew it was likely real. It was what Bei Wan had endured. He was unapologetically biased. She was the little phoenix he had searched for so long, the only descendant of the people he admired most, the little one he wanted to cherish above all. On the small, snow-covered path outside Wild Fairy Town, a peaceful silence contrasted with the bustling city. For the homeless, this quiet offered a rare sense of solace. Holding her bamboozle sword, Bei Wan watched the two departing figures in the distance and muttered softly, "If you have a mouth, you should explain things clearly to people." Yuchi Chong indeed wanted the best for Au, but he hadn't explained things to her properly. Waking up and not seeing him had frightened Au. Now that everything had been explained, they had made a promise. Au would follow him to the next town, where a friend of Yen Ci, a martial arts instructor, resided. There, Au would stay and learn skills. 7 years later, he would return for her, and they would continue their journey together. Having a promise gave her hope and something to look forward to. "All right, we should head back too," Yen Ci said, bending down to pick up the little one beside him. As he prepared to head to the inn, he felt a fluctuation from his transmission jade. "Who is it?"
Bei Wan asked curiously.
"It's Master." Yen Ci quickly infused the jade with spiritual energy and respectfully greeted, "Master." Yan Fingmian's voice emerged from the jade. "I have some matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. Look after Bei Wan." "Understood, Master," Yen Ci replied. Before Bei Wan could say anything, the connection was decisively cut off. Seeing the little one's slightly disappointed expression, Yen Ci raised his hand and ruffled her hair, a rare gesture for him. "All right, Master likely has urgent business. Let's get you back to tidy up your hair. It's a bit messy." Bei Wan immediately reached up to protect her self-tied, admittedly messy little pigtails. "I'll get better over time. Bei Wan will practice more. It's fine. If you can't do it, your senior brothers will help. If I'm not around in the morning, you can ask your third senior brother, his skills aren't bad." As for Liao Jin and Mo Yen, one might not be better than Bei Wan herself and the other. Well, Mo Yen might get frustrated and yank her hair out in a fit of temper. When they returned to the inn, the news that Master had left and handed over the task of making clothes brought simultaneous relief to Mo Yen and Shi Yuqing. It wasn't that they didn't trust Master, but the sect uniforms he designed for the last sect competition were too memorable. Their overwhelming impressions still lingered. Though this time it was about making everyday clothes for their little junior sister, they feared Master might create a series of flamboyant outfits instead. Something like a scallion egg-colored ensemble wasn't entirely out of the question. With the clothes ordered and a few days needed for pickup, they took Bei Wan shopping again, replenishing the supplies she'd shared with the beggar girl the previous day. When Bei Wan expressed a desire to return to the sect, they began their journey back to Tsangyan sect. By the time they arrived, the sky had grown dark. Mo Yen was the first to rush off to his fourth peak. He hadn't been home in a long time and was eager to check on the fruits growing on his mountain. Liao Jin and Shi Yuqing also returned to their respective peaks. Yen Ci, meanwhile, took Bei Wan back to the first peak. But as soon as the little one sat on her familiar bed, her tightly shut door was suddenly flung open from the outside. "Fourth senior brother, Beiwan looked at the hurriedly entering Mo Yen and was about to ask what was wrong. Before she could finish, he grabbed her by the back of her clothes, lifting her like a little chick, and sped off toward the fourth peak. The dark night and sudden abduction made Beiwan suspect that fourth senior brother might want to beat her up. She couldn't think of why, but it seemed entirely possible. He wasn't above doing something like this.
Look.
What is that? Mo Yan's voice, filled with a strange mix of excitement and complexity, broke the silence as he stopped in his tracks. Still dangling in his grip, Beiwan followed his finger to see the mountain before them. She didn't quite understand his emotional reaction. In the moonlight, it looked like an ordinary small mountain. At most. It had a lot of trees. There was water. It was small and kind of cute. Beiwan genuinely couldn't see what had him so worked up. A mountain peak, she said earnestly, after being shaken slightly in Mo Yan's grip. Look closer. Whose mountain peak is it? Mo Yan's voice held an air of expectation, as if eagerly awaiting her reaction. Beiwan studied the mountain from top to bottom and side to side. Under Mo Yan's watchful gaze, she replied blankly, Yours. How was she supposed to know whose mountain it was? Though she had joined Song Yan's sect, her familiarity was limited to the main peak and first peak. She wasn't particularly acquainted with the others, except for an accidental visit to the third peak. Could it be that fourth senior brother was showing off his peak? Mo Yen sighed heavily, rolling his eyes to the heavens in frustration before shaking the little one in exasperation. It's yours. That's your mountain. Your peak. Song Yen's sect's fifth peak. What kind of clueless kid was this? So slow and dull. When he had rushed to the fourth peak earlier, ready to dive into his orchard, he had sensed something unusual nearby. He deliberately stepped back to get a good look at the adjacent new mountain peak. What he saw left him astonished. The peak emanated strong wood and fire attributes. Judging by its aura, it might even surpass third senior brother's legendary peak. Master had truly been busy. In the short months they had spent in the secret realm, Master had chosen and moved a mountain for Beiwan. Thankfully, Song Yen's sect had vast, sparsely populated land, or this one person, one peak luxury wouldn't have been possible. Wanting to share the news, he abandoned his orchard and went straight to the first peak to fetch Beiwan, eager to share this surprising gift with her.
Mine?
My mountain? The fifth peak, Beiwan dangled her short legs, growing visibly excited. She turned to Yen Ci for confirmation. Following silently behind them, Yen Ci nodded, confirming that it was indeed hers. The little one suddenly recalled Master's words during her initiation ceremony. She had thought it a joke or something that would take a long time to happen. She hadn't expected it to be real so soon. Of course. Come on, let's take a look, Mo Yen said, lifting the little one and flying toward the peak. While he claimed it was for her, it was clear Mo Yen wanted to see it for himself. Judging by the dense wood attribute, the fruits growing there were bound to be amazing. From a distance, the other peaks looked slightly withered due to the season. Even Qi Yuqing's fire-attributed peak was unkempt, its spiritual plants left to fate. Only this fifth peak stood vibrant, its lush greenery teeming with life, promising fruit year-round. After walking around the not-so-big fifth peak, Mo Yen fell completely silent. The tree varieties listed above are basically not heavy, they have everything and they bear a lot of fruit. The quality of the fruits is quite good. He just picked one, and it was super delicious. It's nothing, just a fruit. The problem is that this small hill is home to most treasures. The myelitis mine is right in the mountain, which is why it has such a strong fire attribute. There is also a stream flowing on the mountain which never dries up. This is a formation specially set up by the master. The cabin was built, and it looked like it was not built by the master but by someone hired to build it. The wood used to build the cabin was century-old red-brown wood. It was spacious and bright, and looked expensive. He even had the leisure to build a small garden for the children in the back, which has a swing, a small pond, a small pavilion, and a hammock. The most enviable thing is that at Beiwan's residence on the fifth peak, there is a high-level Xian-grade spirit gathering array. What a concept! Practicing in here can be said to be very fast. So, Mo Yen squatted down, which was rare, and was extremely serious, holding Bei Wan's shoulders as if they were good brothers. The tone of his voice was as if they were life-threatening friends, and his eyes were determined as if he was determined to follow the right path. Junior sister. We should share the joys and sorrows, narrow the distance between each other, and eliminate the barriers between us. How about we write the friendship of Song Yen's sect together, Bei Wan? To be honest, what fourth brother said sounded very lofty, but the child really had no idea what he said or what it meant. Don't even know how to answer. Yen Si, who was standing next to him, rubbed his temple in embarrassment. Considering the years of getting along with Mo Yen, he felt that he seemed to have guessed what Mo Yen wanted to express with this nonsense. Mo Yen didn't feel guilty at all. While the little girl didn't understand what he was saying, he said to her, "Just say it." Bei Wan subconsciously wanted to say, "Okay," and just when he opened his mouth to utter half of the word, "Okay," quiet, a cold and indifferent voice came from behind. At that moment, Bei Wan suddenly found himself speechless. Familiar voice, familiar feeling, Bei Wan turned around subconsciously. Sure enough, he saw Qi Yuqing, dressed in flowing clothes, landing steadily on the ground with a frost-crossing snow sword under his feet. Qi Yuqing looked around the fifth peak that he had not seen yet. His eyes passed from Mo Yen and finally fell on the curious little kid who was trying to speak but couldn't utter a word. Fool. She would say whatever others asked her to say. Bei Wan expressed that she was a little confused about why the third senior brother called her stupid as soon as he arrived. She is already very smart among 5-year-olds. Qi Yuqing said slowly in the direction of Mo Yen, "Then repeat what you just thought in words she can understand." Under the hardcore gaze of his two senior brothers Yen Si and Qi Yuqing, Mo Yen, who was squatting in front of Bei Wan, stood up awkwardly and coughed twice with his hands covering his lips. That is, Mo Yen looked at the little guy who was looking at him expectantly, waiting for his explanation, and smiled brightly. "I will move in with you. It is called sharing weal and woe, eliminating barriers and bringing brothers and sisters from the same sect closer together." Bei Wan. The child immediately turned around and nodded to the third brother, his eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, third brother, for saving her life." She would rather live with her second and third brothers than with her fourth brother. The reason is simple. The fourth brother is the least reliable. He has too many criminal records and has wanted to kill her many times. Qi Yuqing felt someone gently tugging his sleeves twice. He lowered his head and saw his junior sister, who was wearing a loose blue-gray robe, pointing at her mouth and looking at him in a confused manner. Qi Yuqing. In fact, this silent little guy is also very cute. But under Yen Si's gaze, he still withdrew the spell of words. "You can talk now." Bei Wan opened his mouth and tried twice to make sure he could really speak. Then he looked at Qi Yuqing in confusion. "Third brother, why are you here? Doesn't third senior brother usually stay at the third peak all day long?" Qi Yuqing's fingers stiffened slightly. "Come out for a walk." He couldn't say that when he saw Mo Yen next door hadn't even returned to the fourth peak and turned around to kill his way to the first peak. He was a little worried about Bei Wan and was just about to chase after him. Then they saw Mo Yen carrying Bei Wan, with Yen Si chasing after them, heading towards the fourth peak. After hesitating for a long time, I decided to go and see if anything had happened again. Mo Yen sneered unceremoniously. "You? Come out for a walk." What a joke. Although Qi Yuqing's eyes were still wrapped with silk ribbons, Mo Yen still felt at that moment that Qi Yuqing was looking at him with the intention of stabbing him. But Mo Yen was not afraid and tried to divert everyone's attention. "Third brother, you came here because you noticed that there is a strong fire attribute here, which is better than your third peak, right? It is hinted both explicitly and implicitly that Qi Yuqing is coveting Bei Wan's fifth peak." Who knew Bei Wan seemed to have thought of something. "Yes, third senior brother is not in very good health, and it seems convenient for him to recuperate here with her." The little guy spoke up and took the initiative to invite Qi Yuqing. "Third senior brother, do you want to come to Bei Wan's place?" Mo Yen? He looked in disbelief at the little kid who was grabbing Qi Yuqing's sleeve and looking up waiting for Qi Yuqing's answer. "No." Mo Yen was already shameless enough to want to come and live with her, and it was the first time he said such high-sounding and nice words. Now this little thing actually took the initiative to invite third senior brother. No way. If he remembered correctly, this little guy didn't seem to have a very good relationship with his third senior brother. The third senior brother almost killed her. Mo Yen had no idea that Chi Yuqing's trustworthiness in Bei Wan's heart had skyrocketed thanks to his trip to the secret realm. Only he, with his unyielding spirit, managed to make it to the bottom. Chi Yuqing coughed softly and said to the little guy who invited him, "No need, senior brother is much better now. You can live here by yourself. The brothers have their own places to live. When the brothers have nowhere to go, it won't be too late for you to take them in." Mo Yen? He suspected, seriously suspected, that Chi Yuqing was showing off. But soon, the little madman's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait, there is nowhere to go. Take in my brother." Mo Yen immediately turned his head and looked at his fourth peak, which had been smashed and had several corners missing. He seems to have a solution. Although he has his own mountain, Bei Wan still chooses to return to the first peak. "No, you don't live in such a nice mountain, but go to the first peak to live in that shabby place." Mo Yen was shocked immediately, and the 5 words, "Are you okay?" were written all over his body. Yen Ci, who had been silent all the time, raised his hand to cover his lips and coughed softly. He didn't say anything, but Mo Yen felt the oppression. Mo Yen waved his hands repeatedly in front of Yen Ci, indicating that he was wrong and shouldn't have said that the first peak was a rubbish. But the boy felt a little proud in his heart. Well, this anger value needs to be accumulated bit by bit. Normally, if I had said this, the eldest senior brother would have come over with his mace, but now he was so gentle. Bei Wan is here recently, and the eldest brother's temper has become calmer because of taking care of the children. He needs to be awakened a little bit, big brother. The wildness of a man. The first peak is not a rag. The protective little brat immediately came out to defend Yen Ci. She said very seriously, "And Master hasn't come back yet. Bei Wan has to wait for Master to come back and then move in after Master agrees." Chi Yuqing silently expressed his opinion. Although Bei Wan is young, he knows the rules. Mo Yen next to him. "No. Are you just mocking him so blatantly and without any scruples? Don't think he can't hear it." Mo Yen looked at Chi Yuqing, but didn't dare to do anything. Chi Yuqing's current power of words is very strong, and the cold poison is suppressed by the little guy. He can use the frost-crossing snow sword, but he is indeed no match for him. Mo Yen could only let out a long breath and suddenly felt so pathetic. You can't beat those above and you can't beat those below. Is this the frustration of being the fourth in command of a sect? Fourth brother, just when he was feeling extremely depressed, the little guy called him. "What?" Mo Yen looked down at the little girl who had an excellent talent for cultivation, was hardworking, and had all kinds of connections. An idea became more and more firm in his mind. If he wanted to have some status in the Tsangyan sect, there was only one way. It's the volume. Roll to death. Fight for a chance of survival on your own. Fourth brother, if you want to eat fruit, you can pick more. Bei Wan probably had guessed what fourth senior brother liked most about this mountain. Judging from the fact that Mo Yen never lets go of the fruits in his hands and eats them every moment, I guess his favorite things are the fruits all over the mountain. The little guy thought about it and decided that as fellow disciples, they should still take care of each other. Anyway, fourth senior brother only likes to eat fruit. She has so many and can't finish them, so it would be a waste. She had no idea that the spiritual fruits in her mountain would never go bad, but would only increase in value as time went by. Mo Yen looked at Bei Wan, thinking back to what he had just heard. Why did the little junior sister, who was loved by the whole sect, suddenly want to give him fruit?
Could it be?
This little guy says one thing and means another, but he actually likes him and wants to please him? Since you've said that, I won't be polite. Don't worry, in 3 days, I'll tell you which tree has the most delicious fruit. Good. The little guy complied obediently, and feeling the relaxed atmosphere, he also relaxed. Yen Ci, who was standing next to them, only felt that the combined age of the junior sister and Mo Yen might not exceed 10 years. These two people are indeed a little childish when they get along with each other. The next day, Yen Ci just wanted to take back his thoughts from last night. Is Mo Yen being childish? No, this guy has nothing to do with the word childish. He is just simply naughty. Mo Yen, it's New Year's Day. I don't want to beat you up. Just get out of here as far as you can. Yen Ci watched him insist on coming up to help when he was cooking for Bei Wan and couldn't be driven away, and then watched Mo Yen, who almost burned down his kitchen, and tried his best to suppress his anger. He felt that Mo Yen was the person sent by God to train his character. Every step, every action, could easily arouse his desire to beat someone up. That. Mo Yen quickly waved his hands and took a step back, but he didn't expect to knock over Yen Ci's only prepared dish. It's okay, it's okay. I'll clean it up with a cleaning technique, and it'll still be edible. Mo Yen skillfully added fuel to Yen Ci's furious mood again. The kitchen was burned, and the only dish was ruined, but he said it was okay, without any concern. He guessed that the eldest brother's masculine wildness was about to rise up. Before he could finish his words, he felt a familiar feeling of being beaten. Mo Yan's eyes lit up. He had finally waited for that. Then, a sound of crumbling rocks was heard, which was very familiar to the third peak. Chi Yuqing sat in the rocking chair in the house and glanced in the direction of the fourth peak next door through the exquisite carved window. The hill that we had occupied last time was bombed again. It is estimated that soon the fourth peak will be almost as high as the lovely fifth peak. That is, the height is the same, but the degree of refinement and nobility is worlds apart. But soon, Chi Yuqing's hand that was turning the pages of the book paused, and he laughed out loud. Mo Yenqing, you have already planned to target the eldest senior brother. This kid is really a very twisted and cunning person. Compared to his crazy appearance, he is even more sinister inside. Sure enough, after returning to the sect, it is better to stay in the third peak. Safe. But just as he lowered his head and prepared to look at the ancient book again, he caught a glimpse of another figure that surprised him a little. But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem surprising. This time, the junior sister returned to the sect, but she has not even reached the foundation building stage. She has already reached the middle stage of foundation building and is about to break through to the late stage of foundation building. It is normal for her to come here on a sword. Yes, the small figure that appeared in front of the fourth peak was Bei Wan. She had just been practicing swordplay in the hills behind the first peak, but she had unexpectedly heard a loud crash, accompanied by the sound of rocks breaking. She is much braver now than before. Now she can fly a sword and has gotten along well with her fellow brothers. Naturally, she is no longer like before, where she is carefully raised on the first peak by her master and Yen Ci and not allowed to go out. So, the little fellow, who is already very skilled at flying a sword, went to take a look by flying his sword himself. On the way, she even thought about whether it was the bad old men from Qingya's sect who attacked her, but she never thought. You will see Yen Ci chasing Mo Yen around the sect with a mace. After Bei Wan came, Yen Ci beat Mo Yen with a mace, but most of the time it happened without Bei Wan's knowledge. Now he suddenly saw Yu Jian appear not far away and looked at him in a daze as he was holding a mace and hitting people. Yen Ci immediately stopped hitting Mo Yen with the mace, put it away, kowtowed twice in embarrassment, and was about to change the subject. Then Mo Yen, who had just fled like a rabbit, immediately flashed behind Bei Wan. Look how cruel the eldest brother is, and how pitiful your fourth brother is. The voice was affected, and every movement, from the hair to the soles of the shoes, was silently accusing the brutality of Yen Ci.
Look.
Senior brother's mountaintop has been destroyed. Bei Wan looked in the direction he was looking, and indeed, it seemed quite miserable. However, the little kid stepped on his bamboo burning sword, turned around, and looked at Mo Yen with special concentration on his soft and expressionless face. Mo Yen suddenly had a bad feeling. The next second, he saw the soft and adorable little kid utter 4 words that made him so angry that he wanted to destroy the world. She said, I believe in strict words. Looking at the determined eyes in front of him, Bei Wan did not feel sorry for him at all, but instead stood firmly on Yen Ci's side. Mo Yen. He really couldn't help it, so he covered his chest and took a few deep breaths. No, my heart can't take it. All the plans were perfect, except for the little thing in front of him. However, he had an unbreakable affection for Yen Ci. How could he forget? Back then, during the sect competition, Yen Ci had used him as an example when the female disciple accused the little guy of being vicious while trying to counsel him. Under such an outrageous question, if I think what Mo Yen said is wrong, and I go up and beat Mo Yen to death, does Beiwan think I am wrong? The little kid in front of him could still firmly say, it's not Yen Ci's fault, it's fourth senior brother's fault. An example of living.
Alive. Alive.
How could he forget? Now I am still thinking of asking the senior brother to beat him up, causing this little thing to feel distressed, and then move into the fifth peak. It's such a big joke, a huge joke. From now on, Mo Yen should just stop calling himself Mo Yen and just change his name to Joke. Yen Ci also quickly calmed down at this time. The moment Mo Yen went to Beiwan to complain, he figured out Mo Yen's plan. I was a little worried at first and wanted to explain to Beiwan. Seeing that the little guy stood firmly on his side, he felt better after a stern remark, but he did not forget to explain. It was Mo Yen who made matters worse when I was cooking for you. He burned down the small kitchen and ruined the only dish. Beiwan is standing so firmly on his side, so he has to explain quickly and not let the little guy down. Beiwan decisively took out his fire stick at that moment. Don't ask why he didn't use bamboo to burn it. He just stepped on it. She looked at Mo Yen with some disbelief. He'd burned down her kitchenette. What is her favorite thing? Isn't it the small kitchen at the first peak? Don't you like the food cooked by Yen Ci the most? Mo Yen looked at the little guy who had taken out his fire poker and wanted to rush up to beat him up. For the first time, a little stiffness appeared on his handsome and unrestrained face. Smashed, ducked up. At the third peak, Chi Yuqing had slowly stood up from the rocking chair. His long black hair was like a waterfall, and he was wearing a light green elegant robe loosely on his body. With a slight movement of his fingers, the teacup that was placed nowhere came into his hands. He lay comfortably on the windowsill, holding the teacup lazily in one hand and supporting his chin with the other. His eyes hidden under the silk ribbon watched Mo Yen, who flew over his hill and fled into the distance. As well as the little kid who was stepping on a bamboo burning sword and holding a fire stick was chasing after Mo Yen. Then, after he could no longer see the two people, Chi Yuqing stretched and closed the window.
Look.
After returning to the sect, I decided to stay at the third peak for peace and security. It was too noisy and chaotic outside. But it's not bad to watch the fun occasionally. On the other side, Mo Yen ran for a while and then simply stopped. He stopped, clasped his arms, and looked down at the little kid chasing him with an imposing manner. Don't chase me. It's not okay even if I was wrong. Don't get angry so easily at such a young age. Getting angry is not good. Beiwan stopped and looked at Mo Yen, who was more arrogant than a big boss. He clenched the poinciana tree in his hand and couldn't help but reflect on himself. Yes, being angry is not good, and did you practice in vain in the secret realm? Clearly, her fellow brothers and sisters all told her to cultivate her character and not be impulsive. Why is she impulsive again? Moreover, the person in front of her is fourth senior brother. Wouldn't it be easy for him to beat her up? She was impulsive. Hey, why are you looking down? I'm not bullying you. When Mo Yen saw Beiwan lowering his head, his aura seemed a little low, and he couldn't help but quickly prove his innocence. No, he would rather provoke Yen Ci than really provoke the little thing in front of him. The background is too big. Mo Yen knows very well that if he touches this little thing, Yen Ci and his master will definitely take action together. Sorry. Beiwan's sudden apology stunned Mo Yen and caught him off guard. What at ah? Mo Yen felt like he might be finished. The junior sister was stunned. She suddenly apologized. He was definitely finished. When Mo Yen had decided that he should really go and accompany the fourth peak, the little guy added, Beiwan shouldn't have been unable to control his anger. Mo Yen was confused. What? In the secret realm, the brothers taught Beiwan, so you can't get angry. Mo Yin looked at Bei Wan as if he was a little fool. He raised his hand to cover his face speechlessly, then his hand dropped down, and he complained earnestly and quickly. The point isn't to not let you get angry. It's to not get angry during a fight. During a fight, don't let other people's words disrupt your offensive or defensive rhythm during a battle. You should be angry when you should be angry. You are a deity. How can you be free from emotions? It's him. Mo Yen immediately pointed at Yen Ci, who was rushing over. He's a grown man, but he's still angry enough to hit me with a mace. Why shouldn't you be angry? The little guy asked tentatively. Then, Bei Wan can beat up senior brother in anger? Yes. Mo Yen answered decisively. Bei Wan felt that the tangled thoughts in his mind had finally straightened out. Then Mo Yen saw the little kid holding the fire stick very seriously and hitting him again. Stop, stop, stop. Mo Yen quickly called a halt. I did that for a reason. I just want to be homeless and go to hem, live on your mountain for a while. I'll go down the mountain and find 2 craftsmen to fix the small kitchen for you. I'll also buy you some delicious food from the restaurant. I hope we won't do this again in the future. Mo Yen suddenly felt that it would be better not to take the roundabout way to save the country for his junior sister, whose brain circuits were sometimes not normal. Maybe he could try the straight ball style, which he rarely tries. From childhood to adulthood, I have basically never used this method. If I have any requests, I will just tell the other party directly. It's a bit strange to use it suddenly. Bei Wan and Yen Ci didn't say anything. Both of them looked at Mo Yen strangely. Yen Ci didn't expect that Mo Yen would confess everything so straightforwardly. And the North Knight. You really just want to live with me peacefully? Without beating me up? Mo Yen. No. Hasn't this child realized her position in the Tsang sect? Why don't you look back and see who is chasing and beating whom just now? The young man's powerless and frantic roar resounded throughout the Tsang sect. Bei Wan watched Mo Yen go crazy, then looked down at the fire stick in his hand. It was really me who was chasing after 4th senior brother and beating him up. The little guy's clear round eyes looked straight at Mo Yen, making Mo Yen a little nervous. Then he heard the little guy's sincere voice. Brother, if you have something to say next time, just tell Bei Wan directly. Let's be clear sincerely. No misunderstanding. Bei Wan really feels that, in many cases, speaking nicely can solve the problem. Especially among friends, fellow students, and acquaintances. Or maybe, the world of children is simple, without so many twists and turns. When they are angry, they fight, and then make up after the fight. Just say whatever you want to say. Although she didn't like to talk much when she first arrived, she tried her best to explain to Yen Ci and others. She just doesn't like misunderstandings. It makes her feel uncomfortable. Mo Yen looked at Bei Wan, and for some reason his heart was suddenly touched. The young man turned his head slightly to avoid the gaze of the little girl. His long and thick eyelashes drooped slightly, covering the complicated expression in his eyes. He hadn't heard anyone say for a long time that one should be direct and sincere when dealing with others. Ever since he could remember, he had been imitating the worldly ways of adults. He learned to lie early on, to be roundabout, to beat around the bush, and to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. If he hadn't done this, he and his mother would have died long ago. It is difficult for a seriously injured woman from the demon world to survive in the mortal world. Not to mention that they had to hide from Duan Tianhan's search, dragging a 3-year-old child with them, which was extremely difficult. Before he was 6 years old, Mo Yen supported his mother and son by himself, relying on his eloquence, his handsome face, and his worldly manner. If he had not met Qi Yuqing and his mother, he might have been taken away by Duan Tianhan and never recovered. He had never believed that he could really speak his mind and achieve his goals by having a good discussion with others. But now, for the first time, he met a child who was so stubborn and even difficult for him to deal with, and this little thing told him to be sincere.
Oh.
Mo Yen sneered in his heart, but how could he not agree? Okay, I'll be honest with you from now on. Mo Yen agreed immediately, raised his eyes slightly, and his gaze fell on Bei Wan. He has never had any firm principles, and he is happy as long as he can achieve his goals. In the past, I did whatever it took to survive and to accomplish what I wanted to accomplish with precision and ruthlessness. Now, the little guy likes to be straightforward, so he will be straightforward and still accomplish what he wants steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly. It's just because people are different that they choose different ways of getting along with each other. There is nothing wrong with it. The process is not important, the result is important. Baewon was somewhat surprised to see that fourth senior brother agreed immediately, so he looked at Mo Yen with sparkling eyes and said very sincerely, "Senior brother is so nice, Mo Yen." Suddenly, I felt a little embarrassed about what was going on. Also, maybe this little guy is not smart, so he promised her that he would speak nicely and praise others in the future. Then a certain memory in Mo Yan's mind was awakened again. Because this sentence seems familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Soon Mo Yen remembered. He still remembered that a few months ago, in Song Yen's sect, this brat said in front of his master, "You are not a bad person, but I am still afraid of you and don't like you. You are not bad equals you are a good person." Baewon, who was in front of him, saw with her own eyes that fourth senior brother, who had been in a good mood just now, immediately stopped smiling and looked at her with complicated eyes. "You said I'm really nice, do you like me, Baewon?" Yen Si, who was silently supporting Baewon, said. "What is this kid thinking?" Mo Yen raised his hand as if to ease the embarrassment, covered his lips and coughed twice, and said, "Didn't you say last time that I'm not a bad person, but you don't like me?" Baewon blinked and searched his little head with great effort, but still couldn't remember it. But this does not prevent her from giving Mo Yen a new answer. "Baewon, I like you, as long as you don't kill me." "No, why do you think I would kill you?" Mo Yen finally couldn't bear it anymore. He had to be careful about how much he beat her, so why did he want to kill her? In the secret realm, you tried to kill me several times," Baewon explained.
Montag Yan was speechless.
He looked up to the sky and sighed heavily, then he immediately understood. "Come on. I didn't know that the chick was you at that time. You also burned me. How could I not want to kill you?" He thought that what happened in the secret realm was long over. After all, even his senior brothers and master didn't blame him for almost killing his junior sister in the secret realm. Who knew that the little chicken was the junior sister? He is really innocent. As a result, I forgot. The little thing in front of me might not have really thought about this level, and it really has been remembering it all the time. "Oh, then you come then." Baewon's brain circuits jumped extremely quickly. She thought that her senior brother's attempt to kill her was all a misunderstanding, so she would just move to the fifth peak when the time comes. Unexpectedly, she said a few words casually and instantly eliminated Mo Yan's collapse. A bright smile immediately appeared on the boy's face, and he agreed immediately. "Okay." He hummed a little tune and said to Baewon in a cheerful tone, "Junior sister, please wait here. I will buy you some meat patties." Then, Baewon saw the fourth senior brother, who had just collapsed and was fighting with his senior brother and was being chased by her, was in a very good mood and flew away on his machete. Fourth brother, are you okay?" The little guy was so shocked that he stuttered as he asked Yen Si. "I really feel that fourth brother is a little too changeable and hard to figure out." Yen Si stepped on the Luoquan sword, his clothes slightly blown by the wind in the air, and shook his head helplessly at her. "Just get used to it. He has always been so hard to guess." "Oh, all right then." Baewon put away his poinsettia tree, stepped on the bamboo scorch, and came to Yen Si. "Let's go back." Yen Si nodded and responded lightly, and the two of them went straight to the first peak. On the way, when passing a mountain, Baewon found it a bit strange, so he slowed down and stopped in front of the strange mountain. "Yen Si, what mountain is this?" The little guy tilted his head and asked, really not understanding why this mountain was so.
Bald.
At first glance, there is not a single bit of green. It is almost a barren dirt hill with few trees and only a few small grasses growing occasionally. Moreover, even if you look closely, there doesn't seem to be any trace of any house on it. Not to mention that this mountain in Song Yen's sect was so strange. Even in the previous village, Baewon had never seen such a desolate earthen mountain. Especially in the Song Yen sect, this mountain is more eye-catching than the fourth peak next to it that was smashed into strange shapes. "Oh, This is your second brother's second peak. Yen Xiai answered Bei Wan's question first, and then looked at Bei Wan in confusion. When I left, didn't Master take you to see the various places in our Yen sect? He thought that when his master accepted Bei Wan as his disciple, he had already taken the little fellow to familiarize himself with various places in the sect. Now it seems that Master most likely doesn't have it. Except for the first peak and the third peak next to the first peak, I got to know the rest of the peaks last night. As for the second peak, which was placed behind the third peak and not adjacent to the first peak, Bei Wan had never seen it. Master has never taken Bei Wan around. Bei Wan shook his head. Then his eyes fell on the large earthen hill in front of him and asked in particular confusion, "Second senior brother. Live here?" Yen Xiai didn't understand. "What's the problem? It looks like there is no house." No, at this glance, there is no trace of any house. Second brother wouldn't live in the mountains every day, exposed to the wind and sun, right? Yen Xiai thought for a moment and said to Bei Wan, "He has a house. You could say that. After all, the cave that Liao Jin blasted out himself can also be considered a house." After hearing Yen Xi's words, Bei Wan searched carefully again, but still found no trace of the house. Instead, he found a big hole. It was at this time that Yen Xiai pointed at the cave she saw and said, "Do you see that cave?"
Bei Wan nodded.
"Yen Xiai, that's your second brother's house. He lives in that cave." Bei Wan's eyes lit up, and he didn't dislike second brother's house at all. On the contrary, the little guy's face showed deep curiosity and admiration. How amazing! Bei Wan couldn't help but sigh. She had never seen anyone living in a cave. Which child doesn't like strange things? Especially little girls are most interested in playing house. Although Bei Wan rarely plays, he is really interested in a cave house. Seeing that she was interested in this, Yen Xiai couldn't help but smile silently and paved the way for her. "Do you want to visit your second senior brother?" "Sure," Yen Xiai nodded. "Why not, Bei Wan? Then let's go visit second senior brother. Go and see the cave house." Anyway, she is not so afraid of second brother now. Second brother is very gentle, but his appearance is a little scary. When she was a little chick, second brother told her so himself. He really liked Bei Wan, but he was afraid of hurting Bei Wan, so he was a little helpless and looked scary. Second senior brother said of himself, so she is not afraid. But Bei Wan is not afraid, but Liao Jin, who is on the second peak, is afraid. Liao Jin had never been so scared before. In fact, he learned from the secret realm that Bei Wan was the little chicken, and he was afraid when he thought of what he said to the little chicken every night while holding his hands in his arms. He was really afraid of seeing his junior sister and being with her. He finally gave himself hints and brainwashed himself and observed that the junior sister didn't laugh at him much. He was clumsy and bought some unpalatable candied haws, which let down his junior sister. Liao Jin's fear arose again. Last night, he knew that except for him, the rest of the people basically went to the fourth peak, but he just took a look from a distance and came back after seeing Yen Xiai. He also knew that Mo Yan's mountaintop was hit this morning. I also saw the junior sister chasing Mo Yan around the sect. But he never expected that the junior sister would pass by here on her way back and pay attention to his second peak.
His second peak.
He knew clearly that as long as his junior sister and senior brother didn't come down, they wouldn't be able to see him in the cave. But Liao Jin was just afraid. Especially when I heard the junior sister ask the senior brother where the house on the second peak was, and the senior brother replied that it was in the cave. Liao Jin sat upright on the bed because of nervousness. He didn't dare to breathe, and his hands were tightly clutching the corners of his clothes. "I'm really scared to hear my junior sister's words of disdain. Compared to the warmth of the first peak, the splendor of the third peak, and the sense of belonging of the fifth peak, his second peak is really shabby." Moreover, Mo Yan, who he felt was of a similar status to him, was also a bit annoying. Just now, he got permission from his junior sister to live on the fifth peak. The Yan's sect was so quiet, and the voices of several people were not concealed. His cultivation was not low, and he was listening attentively, so he naturally heard it.
Now.
He was alone and didn't dare to appear in front of his junior sister. But what Liao Jin didn't expect was that he didn't hear his junior sister dislike the second peak. On the contrary, I heard junior sister's genuine admiration and curiosity, as if she really liked the second peak. Liao Jin admitted that he was really happy at that moment. He was not disliked by his junior sister. But the next second, just when he was enjoying himself, the eldest senior brother actually invited the younger junior sister to come visit him. Liao Jin's heartbeat speed soared, and his brain told him that he should act more generous and normal at this time. But his whole body seemed to be fixed by Qi Qinjian's spiritual magic. He had all kinds of thoughts in his mind, but his body couldn't move at all. He could feel his junior sister and senior brother approaching him step by step.
Until.
Second brother, are you here? Beiwan stood outside the cave and asked politely, but couldn't suppress his curiosity. If second brother wasn't here, no matter how curious you were about what the cave looked like, you wouldn't be able to go in. Beiwan looked expectantly at the curtain hanging at the entrance of the cave, waiting for the answer from the person inside. Next second. Not here, Liao Jin's low voice suddenly sounded. Stern words at the door. No, he remembered that Liao Jin was not stupid before. Oh, let's go then. Huh, Beiwan responded subconsciously, and almost finished speaking when he realized something was wrong. No, there is no one inside. Then who was the one who said not here just now? Liao Jin, are you okay? Yan Xiai asked with a bit of worry, and wanted to go forward to check on Liao Jin's situation.